Good morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell, here with you on this wonderful morning. We're going to have a nice day. We got a nice week coming up here. A little windy maybe today, but we'll get through it. So, Texan fan, how you feeling today? How you feeling? As bad as Cowboy fan? Cowboys did nothing. I accidentally said on Channel 26 that Devin signed with the Cowboys when he, in fact, signed with the Giants. The Cowboys did absolutely nothing yesterday. At least the Texans have done something. Al-Shaair, nice.
Azeez Al-Shaair. So the names that fans were most excited about, Saquon Barkley goes, and we'll talk about the breadth of the deals, but he goes on a pretty good deal to the Eagles.
Right.
He wanted to stay in conference and play the Giants twice, and apparently two different DJ Bieneme from ESPN, who is stationed here in Houston, and I saw Adam Schefter as well had this, or maybe it was Rappaport, one of the NFL insiders, said Houston was in on Saquon. They were in on him.
They
offered
33.
around about 11. Yeah,
they
about
offered
11 a
33.
year.
Yeah, and they offered and the Eagles said 37 plus. So yeah, okay, go ahead. Listen, I'm okay with this. I don't know about you. I'm okay with this. That running back room cost about $5 million last year, if that, right in that neighborhood, 2.5, plus Pierce is on a rookie deal, Kuda, Ogunbowale. That running back room was pretty cheap. It wasn't great. Devin Singletary was good, wasn't great, but he didn't have an offensive line. He was certainly pretty good. It's nice that he's got himself $5 million with the Giants. That's fine. I didn't want to spend that much money on Saquon.
This is a what we're watching. This is so reminiscent of Jim Crane, where they are going to wait for Wave 2 deals. That's what they've already started doing. They're waiting for Wave 2. They're not involved at top of the market deals. Jim Crane doesn't get involved in top of the market deals, especially with other teams' players. He's not going to be involved in that. Christian Wilkin got a fat contract.
Yeah.
With the Raiders. He was off the market fairly quickly. So there was that defensive tackle gone. I still think Eric Armstead is going to end up being, unless this happened overnight or something, I think Eric Armstead is going to end up being a Houston Texan. He played for D'Amico in San Francisco. It just looking at the numbers, Grover Stewart from the Colts got $13 million a year. I think Armstead is going to be about a $14 million guy. It's not going to be as expensive as I once thought. Now that once the top market's gone, we're into wave 2 of the free agency now, which means that the dollar amounts, it's going to be a little lower in these. And I just think, excuse me, when you look at the way that the Texans are operating, so you and I are in a fantasy football auction league, right? This is classic Adam Wexler and the Wexler brothers tactics. Don't get involved early. Wait and try to build out your team on good contracts for good players, or more reasonable contracts for reasonable players. I've seen this strategy before. It's the Wexler corollary. Some missed their asses in this also.
Wow.
But
early on, we're doing that already.
But they don't like this is what Wexler does in our fantasy league. Does not get involved in the auction early on. Does not. And he waits to get better deals. Once the market is set, he looks for better deals.
It always happens.
He always does that. And I know that Texans fans are really upset about this and the sky is falling because you didn't get Saquon Barkley and Wilkins. But I went through the list. I had a post last night and I just said, here are the guys that I said potential Texans targets, my opinion only. One of the guys was Azeez Al-Shaair. I put him first. The guy I listed first would be the one that you have the greatest interest in. Azeez Al-Shaair. They ended up signing him. Aaron Jones at running back. Would you be happy with Aaron Jones?
I absolutely would.
I think he should be a target.
Yep.
Alexander Madison with Minnesota is more of a banger. Won't cost you. Might cost you $3.5 million. He comes from an outside zone.
I wouldn't mind Derek McKinnon.
No, I wouldn't either. Just he's got to stay healthy. Eric Armstead, a defensive tackle, or DJ Reader, those are both good players.
Yeah.
I had Justin Simmons and Quandre Diggs at safety, and then I had Josh Uche, Chase Young. I don't know. There's some stuff coming out about Chase Young maybe not loving football, but he could end up being – this could be another Jadeveon Clowney 2.0, John, where you have all this physical talent, and he just ends up being on a series of one-year deals. I think at this point, his agent is not going to want to do a deal for a multi-year deal because the money's not going to be what he wants. So this is going to be a one-year guy for me. I think he'll be on another one-year prove-it contract, trying to earn a big contract. And if I'm the Texans, I absolutely consider Chase Young. It just the physical talent, well, he didn't always play hard. I get it.
What about a longer deal for Danielle Hunter?
Yeah, I'd like that probably better. And he's on the market. He's the most exciting guy. Josh Uche is there. He is more of a designated pass rusher type, but that's fine because you can have maybe Dylan Horton, and we've got some Dylan Horton news here in a second, but you can maybe have Uche in on third downs to rush a passer. He's probably not an every down player, but a DPR is fine because with DPR's designated pass rusher because those guys have value too. Dylan Horton, who plays defensive end, a guy we're not talking about, Jonathan Grenard, got a deal with the Minnesota Vikings. Texans released a statement from Dylan Horton saying, hey, guys, I'll pull it up for you now. He basically said, hey, guys, just want to let you know that I had stage 4 Hodgkin's lymphoma cancer, and it's in remission now.
Why is that always going around with the Texans?
It is a little.
Why is it that the only team that has lymphoma?
It's got to be unusual. It's got to be highly unusual for that to be the case.
It seems like this is the only team that I ever hear this from is the Texans.
Here's what Dylan Horton said yesterday.
What's going on over there at NRG?
I know. He said, on December 1st, 2023, I was diagnosed with stage 4 Hodgkin's lymphoma. Stage 4. That's advanced. Through God's grace, I'm blessed to say that I'm currently in remission. I'm grateful for the love with my family and friends and support from the Texans organization and my doctors. My next objective is to complete my treatments, then get back to playing the game I love. Thank you for your prayers and support as I continue this journey. Frankly, it doesn't say when that might be. I'm just assuming it's this year, but I don't know what the course of action is for a stage 4 Hodgkin's lymphoma. I have no idea. I'm assuming it was always kind of a weird deal where Dylan, I assumed it was something like mental health related or family related for him to just suddenly lead the team with no explanation. Instead, it was even more serious with stage 4 Hodgkin's lymphoma. In the same press conference, they tell you that, and they did an amazing job of keeping that secret. The same time they tell you that, they also tell you, hey, I'm in remission currently. So scary news followed by good news. And he may be in the mix for defensive end this year. You did lose Jonathan Grenard to Minnesota. You did lose, as John mentioned.
Blake Cashman is a big loss.
Man, he got more than I was expecting.
Yeah, he did.
Like, what was it, $8 million?
He is going to be in the mold of many Minnesota white linebackers. The Chad Greenways, the Ben Liebers, the Scott Studwells.
Why does it have to be a white linebacker comp? He could never work for NFL.com, Del.
Yes, no.
He can't do a cross-racial. He couldn't say something like,
I don't notice color
ever. What about a white Quan Alexander? See, I did it too. I said a white Quan Alexander.
Well, it wasn't just Blake Cashman. They went out and got themselves another white linebacker. Now he's an edge rusher, and Andrew Van Ginkel. So they went
That's his whitey.
They went in.
Van Ginkel's a Wisconsin whitey.
They got to have their quota of whitey.
And it's a Wisconsin whitey, too, which is right there in the neighborhood. So it's kind of they probably got him on a hometown discount.
Yeah. No. Listen, the Wally Hilgenbergs, this is perfect for them. I should have seen this coming, that Blake Cashman was going to Minnesota.
The black GM signing a bunch of white front seven guys.
No, you got to have your white quota in Minnesota. Are you kidding me?
What's his name with the hair from Michigan, the edge rusher who the Patriots had? Not Van Ginkel has special teams. Who's it? Hairdo, long, flowing blonde hair. Played like a
Chase
Winovich.
Oh yeah.
Is Winovich on the other side?
Well,
they got to bring Chase Winovich. We had a little taste of the Winovich.
Yeah, we did. Yeah,
never saw him.
No, I didn't know he was even here. What did you think of Jeff Okudah?
Terrible. Not a big fan. I was a huge fan coming out of college, but didn't play well in the pros.
He got 5 something.
Can I tell you? Yeah,
1 year, 5 or in that neighborhood.
Yeah. Can I tell you what the streets are saying on him?
No, what are the streets saying?
The football streets say not an intelligent quarterback. I mean, a cornerback, not a guy with the type of football IQ and instincts to make plays on the football.
Is this what you had in your write-up?
No.
What the street said about him?
No, I like the physical. I could see some of the issues. I just figured he'd get better in the pros because he's such a gifted athlete and great traits. But people in Detroit say, yeah, he was not good. They couldn't get him out of there fast enough.
4.75, 4,750,000. It's a little more than I thought he was going to get. Lonnie Johnson.
They signed Mike Ford too, who is a corner and special teams guy out of Cleveland. Was it Cleveland?
Yes.
Yeah, out of Cleveland. So Mike Ford is another one. So they signed 2 cornerbacks. I don't know that they're going after Steven Nelson. We'll see. Now, we're in day 2. We're second wave, so Steven Nelson could be available for a reason.
You stepped all over the big news.
Lonnie Johnson was playing
there it is.
some corner. He was playing some corner for the Saints.
Stepped all over John's big news.
So as soon as I heard that our
Lonnie's
first signing
back.
as soon as I heard our first signing was Lonnie Johnson, I said, there's no way he's still in the league.
Yeah.
I didn't know he was even playing football. I said, Lonnie Johnson, not the Lonnie.
They actually had some good things to say about him in New Orleans.
Yeah, well, so he's got rare traits, like big and long, but he was caught between cornerback and wide and safety. I am intrigued by the fact that they bring him in. I don't know if he'll be as a corner or safety. My guess is a long press corner brought in to compete for a job. He's not in on much money. So
well, and good news too, Eric Murray back, which is Eric Murray's back.
We brought Eric Murray back.
Yeah.
God Almighty. He hasn't done anything to me, but I just don't like. Oh, it seems like it's a bad day now that Eric Murray's back.
That's the one who put you over the edge.
Well, Eric Murray and Lonnie Johnson. Honestly, subconsciously, it gives me Bill O'Brien stuff. Like I feel like there's a nervousness, like somebody's going to storm into the room and start throwing punches.
Desmond King back. So Lonnie Johnson, Desmond King, Jeff Okudah.
2008-19 call.
Eric
They went
Murray.
their secondary back.
Wow. Mike Ford.
Petey Fagans.
No, Petey's not back.
Oh.
John Weeks is back.
Matt Stevens.
Khalil Davis is back. Kaimi Fairbairn's back. Schultz is back. Noah Brown's back. That's good.
So they're using their money to bring the fellas back, other than not the good ones.
That's something that they had to do.
They lost the impact guys, and they're bringing back.
Yeah. They're keeping the depth guys, the special teams guys. And although they did lose their punter, they got Tommy Townsend from the Kansas City Chiefs. So, I like their punter. I liked the punter last year. But Tommy Townsend's good.
He got paid by Pittsburgh.
Denico Autry.
Yeah, and Denico Autry.
Now, actually, that one is a really good pickup. Denico Autry is a good addition for the Houston Texans. That's a very under the radar pickup for the Texans. I forgot about that one. Lonnie Johnson is not. Although Lonnie Johnson on his tweet said, "Man, watching Desmond King and Akins come back." And he goes, this time I think I'm going to do it different. I'm going to be more humble this time. I thought that was an interesting I thought that was a pretty self-aware and revealing tweet for him to put out there, that he's going to be more humble. I don't know how he was in Houston. Obviously, he wasn't very humble, but he was a second-round pick that certainly didn't live up to it. But I think this is interesting for D'Amico to see something in him that he wants, which is probably the strength and length. I think that's intriguing. It'd be a cool story to see Lonnie do well. I'm out on Eric Murray.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess he's a fine backup.
My biggest disappointment isn't Saquon. It's
not
Cashman.
Wilkins?
It's Cashman.
It's Cashman, yeah.
Cashman's the biggest disappointment.
I thought you would hang on to Cashman because now you get Aziz Al-Azir. So
Al-Shair.
Al-Shair. So did you really? My
It's going to be a whole
was
year of messing that.
Yeah.
Oh, forget about it.
So are you? Yeah, it is. So you get Aziz.
Yeah.
So that's what we're just cutting
Now
this down to Aziz.
Yep.
Doesn't that make up for it?
Yeah. Well,
he's
we'll see
D'Amico's guy.
I love the way that he played. I mean, that's $11 million guy, $11 million a year, as opposed to what Cashman got. Cashman got more than I thought he was going to.
Yeah, he got way more.
He got way more.
We were on the figure, at least on another team. If Singletary went to another team, we were on that figure, about 5. If he came back to the Texans, he wasn't going to get 5. Well, I guess he ain't coming back to the Texans.
No, he ain't come. You don't get a no Coke here. Time to talk about GimmeTheVin.com. That's my man, John Clay Wolf at GimmeTheVin.com. He, if you're not following him on Twitter, you need to. He's got so much information about vehicles. He's also got a beautiful ranch. He emailed me the ranch, and he's got He's got a video that is that trying to get guests to come to his place. If John Clay Wolf invites you to his place, he has got all of this land just south of Dallas where he is got a shooting range. I mean, there's hunting, there's fishing. It's a beautiful cabin. It's unbelievable, actually. So if he invites you, which he probably won't. I mean, I don't know what you're doing, why he would invite you there. But if he invites you there, you got to go. John Clay Wolf will not only buy your car, but he will also put you up at a luxury ranch. Here's the deal. John Clay Wolf can do that because John Clay Wolf has made a bunch of money in this business because he buys for more. He buys more. He gives you more for your vehicle, and then he sells it at auction, and then he takes whatever it is. But he does billions a year. You're looking for a great way to sell your vehicle. There's one place to go. GiveMeTheVin.com.
Hey guys, you know what? It's 7:18 in the morning. Some of you could use a nice glass of tequila because you're a little upset about Texans free agency. I get it. Uh, I think Maestro Bell, at least some of you may take shots of that cheap rot gut tequila whenever you're like, oh man, I could use some tequila right now. This is bad. I like to have Maestro Bell when it's time to celebrate. And I think that I still have my glass waiting there because I got the next day of free agency. I'm ready today. I'm going to keep watching and seeing what happens. But I know that when you have a glass of tequila like Maestro Bell, number one, it's a sipping tequila. It's a tequila that goes above and beyond from a distillery standpoint, from a flavor standpoint. Absolutely, there's a level of sweetness on the back end of that really stands out with the Cristalino, and then you have the Reposada and the Añejo, which are very smooth drinkers. But if you're looking for a nice tequila for your margaritas, your cocktails, how about their silver and their smoked silver? Absolutely fantastic. So listen, there's a variety of tequilas to choose from, but Maestro Dobel is a premium tequila at a very reasonable price. Check them out at Maestro Dobel.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 730-3776. Your thoughts. No Saquon. I mean, I know the fan. Everybody's been. I was at a place and asked, we're not going to get Saquon, are we? No, we're not going to get Saquon. It's okay, though. It's okay.
Yeah, it's you can live with that. Honestly, I used to be a big running back guy. It's true. The more you look at this stuff, it's hard to get around the fact that, and especially second contracts for running backs.
Yeah.
Do you know how infrequently they work out? It is a low hit rate. It's like a 20% hit rate. I saw NFL research went through and looked at all the second contracts for running backs drafted in the first 2 rounds, or I think it was for a certain amount of money, and the hit rate is extraordinarily low of production versus money. It's really bad. Like, first contracts are great. Ezekiel Elliott, fantastic on the first. Todd Gurley, great. You go look. Derrick Henry is one of the few success stories on second contract, but it's usually, historically, it is not good for a second contract.
So should we be a little bit? Listen, you said I thought pretty well is that he's going about it the Jim Crane way, and the Jim Crane way has been a pretty damn good way.
It's
to
frustrating.
go about things. But should we be okay with the fact that they didn't go out and get any names when we all feel like they could use a couple of names?
I want roster building a good player. I don't get caught up in names.
Well, no, but Christian Wilkins is
a good player.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to call him a name. He's a good player. But the price, they are not going to pay top of the market price, nor would Jim Crane. So we've seen this before. It's frustrating, but you know what? Can you argue with the results so far?
No.
Not so far with Jim Crane, and it's been a little while. And I'm waiting to – now, it doesn't mean I'm not going to be disappointed with this. I want to see what happens. Azeez Al-Shaair, I got it right there. That's a good pickup. That's one of the guys they probably targeted. That was the guy they circled. We're going to let Cashman walk, and we're going to go with Azeez Al-Shaair. They probably worked that deal out early with his agent. That doesn't surprise me. If they got Eric Armstead or DJ Reader, would you be happy?
Yeah.
Those are both names.
Yep.
If you like names,
right?
Texans fans are going to be happy with that.
It ain't bad to have Autry already.
But they both had injury issues.
Yeah.
Danico Autry, you just don't know him well enough. That's a good pickup. Yeah. That's actually a really good pickup. I know Ballard had him with the Colts and thought he was fantastic. He was good last year with the Titans.
So you got Malik Collins, you got Fatou Kassi, you've got
Sheldon Rankins is a free agent.
Autry, you've got Khalil Davis. I think you got to spend it on the outside now. No.
Well, Autry plays some defensive end too. He's kind of a 5 technique. So let me see how much he weighs right now because his weight has changed over the years. He's 33, John. Yeeks.
That's all right. Defensive tackles are going to be.
He's listed as a defensive end. His weight right now, he's more of a base end, which is fine. His weight right now is 285. So yeah, I don't know. He could play him some inside.
He's going to be outside.
Yeah, so he's more of a base end, and that's probably a guy who's got a good chance to start. But you could still use a designated pass rusher, and you move Autry inside to rush. So, like if you grabbed a Josh Uche, for example, well, that's who comes in on third downs. So this could – I'm not done. What if they grab Justin Simmons and Aaron Jones? Justin Simmons, the safety, was – with multiple Pro Bowls. Aaron Jones, we know, was a cap cut for the Packers. His last 5 games of the season were all over 100 yards this year. Like, what is the opinion then of Texans fans? So all I'm saying is I want to wait this out. Hey, I never really cared about Saquon Barkley. I would have loved to have Wilkins, but I understood once Madubuike was off the market, he was going to be super expensive, and he was even more expensive than I thought. Honestly, when I look at the list that's available, I think the Texans could end up coming away with Autry, Al-Shaair, potentially Aaron Jones, and maybe Eric Armstead. That'd be a great free agency.
Listen, Autry had started slow, but he has picked up, and he's been a little bit inconsistent as far as sacks go. 3, 3, 5, 9, 3.5, 7.5, 9, 8, and 11.5 these past 3 years. 11.5 last year, which is way more. And he, you know what? He plays in games. He missed 5 games a couple of years ago, but he played 17 last year, played 17 the year before, 14 before that. He's actually out there, which is nice. But he is 33 years old. We'll see how many sacks. That is not exactly the pass rusher that I thought that they were going to get, though. If you want to know the truth, do you still think Danielle Hunter is in the mix with Autry in the fold?
No.
No.
No, a lot of people are looking at him as a D tackle. He started his career heavier,
Yeah,
and then he lost weight. That's why I was saying I wasn't sure he was, because he's been considered a defensive end lately, but he's a big power end. But what they're going to do is, my guess is they're going to rush him inside. Like he'll be a reduced rusher, go from outside to inside on pass down. So
well, then you still need another outside guy, but depending on what Dylan Horton is going through. Hopefully Dylan Horton is going to be a part of it, of what's going on.
2 draft picks, Dylan Horton and John Mechie.
How about that?
Was that the same draft? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, right? Was that the same draft?
Or was Dylan Horton this year?
No, Dylan Horton was this year.
Yeah.
So back-to-back drafts, you have guys who develop Hodgkin's lymphoma after they're drafted. Holy crap.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm assuming the Combine Medicals would have caught that, but maybe not. Maybe they don't scan for that. I don't know. I don't know how that works.
Yep. All right. 713
It's one of the few things I can't do, Dell. I can usually step outside my comfort zone and speak with some level of expertise on a variety of topics, but when it comes to doctor stuff, I can do some orthopedic, like Shingun.
Yeah, but cancer, he's gonna.
I'm out on that. I'm out on the bad ones.
Really?
But the Shingun thing, some people said, oh, I guess you're not an ankle doctor after all. Shingun avoided major. The MRI came back, and it was just a really, really
twist.
bad sprain. But I've gone through that. And so I offered him. I added him, too. I've got a boot, and I've got a knee thing if he needs it.
I saw that.
So
if
you guys would
he
come
offered
back,
him his scooter.
I saw that. Absolutely shameless on your part. Why don't you stay out of a story for once?
Yeah.
I'm trying to help.
That's not it.
Stop
As
trying
much-
to
nearly
insert
as much
yourself.
As he
I'm trying
already
to
has
help him.
declared him out for the
He's
season.
trying to. Well, he's trying to.
Oh, no, he's done.
He
Obviously,
might
if
be
you
out
need
for
a
the
knee
season.
scooter.
It's a bad sprain that could keep you out for the rest of the year. He's only got till April something to get back in. So
Bad
he's
sprain
over
could
at
be some
dabbing.
ligament stuff.
It could
Like
mean
I told you.
ligaments.
Mm-hmm.
Not a tear, but a really bad sprain. But stop inserting yourself. You don't have to offer him a scooter. He's got the rockets to get him a scooter if he
Do you
needs
think
one.
they want to spend the money on that scooter?
I'm sure they have some
I
available.
already got one. Why spend money on it?
I don't think they buy a new one. I'm sure they
I got
have
a
one
boot
available.
too, but I need that back because there's a chance that I'm going to need that again.
Let's get Jason in here quickly before he's been waiting. So let's get him in here. He wants to talk about the Texans free agency. Hey, Jason.
in Waco.
Well, I'm not sure that's the case. What's up, Jason?
The one thing I could say about D'Amico Ryans is he, in San Francisco, he was good at plugging in players on defense, so I'm not too much worried about that. I agree with you on the Saquon Barkley. My boss seems to think that they're going to target Joe Mixon. I think that would be a good pickup. But the only thing that I would honestly like to say is I'm interested in seeing what they're going to do for C.J. Stroud in the offense. I think they should go after a receiver, in my opinion.
I don't know about Joe Mixon. It just doesn't seem like the Texans' way. Joe Mixon still has that stink on him. But that video, I'm looking at the video right now, just in my head. I'll never get it out of my head. I don't know that that's a guy that they bring in here. I just don't. It just seems to me that that's not the Texans' way. That they bring in a guy who punched a girl in the face. Just I don't know. I know it was a while ago. I know that he should be. I mean, he paid. I don't know that he paid his dues. I know that he's been in the league.
He was suspended for a year.
Yeah, he hasn't been in any trouble since then.
I don't love it. He was 17 at the time, maybe 18, but I don't love it. He's probably 20. What is he? 27, 28?
Just doesn't feel like a Texans.
I don't think so either.
No.
I'm not a big fan.
We'll
but,
see.
There are really interesting running backs out there. There is Joe Mixon. There is still Derrick Henry. There is Aaron Jones. Listen, the skies are falling because you lose Saquon Barkley. I'm just telling you, there's a lot of guys who can get this done, and I think they want an outside zone back, which I was surprised. I don't really consider Saquon a classic outside zone back, but according to Adam Schefter, they were in on, and DJ Bieniemy, they were in on him and went so far as to offer an $11 million a year deal, $33 million. Which I think is a pretty fair offer. You weren't going to get him at that.
Yep. All right, let's break it. 713-780-3776. Anthony, you're next up. Anybody else wants in? Come on. You guys have got your thoughts on this. Maybe they differ from ours. That's fine. I want to talk right now about Kent Jones from Dream Rate. Kent loves more. This guy nerds out on mortgages. He loves mortgages. He deals with mortgages. He loves to find you the best rates that he possibly. He loves to hack the system where he can get you off as much as he possibly can. You got to shop your loan. You could be paying thousands too much. You don't know. You don't know because you're not shopping. I never did. I just went to the table with a mortgage and just signed. Oh, here. I had no idea what I was paying. Well, Kent Jones is going to be able to save you. He does this all the time. He saves people thousands and thousands. He is going to work his tail off to get you the most he possibly can. He is the ultimate mortgage hookup. You want to save thousands on your mortgage? Who doesn't? Call Kent at Dream Rate Mortgage, 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, LOAN, or go to 975loans.com. Tell him you heard it right here. Let's go get the best service that you're going to find in the business. It's Kent Jones at the Dream Rate Mortgage.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.
Some of our listeners. I don't know why we laugh at all Art stuff. I think because he asks the questions that no one wants to ask because everyone knows they're inappropriate. I noticed that this guy Art, Childish Altuve, he started having me try to ask questions when I was at 790. Yeah. He said, he always wanted me to ask him if he's got the new Dre beats. We have a guest on the show. Ask Maury if he's got the new Chronic, if he knows when the new Chronic is dropping. Right.
When is Dr. Dre's next album?
Yeah, stuff like that of real guests, of people who are in the sports world. Now he asks, would you rather have a white Christian linebacker in Cashman or a black Muslim in Azeez Al-Shaair? What kind of question?
I wanted to have both of them. Yeah,
I did too. I wanted to try to harmonize the.
Yeah.
If we're making it religious, I wanted to be inclusive.
Listen, I don't care what color he is. Cashman played well last year. Played really well last year. And for the money. Now, he got paid this year, so God bless.
Listen.
You know what?
Devin Singletary, Cashman, and Dalton Schultz all. Now, Schultz, he just was waiting for another deal, and he got a multi-year deal. That's fine. But Cashman, this is a glow-up for Cashman.
Yeah, this is a life-changing experience.
For Singletary, this is for a running back.
Yeah.
Like Singletary made themselves some money in Houston.
Yeah, they did. Courtesy of the Houston Texans. They owe the Texans.
Well, they played well for the Texans on a discounted deal.
Well, yeah, but they owe them the opportunity. Devin Singletary changed his career last year.
Yeah.
He absolutely did.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if he's a backup. I mean, he was always a pretty good back. Would you rather have Aaron Jones or Derrick Henry? Jason asks. I would rather have Aaron
Probably
Jones.
Aaron Jones.
I want the guy with more juice.
Yeah.
Derrick I like as the hammerhead, but I'm just so worried about all those carries. And then finally, we've got, let's see.
Don't read Jason's. All right.
Nope. There he is. Yep.
He
picked it up.
Yep. Okay. I didn't say that. Just you all are stupid. Let's get Anthony in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What do you say, Anthony?
Hey, good morning, guys. Love the show.
Thanks,
Love the good work. I just wanted to talk about I was really a big fan of Casero's signings, and I just wanted to ask how much consideration going forward, how realistic is signing some of these names we want when you got to consider Nico Collins' extension, C.J. Stroud future money, Tank Dell future money, Stingley future money, Anderson future money, and how realistic is it to possibly lose one of those guys in favor of signing a big name now in this window we have going on here?
Well, CJ and Anderson are 4 years away, so you got a chance to sign a guy to a 3-year deal and not having to worry about that stuff.
Stingley still
Tank is going to
3 years
on a 4
away.
year, 3 years away.
He's 3 years away. Stingley's 3 years away if you use the 5th-year option. So that's actually a really good question because people don't think ahead enough to the other contracts that are coming.
Yeah, but you've got a chance to sign. None of these deals are. I mean, you got a few 4-year deals.
However, you have a 3-year window with Stingley. Yes. And what if Kenyon Green signs early? You don't know. He may play great this year.
You don't know.
No, but really, Nico's the guy that right now I would try to get him done this year. The Eagles got Landon Dickerson done, made him the highest paid guard in history. I would rather pay Nico Collins right now than later. You wait a year and it's going to cost you more because he'll be top of the food chain money, or you're going to have to franchise him, which you could franchise him if you want to for a couple years. But I would try to do a 3-year extension with him, or a 4-year extension actually, and give him that money right now. Give him some signing bonus money and try to get him at a reasonable. I think honestly, I think $20 million is probably the shooting point for Nico Collins, a wide receiver. Although we did see some lower deals yesterday.
Let's see him validate last year, and then pay him free agent money. Although,
and then he's in the market.
Yeah, well,
Jim Crane would sign him this year. What would Crane do, John? WWCD. Jim Crane would sign him this year.
Pay him. I think he'd let him run.
Why?
Because he's
what
Alex
he does. Bregman.
Well, he did. This isn't early enough. Alex Bregman was after his second year.
He's Christian Javier then.
Huh?
He's Christian Javier.
Yeah. Well,
that was 1 year.
I mean, we talk about He played 14 games last year, 10 games the year before, or excuse me, 15 games last year, 10 games the year before, and 14. I mean, we keep on talking. Well, Tank Dell missed time because he had a concussion. Well, what about Nico? I mean, he missed 7 games 2 years ago.
COVID.
No, it was 2022.
You can still get COVID.
No, there was no COVID in 2022.
Oh, there's not?
There was no COVID period.
I have seen people driving with
There was
masks on
COVID.
in their
I'm
car.
not sure Nico had
You're going to tell
COVID.
me there's no COVID.
No, COVID's still around. I'm not sure Nico had COVID at that point. So
That's my assumption.
okay, you are a bit of a doctor. So if you wait to the end of his 2024 year, let's say he duplicates what he does. Maybe he's even better. Do you want to pay him, because we all know next up means the guy may get more than he should? Are we giving him more than A.J. Brown? A.J. Brown is average salary $25 million a year. You giving Nico? You're going to wait to 2024 to pay Nico more than $25 million a year?
I don't. I try to do it now if he'll take a reasonable deal. I'd rather take my chances right now with Nico Collins. I think I know who he is.
And by the way, I just picked the guy who's 4th on the list. Like, Tyreek's up at 33 and Devontae's higher than that. But I think I
had a GM tell me he thinks he's going to be a $30 million player.
Wow.
That's why I'm trying to get him for 20 this year.
He had 80 catches last year. He had 7 games, 4 catches or less. He had 7 games.
How many of those games were
he had 1, 2,
Case Keenum games?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 games with, he had 6 games with 54 or less yards.
So the rest of them were higher. That's good.
Yeah. Well, he had 195. He had 191. He had some big games.
How many yards did he end up with?
1297.
Dude, almost 1,300 yards.
Yeah.
Like, we got to maybe not pick at that. That was really good. He was getting open. He was the number 1 too. He was getting open against good cornerbacks. C.J.
I
Stroud,
really believe he turned into the number 1 when Tank went down.
See, I think Tank wasn't the number 1. He's the number 1 in that offense. Tank is
but
just.
He didn't.
But C.J. Stroud, do you really want to take away one of C.J. Stroud's favorite weapons? I don't.
No.
I have no interest.
No.
Well, then you're better off paying him early than waiting and letting everyone in on the party.
The question is he going to if agents feel like
You
he's
see
a $30
this?
million player, if I'm his agent, I ain't taking 20 a year. That's
you know
fine.
what that means? Put a ring on it.
If you like him, John,
If
put a
you
ring
like
on
him
him.
so much, put a ring on it. And that's an early contract.
I like him.
You would for a white baseball player.
I like him. What?
Jim Crane wouldn't.
Yeah, he would do
We
that
don't
for
do
Alex
that. We don't
Bregman.
do that to any. We don't give it. No, he gave Alex Bregman after his 2nd year. He gave him. He missed 4 years of team control to Alex Bregman. That's why he's still here. I mean, in
Christian Javier got it.
And before he got to arbitration again.
I know. Well, that's obviously a different structure, but you don't want him getting to free agency, or you're going to lose him. And then CJ Stroud's going to be like,
again, both of those guys were way before. He's only a year out from free
but
agency.
what is your
He's
reason,
only a year out.
But what is your reason for not trying to get him on a discount?
Well, do you think he's again? You could want.
I watched him in college, and I thought he was mega
You could
talented.
want a discount all you want, but if I'm his agent, I'm saying I ain't taking 20.
Oh no, that's fine.
I ain't taking 20 when there's 25, 26, 27 out there next year. I ain't doing it.
No, but you call about it. You have. I would.
How do you know they haven't? You don't know that.
I don't know that. Well, we
don't
don't
know that.
We don't know anything.
No, right.
But what I'm saying is, from a strategic standpoint, I'm not. You think they should wait and have him prove it? I'm saying strategically, that is not my philosophy. He's proved it to me. I believe him, and I know that I will pay less if I can sign him now than if I wait until next year. I know that for a fact. So, I would rather.
I know he's proved it. He's got 1 year, 1297. The year before was 481.
Davis,
the year before was 446.
Davis.
Okay.
2 Davis Mills, no running game. David Culley and Lovie Smith. Like, I'm not taking that
Andre
crap.
Johnson is saying, really?
Well,
really?
he's Hall of Famer.
I'm not taking that.
So we have 2 differing opinions. You, John, you would rather have him prove it, but if he proves it, then he's going to be too expensive and you won't pay him.
Well, again,
Yes.
I'd rather not pay. And again, y'all are just saying, assuming he's going to take less. And
I'm not. No,
just like this is a lot.
But
like,
this is different.
This is a possibility of being a lot.
But
like
that's
Kyle
a different
Tucker.
conversation about what Nico.
Kyle Tucker is not taking any deal.
This is about
'cause
philosophy.
He wants to get the free agency.
Johnny,
It's just a philosophy.
This is not about the reality. The philosophy you stated. You said you'd rather have him prove it, but then if he proves it and he's worth more, you won't pay him.
No.
So
wait,
that's what I'm asking.
I will do it at a price, but I don't believe he'll take $20 million.
No, I don't think he will
that
either.
doesn't matter. You call and you see
don't
what
know
it
that
is.
Again, you don't know that they have
But
it.
John, my point is, your point was, I'm not doing. I'm making prove it. And if he proves it, like Dell said, you already said, I'm out on $30 million. It's going to be the market, and you're not going to have that money. You have money right now. If you do a deal now, even if the AAV, you get the AAV, and this is AAV could be $20 million a year, but you can guarantee 3/4 of that contract. All of a sudden, you're not worried about the AAV, and your signing bonus is higher. So, I mean, you can basically give him a lot of guaranteed money with a big signing bonus up front where he's getting a boatload of cash. I mean, it's worth the attempt to do that, because if you don't, you're going to have to pay him a lot of money next year. And CJ Stroud is
you're going to
good.
have to pay him a lot of money this year.
Yeah.
If I'm the agent, I ain't. You guys just assume. Well, then we're going to take a discount.
We're not.
He might.
We're
He
not.
might.
We're not
trying to
John,
sign him this
John,
year.
we're
If
not-
I'm his agent, I'm saying, you know what?
John,
After
we're not
last year,
assuming.
That's fine.
Let's
John,
go prove
I
it again
am
and
trying.
get the free agency.
I am trying to get him a deal this year if I'm the Texans. That's my philosophy.
Well, you don't know that they're not.
And I
so
think
don't know.
you think we're having a conversation about two different things, about what the reality of what his agent will want and what the philosophy
I don't know what the
and what the
reality is.
philosophy for the Texans should be. You guys have separate philosophies. Lance is go all in and try to get him done now. You are saying let him prove it for a year.
Again, I'm not saying that.
You said let him prove it for a year. That's what you said.
I would love for him to prove it for a year. If I get him for a really good price right now, yeah, I'll do that.
Okay.
But I'm not. But yeah, I'd do $20 million right now. I'd do $20 million right
so
now.
will you negotiate?
But I ain't doing more than that.
Philosophically, will you negotiate right now? Try to sign him right now?
Yes.
Because earlier you said no.
And
That's
again,
the whole point.
No. Yes, I would try to sign him right now. But again, we don't know that he's not doing it. Just like the Saquon Barkley didn't offer enough money. They may be behind the scenes going, "Hey, Nico, will you take 20 right now?" Hell no, I ain't taking 20 right now. When there's going to be 30 on the table next year.
I just said a number 20, but what I know is it's going to be cheaper this year than next year. I know that.
Probably, yeah. Probably.
Yeah, I know that. So that's why I'm saying you got to do it now.
And again,
and you have some cap space.
And again, we don't know what they're doing. Here's the deal: if I'm the agent, I'm saying no. I got a cash cow here.
I never said
I'm getting the free agency.
I never said I know what the agent says or what the Texans said. That's not even the point. The point is, I'm doing the deal early. If I'm the Texans, I'm trying to get a deal done early because next year there's lots of suitors now.
And again, they may be doing that.
And I know they may be. I didn't say they're not, but my philosophy is to do it this year if you can. My philosophy is this is the time to attack it.
And I agree, at a price. At a price.
Well, yeah, obviously. That's why you do it early.
That's right. All right, time for you to talk about Craig DeSurf.
Craig, I went out yesterday, brought my son out there. We're getting ready to buy my son a Buick Envision. They have a great offer going on right now for Buick Envisions. Depending on if you like leases, they have a lease structure with I want to say it's 10 to 12,000 miles on it at $299 a month. It was unbelievable. And actually they can even do 0% down, $99 a month for very specific buyers, but you have to call the dealership for details. But if you qualify, holy crap, $99 a month on a 24-month lease. You got 2 years of paying $100 a month with no money down. That would be incredible if you qualify for that. So you have to call the dealer for complete details. But son found a Buick Encore he liked. He's looking at the Buick Envision. I am driving right now one of their other Chevy vehicles that they have as a loaner while my car is being repaired or just worked on. But I can tell you this much, man, the way that they do business there, you don't see salespeople running out of the doors to go greet people in the parking lot where it's automatically the high pressure hustle. That's not the way they do business. Craig DeSurf has a very specific way of doing business. The service writers have been there forever. The salespeople have been there forever because it's a family atmosphere. There's not the big turnover. They treat you right. They treat you the way that you want to be treated, and they make the car buying experience a pleasurable one, not one that you have to worry about, being pressured. That's not going to be the case. They're going to find you more trade-in value, and they're going to give you all of the dealer incentives that they can possibly find to get the price as low as possible. It's Gulf Coast Chevy, Buick, GMC, and Angleton. You can shop online at landzcars.com.
You dip, and you got to stop. You need to stop this. Okay, it's awful. It's eating away at your jaw. It's eating away between your cheek and gum. You put the same dip in day after day after day. It's gross. You're ruining your teeth. You're ruining the tobacco, the nicotine. It's awful for you. Awful, awful, awful. My buddy came into town. He said, "Oh, let's go stop and get some dip." I said, "No, here, I got some for you. Whatever flavor. You want the mint, you want the dark fired, you want the tobacco flavor, whatever flavor you want, they've got it at Artisan Grange. 975dip.com, 975dip.com. CBD American Shaman says they liked it so much they're putting it in their stores because there's CBD in it. But it's hemp in a pouch made of hemp, and it's time for you to get off that tobacco. It's time for you to stop ruining your teeth, your jaw, your health. It's time for you to stop. 975dip.com, 975dip.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here. 713-780-3776. We mentioned that Alpy, it's just a severely sprained ankle, and it is a bruised knee, which is totally, totally sweet. So good news for the Rockets yesterday. I don't know if he'll be back this year. I know I saw people saying just sit him, just sit. That's all. We don't need to see him anymore. I don't know. We'll see what they do with that, whether or not they put him back in there. But here's the deal: Alpry Şengün has played great. You want him to be healthy next year. You don't need him this year.
Aaron Jones signed with
the
one-year deal, $7 million for Vikings.
Yeah.
So the Vikings are loading up. I mean, they don't have a quarterback, but they're loading up.
Yeah.
Oh, they have Sam Darnold. Excuse me. They do have a quarterback.
Yeah.
God dang it.
Well, the
that was actually
the Vikings
one of the guys,
get a quarterback in the draft.
In a position where they're going to help them win this year, considering how much money they're spending?
If J.J. McCarthy.
I got to get an update on how much money the Texans have left.
Chance. J.J. McCarthy's ready to win big-time football games on the NFL level.
C.J. won.
CJ's better.
He's a little special.
CJ's a special player.
Oh,
special
because he's
passer.
Ohio State, not Michigan?
No, I don't even like Ohio State.
National champion.
He's a good passer.
CJ's better. I don't know if you've
CJ
heard.
won any national championships? No.
So you'd rather have J.J. McCarthy here?
That's a unicorn. That's the greatest rookie season in the history of football.
Just compare J.J. McCarthy to him. They'll be the same. Sure.
Same thing.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, get J.J. See how that works out for you. Oh, game manager J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah, I don't know what Minnesota has up their sleeves. They're too far away to get J.J. McCarthy, and they don't. I guess they'll trade up. We'll see. But Aaron Jones, that was actually the guy I really wanted.
So what's the Texans' backfield look like right now? Dameon Pierce and a draft pick, or
no? Dameon Pierce. Oh, yeah.
Hmm.
Actually, let me look at their.
Or are we Derrick Henry all in on Derrick Henry?
I mean, I don't want to go all in on Derrick Henry.
Well,
he's had 42,000 carries.
Is there any way they can get Brooks in the draft?
Yeah, they get Jonathan Brooks in the draft
at 59, or we'd have to move up.
I mean, you don't. He is coming off an ACL tear, so you may not have a great first year. Jalen Wright would be the guy that might make a little more sense because he's ready to play, but I think Jonathan Brooks is better. The Houston Texans running back depth chart as we speak right now looks like Dameon Pierce, J.J. Taylor, who is a tiny little back from Arizona.
Little fellow.
Do you remember him?
I remember the name, and he's a smaller fellow.
If you like 5'6", 185, you're gonna love J.J. Taylor.
Yeah. Is Greg Pruitt any good? Okay, thanks.
How long ago was
that?
J.J.'s
been in the league. He hadn't done anything Greg Pruitt did. And then Jared
really...
Dokes, who is a washout from Cincinnati.
Who?
So
Jared Dokes.
You said who? You ever seen him run? I haven't.
I have.
I have it on tape.
What's
when
the
he was
matter
in
with
Louisville.
Derrick Henry? Is Derrick Henry any good?
Is he on the Texans yet?
I don't have him yet.
I mean, we were just talking.
You don't know.
We were just talking about Aaron Jones in the first segment,
It's not an update.
and we're like, "Hey, Aaron Jones would be great."
Know has got it. We got to limit this.
He just says it for
We've
everything.
really gotta
I do
limit
know
this.
he's not on the Texans right now.
He told us you don't know if they're having conversations with the agent.
You don't know.
No, of course we don't.
Well, I know, but
No
you're
one
just
knows anything.
But you're saying, "Oh, I would do this." Well, you don't know that.
But
they're
how
I
doing
would.
that.
I hope they are.
But how do you guys have a conversation if the trump card is, well, you don't know? You can't
Yeah,
have a
it's
conversation that
impossible.
way.
That's it. Well, thank you. I win.
No, you don't win.
You don't know.
The job is to have a conversation. You don't win if you do that.
You don't know what the job
Jared
is.
Dokes has no
There
NFL
it is again.
carries.
There it is. Okay, let's just have John do a monologue for the entire show and see how it goes. Since I don't know the job.
You don't know who Joseph is and what he wants to talk about.
Okay, I do know Joseph wants to talk Rockets.
Okay, let's bring him in then. What do you say, Joseph?
Deportes?
No.
Yes,
What is this? What is this?
We're not a Spanish station, and we're not Deportes. Okay, go.
What's up, guys? So I live out here in the Bay Area now. I've been hardcore on the Rockets. What I've noticed the most is everyone is, Warriors fans, they know that time has kind of come. They are really just thankful for that last ring that they got, because a lot of them will admit it, hey, we didn't expect it. So it's kind of nice to go out like that. Everyone's pretty much been saying, hey, great job on Şengün, great job on these guys that you drafted. My question is, especially now that Şengün is probably going to be out the rest of the year, as far as Dylan Brooks, Fred VanVleet, even Jocko a little bit, are their contracts kind of worth it, seeing as how they've, locker room presence and all that, they've helped the team get better? And that was kind of my question. What do y'all think of how these contracts have come out? Because it's a lot of money, but we're kind of seeing some of the results. And nationally, or at least on the West Coast, people are really liking what the Rockets are coming up as. I think they hated James Harden more than anything else.
Yeah, we all did.
And later,
Not everyone.
Not everyone.
Not everyone. That's a fair
I think
question.
everybody hated it.
What do you think now? Now that we're 3/4 of the season through, you got a minimum of one more year with Fred. You got an option on year 3. He's $40 million, Fred. You got Dylan Brooks 3 more years at $20 million. What do you think now?
The Dylan Brooks thing it's okay though. I think that I think that they're a better basketball team. I think they're better to watch. I think they're more intense. I'll tell you what, you get Tari Eason, Cam Whitmore, and Amen Thompson on the floor, and defensively, and with Dylan Brooks, that is going to be interesting to see how much better they're going to be defensively, because those guys have all been playing great defensively. Great. Dylan Brooks is a beast defensively. He hasn't really done much offensively over the last month or so, but that's okay. I don't mind the $20 million spent there. It's the NBA. You've always got big money on guys that don't. I'm fine with it. Actually, Fred VanVleet has been good for this team. You know what? They're learning how to be pros, and they're learning from a couple of guys that are.
These guys hit lottery tickets, though. For Dylan Brooks to get a 4-year deal with his background, that's kind of a lottery ticket for him.
But he's been a good citizen.
Yeah, he's been fine so far. Well, you don't know.
Yeah, you don't know.
See how that works?
I do know. I've seen him on the court. He's been fine.
You don't know. You don't know behind the scenes what he's doing.
Didn't we see him punch a guy in the?
Yeah, that was in the preseason.
That's poor citizenship.
That's not great citizenship.
That was in the preseason.
Hitting a guy in the.
Good Lord.
No, he got a technical on him. He got a flagrant 1 for that earlier in the season. It wasn't even preseason. He's done it more than once. You know that, right? He's a junk puncher.
No,
he's not a gentleman.
He's been fine. Actually, he's been very gentlemanly. Actually, I do know he has been gentlemanly, and they're very they're happy.
Does he pay for dates? Does he open the door for people? You don't know these things.
You really don't.
No, I don't know if he opens the door for people. Yeah, you're right.
Does he hold it open? Is Dylan Brooks the guy that sees you coming from you're still, let's say, 15 feet away? Will he just walk in and not hold the door? Will he at least give the cursory where he keeps his hand behind him and kind of pushes it open?
Opens the door. Dylan Brooks is that guy.
You think so?
He's that guy.
I think he just lets it close.
No, I don't think so. I think you're being egregious there. I think you're being reckless. You don't know what kind of door holder he is. Why are you assuming that?
If you're a cis male like you, he's letting it close.
No, I hold the door.
No, he's saying
I wait for about 20 minutes.
And I don't mean cis like CIS. I mean cis, SIS.
Oh, SIS.
Oh,
yeah,
what up?
cis.
Is John a cis?
When he gets sassy.
802 ESPN 97.
By the way, here's your Texans running backs now. Damian Pierce, who couldn't get on the field last year, was third-team running back. Jared Dokes, who has 0 carries in his NFL career, and then 52 carries for a 5'6", 185-pound running back J.J. Taylor has 52 career carries and averages 3 yards a carry.
But they're going to get a running back. Goodness
Are they?
gracious, yeah.
A good one?
Yeah.
Another breaking news?
What?
I don't have one, but I was going to fake it. I was going to fake it, but then people would think it's true.
Okay.
A good running back.
I am going to guarantee that they're going to get a running back.
A good one?
Running back.
A good one?
I didn't say that. I said they're getting another
well,
running back.
We don't want another running back. We want a good one.
And you want a good truck? I got one. 2023s. They're still on the lot, and they're going to continue to be at Chastang Ford. 1.9% financing on all 2023 trucks. But wait, how about 0% financing on 2023 Bronco Sports? How about that? 0% financing on Bronco Sports right now. The Bronco Sport has been something that people love this vehicle. All right, even the whole OJ thing, whatever. They love this vehicle. Actually, that has made it more famous, the Bronco, right? But here's the deal. I see them all over the streets, and you got 0% financing right now. You know what people were paying last year for this same vehicle? It's brand new now, and it's 0% financing for it. This is the time to buy when they got to get these things off of the lot. The 2023 F-150s, beat it. They got to go. You got up to $12,000 off right now. Beat it. You got to go. To 0% financing on 2023 Bronco Sports. Beat it, Bronco Sports. We don't need you anymore. And they're doing this at Chastang Ford. They want them off the lot. They want to give you the best deals they possibly can. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. The Texans are going to be fine. They're going to get a running back.
Okay, so here's off the board.
It might be Joe Mixon now.
Here's who's off the board. Saquon Barkley off the board, 37, 3-year, $37.75 million. Derrick Henry still on the board. Josh Jacobs did a deal with Green Bay, 4-year, $48 million. As soon as they did that deal, they waived Aaron Jones, who signed with the Minnesota Vikings this year on a 1-year, $7 million deal. Tony Pollard went to the Titans, 3-year, $24 million. Pretty reasonable. $8 million seems to be the number.
DeAndre Swift,
3-year, $25 million. There's the $8 million again. Austin Eckler, 2-year deal, $11.43. Austin Eckler, the prize of fantasy football, gets less than $6 million a year. J.K. Dobbins, the chronically injured running back. I do not want to end up with J.K. Dobbins. Devin Singletary, number 9 on Greg Rosenthal's list, went for what did he get? Like around $5 million a year. How many years was that? 3-year deal? Devin Motor.
Motor got a 3-year deal with the Giants, no?
Yeah, like 15, right around there.
Yeah, right.
So
you're telling me the appeal of C.J. Stroud couldn't convince some of these guys to come in on the Texans number? You big dummies, not you two, but particularly, C.J. Stroud, the appeal of the Texans. Stop it.
They'll bring everyone in.
The money matters more.
The money
That's
matters.
your lesson here. C.J. great. What a great
it's
feel.
Always
it's the money.
It's always the money.
Saquon said, you know what?
Look at some of these guys. Christian Wilkins just signed with the Raiders.
Yeah.
It's the money.
Yes.
Trust me.
Jalen Hurts is pretty appealing too.
No one will play for the Texans.
When the Eagles are giving you more money than the Texans, you go sign with the Eagles. Jalen Hurts ain't so bad in comparison to CJ.
Yeah, no.
Make Caserio match the money. CJ's great, but they're not at a point where they can come in under someone else's number and get a guy.
I kind of like that Nick's playing it close to the vest.
His vest?
I'm okay with it right now, depending on what happens, because you actually, in Wave 2, you do get better. You do get some good values on players. It's never going to make the fan base happy that you don't spend in free agency on day one. That's the one. Trading up makes people happy. Trading back makes people sad. Spending a bunch of money on day one of free agency makes people happy. Being shrewd with your money makes people sad. That's just how it works. I mean, everyone wants you to trade up, trade away your picks, spend as much money as you possibly can, and then if it doesn't work out, they also want you fired. So I don't mind the strategy up to this point. There are some guys that I think Aaron Jones, really 1 year, $7 million? Was 1 year, $8 million not available? Did he want to just stay in his own division?
He want to make the Packers pay?
He did come from UTEP, right?
I'll have to find out.
I think Aaron Jones is a UTEP runner because I was not as high on him as I should have been out of the draft. Maybe he's like, I ain't going back to that heat.
He's from Georgia, Savannah, Georgia.
Hot. And then where did he play his college ball?
I'm still waiting for that.
I think UTEP.
He played at UTEP. So he didn't want to come back to Texas?
He didn't want to come back to this heat.
Is that the excuse?
This could be.
Yeah. You want to play? Do you want to play here? No.
I thought everyone wanted to play here.
Everybody does. There ain't much left out there now. It's getting so apparently the Ravens have offered $6.5 million to Derrick Henry.
And?
Well,
is he mulling it over?
Yeah.
I'm just telling you now, they do not have a running back room. They don't have a running back room at all.
No. One guy changes that. Derrick Henry changes that.
No, you still need another one in there. You're not going to go with Jared Dokes or J.J. Taylor. J.J. Taylor's not even making this roster. I don't even know what they're doing with him.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can get a McKinnon for cheap as a backup.
Yeah, I'm going to look at this. The spot track has all the players because obviously I don't need just the very top guys. Here's who's available right now: Derrick Henry, Joe Mixon. Cordero Patterson, who is interesting because he can run outside zone. He's done some of that stuff with the Falcons. He's kind of a hybrid running back, wide receiver, but he's a fun little toy to have, and he can return kicks. Like Cordero Patterson's a fun toy, but he's not a very defined player. He's not exactly a running back and not exactly a wide receiver. Nyheim Hines, a little bit too much of a specialist. Alexander Mattison, that is a fit in this offense. But he's a banger. He doesn't have a lot of juice. What about Clyde Edwards-Helaire? Deontay Foreman had a good year last year. He's been much better since he left the Texans. Should we get the gang back together? We got Lonnie Johnson. You've brought Desmond King back last year, and you brought him back again this year. You've Eric Murray is coming back. What do you think about getting the whole gang back, getting Deontay Murray back? And let's just load up on Bill O'Brien's old roster.
No, we don't want to load up on Bill O'Brien.
Boston Scott, Damian Harris. To me, Damian Harris would be – I actually kind of like Damian Harris. He's another one. Cam Akers. These are guys who are available. J.K. Dobbins, chronically injured. Matt Breida, Kareem Hunt, Rashad Penny, A.J. Dillon, outside zone back from Green Bay. I mean, there's still – Jerick McKinnon. I don't want Latavius Murray. And then I'm out on the rest of these guys. Rico Dowdle I like okay, but there's still some guys.
Yeah.
It's starting to kind of. Are you excited? You don't sound excited about these guys.
Didn't Damian Harris get was left the field in an ambulance last year for the Bill? Damian Harris?
But what kind of ambulance? Was it an urgent care or one that's
He left the field in one.
What kind of ambulance?
Well, I mean,
they had to use one that
ambulances show up at.
What kind of ambulance was it?
The one that take you to the hospital immediately.
A red one?
I don't know. I believe it was white. I think the ambulance.
A white ambulance?
Yes.
Well, those are better.
For who?
Those are the better kind.
Not for Damian Harris.
Scary injury, full sequence.
That's the guy you want.
It's not. The stars aligned for me to be here. Let's see. Life-threatening injury. Of course, that's a YouTube
headline that gets you to watch.
Headline is Damian Harris has a life-threatening injury by a clean hit. I'm like,
he was taken off.
Oh, life-threatening. Oh, it's just a YouTube clickbait headline.
He was put on injured reserve with a neck injury due to that hit.
Yeah, no thanks. No, thank you.
You want that guy?
We got enough.
You want the guy that punched the woman in the bar? Do you want the guy who was in a
cancer
hospital?
Guys. We don't need any more life-threatening.
Jeez,
My goodness.
Let's
stop with the life-threatening.
And John, by cancer means players who actually have cancer.
Cancer.
Not that they're bad guys.
No. No, guys
They actually have
players
cancer.
who have had Hodgkin's
We got enough
lymphoma.
of that. We don't need any more life-threatening players.
I don't want Ezekiel Elliott. Alexander Madison, Deontay Foreman.
You got the draft.
Yeah.
Cam Akers. Yeah, but you never want to. You can't go on the. You have to sign a running back.
Yeah,
I'm sure they will.
Draft one. You have to get more in the.
You know what? You sign a running back. You sign a Madison, and you still get a running back.
I don't know why you need to sign
one.
one.
That's what you have to do. You have to sign one for sure.
You got J.J. Taylor.
You
got J.J. and Damian. Not sure why you need to sign one.
J.J. Taylor.
Wow.
No, I just said J.J.
J.J. Not that J.J. Not the big one. We got
the very little one.
We got the little one. Hey, I got full flavor. I got that. I got free reign coffee. I am having it every day, people. You're seeing me bring these in on Twitch or YouTube, whichever way you're watching, and it's just fantastic. If you're looking for the best, what I'm telling you to start your day, I love this coffee. And I asked my wife, "Do you like?" She said, "Yes, I really, really like it. It's really full flavored. It's got a different taste." I'm sorry, American Dirt, Homestead, Masteno, they're their most popular. The Texas Pecan is the best. It's just the best, and you're gonna love it too. It's a different kind of deal. It's from San Angelo. It's America. Okay, over 25 years. It is. You dream. Coffee, work, repeat. Dream, coffee, work, repeat. This is what I'm doing every day now. And they love veterans. They love first responders. They love nurses, teachers. You're going to get a 20% discount because you're an ESPN listener. ESPN 20 for 20% off. Go to 975coffee.com. See for yourself what free reign is all about. There's no bitter taste to it. The other coffee that you get that's got the big chain, it's got a bitter taste to it. This has no bitterness. 975coffee.com, ESPN 20 for 20% off at ESPN at 975coffee.com.
If one of you are thinking about reaching out to me and say, hey, Lance, I wanted to take you to lunch, man. I wanted to pick your brain about the draft. I'd say, no, I'm absolutely not doing that, but I will take the lunch. However, I can't do it today because Vanderford Air is coming over to my home to check out my entire AC system, the unit, the heat load, and all the rooms. And we are going to get a whole home dehumidifier. Now, that's where I stand. For many of you, your problems are that your air conditioning system just is old and it's getting beaten up. Maybe it needs a repair. Vanderford Air is the company that you can trust that can come on out and give you the repairs that you need. They do it within 24 hours. They are guaranteed. And there's no overtime charges. There's no emergency charges. That's extraordinarily rare in that business. But not just that, they find what is going on and they'll fix it for you. And if you need a new air conditioner, if your air conditioning is old, they will go in and do a complete evaluation so that they put the right system in for you. You want something that is going to have the size that it can cool your whole home and that you stay cool so the air conditioner doesn't have to run all day long. One of the biggest culprits of high air conditioning bills is having a unit that is too small that has to run all the time. So you think you're cutting corners, but really it ends up catching up with you on your comfort and on what your bills are going to cost you. No overtime, no emergency charges, and a 100% risk-free guarantee in writing. You will be happy with Vanderford Air. Call them today for 24-hour service that's guaranteed. 281-344-2925. That's 281-344-2925, or go to vanderfordair.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
8:19 ESPN. One of the big stories nationally is Saquon Barkley. Saquon apparently is none too pleased with Tiki Barber. He's leaving New York to go to Philadelphia. And
those two teams hate each other, by the way, those fan bases.
Yeah.
That's transfer portal going. You're transferring transfer portal from
I ain't like that dirty ass trash ass city.
From Auburn to Alabama, or from Texas to Oklahoma, from Clemson to South Carolina. They hate each other.
Yeah.
The fans fight. Like that's a normal fight video in the parking lot. Cowboys and Texans.
Tiki Barber apparently said this: "You're dead to us, Saquon. Good luck. You're dead to me." Tiki said, "You've been a hater since I got to New York, and all the dead to me talk."
Saquon said this?
Saquon said this to Tiki. Tiki, you've been a hater since I got to New York, and all the dead to me talk don't smile in my face when you see me. Do you think at any point, who you got in this one?
First of all, I'll take Saquon. First of all, grown men doing this on Twitter. What is Tiki Barber doing?
I mean,
Saquon couldn't get a deal.
The Giants didn't even offer.
They didn't.
Apparently.
Yeah, I mean,
they didn't even offer him,
what are you doing? What are you doing, Tiki?
He can't possibly join the Eagles, though. That's crazy talk.
I mean, I wouldn't care if anyone went to the Colts, Titans, or Jaguars. But
no, Andre Johnson went to the Colts.
Yeah.
And Titans, didn't he?
No, D-Hop ended up there, obviously.
Andre didn't play for the Titans.
Andre played for the Colts.
I know, but not the Titans, did he?
Yeah.
I remember seeing him in a Titans uniform.
Yeah,
he played for the Colts.
Did he play for the Raptors, too?
Well, he would have if they would have signed him. He
you
played
take Hakeem Olajuwon, you're putting him with the Titans.
He played for the Colts and the Titans in back-to-back seasons.
Yeah.
And
wow, I do not remember the Titans.
Then
he was
retired.
He was not very memorable after he left the Texans.
Did he catch 2 touchdowns against the Texans and the Colts?
He had a game against the Texans, yes.
Saquon better be pretty good with the Eagles because they paid him a lot of money.
Yeah.
And he better stay on the field.
Well, odds are that he will not live up to his contract.
Yes.
That's historically second contracts, running backs with second contracts who have already had injury issues like Todd Gurley, it doesn't work out historically. Didn't work out for Gurley, didn't work out for Zeke. It's a very low hit rate. So just keep that in mind. Now, we're not talking about a 4- and 5-year deal anymore. Teams have smartened up, and they're going 3-year deals. But that guy's been in the league 5 years. He's averaged less than 3 yards a carry over the last 3 years, and now Philadelphia is giving him 13. No. He got 37.5. So just under $13 million a year. And their fan base, if he doesn't live up to it, they will hate him. Yep. They may not call him a crumb bum.
Oh, no, they'll hate him.
But they will not like him. Yep. They'll boo him.
You agree with this? I think I know what the answer is. Kirk Cousins' Falcons deal will ripple across the NFL from Justin Fields to Jared Goff in the draft. 4 years, $180 million, $45 million a year.
Well, the deal just signing with the Atlanta Falcons has a big impact on the draft. Yeah. The Bears we're really running out of places for Justin Fields. See, this is what happens when you, like right now, the ESPN's talking about Justin Fields. That's all they do. Fan bases, Justin Fields is really good. Yeah. Justin Fields, if you let ESPN create your narrative, Justin Fields, can he be an MVP? That was one of the questions this offseason. What the actual story is when we get past the narratives of ESPN and social media pushing one narrative, what you find out is the NFL doesn't value Justin Fields. They don't value guys who don't pass well.
Yeah.
Well, why is this hard to understand? It's not hard to understand. If you don't prove that you can be a consistent passer, guess what? The Falcons didn't want him. They'd rather have an older – you know why? Because Kirk Cousins is reliable and consistent as a passer. Has he won a bunch of playoff games? No. Has he been an above-average quarterback and a consistently productive guy? Yes, he has. That's the reality. Now, he's gamed the system better than anyone. He wasn't afraid of franchise tags. He took 2 of them. No problem. I'll take this guaranteed money. Kirk Cousins, when it's all over, John, will have made a minimum of $330 million guaranteed. $330 million guaranteed by the end of his Falcon deal. He's 35 years old right now. Sam Bradford, who everyone considered the godfather of these bad deals or of making a bunch of guaranteed money because he was on the old contract, he's 36 right now. He made $130 million. Kirk Cousins, by the end of his deal, he's 35 now, will have made $330 million guaranteed, and if he gets to the end of his deal, $411 million in his career. And all he's done is just gotten everything guaranteed, like Mike McCartney, who's not a hardcore, he's not a David Mulgeta agent at all. He's actually quite the opposite. Pretty friendly, amiable guy. You remember his dad was Bill McCartney, the coach at Colorado. Mike is a really good agent, a good dude. He just keeps getting these great deals for Kirk Cousins. And you'd rather and the Falcons are saying, you know what? We'd rather take a known prospect, by the way, coming off an Achilles injury, and Kirk Cousins, than take a chance on Justin Fields. Who else? Pittsburgh Steelers would rather go with old-ass Russell Wilson.
Well,
now,
$1.2 million.
Minimum deal. Yeah, minimum deal.
What about the Vikings?
That's almost all. So I was thinking about this. Here are the possibilities. Long shot would be New England Patriots. Don't see that. Minnesota Vikings almost have to be a favorite, right?
Yep.
So the Bears would have to be okay trading them in the division.
And for what? I mean, now you're getting to the point where what are you going to get for him now?
I think you make it a third and a fifth.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who else? Maybe Seattle, because Mike McDonald has been very non-committal on Geno Smith up to this point. Maybe Seattle, but you're still fighting for a job if you're Justin Fields. Nobody in the AFC South. Nobody in the AFC North. In the West, so the Raiders were taken off the books, right? Because you have Gardner Minshew.
I'm not sure that he wouldn't compete with Levis, right?
No, they've already drafted quarterbacks back-to-back years. They're not putting them in there with Levis because you're basically telling them, Levis, you don't have a job. And they want to see what they have with Levis.
He doesn't fit with the Broncos.
Well, why not?
Because
he doesn't fit.
He can't run Sean Payton's offense.
He can't run it, but what are you going to do if you're the Broncos?
No, you can't. He can't.
Well, they have a top 10 pick, right? They can go after a
Yeah,
quarterback.
but who do they have? Well, they're 12.
Oh, 12.
Yeah. Who do they have right now? Jacoby Brissett is off the board. He went to the New England Patriots. Patriots are going to draft a quarterback at 3. Honestly, I went through this list. Raiders were on my list at that particular time. I took the Raiders off. So nobody in the AFC West.
Jarrett Stidham, the Broncos do.
Jarrett Stidham, yeah.
Yeah, right.
So the Broncos would be on the list just from a need standpoint. Maybe the Jets.
No, the Jets signed Tyrod Taylor.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they signed Tyrod. And that would be for a backup, and maybe, you'd have to see. Not Miami, not Buffalo. Who else was with the Jets? Jets, Miami, Buffalo. Who else in the
New England.
Patriots? Seriously.
New England.
The Giants are a possibility.
Yeah.
So,
New England and Minnesota.
Well, if New England's drafting
New England
a quarterback.
they signed Jacoby Brissett too.
And they're drafting.
And they're going to draft one. So right now you're at Minnesota, you're at the Giants, the Saints.
Could he
I think the Saints are
that would be
legitimate possibility.
Would he back up Kyler?
Yeah, you could. You could, because you know what? You could potentially get rid of Kyler too. But I think the Saints are. I was told a while back that Saints were a kind of a dark horse candidate there because it's Derek Carr. It's not like you can't get rid of Derek Carr. So that's the reality.
I thought they just reworked.
TV tells you one thing, and the reality is Justin Fields does not have value around.
Didn't they just rework Derek Carr's deal? Didn't that news break that they reworked his deal?
How much of it is?
Yeah, they restructured his deal on February 23rd
to make more.
Restructured means
cap to get more cap space.
Means we need. You weren't very good last year.
He's set to make $30 million this year.
That ain't bad. That's half of what guys are making now.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot $30 million is nothing for a quarterback contract.
No. All right, 713-7. Jacob, you're first up on the other side.
You can't get out from. Yeah, the problem with the Saints is you can't cut. He's got a $52 million dead cap number right now.
Yeah.
You can't cut him. He'd have to compete for a job, I guess.
Yeah, and he don't like that. He does not want to compete for a job. We saw that in Las Vegas. Time for you to talk about Underdog. Jacob, you're first up. Anybody else wants in? 713-780-3776.
Underdog Fantasy. So how long have you been playing Underdog Fantasy? If you tell me I haven't, did you know that you could have – I mean, there's so many opportunities on the Pick'em Challenge. They have it on the UFC. They had it on the Combine. They have it on NHL and, of course, basketball. When you're watching your favorite basketball teams, they also have it on March Madness and tournament basketball in college. Like, there's so many different things to choose from. I know we talk about the NBA, but did you know you can mix and match these? You look at the statistics they have available, and they have multiple statistics, and you pick higher or lower than the stat they have listed. And it can be whatever stat they have where you say, no, I don't think so. This guy's got a bad matchup. He won't score this many points. I'm going to go lower. And if you pick between 2 and 5, you're going to get paid. You have to pick a minimum of 2. That's the standard payout on that is 3-1. But here's the kicker with Underdog Fantasy. They have boosters all over the place where they'll pay you boosters where they boost your payout based on like double doubles. If a guy gets a double double, or if a guy makes, KJ Martin the other day makes a 3-point, it was 0.5 3-pointers for the game. I went higher. He made one in the first quarter. Automatic booster of 1.5. So the payout ended up being something like it was great. It was something like 26-1. And this is what they're doing at Underdog Fantasy, making it a lot of fun to follow along with your games and make real money. Real money. It's completely legal here in the state of Texas, but you need to use promo code Lance. They'll match your deposit up to $100, and they're going to give you a special pick in your lobby off the bat, which is usually going to be an easy winner for you. So make sure you go to Underdog Fantasy, use promo code Lance. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. Feel like you have a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER and go to ncpgambling.org.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. 833 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. Get in here. Jacob, you've been waiting. We appreciate it. We're the quickest wait times in the industry right now. So, Jacob, welcome in. How are you?
Hey, man. So I just saw that Aaron Jones is off the board. Y'all think we could be targeting somebody via trade, like maybe like an Alvin Kamara or even like an Elijah Mitchell type guy? Who's some names y'all think we could go after?
Elijah would be nice.
Mitchell would be nice, and especially he knows him.
I mean, what would you want to give up, though?
Kamara. What would it take to get Kamara? I would love to have Kamara.
He's expensive. Because he got one of the big running back deals. I don't see that happening. Plus, he's a guy who has to catch more than he runs. I don't see them wanting out. You got to find somebody who can be kind of a workhorse back for you right now. At least, a primary carry guy. I'm not sure that's him. Yeah, I don't think they're looking at trade. I think they're honestly, my guess is going to be, if I had to guess, I'd say Alexander Madison. Get him on maybe a $5 million deal, 1 year, $5 million, 2 year, $10 million. He's played outside zone with Gary Kubiak's offense when Gary was at Minnesota, so he knows outside zone stuff. He's reliable, doesn't have a lot of juice, but he's a physical running back. Maybe he's more like a Dameon Pierce who sees the field better, and then he wouldn't cost you an arm and a leg, and you can kind of rely on him to be. And then you go into the draft looking at running back too, and then you make it a competition. Like I could see them drafting, Marshawn Lloyd in the 3rd or 4th round from USC. Maybe Trey Benson if he's in a, or Jalen Wright in the 2nd round, 3rd round. Like I wouldn't want to draft a running back in the 2nd round personally, if I were the Texans. I'd rather wait until the 3rd round, but we'll see what happens. They put themselves in a position now where they've got somebody that they know they're signing. And I'm just trying to find fits. And there's a few different fits. Matt Breida has played in this offense. He'd get a low dollar deal. Matt Breida has a lot of speed, and he played in. Didn't Breida play Dell for Miami too? Was he San Francisco and Miami? Matt Breida, was he also with Mike McDaniel?
No, he was in Miami, but before McDaniel got there, he played under Flores.
Let me see. Mike Breida last game this year, he averaged 2.7. Matt Breida averaged 2.7 yards a carry this year for the Giants, which was nice.
That's great.
It's hard to get to 2.7. Luckily, we've got J.J. Taylor, who averages 3 yards a carry, and Dameon Pierce, who probably averages about the same. So he did play in San Francisco.
Stephen A. Averaged 1.5.
Yeah, he played in Miami.
I said he did, but before
San Francisco, Miami, Buffalo, Giants. I don't really want that.
I did. He played for Miami, but not under
I don't really want that Breida.
Not under Mike McDaniel. He played under Flores in 2020.
I assume they got something going on.
Yeah, they got something. They got something going on. All right. And this is another, everybody freaking out because there's no running backs left.
It's going to be fine. Somebody will be here.
Last year they thought they had Dameon Pierce.
Okay, Joe Mixon would make you.
And Devin Singletary was just a throw-in. He was going to be a backup that maybe would catch some balls.
Joe Mixon, forget the fact that he punched a woman in the face.
Okay,
you got to and knocked her down on camera. That was 10 years ago. Hopefully he doesn't punch people in the face anymore. But I actually think he did have an issue outside of his own. Yeah. There was some kind of disturbance. Hold on a second. I remember something was – the video shows – yeah. Okay, so Joe did punch her. But there's another video – or there's another one. Here it is. Joe Mixon was present during a shooting involving that was just last offseason.
He allegedly pointed a gun at someone and misdemeanor first degree, highest level. So this was in January of 2023.
But he didn't get charged.
No, he did not.
Unless you point guns at people sometimes.
Well, he did get charged. So he was charged, but the police officer who involved in that charge was disciplined. So it's very murky that situation. But he never spent any time in a courtroom.
Ta-da! So would you take him now, John?
No. And the Texans won't.
You don't think so?
No.
I don't know.
I do not think that.
I don't know.
And he had another incident. Where he had his home sealed off by police after a shooting. So
this is a separate one?
Yes. This one happened in March. The other one was like in January.
So he went back-to-back shootings. Well, he gave February arrest.
Like I said, he's been a good citizen ever since then.
And
yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, just hiccups.
Yeah.
Just some gun violence hiccups. There's not a. Don't make a big deal about this, John. Was he ever charged in anything, Dell?
He was recharged.
Was he arrested? I mean, was he ever sentenced to anything?
No, he was not.
Ta-da!
Just the police.
And he's a 3 down back, John.
Joe Mixon ain't coming here. The Joe Mixon ain't.
Will the Texans sign a guy when there's a report of the police surrounding his home at one point in the last about year? Are the Texans going to sign that guy?
I mean, that's not ideal.
No. That ain't a Hannah guy, okay? We ain't doing that.
So are they going to spend
I
money?
I feeling Hannah's got some edge.
Oh, you think the Joe Mixon type of edge?
I don't know about Joe Mixon type of edge. I don't think Hannah's like, oh, anybody. She comes from a family of like 12. She comes from a huge family. You don't grow up in those.
Did you ever hear of them surrounding her house?
She's
with
Italian.
The cops surrounding her house.
She's probably Italian.
What do you mean she's she's
either she is.
I don't know her
isn't.
last name.
No,
but she came from a family
she
of
could
10
be
or 12.
Italian. You don't know.
She's probably a Catholic. She's probably comes from a rough Catholic family.
Her last
she
name.
Had to fight it out with her brothers or something. Like she may have some edge.
Her maiden name is Heartland.
Yeah, it's not Italian.
That's not Italian. Heartlando. That might be Italian.
No, there's no O at the end of that.
It could be Irish.
No, I'm looking at it. It's
It could be Irish.
Changed it.
For what reason?
Know.
For what reason?
When they came to the U.S.
She's Irish.
From
Heartland.
Do you know how we were the prejudice against the Italians?
Listen,
have you heard of Heartlando?
The Irish face the same. Heartland. You hear how Irish that sounds?
Yeah.
Heartland. Her name is Hannah Heartland.
Well,
that sounds Irish.
Neither
She's
here nor
probably
there.
Irish.
We ain't doing. They ain't doing Joe Mixon. Okay, he ain't coming here.
Well,
Just
Derrick
so
Henry ain't
knows.
coming here either.
Who are they spending money on?
Derrick Henry ain't coming.
Their
either.
own guy. I'll tell you who.
Eric
Are you
Murray.
ready? Eric Murray, Lonnie Johnson, Mike Ford, the kicker,
Jeff Okudah,
the Tommy
Noah
Townsend,
Brown.
a punter, Noah Brown, a fifth receiver.
Yeah, and they paid for
I
it.
mean, they're getting the depth.
They're throwing it around.
Just tossing money around.
Way more.
Yeah,
Way
you're
more
acting
than
like
the
that
Texans than
okay.
the Cowboys did.
John, I want you to keep count of this. Ready? Tommy Townsend.
1.
Okay. Kaimi Fairbairn.
Bing.
2.
2.
John Weeks.
3.
Mike Ford.
4.
Lonnie Johnson.
5.
Eric Murray.
6.
Noah Brown.
7.
Danique Autry.
8.
Foley Fatakasi.
Fodu Falakasi.
9.
And I feel like we got one more. We're missing somebody.
Aziz.
Khalil Davis.
Aziz Al-Ashir.
Al-Ashir, that's 11.
When Khalil Davis they signed? I thought he was already on the.
They brought him back.
I mean, how much more do you people want? They've already signed 11 players.
Well, more.
Maybe more.
Boyd, whoever that is.
It's Chris Boyd. Played for. He's from Minnesota. Came from Texas.
12.
Remember that big cornerback?
Oh, yeah,
for
yeah,
Texas?
yeah.
Yeah.
See, look at all the corners.
Look at all. I mean, holy crap! The Texans have been extremely active in free.
Right?
Why are you Jeff Okudah?
Yeah,
you said that already.
I mean, a
did
player so
Okudah
nice
twice.
we named him twice.
You said him twice.
Yes.
So here's the deal.
We like Okudah.
Everyone complaining that they're not signing guys. Yes, they are.
Well,
they probably lead the league with 13 signings.
I think people are taking issue with the names of the signings. Not that they're not signing guys.
Mike Boyd.
Yeah, Chris Boyd, but
Chris
Boyd.
You didn't say Mike
Ford.
Ford.
Mike Ford. I said Mike Boyd. Whatever. These guys are special teams players.
You can't give
Primarily, they're just signing guys who play on
Who's going to
special
have the
teams.
best special teams?
Third base is very important. It's underlooked.
Yeah.
You signed Tommy Townsend. That's a championship punter.
He did win it.
This
Did
guy's
you see
won
the picture
2
of
rings.
him and Taylor Swift about to party? She was like, "What?" And she was screaming at him, "Yes!" And he was like, "Yes, Taylor."
Do you think there's any chance now that she's up in the suite somewhere
that Taylor Swift comes to the games because Tommy Townsend, the punter, is here?
Well, no, but I mean during an off week. like a bye week, do you think maybe she comes to Houston to watch Tommy Townsend punt?
I doubt that's going to happen. I really doubt that. She's coming for Tommy Townsend. I doubt that. Jay wants to talk about running backs. Hey, Jay.
Yeah, how you doing? Y'all talk about the running backs. What do you think of two questions? What do you think of Antonio Gibson? Matt Breida was in San Francisco with that offense. Would you think he'd be a good fit here? And is there something that you can't teach Dameon Pierce about the zone running scheme? Can they not teach him that?
No. So it's an instinctive thing where your eyes, it's spatial relationship. So you recognize space. You start reading from the defensive end to the defensive tackle, and then you try to read up to the linebacker. And so you just have to have a feel for space. Like, it's kind of like if you're a great point guard who sees the court. You talk about Magic Johnson, John Stockton, LeBron sees the court really well. Alpe, Jokic, these guys who are great passers, they understand space, and it's the same thing. You either have it or you don't. Like, you can't really teach it, because if you feel space, you're more decisive, and then you also have to have a little looseness in your hips so that you can run at a certain pace, plant your foot, and go. Like, I'll give you an example. Arian Foster, he was an undrafted free agent. He had great size. He was not the fastest guy, had an unbelievable feel for outside zone. He was a quick one cut and go back with very good good wiggle for his size and a great feel for recognizing where the lanes were. And he was extremely decisive. Unfortunately, it's just not something you can teach. Either guys typically have it or they don't, and it's not really something that's teachable. And actually, apparently, the Texans had the same issues with him the year before Slowick got here. On tape, when they watch, he just wasn't good on zone stuff. So you have to run more gap scheme, which is, okay, between the guard and the tackle, the B gap is where you're, to think of it this way, it's a little different blocking scheme, but basically you're running to a certain gap, and instead of reading and going to where the cuts are. Like, what made Arian Foster special is he could cut back against the grain, and he was great on backside cuts. Dalvin Cook is a good Dalvin Cook's out there, by the way. I don't think he's signed, right? Dalvin Cook, I think, is still available.
I haven't seen him on
as a free agent. You mentioned Antonio Gibson. He signed yesterday.
Yeah.
And who else did he mention from San Francisco? Did he have another one he mentioned?
I didn't hear. But Antonio Gibson's gone. Yeah.
Jonathan Brooks from Texas can be a good zone scheme back. Jalen Wright from Tennessee could be. There's a few guys.
He mentioned Matt Breida. We've talked about him before.
Yeah, Breida just kind of out on that.
I'm mentioning John Daspit right now.
Man, so John Daspit, he was listening. John Daspit, who, you know what, John? So he gets us Roger Clemens, right? Whenever it's playoff time and we have Roger Clemens on the air, and John Daspit gives money to Roger Clemens' charity that he has, and Roger comes on with us. John was none too happy with that phone call yesterday that the guy Chris made taking shots at Roger in his Savannah Banana uniform. None too happy. I can tell you that much, because he's loyal. He's loyal to his guy, Roger. He's known him and the Clemens family for a while. John also, he's from Houston. He went to high school here. He went to college, two different degrees at Texas. He got his law degree at University of Houston. He backs his local teams, including Houston. He backs local high schools and gives money to high schools. He works with Selvin Young for charitable ventures for different churches and kids in need with bike drops, things like that, Thanksgiving turkeys. He's very involved in the community, and it's a community that recognizes that he gives back because he works for the community as well. When you give him a call at 713-CALL-NOW, he and his lawyers are going to fight hard, if you've ever been injured, to make sure that you get a very fair settlement, one that covers all of your injury costs, all of your time missed from work, all of your physical therapy, any surgeries, and, of course, your pain and suffering. And your pain and suffering is worth something. It's not an injury you asked for. It was not your fault. It was someone else's negligence. So you should be compensated for that, because for most, it's more than just an inconvenience. It's something that can affect you in some cases for the rest of your life in terms of your overall well-being. So make sure that you have John Daspit on your side. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. Been talking so much about the Texans' day. Want to mention once again, Alperen Şengün got good news. A severely sprained ankle and a bruised knee. That's good. That's really, really good.
Wasn't as bad as my prognosis.
Well, no, you had him out for the year already.
Well, he still could be.
Yeah, severe sprain can be 6 to 12 weeks depending on the severity. So he could be out for the year.
He's going to be out for the year.
But there's no structural.
I thought maybe he had torn 4 ligaments in his knee. 3 in his ankle, and it broke a bone.
But you shouldn't say stuff when you're 2,000 miles away.
Or you're not a doctor.
Yeah, you're neither of those things.
Okay, well, tell it to Charlie Cashley, who chewed your ass out for making a comment, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Is that where you learned it from, Charlie?
That is exactly where, and I haven't done it since.
Tell Del what happened with Charlie.
It was a game, first year of the season, and somebody was on the ground.
It was the first year?
It was the first year. First year of the
2002?
team. I think it was the first year of the team.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. First or second year of the team. It was early on. And some guy's laying on the ground, and they were looking at his knee, and I said, oh, they're looking at his knee. And Charlie Casserly, after the game, came and tore me a new one. You don't talk about injury, see? You don't know what they're working on over there. You don't talk about it.
So you can't even look and say they're working on his knee.
Yeah,
That's
right.
You didn't even make, he's out for the year. This looks awful.
Just they're working on his knee.
And so you can't even say that.
Can't say that.
You can't assess something with your eyes.
No.
What's Charlie doing
Which
now?
was completely obvious to everyone there, everyone watching on TV, everyone in the world, but I can't.
Did you blow up or did you go, okay, Charlie?
No, I just said, okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, Charlie blew up on you. Hey, see, I'm not giving away my draft.
Hey, why are you asking me about Eric Moulds? Okay, you know we can't talk about that. He just got cut. He just got cut. Why can't I talk about if you're willing to pick up Eric Moulds?
No, you didn't say anything. You just took it. You didn't say anything.
No. This is what happened. I don't think you were there.
Yes, I was there. I remember him lighting you up.
Because I said, what do you think about, what about he's available? I think it was Eric Moulds. Eric Moulds is available. What about picking him up via, as a street free agent? Hey, okay, why are you asking me that? You can't ask that. I said, well, I was wondering if he's, if you're going to pick him up. Okay, you know better than that. You know what you're at. Don't do that. What? And to this day, I don't know what I did.
And what did they do? They picked up Eric Moulds.
Yeah, they picked up Eric Moulds.
Right.
But I don't know. Like, I to this day, I don't know what I did wrong. It's not tampering.
Right.
He was cut
you got to say it. He's a good player. See, we'll see.
I don't know.
Of course, we're looking at everybody.
Okay. So, yeah.
Hey.
All right.
How about Fromber yesterday? Did you see what Fromber wanted to call his own pitches this year? Fromber went into this season, went into his first start of the spring calling his own pitches.
And then the fan base after that first bad outing.
They just hate Yainer Diaz.
People weren't thrilled with Fromber's first outing. It was a little over-aggressive.
Well, and it was too much for him.
Yeah.
There are guys that can call their own pitches. Fromber, just let them. And if you don't like it, then you shake them off.
You are pathetic.
Well,
after the first outing, Fromber.
Yeah.
At the second one, when he didn't have that type of when he could just go out there and pitch, just fine. Actually, good. If you guys missed it yesterday.
Yeah. No, he was good yesterday. I was watching some of the game, and he threw a couple nice innings, and he's got himself. And he had he struck out 4 in a strong start against. It was the Tigers, but that's okay. It's not like a major league team. It was okay. It's good.
No, they're a major league team. It's just not an actual game that counts.
Are they really though?
Yes.
I mean,
your guy's managing them, right?
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure they're a real major league team. But okay, if you say so, that's just fine.
I'm just going by the standings, and they appear to be a team that's recognized in the standings.
Do you Spotted didn't talk about that, did he? He did talk about an update on JV. JV will start the season on the IL. JV won't be available. And, oh, by the way, did you see Garrett Cole's got elbow issues? Oh, what? The Yankees.
MRI. for him.
First game of the season is first series is here, right?
So Verlander and Cole may not be available for well, we know Verlander won't be. Cole probably won't be available for opening day either.
Yeah. So, oh well. Sorry about your elbow there. But here is Joe Espada talking about JV.
You know, that little hiccup, set him back for a few weeks. And I think it's another test for our team. I think, this team is known for their resiliency, and we've been tested before, and this is another test. But while he's sidelined, we have other guys that can step up and do the job. And, not concerned about his progression. He's in good shape, and we're just doing what's best for JV and our team.
A rock concert broke out while he was talking.
Well, they might have been playing music at the same. They sent Spencer Arrighetti down because racism.
Against who? Italians?
Yeah, Italians.
How about he's not capable of making the major league roster? How about that?
No, it's a racist move. That's keep the Italians down.
Keep the Italians down. What are you talking about?
Ronel Blanco has looked really good this spring, and he's probably going to be the sixth starter. What about Montero? You got Joe Espada. Rafael Montero, how about this guy's making over $11 million a year, and you don't even know, you're not even sure. He's certainly not a back-end guy. It's going to be Abreu, Presley, and Hader on the back end. You're paying him $11 million a year, over $11 million a year. Here is Espada about how Rafael's looked.
You mentioned Montero.
Yeah.
So far this camp, he's looked really good. But we're going to need some guys to step up and could bridge the gap to the back end of our bullpen.
And $11 million. And scene. That was not me being an outsider looking in, I don't think that was a great signing.
Feels like you're jumping the gun.
I just feel like,
baseball.
Well, maybe. I mean,
we need more time.
One of the 3 years.
Yeah, what about if he's great the next two?
If
are
he's
you
great
going to
Years,
apologize?
then I will apologize, okay? And maybe Lance will apologize for Bagwell-Lytics.
Somebody asked yesterday, is Bagwell the new GM of the Atlanta Falcons after Kirk Cousins' deal? And I just thought, this is a really crappy thing to say. Bagwell-Lytics doesn't deal with starting quarterbacks, only backup quarterbacks. Bagwell-Lytics is what Tampa used on Baker Mayfield.
I don't know. He did Abreu's deal, so $20 million a year, 3 years, $19.5. I mean, that's a big money contract.
But he doesn't know starting quarterbacks. He knows, I think he might have. They may have used Bagwell-Lytics for Baker's deal.
Bagwell-Lytics. There's no such thing as Bagwell-Lytics.
Somebody put a TM on it. They trademarked it.
There's no such thing.
Was that you who put the TM on it?
It was short-lived, but there was a thing.
You know
what the thing was? I don't know. Does 11 million sound good? That's what it feels like. Where did you come up with that number for Montero?
Well, it was more. It was a $34 million deal, so 3 years.
30. A little bit more than 11. Yeah, but where'd you come up with that number? Just over 11 million a year. The $34 million for 3 years. It just felt. I don't know. I mean, it's like 11. He's an $11 million player. I know, but were there numbers that you? Yeah, I used some.
I don't know in the middle of his explanation. I don't want him going, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
you don't know.
You just look at.
He said you don't know.
No, he said no. He could say that.
A good player.
He said I don't know.
Look, Justin Verlander's making $36 million, and then this is just a third of it. He pitches a third of the innings.
No,
and he was really good. So, $11 million.
He was really okay. Of all the guys, goodness gracious. 713-780-3776. We got 1 hour left. I got to tell you right now about Derek DeSola. Derek DeSola at Houston Safe and Lock. You will talk to him. Call Derek if you've got any issues with locks, if you've got a safe issue, if you can't open your safe, you need to change the combination on it. You need to change it from dial lock to digital. You need to move your safe, whatever that is. If you need a lock sales, installation, locksmith services, no job too big or too small, high security and smart locks from brands like Medico, which is the best. It's the best out there. They specialize in lock repair and installation, rekeying, master key systems, access control systems. If you've got a business and you've got 2 or more doors, you want to know who's coming and going, what's going in and out of those doors. You want to know who is coming. You can use your phones. You can use a key card. You can use a fob, whatever it is that you want to use, and you'll know who's coming and going out of your business or your home. All you need to do is, if you need any of this stuff, Houston Safe and Lock and King Safe and Lock. It's on Beltway at Westheimer, and King Safe and Lock is I-10 and Wirt. They're the same company. 713-522-5555 or 975safe.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. And look who's here. Gilbert's here. Gilbert wants to talk to people right now. That's nice. I haven't talked to Gilbert in a while. Let's see what's going on. Hey, Gilbert.
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen?
Hey, what's going on? How you feeling today, Gilbert?
I've been hanging on there anyway.
What's the matter?
Well, the Astros make it to the playoff, but I don't think they're going to make it to the World Series, probably.
You don't think the Astros are going to make it to the World Series?
No, I don't think so.
Why?
I don't think they have that much talent like they used to a long time ago.
Long time. Yeah, you don't think they have the talent like they did when they won it 2 years ago?
Yep, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So how you doing, Lance?
I'm hanging in there, Gilbert. Just a little disappointed with the free agency moving slow, but I'm hopeful today that it's a better day. Honestly.
Right. But how you hanging in there?
Yeah.
Colleen Wolfe stuff, is that all?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
Yeah,
Let's just organically let this call happen, John.
Okay. Don't force
Let's
it.
not push anything.
Just don't force stuff.
Yeah, you don't have to force it. Yeah, so I'm doing. How are you doing? Well, wait.
Gilbert,
How are you doing health-wise? You okay?
A little bit hungry anyway. I ain't eat much last couple of days.
How come?
Just daylight savings time
What?
made me a little.
What'd you say?
Just daylight savings time made me a little tired.
Oh, daylight savings. Yeah. Well, actually, it actually should do the opposite because before you know it, it's like 11 o'clock. Well, you don't go to bed until late, right, Gilbert?
Yeah, I'll stay up all night probably,
Well, that's why you're tired. You stayed up all night. It's not daylight savings. You're not going to sleep.
That's it.
All right, then. Well, talk to you later.
Okay, we'll talk to you later.
Okay.
Safest call I've ever experienced from you.
Yeah.
That was a safe space. I like that. Well,
He just wanted out. He just wanted to tell us that the Astros weren't going to the World Series and
he just had to cross us off the list of phone calls for the day.
That's all.
It really felt like we were just,
Okay.
Hey, Mom, how you doing?
Yeah.
Good. Well, listen, I got to get going, but yeah. Okay. Okay, we'll talk to you later. Bye-bye. He felt like he was doing that to us.
Right.
Okay, well, yeah, all right. So, no Gilbert.
No.
Good news. So we got our good news with Şengün. It's not career threatening. So that's good. You got bad news for people who wanted Saquon Barkley. The running back market was a little spicy. Josh Jacobs and Saquon got, it's not going to go over $13 million. You can forget it. Christian McCaffrey got a deal. That's not going to happen. But you can still get, we saw DeAndre Swift at $8 million a year. I was kind of hoping the Texans were in on him. $8 million is a very reasonable number. How crazy. We live in a world where, Saquon Barkley is going to get 13 and Baker Mayfield gets 33. It's good to be a quarterback.
Yeah. Well, Baker played well last year.
He did.
He played well. You got to give him his due. You keep on going back to Baker making 33. 33 is an average quarterback now. That's average. That's all. It's middle of the pack, and that's where Baker is. Actually, Baker, you keep complaining about next man up. Well, that's not next man up. If you're an average quarterback, you get paid an average salary, and that's $33 million. Actually, not a bad deal. I think for both sides. Baker revived his career last year, and he gets 33. Well, stop pocket watching Baker Mayfield. Okay, that's terrible. Baker's a fine young man. Okay, what, Del? John is here on ESPN 97.5. What do you say, John?
Hey, good morning, John. Good morning, Lance. Just a quick question. What do you guys think about the Deshaun Phillips, the signing we just did, the guy from the Ravens? I'll hang up and listen.
Gus Edwards? What did you say?
Who did you say, Phillips? Not Tyree Phillips. He wasn't even who the Texans just got? Is that what he said? Del, you didn't tell us you didn't give us a. Hold on. Let me see if the Texans
Deshaun Phillips.
Wish I could tell you. Don't know Deshaun.
A linebacker who, 6'2", 229, so not a big guy. Headed to Houston on a one-year deal. Ravens had some interest, but other teams made it a bigger priority. I don't know what to say. I don't know anything about him.
I don't really know anything about him either. He played in what?
Well, we have to give that news a proper pomp and circumstance.
I'm guessing he had 24 tackles last year. He had one start. My guess is
special teamer.
My guess is he's a huge special teams guy. Yep, he played 79% of the snaps on special teams last year. He played 7% of the snaps on defense. So
Our special teams.
No.
Listen.
We talked about it.
Look what
everybody else is going for. Offense and defense. We are destroying the special teams market.
No, he's clearly a good special teams player.
Okay.
Look what Casero has done to us. Caller was like,
do you know what New England loved more than anything, Del?
Do you know what
New England is the special team capital of the world.
Listeners and Texans fans are starving for news. So this gentleman calls up.
What did you think about Del'Shawn
Phillips? What?
I feel bad. John's hoping to get. He's grasping, and then he calls us. And we're like, we don't know Del'Shawn Phillips. Let us look around here. Oh, here it is. He's a special team
core special teamer.
Yeah.
Core 5-phase special teamer.
Okay. Is anybody going to have better special teams than the Texans? No. Is anybody focused on special teams in free agency like the Texans?
And with the new potential kickoff rules, it could be very important.
It could be. You think? You think it might be important? Special teams. There's 3 phases.
There's 3 phases, but there's 5-phase special teams where you're on kick return, kick cover, punt return, punt cover, and field goal block team or field goal kick team. So it's a big to have a core special teamer. Once again, reiterate the kickoff rules this year. Why it's a big deal.
Well, they are. Their possibility to line up the kickoff team at the 40 and the return team at the 35, 5 yards apart from each other.
Stealing from the XFL.
Well, they've changed some things just to make sure it's not a direct steal, but clearly
is this regular season or just preseason?
No, regular.
It's been okay, right?
Well, they haven't okayed it yet, but if they do, it'll be for the full go, and they'll kick it off. And no one can move until the returner catches the ball. If you kick it off into the end zone on the fly,
they ain't doing that this year.
If you kick it off into the end zone on the fly,
penalty.
You bring it out to the 40. Is it the 40 or 35? The 35.
The 35.
35.
Are we just making stuff up?
Well, we're trying to get kickoffs back in the game.
This sounds like something they do.
It's tried and true in the XFL.
This sounds like something they do in wrestling.
It was exciting.
Oh yeah, XFL. Vince's
and
XFL.
reduces injuries.
Yeah, Vince's XFL facing Chargers now.
We're talking about the Rock's XFL, now the UFL.
Yeah, now it's the UFL.
Yeah, it's not Vince's.
In the old XFL back in my day.
That wasn't even Vince's XFL, was it?
Yeah.
It was? Oh, so you're the problematic XFL.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
So here's the basic setup if the rules go into effect. The kickoff and return teams will line up on the receiving team's 40 and 35-yard lines, respectively, and not leave until the ball is touched or reaches the target zone, which is the 20-yard line to the goal line. Touchbacks, if the ball is kicked into the end zone, the receiving team gets it at the 35. And there's some things that if you try to squib kick it, they'll penalize you for that too. A lot of things going on. But what they want to do is keep it safe, but make kickoffs matter again.
Yeah. The XFL was lined up, I believe, between the 25 and the 30.
Yeah, I think it was deeper into receiving team's territory. Well, Lance, your league is trying to be innovative, and you're talking down on them. What kind of employee are you?
I just don't like the idea of we don't get start running until. I do like the idea of kickoffs mattering again, but also you would just splatter it out of the end zone.
If you do that, the team gets started at 35.
Yeah, you get it at 35. You can't just kick it in the end zone now.
But why are we doing this?
To get kickoffs to matter.
So that it's an actual play.
I thought we don't want kickoffs.
No, but now it's safer because they're 5 yards apart.
And they're not running full speed at each other from the start.
Why don't we do this way? Why don't we go the other way?
What's the other way?
The kick return team lines up at their own 10, and as soon as it's kicked, they start running down like Battle of the Bastards.
They don't want that.
And the two sides go.
They do that now. They don't want that now.
Yeah, they don't want that.
That's why we want to make it safer and bring kickoffs back, Lance. That's
we wanted to get rid of kickoffs. Now we want to bring them back. Which one is it?
Well, safer.
See,
kickoffs. That's about safety. You know what? And our league leads the way.
Why don't you just do this?
Safety for players.
How about my idea?
Why don't you start playing on Tuesdays and Wednesdays now?
How about my idea? See if you like this.
Like the Mac?
See if you like this idea. After you score a touchdown, you say, do you want to do a kickoff? The team that just is going to receive the ball, do you want a kickoff or do you just want to take it at the 25? Just do that.
Are you?
Well, because it saves a play.
Are you trying to make Roger mad at you?
I'm trying to make it. I'm trying to worry about guys' safety. I'm making it efficient. It is anyway.
Well,
all you do is kick. You know that it's like over 70% are kicked.
All right. Do you want a 2-pointer or a 3-pointer? Which one do you want? Okay, we'll take
No,
a free.
this is
okay.
No, seriously. If you're going to kick it out of the end zone anyway, why not say?
Well, they're
let's
not
just
now.
save
They're trying to make it so that they're not kicking it
But
out.
why don't we just do it my way, which is you got all your safety, and let's just eliminate the kickoff. Let the receiving team decide. Yes, we want to kick off, or no.
Why
we'll
are you trying to take a play out of the game?
Yeah,
because we're not serious people.
We're
not making a real kickoff.
They're trying to change the rule.
No, we're not.
Exactly.
Yes, we are.
You want to be a real one? Bounce it back to the 30.
What?
Move the kickoff back to the 30?
Yep.
That's still unsafe, but that's still unsafe because it's full speed coming at each other. They're trying to balance, making a play,
They
and
do
keep
the
it
great
safe.
kazoo helmets with foam on them.
They're not. No one wants to see that in a real game.
Let's talk about Republic.
You're
Boot,
not.
Lance.
You're not a serious person. Lance.
You're not a serious person, but so, you know who is serious? Republic Boot Company.
Republic Boot Company is very serious. As a matter of fact, I think I'm rolling by today. I've got to go, so I'm going tonight to go watch Bun B perform, and Drake and Nelly. Go on the rodeo. You got to get your boots. You got to be rodeo ready, and they have your boots. They have jackets. They have shirts, dress shirts. They have custom-made jackets that you can have made, custom-made. They can fit them off the rack. They can make alterations to them. Did you know their boots can, even though they're ready to wear, rodeo ready, off the shelf, the 1836, which are incredible 100% leather boots that look beautiful, they can make alterations to those boots so that your foot fits more comfortably in them, depending on what type of foot you have. Of course, they are your home for custom boots. People come from around the country right there to the Heights so that they can get boots made. I know the Nature Boy Ric Flair did it. I know Ryan Bingham from when he got married to Hassie Harrison from Yellowstone, his entire wedding party, his entire groomsmen had boots made at Republic Boot Company. That's what I'm talking about. These guys are big time. They got one of the best boot makers in the entire world who works for them right there in the back. And the place is like a little bit of Texas history. It is beautiful. It's a great spot with their own little stage for music they do on Friday. They got an open bar that you can have a little drink while you're shopping. And, of course, they've got bags and accessories, including belts, belt buckles, and even hat shaping, brand new cowboy hats. It's Republic Boot Company. They've got everything for your rodeo wear, or just if you love the look. It's Republic Boot Company in the Heights, republicbootcompany.com.
Time to talk mybookie.ag, promo code bet975. It's the place to bet, win, and get paid. Listen, we've still got all kinds of great stuff coming up. You got the NBA that's playing right now. You got NHL. The playoffs are going to be around the corner real quick. Baseball is coming up. The NCAA tournament. Of course, you want to bet on these games. You're going to watch 16 games in a day without betting? No. we got to bet on them. We got to have something. We're going to want a little action, and you got it at mybookie.ag, promo code bet975. You want to play casino? I was talking about this yesterday, where you can see the dealer deal you the actual cards. That's crazy. A live dealer is dealing you the cards. That's the kind of technology they got at MyBookie. If you're looking for the best place to win and get paid, a bonus anytime you sign up or anytime you reload, you're going to get a bonus, but you got to put in promo code bet975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, promo code bet975.
You're listening to John and Lance and some great music presented by RC Ranch.
The official beef jerky of the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo.
Lance will be there. Bun B will be there as well. He'll be at the rodeo. And we expect Drake to be there. I don't know if Bun will do pushing tonight. Probably, right?
Probably.
And there'll be many more.
Nelly.
So a lot of Bun's friends will be out there for his performance tonight.
Should be good. Looking forward to it. It's all sold out, but I don't know. Maybe they're still available on secondary market. I have no idea, but really looking forward to this. I haven't been to a rodeo performance in probably 15 years, 16 years. Uh-huh.
Oh, gosh, we go all the time.
I used to go to the rodeo every summer when I didn't live there, but when I went to Kansas with we'd go to summer, go visit our grandparents. And so my grandma Stevens would take us. We'd go get in a camper, which we love being in that camper. We read our wrestling magazines look at pictures of Abdul the Butcher just covered with blood. And then we would, she'd drive over there, we'd park, and we'd go watch the actual rodeo. We would go watch it. It's pretty fun to watch. We'd also watch music. One time I saw Gloria Estefan and the Miami Sound Machine at the rodeo when I was a kid. I saw that right there in the Colby rodeo that they had. So pretty big time when the Miami Sound Machine came in. And then they wanted my brother, Mike, was supposed to go do mutton busting, but he wouldn't do it. Snacks, I remember how pissed off he got when he found out about mutton busting, where you try to ride on the sheep. He just thought, that's so mean. Ew, what would they like it? He was pretty young. How would they like it if they were riding humans? If all of a sudden people were on humans, would humans like it? No, they would want the person put in jail.
We have that all the time. Little kids get on our back and we ride them around.
Yeah.
That happens all the time.
But do you throw them?
What?
It
doesn't hurt the sheep. The sheep are fine.
I know, but Snacks is pissed. When he was like 7.
They don't even feel it. They got so much.
Yeah, they got so much wool.
Fur, wool,
whatever. They got so much wool. It's actually doing them a favor.
Yeah, we're doing them a favor.
If you take a clump of hair out.
Well, you got little.
Go ahead, John. Say what you want to say.
No, they're like charlatarians. What are the charlatans? No,
charlatans.
Not that one.
What's the word you're looking for?
Elizabethan area.
Yeah,
everything is
not anymore. Snacks has really gone over the top.
You're going the other way.
Many ways, it's disappointment.
Okay.
Yeah,
many ways of what?
Many ways it's disappointing. He is the sock with the slide kids with Yeezys.
Yeah.
Only he gets fake Yeezys from Yeezy slides from Panda Buy or one of these Chinese companies. You have to convert yen to dollars, and it's just. It's a lot having a teenager now.
Yeah.
You have to sift through all their language. Then they've got so many different. Mason just got 3 new jerseys, including a Kobe jersey, all made in China, all cheaply made with probably child labor, Chinese labor. I got that from Panda Buy. Do you know anything about Panda Buy? Panda Buy is literally you buying yen.
Was it made by sheep? Because then he'd be pissed off.
No, Mason doesn't care about anything other than
no,
Mason is a hype beast.
He is.
I hate, and that's not a compliment.
Well, he's hyping himself up a little bit much.
He's a hype beast, and yes, he is.
A little much.
Yes, he is. Alec goes, anything that you hear Mason say is all exaggeration. I got home from school, immediately beat him 7-1 in the driveway, so don't listen to anything he says anymore. I said, Mason, he goes, I wasn't trying. Anybody who says they're not trying is either a loser because they won't compete, or they won't compete because they're afraid to lose.
Right.
That's what it is.
Or they did compete and they're lying about it.
Yeah, they're lying. And it could be at least 2 of those 3. Yeah. Yes. If you lose, you just say, I wasn't even trying. Or if you see you're going to lose, you stop trying. That's a classic little brother move, too. stop trying.
No.
I
You
didn't
just
even
walk
try.
away. The first time JT was beating me on the basketball court.
Well, it's actually
I
a
just
big
walked
brother
away.
move, yeah. Oh, yeah, you can't let them have the satisfaction.
No. I quit. I'm done. I can't play anymore. What? I got this. I got to go.
What a lesson you're teaching.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
you do.
quit.
When
If
things
you're
get
losing,
tough,
quit.
when things get tough, bail so they can't get
out.
They can't get the
so that they
pleasure of.
Now,
yeah.
You didn't beat me. We didn't finish the game. That's all. We didn't finish the game.
But you have the shame of knowing he beat you so bad you quit. That's your shame, your personal shame.
I don't have any shame in that.
Well, I know you're
we
not.
We never finished the game. How you didn't beat me?
But you admitted to leaving because you didn't want him to know that he was
the
kicking
point.
your ass.
He can't.
Yeah.
You can't have bragging rights if you didn't.
But
finish.
what about internally? You know he embarrassed you off the
Doesn't matter
court.
what he knows.
He didn't embarrass me. He just beat me, and that ain't happening in my house. That's all.
I just hope you internalize the shame you should be feeling.
Yeah, well,
for your son to walk you off the court and you have to lie about it.
I didn't lie about nothing. I just left. That was it. The game was
Timing
over.
matters, Del.
Game was over.
Timing matters.
Yeah, absolutely.
You decided the game was over.
I mean, last night we were just playing poker. It was a $5 buy-in. We had me and 4 of my kids, 5 of us at the table, and probably within 5 hands, it turned into a big fight. I grabbed Snacks by the mouth and turned him like, "You need to stop doing that to your sister." She's yelling, he's screaming, and everyone's on her side. Game immediately broke up. And Snacks was chip leader. And he said, "If Dad's playing, I'm not playing anymore."
Why?
So I said, "Fine, good, I won't play." Then he made a smart comment, and then that didn't sit well with me.
No, that's
And then my wife goes out, What are you yelling about? It's them. It's these two are miserable. They make me miserable." It was just a complete. It just ended poorly.
I played games with your family.
Yeah,
and
you saw them when they were actually at their best behavior. Snacks, yeah, oh yeah. Snacks yesterday made the comment, the most ironic comment. "Why can't we just have fun in a family game?" You're one of the reasons we can't have fun. You and Monty.
Oh.
Because he's constantly digging at Monty, and she's gotten so bossy and smart alecky. It's just, I just need.
That was happening in my house when you guys came over. That happened there, too.
Yeah, but it's like, that was a really low level. Like, it's not, you didn't see anything.
Really?
My wife said, "I don't want to go on spring break with just them. You have to go. You can still do the show from the road." Like, yeah, but that's not a spring break. That's going to suck.
It's not a break for everybody.
I can't go to my own room on the road.
Don't you have to keep working? It's the draft.
Yeah, I still can, but I can get stuff done now. I could theoretically go. Yeah.
No. HRP, okay? Listen, hey, you need off time? That's okay. If you need your vacation time, how about how easy it is at HRP? I did it yesterday. HRP Pro. It's easy. It's so simple. Get your taxes right now. You get your you do it all yourself. If it's a pain in the butt for your company right now, okay, I got to go in. I got to talk to this person about getting time off. How much time do I have off? You're thinking, hey, that person takes a lot of time off. I mean, how much time do they get? Does this document and all this stuff? It's all documented. It couldn't be more perfect at HRP. The HR part is perfect. The payroll part is perfect. The technology is second to none. Go see their building on the Beltway. It's really, really impressive, people. It really is. I mean, they just don't make mistakes, and they don't make mistakes with tax time either. This is tax time right now, and HRP's taking care of ours with the Affordable Care Act. We ain't going to mess up. We ain't paying no fines because we got HRP. Do you? If you're having a hassle right now doing your payroll, doing your taxes, doing your HR, doing your vacation time, all of these things, HRP is here for you. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
I know this much. When it comes to plumbing issues, and I've had them before, and John has had them, Aqueduct Plumbing Company has been a lifesaver. And it's so good to find a plumber who you can trust. I mean, it is not only is it good to find, it's really essential. And it's something that a lot of people look for: air conditioning, plumbing, and car repair. Those are like the big three, in my opinion, where you got to be able to trust somebody. Aqueduct Plumbing Company is that company. Billy Brown has been a listener for a long time. It means something that the listeners all appreciate the work he does, that you recommend them to your friends. He has a business with a lot of different work crews so that he can get out to jobs as quickly as possible, because when you have a plumbing issue, it's a major, major inconvenience. So they want to get out there and work on the small jobs, diagnose any big issues that you have so that they can get started right away. Sometimes that means repiping underneath your slab. Maybe you don't know if you have galvanized pipe underneath your home. You bought it. It was built in the 60s. Good chance that it is galvanized pipe, and those things will eventually corrode and they're going to leak. It happened to me. It happens to everyone. If you want to check and see if you're leaking yet, make sure you get the hydrostatic test. That can be done very, very quickly. They are your company for all your plumbing needs. It's aqueductplumbingcompany.com, 281-488-6238. That's 288-488-6238.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So is there anything we missed today, Del?
I mean, it was ugly what Gilbert Arenas and Nick Young were saying.
Yeah, I'm looking at that story right now. Is it Drea?
Michelle.
On Friday, which I believe was International Women's Day. And why can't women have a whole month, John? Explain.
It should be women's year.
There it is. That's what I was looking for. An ally, a true ally. On her socials, particularly Instagram, she posted a picture to confirm that she is pregnant. She didn't mention the father, but we all believe we know who the father is. And the people on Instagram, some people were, hey, girl, congratulations. Other was like, put her under the jail. Even though what she did wasn't illegal, it's just like, hey, you knew what you were doing.
This is kind of crazy to me. Like,
but
okay, if you think she's trying to have an anchor baby with him, then this has been the game for years that athletes have dealt with or whatever. Maybe she loves him. Older, younger, this happens a lot with men and women, like men to women, younger. So it's older woman with younger man. Yeah, like, how is that anyone's business?
Well, men, because men feel put upon, will say if it was the other way around, a man would be getting killed. But it's usually
not by his friends.
It's usually not the dynamic of.
Would he be getting killed by his friends?
No, it's not usually the dynamic of the younger woman being rich and the older man latching on to, as you say, have an anchor baby.
Yeah, that's not.
That's usually not the comparison.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
But for whatever reason you have an issue with it, if I'm Jalen Green, I'm not appreciative of Nick Young and Gilbert Arenas talking about the mother of my baby in the way they were.
Okay, we going to play it?
Do you want to play? It's kind of. I brought it up, but it's It's
Del,
like
you started it.
I didn't
play it.
Oh gosh!
You know
Don't
the
start,
segment.
none won't be none. Del.
The segment before News of the Weird is always a little bit. We don't know what's going to happen.
And these guys aren't really saying what they can say. I guess even they feel like, hey man, this is a guy's girl. Maybe we can't talk about it in a certain way. But there is mention. I'll just get to it. But there's mention of a backseat and what Nick Young saw Gilbert Arenas doing, and
oh boy,
this is what I'm saying. So they dance around the issue much like I am. But this is Nick Young and Gilbert Arenas talking about Drea Michelle.
Pregnant, got the young boy.
Damn, if they only knew. But like, I was shocked too, though. Like that day when I was riding home with Philly in the car. Yeah, I don't know if I can tell that story. If you want me to tell that story.
No, she's a mother now.
She's a mother now. Yeah, we can't do that because that day changed my life. I ain't gonna lie. That day changed my life. That's when Spikey P was like, okay, now I got to. This is what NBA is about.
Hey, listen. Hey, NBA, listen, I'll let you know this is.
Yeah. When I'm riding in the car, he in the back seat. I turn my head. Huh?
Nah.
What was you doing in that back seat, Gil?
They didn't even want to talk about it fully.
Man.
But that was in reference to Dre and
It's got to
Michelle.
be exhausting being a professional athlete. I mean, all of your business, it's just gossip now. They have tweets that they're on ESPN, like, it's just gossip. You can't. Man, I don't know. So they're trying to put the label on her without putting the label on her. You heard it. Somebody said something early in the comment. I just think, man, it's crazy how people need to be in everyone's business on everything.
Someone quote tweeted, "Man, it's crazy. Jalen Green can't even get angry about this because this happened when he was like 3 years old."
Is that accurate?
Well, how long ago was Gilbert Arenas playing basketball in the NBA?
I don't know.
And when was Nick Young a young player in the NBA?
I mean, he played for 3 years and got paid for 20?
Well, he played early.
That's my favorite thing, the Kirk Cousins contract. Kirk Cousins contract. What? In the NBA, you get paid like that and you don't even have to play. What are you talking about?
So Nick Young was with the Wizards.
John Wall, Gilbert Arenas.
So Nick Young was with the Wizards early in his career. Let's say 2007 with Gilbert. Let's say 2008, 2007 this occurred. How old is Jalen Green?
23 now?
22. So that was
22?
So he was more like 7 years old.
Yeah.
When this alleged incident might have occurred. It's like,
that's like you might walk in on your parents at 7, maybe.
Did one of them say she's a mother now?
Yes,
we
that's
can't
why I
talk
didn't
about
tell the freak story.
Yeah, they didn't want to get into it because she's a mom now.
Gilbert Arenas said that as a joke.
Although I think she's already a mother now.
Yeah, she was a mother before,
but she's pregnant now. I guess is the difference with the new child.
I mean, golly, I could be
something ugly.
Of course,
we gotta respect. Now, once they cross into motherhood, it's hilarious.
Yeah, well, I told you.
But why? But let me ask you this question. I saw people on Instagram. If I were his mom, like, she should have gone and beat her ass up and down the street. Like, this is a 22-year-old. Why are you in your 22-year-old's business?
I guess the point would be that this is an experience.
They think they're going to go get the mom's money now. Now the money's going to leave and the mom won't get it. Or
I think more of it has to do with the fact that this is an experienced woman who has. I'm not even talking about the sexual stuff, but she's an older woman who has been in this realm before. A lot of her exes have been professional athletes.
22.
And he is a young man who probably doesn't know the game yet. And they would say
he played with KPJ. He knows the game.
Maybe he would have taught him a lesson. She found one and got locked in, and now we see the result. I think that's the issue people have, that he's a young dude and she's older. She knows the game, and he might be a little naive to it.
Oh, so they're player haters.
Possibly.
This is the hypocrisy sometimes that I hear, like, you need to mind your business, mind your own business, and people don't mind business.
And the other thing that bothers people, KJ points out, y'all bear in the lead, she has a son the same age as Jalen.
So? Scottie Pippen and Larsa?
No.
Larsa Pippen and MJ's son?
Well, they didn't have a kid together, did they?
So? Smash.
And MJ's son is older. The point isn't, have your fun. I just people take an issue with.
But why are they in? But why is it people's business? I'm still trying to figure this out.
Everything's people's business. What do you mean?
But everyone tells you that, man, y'all need to mind y'all's business. You need to mind your business. And then the same people that tell you that are in everyone's business. On Twitter, it's true. They're in everyone's business. Like, he can't even. Man, how do we know it's not real love, Del? Are you still that cynical?
Why are you asking me?
You can't believe that this is real love between Dre and Michelle, and our guy who's soon to be traded in the offseason?
I know
or someone else is going to pay her. Pay him.
I know some of your friends are maybe. I don't know them, but I know some of your friends are on a second wife and maybe have a younger wife. I understand that. I understand that concept. Possibly.
No, I actually don't have a lot of divorced friends.
I don't know. But it's part of the deal.
John, is Wendy younger than you?
Wendy is, yes.
Yeah, but John is talking about a more drastic age difference. Whatever. I don't even care about that. I know that it happens. We're all adults. We know that it happens.
Nicole is 6 months younger than me, so I kind of did
6 months?
How?
Yeah. Wendy's 7 years younger.
Your son just got married. Did he get married and have a kid with a person who's 17 years older than him?
No.
No.
Would you be like, what the hell's going on?
Yes, unless she was rich.
Well, she's not the rich one. She may have her own money. He would be the rich one,
But he married a chef. They don't make money, but her food's great. She's really nice.
Lance, I just think the point is for some people, I don't really care, that they see a younger rich person and they see the older person who may be taking advantage. Allegedly. That's the belief. That's why people may have a problem with it. That's all.
But not Gilbert Arenas. They think he married a hoe. I'll just say it out loud. That's what they were dancing around. I saw you in the back seat with her. Like, man, can you believe putting that stuff, tipping that business out on a podcast?
Yes, I can believe it.
Yeah.
Well, Gilbert Arenas,
Right.
Swaggy P and Gilbert Arenas. Swaggy P and Gil.
To be fair.
He ain't never getting Jalen Green on the show now, just so you know.
Just so you know.
I think he'll survive.
You lost your chance for Jalen Green. Congratulations.
To get an inefficient young player? That's what he lost his chance at?
I get why people are talking. When it boils right down to it, I'm trying to think, man, I don't know how it's my business. I may have an opinion on it, but I don't know that I'm going to. I don't know. We talked about it. She's older.
Mm-hmm.
I know the thought is she's having a baby with him just because it's like he's going to get paid or whatever. But have you ever seen? Seen the show Basketball Wives?
Sure.
I think this, regardless of age, I think some of this is happening.
Yes.
Anyway,
but how do you know
regardless
they're not
of
in
age.
love?
Yeah,
I don't know
think
that.
It's love.
I just know people take issue with it. That's all.
How has he played since she announced she was pregnant?
The same as he's always
No,
played.
he hasn't.
Yes,
Dale,
he
he's
has.
been great.
He hasn't been great.
John, you want to go down his
terminology-
list of since All-Star break, how has he played?
You mean when he had like 6 straight
Great.
games?
Jalen Green.
Great.
You mean when he had like 6 straight games of shooting
This
under 40%?
baby is making him play great.
Stop it. He's been
Great.
fine.
You're trying to stay with your hater mentality.
Yeah.
But this guy has been
No, the
overjoyed.
stats- the
He's going
stats
to welcome
tell
a
you.
young child into the world with a woman he loves.
I don't
He's
ca-
playing great, and you can't stand to see people happy. That's what this is about. I figured it out.
Okay, if that's your narrative.
He might be happy. You don't know.
I didn't say he
think he
wasn't.
is.
Listen, this month they have won 4 of 5 games. He's averaging 23.6.
I thought it was higher than that.
Well, he's got 34. 20.
I'll keep
No,
dabbing.
before that he had 34 too.
I'll keep dabbing.
Okay.
Well, I
You
don't know
s-
when she can
He
see.
said since the All-Star break.
Yeah, but since the All-Star break. Oh, I meant since. No. I meant since. I meant
since the
she,
stats fit your narrative, since that point?
Since they conceived. And since the test was a plus.
Since
Well,
they
since the
conceived.
All-Star
Since the
break.
stick had a plus on it.
She's about 5 months, 6 months pregnant. What do you mean since they conceived?
She's that much pregnant?
You didn't see the pictures we looked at on Friday? There's a very apparent stomach.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Since they
maybe he was
conceived.
conflicted early on.
Stop it. Stop it.
Stop already.
You know what I say? Love is love.
I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do.
945 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm talking about Doc Linville. I'm texting him right now, as a matter of fact. Me and Doc, I love what Doc Linville has done for me. Doc Linville is a friend now, and Doc Linville has been awesome to me. He's been awesome. He's awesome to all of our listeners that go in there. He's been awesome to a lot of the hosts here. The process is so good. It's so much better. I did the old process where they cut it out and they try to paste it on the top of your head. Holy crap, did that hurt. I was going to speak for that company, and I couldn't do it. I just said I can't do it. The process is terrible. Then I went to Doc Linville's and got the neografting, and it was so good. The neograft is the best process for this thing. You're looking for the best way to move that hair from the side and back to the top of your head. You're looking for the best way to fertilize your head. You got that as well with the PRP. I'm in the middle of that right now. I got my last treatment coming up next. It's treatment. She basically just takes my blood out and then puts it back in the top of my head. And that's starting to show as well. It's all the best way to do it. Doc Linville, he doesn't skimp. He doesn't save. He does the best job that you're going to have. If you're looking for hair, you're sick of being bald or you're going bald, 975hair.com, 975hair.com. how awful is this? So if you're on a flight, right? What if you're on a flight and the captain and the co-pilot fall asleep for 28 minutes?
Well, first of all, I'd never know that. How did they know that? How did they know this?
Apparently, that's when they started to go off track.
Oh, well, they probably fell asleep while they had their autopilot on.
Yeah, but
most flights are done on autopilot, I guess.
Yeah. He said the captain. It says the captain of the Batik Air Airbus. It went from Indonesia province to southeast Sulawesi, the country's capital, Jakarta. The captain, 32, took a nap after getting permission from his co-pilot while the plane was at cruising altitude of 36,000 feet. Around 45 minutes later, the captain woke up and offered to let the co-pilot rest, but they declined, and the captain fell back asleep. The first officer spent roughly 20 minutes communicating with air traffic, and then he fell asleep.
So what ended up happening?
Why are they both so tired?
I don't know, but I need to know the end of this story.
Anyway, they were way off course apparently. It's a long haul flight. That's why. So a second in command was asleep. They had flown off course. After awakening, they answered another pilot's call. Air traffic controllers claiming they had suffered a radio communication problem. They were trying to get a hold of them and they couldn't because they were both sleeping.
So here's the thing. No one kept this internal. Somebody got this information and was like, I got to leak this to the media.
Yeah.
Think about that. That could have stayed internal. Like, can you believe those dumbasses that fell asleep and fell off? This made it all the way to you.
Did you? Yeah, no. Did you see the flight with 200-mile-an-hour winds?
Yes.
And the plane was going 800 miles an hour. They got from one place. They got there 45 minutes early because the plane was doing 800. Actually, it were two flights that did it. They were with this tailwind that was
insane,
like a hurricane behind them.
Really?
Yeah. And the flight was somebody took a video of it. It was
I had
rough.
a dream that I got hit by a tornado, that me and my kids were in a house, and I looked outside and I could see the tornado. And we ran into a room. Like, it was a very vivid tornado dream.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, we were in like an Airbnb, but luckily nothing happened to the house, really.
I dreamed that I was in Shogun. And
did you really?
Yeah.
Don't go too far. I'm only on episode 2.
The translator liked me.
Mariko?
Yeah, Mariko.
So you found a way to be put in a position where the attractive woman liked you?
I don't know how that happened.
Subconscious.
How'd that happen?
The subconscious mind is an amazing thing.
Two Georgia men
She's a dream. She's a dream come true.
What do you mean?
If you could blend her
with who else?
Who's the new one that I like?
Who's Michelle Keegan? Is that it?
Who's the other one? Oh, Sydney Sweeney.
Did you see?
Kind of a blonde Japanese girl?
There's a tweet out.
Let's throw some Latina in there somehow.
Stop it.
Ryan Elvin, the
Cougs?
little Coug white guard, that after the game, he and Sydney Sweeney were going out.
That's not true.
The guy they all cheered for off the bench?
Yeah. He looks like he could. Sydney Sweeney might like him. I don't know.
He looks like his last name would be Dorf.
Apparently, two men in Georgia, like Bryant County, Georgia, not Russia. Apparently, they plan to have a large python eat a woman's daughter before they blew up her house. This is something. These two guys, two nice guys.
Let me see them.
They're just two nice guys. Oh my God. Yeah. They conspired to harass, intimidate, injure, or kill the woman who owned the house. They didn't like her for whatever reason.
Obviously, it's a neighbor feud.
Yeah.
I guarantee it's a neighbor feud. But they wanted to blow up her house, but that wasn't enough. They wanted a python to eat the child?
Glosser and the victim allegedly met on a dating app, but the relationship eventually went south, so they decided to block each other, and that's when the other guy got involved. They planned to shoot arrows into the victim's front door, mail her dog feces or dead rats, scalp her head, blow up the home, and release a large python to eat her daughter.
This
Dating
sounds
apps
like
are not great anymore.
Hold on. This sounds like a horror movie that was written by a 12-year-old, like a script. Shoot arrows into her door. Okay, right off the bat, I'm like, what? Mail male crap to her dog, you said?
Yeah. No, dog feces to her.
Oh, okay.
Or dead rats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This sounds like a little kid thing.
Yeah. No,
it's scalp her?
Scalp her.
When's it? Who's scalp? Clearly, they saw something. A Yellowstone or whatever, that one episode in season 3 or no, 1826 or whatever.
Man, this is you wouldn't think she would do this. I'd say not guilty. Human rights activist. She's a human rights activist. She was charged with allegedly kidnapping and assaulting of a man in Melbourne.
We'll read the story.
She doesn't look like she'd do that. Human rights activists Laura Allam and Mohammed Sharab have been charged over an alleged kidnapping and assault of a man in Melbourne. Their names can be reported after a suppression order was lifted. Apparently, well, she's a human rights activist. You think that she wouldn't kidnap and, yeah, you think that she would be nicer to people. But apparently, she didn't like that guy in any way, shape. She told kidnappers, hit him hard. That doesn't sound like a human rights activist.
Yeah,
to
maybe
me.
she's not. Maybe she just has
That's
that in her
ironic.
Twitter bio. You know, a lot of people put activist in their bio. There's a chance that she's not actually a real human rights.
She doesn't seem
activist.
like she's great
you
at it
can
anyway.
put that in your Twitter bio, like,
Right.
I am an activist.
She doesn't seem like she's really great at it to me.
Those don't seem like the best human rights.
How about this prank? Apparently, multiple Burger Kings have been called, and they phoned in that there's a gas leak and that you have to break the windows of the Burger King or it'll blow up. Police arrived. All of the windows were broken out, and they said, well, we had someone called us that said that from the gas company said there was a gas leak, and the cop said, yeah, you're not the only one. This is happening.
For some reason, Burger King
Kings are now. Somebody's pissed off at Burger Kings.
Wendy's people are like, nah, we're too shrewd for this. Burger King's like, I guess so. The guy called. Who was it? Guy who called himself the King? Said he owned the place? King? Oh, no.
King Butter?
No, I don't know.
A French study suggests 1 in 5 young people can't recognize a zucchini. Could you recognize a zucchini?
Yeah, I can, but
could your kids?
Me? Oh, no. I think, well, Monty would. Alec probably would. I don't know. It's a coin flip. I may bring them home just to see.
Yeah, see if they can identify.
I think 3 of the 4 would get
Del,
it.
could you identify a zucchini?
Mason would miss. 3 of the 4 would get it. The other 3 would get it.
Yeah, I remember it being a greenish thing that's almost looks like a banana. Sure.
Yeah, it looks like yeah.
Yeah.
That's it. Apparently, a Redditor wants to gift her miserable mother an affair for Mother's Day. Do you think that is an appropriate gift for your mom?
I hope that's a stepdad you're dealing with and not your own dad.
Well, she's miserable in her marriage, and she believes it's because of her dad. It's her dad.
I mean, I guess that's their business. That seems like an aggressive move. I don't think she has a great relationship with her dad.
Do you think Marty would ever gift that?
No. How old is the mom?
The mom
how old are the
has
parents?
to be older.
She could be in her 40s.
I don't know. No. I think she's probably older. Looks like she might be older.
Oh, let her
and
have
she's
one.
miserable. Yeah, let her.
Let her have one.
What the heck? What do you think? Hey, that's not bad. Apparently, long COVID could be the reason for your bad hangovers. That's a new study out says.
Well, I don't have bad hangovers.
You have
I just
bad
don't.
hangovers.
I feel tired.
But you're tired all the time.
I feel tired. Yeah, but I've had hangovers are terrible.
They are?
Hangovers are the worst.
Yeah,
my hangovers are.
I don't know because I don't drink.
I haven't. You're coming up on your return to glory.
Yep. Don't worry, I'm coming back. I'll fight back.
I have a feeling you're going to bounce back. Last night took an L, but in about 2 weeks you're going to bounce back.
Yeah. Hey, I'm going to close the show with this because Mopey and Mapes are next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92. First Black Dexter. I'm sorry. Is that the new show?
I mean, you guys fluctuate depending on how you feel.
I'm going to close the show with my guy, Kent Jones. Kent Jones from Dream Rate. He is all about mortgages, dude. I mean, if you want to know the best way to save on mortgage, you got to call this dude. And he's got all the best mortgages, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, FHA, VA. He loves mortgages. He nerds out. He geeks out on mortgages. You need to shop your loan. I didn't do that. I didn't know that you could actually do this. I just showed up. Me and Wendy just showed up. We didn't shop this thing. You're doing it wrong. Everybody's doing it wrong. Well, 75% of the public is still not using brokers. Brokers are better, more experienced. You're going to get a better deal. They're going to work harder. Kent says he can only work about 8 mortgages at a time because he works so hard on each of them. He can't load up. So if you're somebody that has found a home or you're looking for a home, if you want to get a quote, how much you're going to spend on your home, all of these things, he can hook a brother up. He will hook you up. Dream Rate is the ultimate mortgage hookup. Call Kent at Dream Rate Mortgage, 713-520-5626, 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, or go to 975loans.com.
Welcome in to the show. It's day 2 of free agency. At last we left you guys, at least at last I left you guys on this show. I mean, Sean went on to do 3 hours with Gallant and George. There was no Jonathan Grenard. There was hope for Christian Wilkins. There was hope for a lot. Saquon was still on the board. Those guys are no longer on the board. They get big money to go someplace else. And if you are a little disappointed by what's happened, I'm not here to tell you shouldn't be, because of how it was sold, not necessarily by the Texans. The Texans aren't going to tell you anything, but the people who you listen to, the people that you read were setting this free agency period up to be this giant haul for the Texans because they've got money to spend. Players are interested. Everyone wants to play with C.J. Stroud, and the Texans are an attractive place to be. And if you wind up with your big attractions being 32-year-old, 33-year-old Danico Autry and a middle linebacker who was a backup for most of his career until he became a Titan and got away from San Francisco, I would understand if this particular salvo by the Texans isn't something you're thrilled about. I'm not here to say you're wrong. You know, there'll be people who go on Twitter, because there are these types who will tell you about how spending big money in free agency doesn't lead to anything. It's not where the smart money is spent. And sure, the smart teams are built on the draft and obviously having a great quarterback, and you kind of fill in the cracks with the signing here, and maybe Azeez Al-Shaair will be filling in the crack at linebacker. But you don't have to sit and listen to that and be like, you know what, guys, I'm going to temper my disappointment. Be disappointed. The thoughts of Christian Wilkins and Saquon and a big-time pass rusher, maybe keeping Grenard, I'm sure that was kind of the plan. I didn't see anybody building out a perfect plan for the Texans this free agency period going and Danico Autry being at the top of the list. Now, that's a productive player. He was really good with Tennessee, but it falls in line with what the Texans have been doing even before we considered them a team who could win games and be competitive, even going into last year. The short deal to a player who probably isn't part of your long-term future, and you hope that they're good and productive, and then you'll move on for them rather shortly. That has kind of been the case beyond Azeez Al-Shaair. We know that DeMeco has a connection with him, so from the San Francisco days. So who knows how long he'll stay? Hopefully he fulfills the length of that contract, and you have a big time middle linebacker. But as I said, when he was with DeMeco, he did not start. He did play games in place of Dre Greenlaw, who got hurt. So in 2021, Dre Greenlaw missed a lot of time due to being on the IR and then just simply missing more time. So that gave Al-Shaair a chance to be one of the big dogs in that 49er linebacker core along with Fred Warner, and he was productive. So you do have evidence that when he was thrust into a situation and given an opportunity, he played well, and he certainly did that with Tennessee last year. But you want to be upset? I ain't the person to tell you not to. Maybe at the end of the week we can start to evaluate how the Texans did and how not signing a guy to over $27 million per year, which would have been the average annual value for Christian Wilkins if he signed here, is a good thing. But for the first 8 hours or so, and now we're getting into the 24-hour period, be upset. It's boring, right? Sean, I would say it's a mixed bag. You were here hoping for fireworks, but what you got was, I remember Danico Autry. It was pretty good, right? He's old, right? But I guess it's better than the Titans having him.
Yeah, it's definitely boring.
Yeah, it's boring.
I'm not sure. It's not bad because they're just signing, other than Al-Shaair. It's a lot of one-year contracts. So,
guys returning, yeah.
Yeah, guys returning in one-year contracts. So you're like, okay, cool. We'll just do this again next year, I guess. But, yeah, as far as who they've actually signed, it's better than it was, 20 hours ago when it was, if you're to break down the additions and losses into columns, it was all losses and no additions. And then I think it was around 3 o'clock they signed Autry, and then a little bit later they got Al-Shaair. Then there's someone else they signed that I'm blanking on.
They signed Tommy Townsend, the punter.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking.
You weren't thinking who?
I thought it was Jeff Okudah and Lonnie Johnson.
Yeah, they brought back Lonnie Johnson for whatever reason.
I'm not sure if we're throwing a parade.
I'm not sure why. He was initially for a time the only Texan signing, so people are like, Lonnie Johnson, that Lonnie Johnson? Why are we bringing back Lonnie Johnson?
Is there another Lonnie Johnson?
Was he still in the league? No one was aware. Apparently, he was a Saint, and now he's back with the Texans. And he tweeted out about how getting a second opportunity here, he'll have a different attitude. So be it. But the lack of impact early, it's something you can be upset about, mostly because you were given a plan, or at least an outline of what a perfect Texans offseason, particularly when it came to free agency, would be, and this was not in the plans. No one was talking about these guys, maybe outside of Azeez Al-Shaair, because he had the DeMeco connection.
Yeah, and part of it's because no one making the videos of here's what a perfect, or the tweets of here's what a perfect Texans offseason looks like. No one would have watched it if you're like, your biggest money, the most money you're gonna spend is on Aziz Al-Shaair and Demetrio Autry.
Yeah,
like,
two Titans.
No one's gonna be like, oh, I watched last year's Tennessee Titans. Sign me up for two of those guys.
Yeah, those guys made plays, but that wasn't a good defense. Like, even get us a Patrick Queen if you want people to get excited. He played for Baltimore. That's a great team. He was on a really good defense. Now, some people would credit that to sitting next to Roquan and then playing behind Justin Madubuike. But Patrick, and by the way, Patrick Queen is still out there. Multiple teams have made linebacker signings, including the Vikings, who took Blake Cashman. And then you have the Dolphins signing Jordan Brooks. And Patrick Queen's still out there looking for a deal. So I guess maybe that speaks to how the value of Patrick Queen may be below the fan expectation. And that's kind of how free agency always goes, where the teams think differently. Unless you're the Raiders, unless you're a bad team, then you give all the money. The Panthers paid 2 guards an exorbitant amount of money, but they have a little fella at quarterback, so they got to protect him. I understand protecting the middle, because if Bryce Young is seeing defenders in his face up the middle, forget about it. So I understand the move. Maybe they overpaid with Damian Lewis and Robert Hunt, but they went out and secured the middle of their line. And then I mentioned the Raiders. They got Christian Wilkins at that price. Christian Wilkins was the premier defensive tackle on the market because Chris Jones was going back and Justin Madubuike was going back. So he got a big deal. The Texans certainly weren't going to reach that level. I do find it funny how the immediately moving on to another player and then that player coming off the board for another team, like, well, no Saquon, but hey, Aaron Jones is available. And then this morning we see Aaron Jones signing for what you would think would be a very easy deal for the Texans to match, and he doesn't. He goes to Minnesota. At least the fake money, at least on the surface, is a 1 year, $7 million. Certainly, when we talk about contracts, things can be manipulated for agents to make a deal seem bigger. But Aaron Jones signing a 1 year deal with the Minnesota Vikings, it may just be a flat $7 million, and they decided to make that move as the Vikings are spending a lot of money. And speaking of agents and newsbreakers giving us that type of news, Sean has compiled a list of the best or the worst tweets about free agency coming from guys like Pelissero and Rappaport and Schefter, because you can pretty much tell very easily which ones are crafted by maybe an intern at the agency. They're representing the player that the agent wants out there. So Sean has grabbed some of those. We will talk about those. Obviously, we'll continue to talk about the Texans and their free agency and the lack thereof when it comes to excitement. And their signing today was a guy called into the show this morning and was like, "Hey, can you tell me about this Delshawn guy from the Ravens?" And all of us are lost. Like, who did the Texans sign? Turns out they signed a special teams player from the Ravens, Delshawn Phillips.
Oh, Delshawn, that's the show.
Yes, I did notice that. I didn't want to lean into that, but I did notice that that it is Delshawn can be our new favorite player for the Texans. Unfortunately, we'll only see him on special teams.
Or fortunately,
that's true.
1/3 of the game.
That's true. It's a phase. The third phase of the game, also very important. So the Texans signing this morning so far is Delshawn Phillips, just a core special teamer that they're going to bring in, and we'll see if he even makes it through camp. When you sign a 1 year deal for a special teamer from another team, you never even know if he's going to make it to the opening day roster. So if anything happens, we can update you on. We will do that. We do have the horn for that. The horn is pretty appropriate considering what the Vikings are doing. They're signing everyone they can. Hopefully the Texans get in on it. I guess the next guy, Sean, is can they get Derrick Henry? Because the running back situation for the Texans is looking a little bleak. It's a bunch of guys you don't want carrying the football. And then I guess Dameon Pierce, if you still have hopes for him, considering what he did as a rookie. But it's a little bleak and a little thin. So are we in on Derrick Henry? Because we know the Ravens and Aaron Wilson mentioned the Texans as well. Those are two teams that are in on him right now.
I think it depends on the price. It depends on what the if he's signing a Tony Pollard, DeAndre Swift contract, I'm out. But
a 1 year deal?
If it's closer to an Aaron Jones type deal,
that's what you want.
Then that sounds good. Even though I'd prefer if it's the same deal, I just would rather have Aaron Jones than Derrick Henry.
Yeah, the Vikings said
maybe he wanted to sign with the Vikings out of spite.
Out of spite. that is always a consideration. He went to Minnesota. I mean, Minnesota's either going to trade for a quarterback, draft one, or roll in with Sam Darnold. I'm not sure.
They have to draft.
I'm not sure. Look, I get the spite aspect of it, but the spite includes taking handoffs from Sam Darnold?
Hopefully it's J.J. McCarthy.
Well, even then, I don't. This whole J.J. McCarthy thing, I don't get.
Hey, we've seen him hand off before. He's pretty good.
It's true, but he also had a supremely talented team compared to the rest of the league. I'm not sure signing the likes of Blake Cashman and Andrew Van Ginkel is going to turn Minnesota into a juggernaut. I'm not sure. They do have Justin
Bernard too.
That's true. Another Texan. They went in on the Texans. Blake Cashman and Jonathan Bernard.
The Texans became the Titans. The Vikings became the
Texans. And I'm not sure either of those teams want to become the others. I'm not sure that's the formula you want to go with when the Texans have decided that Jonathan Bernard, their sack leader, got to a number they didn't want, and a surprising middle linebacker. They said we can upgrade. So Minnesota making moves. The Texans making moves to a lesser extent, but they signed a lot of guys, and we'll go through them on the other side when we get back. The problem is so far it ain't matching up to what the expectations were. And as I said, that doesn't really matter that much when the season begins. But today, if you're bored, you have every right to be. And I would say blame the people who led you astray. I mean, it could be people who work here. It could be people who are your Twitter followers, the people who have made their identity Texan stuff, where they have a profile that includes something related to the Texans. Blame those people. They're the one telling you, because of all the money the Texans had, that they were going to spend and spend big. Just happen to ignore the fact that their general manager comes from a place where free agency spending isn't what they deem smart. Casero's been long gone from the Patriots, but let's not pretend where his background. Let's not pretend his background isn't something that suggests being very frugal and taking shorter deals. And all the premier players, at least at premier positions, seem to be off the board, except at corner. If you like Xavier Howard, he's still available. Justin Simmons is still available at safety. So there are guys with names that could be signed. The Texans just haven't shown a willingness to meet the numbers that those particular type of names are getting on the open market. So a lot of stuff to get to. We'll get to that. We'll get to Isaiah Thomas, the older one, not the guy who played for the Celtics. Still has beef with Michael Jordan. Still talking about it. We'll play that. So there's Astro stuff to discuss. Fromber's on the mound yesterday. Pitched pretty well, particularly a good bounce back from his performance in his first his first spring training start, where people are a little upset with him. He's changed his approach. No longer doing the whole I'm going to call pitches myself. He's going to go back to the traditional route, at least for an outing, and that went well for him as opposed to the first one. So a lot to discuss here on the show. Sean and I will be here walking you through free agency, and if the Texans make a move, we'll let you know about that. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Continuing with the Texans discussion, just a quick rundown of some of the more prominent names that are out the door. I mentioned Blake Cashman and Jonathan Gennard, both Vikings. Devin Singletary is a Giant. Cam Johnston, the punter, is now a Steeler. If you don't know, he's the guy who everyone says looks like Bill Burr. He is out. And we mentioned Tommy Townsend is in, the former Chief, 2-time Super Bowl winner. I do think that's funny particularly when we talk about a punter. He's a 2-time Super Bowl winner. How much did the punter have to do with it? I know he's on the team. I get it. He's on the team, but generally, if your punter is having a big effect on the game, you're not winning Super Bowls. You're not playing it. You're not playing in them. He happened to be there when they won Super Bowls, and you can't describe him that way, but that's how it is. He happened to be on the team.
Hey, come on. He's bringing championship leadership.
Championship experience to the team.
Yeah. And this year with the Chiefs, got a little bit more work than he normally
He
gets.
was far more important this year than he has been in the past. That's true. And in that first half of the Super Bowl, he was needed. The second half, and particularly in overtime, wasn't needed very much. Patrick Mahomes turned into Patrick Mahomes. But
let this one out, Tom.
Yeah, Tom, we don't need to see you or hear from you. But he is now a Texan.
How do we feel about Tommy Townsend, who he's definitely a grown man, going by Tommy and not Tom Townsend?
I don't like the name Tom. Well, for me, I would rather be called Thomas than Tom.
Oh, he's 27. He's my age.
Yeah. So Tommy.
I guess I wouldn't love.
You're against it?
Tommy. No. As like your official name.
Oh, yeah.
Like on Twitter, it says
people referring to you as Tommy.
People called Tom Brady Tommy.
Yeah, it's a nickname.
But his name on the roster is Tommy Townsend.
Yeah, Tommy.
That's tough.
And it's a double T as well.
Yeah.
I would. I think I'd go. I wouldn't go with Tom. Tommy will be my second choice, but I would go with Thomas. Particularly at this point, if I was 27, I think we're transitioning to Thomas Townsend.
Thomas Townsend sounds like you signed the Declaration of Independence.
I think that name's refined. Tommy Townsend sounds like you're a bully in a Sandler movie.
Yeah, I was gonna say Tommy Townsend stole my bike.
Yeah, Tommy Townsend is the jerk that pushed my sister down. Now I gotta go beat him up. That's who Tommy Townsend is. Thomas.
He was in Christmas Story.
That's who he is. Yeah, I think we found where we need to land. Call yourself Thomas, and you're just a guy who may have been wearing a powdered wig at some point, who helped father this country. Tommy, bully. But Tommy Townsend is a Texan. He is among a number of guys who you probably aren't going to be excited about, but people will tell you. Free agency is about the deals you get in the second wave. And if the Texans can find themselves a corner not named Jeff Okudah that they can depend on, great. Is Steven Nelson going to come back? He's still out there. So the Texans probably lost one guy who I'm overly concerned about. I know people like Blake Cashman, but I'm going to go Azeez Al-Shaair as a capable replacement and a better player. Hopefully, particularly a guy who D'Amico knows and believes in. Had him for years in San Francisco. The Nico Autry thing, he's older, productive, but I have my questions about him transitioning to a new team and matching his sack totals and pressure numbers in a contract year. Those things sometimes just don't work out. And I don't think he's an apt replacement for Gennard, particularly because Gennard is younger, and you saw what he did in the system. And as long as he could stay on the field, you expect productive numbers. And you probably are going to need another pass rusher, even if it's a situational one. Is Chase Young a guy you look at where you don't have to give a lot of money to? He's on a one-year deal, a prove-it deal himself, and maybe he comes in and flourishes. And the connection there would be Steve Wilkes is a different coordinator, but he was in San Francisco, so he would get a good recommendation or a bad one, and D'Amico would know the people who know him and what he was like as a 49er, and so they would probably be pretty honest with him. So those are just a couple names out there that the Texans might lean into as they try to find a good deal. But be patient, I guess is anyone who thinks free agency is a thing where the first couple of days are for show, and then the next couple of days, that second wave is where you start to actually find real impact at value that makes a lot of sense for your team. It doesn't cash trap you. I was actually trying to go through free agents to see, particularly last year, who was one of those first day guys and didn't particularly work out. And like the guy who got the biggest deal early was Derek Carr, and that speaks to what free agency sometimes can mean. He's already restructured the deal. The Saints always do this where they need more money, and he was one of the guys they restructured, who they made space for last year, and now they're using his contract to get more space.
I have breaking news.
Here we go.
According to Ian Rappaport, the Bengals are now trading Joe Mixon rather than releasing him. Where are they trading him? Your Houston Texans.
So they're actually acquiring Joe Mixon.
Yes.
The anti-Texan in almost every regard, if we know about his history.
Yes.
We kind of went through it with the morning show about what happened when he was at Oklahoma, and then some of the more recent things that have happened since that. Not serving any time, not convicted of anything. He just had some smoke around him. But now he's a Texan. Did they talk about compensation?
No, it's just the plot. He actually put plot twist. The Bengals are now trading Joe Mixon to the Texans rather than releasing him. So Zach Moss signs in Cincy. Mixon is traded to Houston from Joe Burrow to C.J. Stroud. That's the entire tweet.
So that's big news. It's a running back, so how big is it? But is Joe Mixon a name you guys know? And it was a question of whether the Texans would even look into him. So how do you feel, Sean? I'll ask you first, and obviously I'm asking others. You can tweet you can tweet the show Sean A. Mapes and at Delvey2 or call us 713-780-3776. The Texans go get themselves a big name running back who the Bengals did not want to give a long-term deal to. Where are we at, Sean, on the acquisition of Joe Mixon?
Obviously, we'll have to see what they traded to get him. I imagine it's not much because he was about to get released and then now he's traded. I'm more surprised than anything.
It is surprising.
It's surprising that the Texans actually signed a guy like, or didn't sign him, I guess, but are adding a guy like Joe Mixon, because this is kind of, at least to my knowledge, the first time that they've added someone with this kind of character red flag. Not even red flags, really. The stuff he did.
Yeah, he did it, yes.
The stuff he's done on camera. It's surprising. Obviously, heading into today, losing Devin Singletary and losing out on all the other running backs that signed yesterday. We mentioned Derrick Henry still being available. That I thought that they needed to have a running back on the roster that's not Dameon Pierce, that you feel comfortable taking carries ahead of the draft. Maybe you can draft to supplement whoever you signed in free agency, but this is a little bit bigger of a move than I thought they were going to make.
Yeah, the Aaron Jones thing felt like a clear move because he was a free agent, and Aaron Jones doesn't have the stink on him that Joe Mixon does, and productive back, particularly when he came back healthy last year. Joe Mixon, he's a 1,000-yard rusher, 9 touchdowns in that Bengals offense. You know, some of that stuff kind of waned when Joe Burrow got hurt, and they have weapons that they're going to feature in T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. But he is a productive player, a guy who's been on good football teams and adds a little juice to the running game. The fit, that will be determined, but the Texans add a big name at running back in Joe Mixon. They make a trade. And Ryan, I see you. We're going to get to you on the other side. Anyone else want to talk about the acquisition of Joe Mixon by the Texans? 713-780-3776. And we'll see if we have compensation. We'll see if we find out what the Texans traded for him. Sean may be right. If he was going to be released anyway and there wasn't a real market for him, maybe it's only a fifth-round pick for a guy like Joe Mixon, and that would be a steal, I would think. If you exclude all the other stuff, if we're just talking about football, acquiring Joe Mixon for a third-day pick seems like a steal, particularly if it's after the 4th round. If there's anything more than that, then we start to get into what it means to acquire Joe Mixon, and are you going to have to give him money? I mean, he wanted a deal. They couldn't come to a real agreement in Cincy. Did the Texans give him an extension along with the trade? I guess that will be found out later. Maybe it's just a straight swap. We'll give you a pick for this disgruntled back, and we'll take him on, and then we'll figure things out as we go along. So, big news: the Texans acquire Joe Mixon from the Cincinnati Bengals. Ryan, I see you. We'll get to you. Anyone else who wants to talk about this? Texans probably make their biggest splash, even though the money is less, but the name is the biggest one they've acquired so far. We'll talk about that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Sean and I were having a very vibrant discussion about the Browns' new quarterback. We'll talk about him later. What a quarterback room when you consider the past of each of the guys, at least the prominent names in that room. But first, let's get to Ryan. Ryan wants to talk about getting Joe Mixon. Ryan, what's up?
Hey, good morning, Phil.
Good morning.
So apparently the bench got it wrong, and Hannah Hartland has that edge to her. What do y'all think?
If you missed the show earlier, there was a discussion about Joe Mixon, and the thought was the Texans would never do it because they're the Texans. He felt like a guy that they wouldn't ever touch. And Hannah Hartland is the name that the owner of the Texans, or at least the wife of the owner of the Texans, was born with. That's her maiden name, Hannah Hartland. And the discussion was, would the Texans ever do that? Would they ever acquire a guy like him? And the thought was maybe Hannah would because she's got some edge. I don't know that to be the case. I don't know anything about Hannah McNair other than she has been able to gain a lot of fanfare and love for her apparent influence in turning the Texans around. I don't know what's real and what's not. We just know that now that she is more involved, allegedly the Texans are making better decisions. And better decisions, that just means hiring DeMeco Ryans. Because if you didn't hire him, do you get C.J. Stroud? Who knows? But things have been positive and moving in a positive direction since she apparently took a more positive role and more important role with the Texans. Are we attributing trading for Joe Mixon to Hannah McNair, saying, you know what? F all that stuff we were in the past. We trying to win games out here.
Real gangsta.
I don't know if that's the case.
Well, no, if you give her credit for changing the culture with all the other stuff, with Jack Easterby, with the David Culleys, with the Lovie Smiths, and professionalizing this organization and really being on the forefront of the PR to move Cal not to the back but to the side, and her inserted as a vocal member of the Texans ownership and all that means. You also have to give her credit for being like, you know what? We need some bad mother effers on this team. Give me some guys with the record. Give me Joe Mixon.
Yeah, we can't give her credit for one.
We don't want too many altar boys. We've been doing that for 20 years.
And look where it's got us.
Yeah.
Well, they thought they had an altar boy who turned out to be anything but an altar boy. Man. They did. So they've had a past of not having altar boys too.
Is there a little bit of the Tim Tebow corollary at Florida, where having C.J. Stroud means that you can have a Joe Mixon, and it kind of balances out?
Is C.J. Stroud that big of a personality where guys like I don't know if can the Texans acquire more?
Yeah,
because there was
those Florida teams had more.
There was the Rainies. There was also the Pounceys. I mean, it wasn't just Hernandez. I mean, how many can they acquire? Does C.J. Stroud have that much? I don't know, faith and Christianity in him to balance out to just make us an all-time team as far as off the field and on it? Because we've only got the one. Joe Mixon is the only one we know about.
I think we're good with one. I think we're good.
I
don't think we need to sort by game suspended.
No, I mentioned this guy before. He has never been suspended for a game, but there's been a lot of stink on him before, and he is a Houston guy. The next thing you do, go sign Xavier Howard. Xavier Howard's been accused of giving multiple women STDs. He's been involved in an incident where there was a shooting. He wasn't the guy shooting the weapon, but he was the big name attached to it. So if we're going by your theory, they need to sign Xavier Howard because they got CJ in the mix, and he will balance all that stuff out.
Yeah, they're not going to be the Jailblazers. They're not going to be funny enough, the Cincinnati Bengals. They're not going to have that reputation because of their front man, CJ Stroud. He's blessed.
Art, no, I'm not. Art, no. Sorry, he didn't tweet at you, but so there's. Damn it. Now I want to read this, and it's more something John would read. And I will step away because I don't know if I have that in me to be like, yeah, Dell's Dell can say stuff like that. He's always said stuff like that. This is a level where John says it and it's cool. Me, I'm not so sure.
Do you want to text it to John
and have him call in with
then
it?
He can call in and say it.
I'll tell you during the break, and you can make the determination, because I'm usually the guy in that situation where I'm like, well, can he say this? And they'll ask me about it. But Eric wants to talk about the Texans running back situation. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Dale, great show as usual. With Singletary leaving, is there a good class of running backs, like wide receivers this year in this year's draft? And also, do you think The Dark Knight should have been nominated for an Oscar in 2008, directed by Christopher Nolan? I know Heath Ledger won an Oscar for The Joker. I want your thoughts. I'll hang up and listen.
I am not as big of a fan of The Dark Knight as others. Batman's not one of my favorite characters, so I am the wrong person to speak on that. I've only watched it, I think maybe once, and then in bits and pieces when it came on TNT. Wrong person for The Dark Knight. I know people love that movie and the Nolan trilogy overall. Well, the Texans have Joe Mixon, so that doesn't mean, to your question, that the draft is out of the question, really, because Dameon Pierce isn't a back that really thrived in the system last year. So do they believe Joe Mixon is enough along with Dameon Pierce? I would say Dameon Pierce is probably still on the outs, and drafting a young running back would certainly help. People always mention Blake Corum as a potential Texan, mostly because of the name and where he played and how good he was. As far as the Texans drafting a running back, I don't think they'll do anything before. Now that they traded for Joe Mixon, they're giving up compensation for him already. Once we know what it is, that might determine how high they'll go as far as drafting a back. That could be a third day thing, where if they're giving up a fourth rounder for Joe Mixon, they're not going to be willing to give up a day 2 pick for running back since they've already invested in the position. So I think a lot of that's still to be determined. Or maybe, if, like I said, Joe Mixon's probably not going to be the end of their running back interest, so maybe they go sign another guy. There are going to be guys who get cut. There are guys still available, and that San Francisco system suggests maybe you can't just put any back in there, but Singletary was a guy no one thought much of. He was a part-time back in Buffalo, and now he's getting a multi-year deal from the Giants because of what he did in the system. So I think we might see another back acquired before the draft, which would give them more flexibility as far as how they attack it. Bam wants to talk about Joe Mixon and the Texans acquiring him. What's up, Bam?
Hey, what's up, Sean? What's up, Dave?
What's up, man?
I was listening to the show this morning, man, and I was hoping that we would get a running back. I'm in these groups on Facebook, and they talk about we're not getting any offensive help. We need a running back. We need a running back. Now, I hope they are appeased with a signing of a running back now, so maybe they can shut up a little bit and let Nick cook, man. You know what I'm saying? That's all I have to say. Again, I love y'all shows, man. Sean already know I Uber. I listen quite often all day long. And, man, y'all keep me informed so I can keep giving these boys the business in these groups.
Appreciate it, Bam. I enjoy giving you the opportunity to tell your friends they don't know anything about anything, because that's what I do to my group chat, particularly the John and Lance one. I tell them all the time they don't know anything. So I'm happy to do that for you. Bam, do you have, is he still there?
No, he just hung.
Okay, I was going to ask him if he cared that Joe Mixon does have his pass, because I don't know if people care about that, particularly because it happened a long time ago. Like, if it had happened and it was in their and there was something at the forefront and it happened last year, there may be more pushback. But because it happened in college, and, we always like to forgive, particularly if the player's good. I mean, that helps people forgive when the player's really good. Trust me, I know. I've got Tyreek Hill on my team. People like to forgive. So Joe Mixon, it'll be commentary because I think that'll always follow him as a player, particularly if he goes to a new place. But it won't be something that's at the forefront of the conversation. I think people are over it.
I still can't see what they traded for.
Yeah, it's still not out there, huh?
No. I know so much about his contract now, but I have no idea what they traded to get this guy. I can't imagine it's much if it's been 10 minutes and they still the Bengals aren't rushing to their phone to tell Adam Schefter that they got a 3rd-round pick for him. I think it's safe to assume that's probably not a great pick, but we'll see.
Yeah, so the cap number is $8.8, nearly $9 million. And the Texans have plenty of money to spend, so they can do stuff like that. So
and they can extend them too.
Yeah, that's the question. I guess depending on how much compensation they gave up will probably determine if they are going to extend them. Because if it's a day 2 pick, if somehow the Bengals wrangled that out of him, then I don't think it's a 1-year deal. And it's the deal that he already had on the books. He's 27, I think. So he's probably got a couple good years left. So I could see the Texans deciding that now that they've already made the acquisition, why not extend him if they think he is a fit for their offense going forward? So Joe Mixon, a Texan of all people, the Texans acquired Joe Mixon, a name that goes beyond just what he did on the field. But as I said, that happened while he was in college. We're talking about a decade ago now. For the most part, the Texans are now operating like a normal football team. We know they have an alleged past of not acquiring guys with off the field indiscretions, and that playing a big part in their decision making. But sometimes you have to operate in the gray, and if they believe that he's going to help them win, I completely understand the move, because why act like the other 31 teams wouldn't do it? Don't be the outlier when you're trying to win football games. And if the thought is we're just trying to win, and we're gonna fade anything that might come our way, so be it. And they're not gonna really catch anything. People are gonna be like, they did something, and they know the name, and I think everyone will be fine.
And locally is the only reaction you're gonna get, mostly a negative reaction you're gonna get, because we talk about the Texans so much. All of these guys we're gonna talk about with more of a fine-tooth comb, whereas like nationally, like you said, it's been 10 years. I don't know if for a lot of people they still are like, Joe Mixon, whoa, that guy. Can't believe the Texans did that when he's been in the league for 7 years.
Yeah, when he was drafted, everyone's like, "Oh, of course the Bengals did it."
Yeah,
because you made reference to the Bengals when he was drafted. Everyone's like, "Well, yeah, that's the team of Pac-Man Jones and Vontaze Burfict. Of course they took him."
If anyone would,
yeah, it would be the Bengals. Yeah, I nationally, it's not a story. It's only going to be something here because of the Texans and what we thought was their kind of overarching approach to players with off the field issues, but that's gone now. They acquired Joe Mixon, so we'll talk more about that. If you have thoughts on the Texans making a trade for a big name back, once again, still waiting on the compensation. Once we have that, we'll let you know. Call in 713-780-3776, and you can always tweet at us at Delvey2, at Sean A. Mapes. And, of course, you can watch the show. ESPN Houston is where you can find us on YouTube, and listen, ESPN975.com, or download the app. We're just deep into the first hour. We got another hour to go, and if the Joe Mixon talk is something you guys want to discuss, we'll continue to do that. We'll get to some other stuff. We'll have an Alfred Şengün update. It's not my update. It's something we all know, but I'll inform you on the status of Alfred Şengün if you missed it, and we'll continue to talk about the NFL, because Saquon versus Tiki is a thing now, because Tiki Barber never stays out of the news very long. He's funny because I don't know that Giant fans love Tiki Barber, because he was a guy they didn't like when they were going on to win their Super Bowl. He was jettisoned, and then they went on to win, and he wasn't thrilled by how he was thought of. I don't think Giant fans care for him that much, even if he is coming to their defense for Saquon going to Philly. So we'll discuss that, among other things. Some big news. Joe Mixon, a Texan. We'll talk about that and more. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show and some great music presented by RC Ranch,
the official beef jerky of the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo.
Welcome back. Bun B will be in the building. Well, not this building, but NRG for the rodeo. Lance, I think, mentioned he's going. Drake is apparently expected to be there, among others, to hang out there with their friend. Lance thinks he's Bun B's friend. I think they're more like acquaintances, but they know each other. Bun B's been in studio before, multiple times. Actually, did a couple shows with Lance when John's been out. And if I know anything, doing a show with Lance doesn't guarantee friendship because we've done shows for years and we still ain't friends. So I'm not sure Bun B and Lance are friends, despite what Lance thinks. So, but if you want to see Lance, you'll be among like 70,000 people or however many people are going to pack in there for that concert. If 70,000 might be a bit strong, but Bun B will be there along with others. So celebrate Houston music tonight at NRG. Some news as far as player acquisitions and free agency beyond the Joe Mixon thing. Obviously, you want to keep talking about that. We can. We referenced. I don't even know what we do off air and on air anymore because Sean and I will have a conversation on air. I forget that it might not have made it on air. We referenced the Browns quarterback room, possibly on air, maybe. Well, it gets a little deeper and somewhat more problematic. How could that be possible when Deshaun Watson's their quarterback? They have brought in Jameis Winston to be the backup. Now, Jameis Winston stuff, much like Joe Mixon stuff, happened a long time ago now. A lot of it happened about a decade ago when he was at Florida State. But the Browns, if you want to say, they're doubling down on problematic quarterbacks. They bring in Jameis to be Deshaun's backup. And considering Deshaun's recent history of injuries, there's a good chance Jameis is going to start a couple games. And will he eat a couple W's? Maybe. The Browns are going to be pretty good. We saw them win games without their starting quarterback. We saw them win games with multiple quarterbacks. We saw them make the playoffs with Joe Flacco, who's still out there, by the way. Does Joe Flacco want to play football, or is he going to be one of those guys who, if anyone needs him in like November, he says, I'm available?
I think he went out on top. Now, I know they lost by 1 million to the Texans in the wild card game.
Yes, and he threw 2 pick sixes. Is that really going out on top?
But I think most people remember, like, you want to go out the way he went out, where it's like, Joe Flacco, a little bit, he was better than we thought. Like it was overall a positive experience. And if I were him, I'd be like, do I really want to come back, play 6 games, and maybe stink it up for whatever the Panthers or whatever if 9 guys get hurt? So,
not the Panthers.
I was just thinking the worst team I could.
It would have to be another team
Cardinals,
like the Browns who have some potential and need a stabilizing force at quarterback.
So Russell Wilson gets hurt. Kenny Pickett also gets hurt. Mason Rudolph stinks, and so they had to bring in Joe Flacco.
Yeah, because the Steelers will probably be floating around 6-6.
And he's just making George Pickens look like Torrey Holt back in the day, or not Torrey Holt, Torrey Smith back in the day.
Yeah, because that'll be the career. Well, the end of career for Joe Flacco. He'll continue to be a marvel, and he'll do the thing. Just show up 5-6 games, and I'll play, and people love me because people love Joe Flacco. He went from this guy who had one run and then people made fun of him for the rest of his career. He was a quarterback before Lamar Jackson took over. Now he's the guy who had a remarkable run and led that Browns team to the playoffs. And
I think I would want to go out just like
that way.
Yep. Remember me like that, not the last 5 years I had in Baltimore.
Yeah, that was an ugly 5 years. And he spent time playing for the Jets. Oh, the Jets, his Jets time was real ugly. That was a guy who goes, you think I'm standing in and taking hits against this team? I'm just throwing the football up. And if it gets picked off, it gets picked off. I don't care. He was kind of like that with the Browns, but it worked out, though.
He threw a lot of picks with the Browns.
He did, but the Jets was even worse, where sometimes he wouldn't even look. He says, this guard sucks, and there's quick pressure. I'm just throwing it up. I'm not taking a full-on shot.
I'd rather get an interception than get murdered.
Yeah, exactly. John, we see you. Hang on, because if we go to you, we're gonna be way late, and I want to stay on time here because the Joe Mixon stuff we'll keep pushing that if you want to talk about it, because it is the big signing so far. Also, I did want to get to this. Shaq Barrett, released by the Tampa Bay Bucks earlier in the offseason, does sign a one-year deal with the Dolphins. That's a team who is going to miss Jalen Phillips and Bradley Chubb. Their two top pass rushers suffered an Achilles and an ACL late in the season in 2023, so they're going to need temporary help, and getting a guy on a one-year deal who's as accomplished as Shaq Barrett certainly helps the cause, and they don't have to invest big money in big years because they're already paying Bradley Chubb. They're going to have to pay Jalen Phillips, so a smart move by the Dolphins there. So some bigger names coming off the board: Joe Mixon, a Texan, Jameis Winston, a Brown, and Shaq Barrett, now a Dolphin. So the news will keep coming. We'll keep updating you on it. And Sean will get to his favorite tweets from newsbreakers regarding the free agency period. And by his favorite, I mean what he considers the worst, because some of them are pretty bad. But John,
most shameless.
Yes, that's actually how he titled it in the rundown. Most shameless tweets, and some of them are guys and ladies without shame. John, we see you. We'll get to you on the other side. We got one more hour to go here. We'll talk to you on the other side. I was going to continue to talk Texans, and we will get to that Alpi update. But Ross Dellinger, he tweeted this about an hour ago. He covers college football, I believe, for The Athletic. For Yahoo Sports, excuse me. He tweeted this out. According to Nick Saban's wife, Nick Saban said to his wife, Terry came to him before his retirement and told him, "Why are we doing this?" in reference to why are we no longer coaching. She told him that the players now only care about how much money they're making. Let me read that again. Nick Saban said his wife, Terry, came to him before his retirement and told him, "Why are we doing this? Why are we why are we coaching? Why are we still in the game?" I guess her opposition to continuing to coach in college football is the players only care about how much money they are making. If you don't get out of here, Miss Terry, and that's how they reference her to show respect. Miss Terry, cut it out. You your husband, because of his success, admittedly, is one of the reasons coaches' salaries are so astronomical, and the trickle down because of how people saw how unfair it was for him to be making so much money while the players weren't getting anything is what led to what we have now. I hate the NIL discussion because I feel like it's a bit dishonest, and people don't really talk about it in a way that makes sense to me. It's about how it damages the game and how it puts coaches in an unfair position. Can we not pretend that Nick Saban would never give back money? Like if Alabama's like, Nick, hey, the $10 million a year we're paying you, it's kind of affecting our bottom line. Would Nick Saban go, you know what? You're right. I'm going to take less. I'll split that in half to have it go easier on your budget. Everyone is in it for the money. Nick Saban, at least according to anything I've ever seen, never turned down more money. Coaches don't turn down more money. It's not part of the game. I have a tweet from David Mulugeta, who is the agent for C.J. Stroud and Deshaun Watson. He talked about this when it came to the NFL. But can we please not pretend that the ruination of college sports is because the players want more money when you can directly point to the guys who are supposed to be the leaders of men and their willingness to just grab more and more and more led to this, if you believe college sports isn't what it once was. Jeez. I'm a little triggered, mostly because it comes from one of the sources of the astronomical salaries that coaches have and why money is such a big issue in college sports. Of all people, one of the people who's benefited the most from money in college sports, it's talking about how we need to get out of the game because all the players do is care about money. All right, sure.
Yeah. What do you care about, Nick Saban? Is that why you own all the car dealerships? Is it for the love of the game? I get you coaching for the love of the game, but then it's like, well, now he owns all these car dealerships. He's making hundreds of millions of dollars.
I was so perplexed by the comment. I thought this was Nick Saban. Nick Saban's just relaying what his wife was talking about as far as why are they doing this, questioning why they should still be in coaching. All the players do is care about money. Let's see your house. Let's see the vehicles. Let's see the additions. Let's see the pool. You know, that famous house that you used to recruit. I'm sure it's a very modest house in Tuscaloosa. I'm sure you haven't taken advantage. You haven't taken advantage of the wealth college sports has provided you.
Also, only in college football and college basketball, because we've seen a lot of guys retire in college basketball too, is that when a 72-year-old man retires, millionaire, multi-millionaire, we have to be like, why? It's like anyone else who's 72
who's got a lot of money,
they have a ton of money and they retire. You're like, well, yeah, because he's 72.
But but for this, all these things that have changed the game is pushing Nick Saban away like he's 45 years old, like he's Barry Sanders.
Yeah, until Kirby Smart retires.
Yeah, stop it.
Or leaves, like, you know, when these I know you know this, like the Boston College coach who's about to get fired goes to be the defensive coordinator for the Packers.
He gets out beforehand.
And people are like, why is he flocking from the college? It's
because he's coaching at Boston College, and even Boston College will get tired of you underachieving and fire you.
Yeah,
and you know
Green
what?
Bay Packers DC is a much better job,
and they'll pay you more probably. And certainly more job security, unless you're like Joe Barry and you really stink at it. But if you stink at any job, eventually you'll go.
He even got to be there for like 3 years.
Yeah, like LaFleur watched him struggle for years, despite all the money and resources they put into that defense, and still kept him around. Miss Terry. Now this is Nick Saban relaying what his wife told him to a reporter, but the couple needs to cut it out. All the players do is care about making money. I wonder why Jalen Milroe decided, I want to be a brand ambassador for EA College Football. I want to get NIL deals, when he looks and shows up at your house on his recruiting trip and looks at the opulence of your home and goes, you know what? This is a pretty good deal. Let me see if I can get in on it.
Wow, there seems to be money in college football. Who would have thought?
There are some people who can deliver a message, and I'll be like, I'll accept it and go, you know what? Maybe you have a point, but not for them. Not from them.
The wife of the greatest coach of all time,
who made so much money coaching the game. I'm not taking it from you. You two. You guys should go, you know what? College sports is great. Anyone who can find a way to make money in it, congratulations. I'm going to quit because the players, all they do is care about money. And this is funny because Nick Saban was applauding this particular roster for being one of his favorites because they weren't supposed to be as good as they were, and they made the semifinal, pushed Michigan to the brink. He was talking about how proud he was. And then in the offseason, all the players do is care about money. Excuse me, maybe his wife thinks that, and Nick thinks something else.
I like the idea that they sit around debating, like at the dinner table. Miss Terry is like, well, you know,
the game has really changed.
I guess when you coach at a place for 15 years, you kind of like your family kind of becomes entrenched at that place. But it is funny the idea that Miss Terry has enough FaceTime with Caleb Downs and Isaiah Bond to be like, you know what? They only care about money.
Yeah.
Like how would you get that from them?
Look, she's, as you mentioned, an institution, so I'm sure she is more involved in the program in certain ways than others. But that's coming from Nick too. They're having these discussions, and he's talking about how the game has changed. Look, there was a time, and it's not even my original idea. Of course, everyone knows this. There was a time where I could pay a player under the table to come here, and it was just understood that we don't talk about it. Now I got to have real discussions about brand deals and whether the car dealership will get him a car. I didn't have to talk about those things before. Those things just happened, and I didn't have any part in it.
It is funny that everyone accepts that, especially the SEC, that guys were getting paid under the table for decades.
Yes.
And people are just like, yeah, that's just what happened, especially in Alabama.
The game is the game, yeah.
Especially at places like Alabama. And the second it becomes like over the table, it's like, whoa. These guys, all they do is have their hand out.
I mean, Nick Saban, it was in an era where guys were getting paid to just show up for visits. That was, hey, you come to our campus, or Nick Saban allegedly, although he doesn't coach anymore, allegedly Alabama would pay guys not to go to other places. Like if they had a commit or they had a guy they thought was going to commit, maybe a little money would be exchanged for that guy not to show up at Georgia for a weekend because they want to make sure Georgia doesn't turn their head. But now at the end, when Kirby's dominating that conference, in some ways, because, Saban did just beat him in the SEC title game, but Kirby has taken over as the alleged best coach in the country. Now we're talking about how much money has changed the game. All right, man, sure. And I'm sure when Sexton was going into the Alabama offices asking about contract extensions and holding them over the fire to get more money, you were like, hey, Jimmy, relax. Jimmy, don't push it too far. Let's come to something reasonable. All right. Okay, Miss Terry and Saban. The game has changed.
I just need Jimbo Fisher to come out and be like, the money in college football is ridiculous. That's what I need. That's what I need.
And if he said, you know what? Look what they gave me. Clearly, I'm right.
Yeah, I don't know what would make me laugh more. Him acknowledging he was like, it's ridiculous. The contract I got was ridiculous. Or him being completely
oblivious.
Completely hypocritical. Just being the biggest hypocrite in the world.
Jimmy's got Jimmy. I'm thinking about Jimmy Sexton still. Jimbo's got a low Q rating right now. But if he came out like, guys, just to oppose Saban like they did for that one summer before a couple seasons ago, guys, he's right. The money in college football is ridiculous. And then he paused, pregnant pause. You know what they paid me. And everyone's like, yeah, Jimbo. Yeah.
Is Jimbo Fisher going to be on TV this year? He should be.
He talks a little. Speaking of us talking fast, we had that commentary before. He talks really fast. I'm not sure that's the spot
maybe
for him.
Maybe a podcast so you can slow him down.
Yeah, a 0.75 for Jimbo every time he speaks. Sorry, I love the game of college football, but I'm not going to sit through that. Shout out to Ross Dellinger for getting the quote because it killed off a segment with us, just getting me pissed off about the Sabans being upset about how the game has changed. Okay, sure. Give back some of that money if the game has changed too drastically.
Yeah, again, 72 years old, retires, and needs a reason why he retired. Like, Same thing with Coach K and Roy Willie, all the guys that retired in college basketball, Jim Boeheim. It's like they're all coached there for 40 years.
Yeah,
like,
maybe you're not motivated to do it anymore.
Let them retire. What are they supposed to do until they died? Like, what are we talking about?
Just because Saban's got a relatively bad dye job for some Tuscaloosa hair salon doesn't mean he actually is what he looks like. He is 70-plus years old. At some point, we don't do this. You don't do this anymore. You walk away, enjoy your time, and travel the world with Miss Terry. Just have a grand old time. Yeah, there doesn't need to be a reason, like you said, for how the game has changed and he wants to go. He's older. He's done everything he's going to do. He needs to win another national title. What's it going to prove?
Yeah. I mean, did people do this when Bobby Bowden retired?
They wanted him out. They call that Florida State people call that the last decade because they let him hang on forever. They brought Jimbo to be coach in waiting, the only time that's ever worked in sports. Jimbo took over, eventually won a national title. But they weren't ever going to push Bobby Bowden out, but they wanted to. They did.
Deep down in places they don't talk about.
Yeah, first they got Mickey Andrews out of there, their longtime DC. He goes, Mickey, in the years of the spread, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to play cover zero all the time and see how it goes because he's and these are names from the past. He still thought he had Peter Bullware and guys like Terrell Buckley in the secondary. I can rush with Bullware and Wadsworth and play Buckley in the secondary, and all of those receivers will never get open. Hey, Mickey, things have changed. And he did that till, they had to get rid of him, and then Bobby was next. But yeah, Saban probably would have got the same deal. But credit to him as I'm ripping him this entire segment. He was a guy who adapted his game to make his run last longer. Bobby Bowden was like, nope, I'm gonna hire Jeff Bowden, my son, to be the OC.
Yeah, you can pretty clearly say the game passed Bobby Bowden by. Nick Saban won the SEC and played in the college football playoff and lost in overtime.
Yeah,
so,
he was at the top of his game.
Game did not pass him by.
He maybe toned down the rhetoric about how the game is so different that I've got to go. You would have been fine if you wanted to keep coaching. All right, I can breathe again. Just had to get that out. One tweet set me off. Credit, I'm a very well-adjusted person. Spent 15 minutes talking about Nick Saban because of one stupid tweet. All right. On the other side, I'll be more calm. I will give you the update on Alfred Şengün, and we'll also continue to talk Texans going forward. Maybe we won't hear from Joe Espada, but we will read some of his quotes, at least I will, talking about Framber Valdez. Framber pitched yesterday, a much better outing than he had in his first outing. Something to do with, no longer calling his own pitches. That helped this cause. We'll discuss that and more. Sean and I will be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Just to give some context, these Nick Saban quotes, at least the one I read that set me off, he was on Capitol Hill. Congress was having a discussion with coaches and luminaries in college sports on NIL. It was an NIL roundtable on the Hill. Mike Zerline, that name may sound familiar. He is the brother of Greg. Nope, he's the brother of Lance. Lance Zerline here. Mike Zerline is a coach in the area, and he talks about us, well, particularly me, about the quote and where it came from. And Nick Saban apparently is fine with players making money, but just the fact that they would come in the postseason meetings and demand playing time and more money, or they'll leave. It made the job too much, and that's why one of the reasons Nick Saban decided to leave, because the job is too hard to keep a roster together when you're dealing with these things after the season. He isn't against players making money, just I guess how they go about it. And I would say I understand what you're saying, Mike, but I find myself not feeling any sympathy for coaches in this regard. And Nick Saban goes on to talk about, well, when he was on the Hill, he talks about NFL coaches talking to him about how players come in less developed and with more entitlements during the NIL era. It just sounds like a lot of coaches complaining because their job is more difficult. And I find that somewhat cowardly, because as Don Draper would say, that's what the money is for. Your job is harder. The money is better. Figure it out. Players are more entitled. You want to blame that on how generations have either been have been taught worse when they were younger? So be it. That's why you get paid, to mold those players, even on the NFL level, into something that wins games. Because no one's going to care if your team is terrible because the player you once had in 2015 isn't the same type of player you have in 2024. Sorry, no one's going to care. And all of them know it. It's a bottom line business. The money is there for you to find a way to make those players better so those NFL teams can be better and you can achieve and they can achieve and everyone can be happy. So, sorry. The sympathy for coaches, I've been hearing this for years now about coaches and how things get more and more difficult because of how the rules have changed. Well, you had all the power before. You have less now. The money is even better for you. Figure it out. And that's particularly on the college and the NFL level. Stop complaining. Stop it. We'll see what Saban's appearance at the roundtable about NIL on the Hill means. You know, Greg Sankey, I believe, is there too. They're asking for different things that can make the transition to this NIL-based system easier for everyone. And if they can find reasonable rules, great. But stop whining. It's progress. And sometimes progress can be a little painful, particularly for the people who had it a certain way beforehand. Listen to coaches whining. It's the worst thing. It's the worst. Particularly college coaches. Stop it.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting. You look at professional sports, because that's kind of where college sports is. Like, a lot of these problems get solved when they just make employees athletes.
Yeah,
like
and that's part of
employees.
That's part of the discussion. And it's a slippery slope for the NCAA, and making employees athletes changes the model completely.
Yeah,
and I'm not sure they're all that interested in that.
Well,
so be it.
You can sign them to 2-year contract, 3-year contract that way.
Yeah, and they can stop complaining about, if you want to make it, the money comes directly from the universities, then players can't renegotiate. They're under contract, but we don't want to put a player under contract because some of it's about the amateurism of sports, and really it's more about how the money gets divided if they now have to start doling out checks to their players.
Yeah, it will be interesting though, because I mean, in basketball or in football, really, D'Amico Ryans is not the highest paid Houston Texan.
No, he is not.
Ime Udoka, not the highest paid Houston Rocket. Not even close, really. In fact, they make like way more than the coach does.
And this is why coaches particularly in basketball, complain, because the players have the power.
And in college sports, though, it's still really the only situation where the the players make some money, but the coaches make more than the entire roster combined.
Mm-hmm.
That when it gets closer or when it gets flipped, that's gonna be a wild time for a lot of coaches having to adjust to that.
Yeah, if it ever became a point where
that's where it seems like it's going, because every single professional league, the players get paid more than the coaches.
And this is what they want to avoid, because if it ever comes to a point where the 5-star quarterback is getting paid more than the Power 5 coach, it'll be a flip. It'll be a flip that I'm not sure many college coaches will be able to handle. And we hear about I'll always use excuses as opposed to reasons why coaches decide they want to go to the NFL. It's different. It's not about this. It's about coaching, and I don't have to argue and maneuver my roster and figure out why I have to give this player a new deal when another school is coming to poach him. And I say, so you adults can't control yourselves when it comes to maybe a gentleman's agreement, how you don't actively take one of my players off my roster. So now it's NIL's fault, and now the players are the ones causing the issues, but really the adults in the rooms can't handle themselves, because there's nothing that says the star safety for Alabama has to go to Ohio State if Ohio State doesn't try to acquire him. Hey, you guys are the grown-ups. Shake hands and say we're not going to do this to each other. They never will, because winning is all that matters. And if Caleb Downs wants to play at Ohio State and the Buckeyes reach out beforehand, and they're just going to pony up, and Caleb Downs will be now a safety at Ohio State as opposed to Alabama. But, let's talk about how the players are the ones with all the issues. Sure. Albert Sengun, he, I think, lucked out. I think we're going to use the term the Rockets and he got lucky. No real structural damage, although a major and severe sprain is something he's going to have to overcome. If this had happened in January, this is something he would probably have to deal with into March. That's depending on how long and how severe the injury is. So a severe sprain can be more than you think. So you think it's just simply a rolling of the ankle, but ligaments can get stretched. Sometimes you hear a bit of a crack, and then it becomes a real rehabilitation issue. But no major knee injury, just a bone bruise, no broken ankle, which was the fear for some, particularly when he was being wheelchaired off of the Sacramento floor. And before he got hit by a towel, he told the world, "My ankle's effed up." If you heard the hot mic. So Sengun, only 21 years old. The MRI post-game revealed that the injuries wouldn't require surgery. So that is good news. About his return to the Rockets this season, I put it at maybe 2080, because we're at a point in the year where the season is over in just over a month. We're talking about 5 to 6 weeks for him, and a major sprain that's kind of the timetable. Sometimes it's 6 to 12 weeks. That's kind of the window. So even if it's 6 weeks, he's not coming back.
No, their last game of the season is on April 14th.
Yeah, so we're talking
about a month. We're talking 31 days.
Yeah.
32 days.
So we might want to pack it up for Sengun if you had any hope of watching him the rest of the way.
It is a good outcome, because it's not like some horrific multi-ligaments in his knee type of injury. Like he no matter how bad the sprained ankle is, he will not miss the start of training camp. He won't miss the start of the regular season. Shoot, he's not going to miss the start of like the Olympics because of this. So he did luck out in the severity of it, but it just by virtue of when it happened in the season, he's out for the season.
Yes, if you jump to season-ending injury, you're probably right. It's just not.
It's a 4-week injury.
It's just a 4 to 5 week injury, and you have to strengthen that ankle even after rehab. So it probably would have been something he dealt with for several months in terms of getting that ankle back to where it needs to be. But it'll be a 5-week thing, and then at the minimum, which means, as Sean pointed out, he wouldn't be playing for the Texans for the Rockets this year.
Definitely won't be playing for the Texans.
Yeah, can't take a hit.
No.
Can't have that guy out there.
No. Although Bobby Slowick's looking to implement him in the goal line blocking of The tank.
I mean, he's tall enough. Just split him out and be a big tight end, a move tight end, throw him the football.
Just
see if
jump
you can.
balls.
Yeah, we just call it a rebound.
Yeah, Antonio Gates used to play basketball.
Oh, Jimmy Graham too. I don't know if you've heard.
Yeah.
Sometimes that conversion works. I mean, and now everyone got addicted to trying to do it.
Yeah.
Eventually, we've moved away. Let's just draft actual football players and do that instead.
I have a crazy idea. Brock Bowers instead.
Yeah, a great tight end on the college level. He was actually a tight end. Although Jimmy Graham did play tight end, I think, for a year at Miami. And Antonio Gates was kind of the prototype of that guy. Played basketball. I think he played in a tournament with Kent State. I think that's where I remember him from. I don't remember him playing any regular season games at Kent State, but I think he was in an NCAA tournament game, and then he made the transition to being a future. Is he in the Hall of Fame? He's not in the Hall of Fame yet.
I don't know.
But,
I don't think he's in the Hall of Fame.
But
yet.
that'll
I
happen.
think he played like sneaky super recently.
Yeah, but that guy's making the Hall of Fame. Antonio Gates, one of the best tight ends to ever do it. He just so happened to also be an ex-basketball player. If you like to bet on basketball, I've got the place for you. That's MyBookie. MyBookie gives you the chance to bet on the games today, the games in the future. I don't think they have like a futures line on Alperen Şengün's return. That feels like something that would be off the board. But anything else, practically, MyBookie will provide that opportunity for you. But if you like online games, they're the place for you, too. Online computer games, that includes slots, table games, Texas Hold'em, and lots more. There are a lot of cool games that MyBookie provides. The live casino feature is really cool. You'll have that in-the-flesh dealer that will get you through the poker, the blackjack, and even if you want to, handle the roulette tables, they have that for you, too. Enjoy the live casino. It's really next level. And if you want to play wherever you want, MyBookie has that for you, too. Use your laptop. You want to play at home. You want to play at the office. If the home or your home office, trust me, MyBookie it doesn't matter to MyBookie. You can play anywhere you want. Just go to mybookie.ag to get started. Click on bonuses to see all the great ways to turn your deposit into bonus cash. Whether you're new to MyBookie or you want to reload as an existing customer, you can also refer a friend and get some bonus cash. Use promo code BET975. Turn your space into your casino with mybookie.ag. Use promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Only with MyBookie.
You're listening to The Dale Show on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Dale. Dell, no, that's okay. That's on me. I went more country with it. My bad, Dell.
Welcome back to the show. I don't know if I tasked Sean with this, but he did something I think I'm going to enjoy. We've been talking about kind of the push and pull between agent and newsbreaker when it comes to free agency and really in any sport, but particularly in this time period, the NFL. Whether it be Pelissero or Rappaport or Schefter, they're all getting their information at this point from players/agent. And you can tell when the agent or the agency is really involved because of the flowery words surrounding the announcement. So Sean has kind of labeled this his favorite shameless tweets. Sean's going to go through a couple, and we'll see where they stack up. So what's your first, Sean?
First one is the announcement that Bobby Wagner will not be returning to the Seahawks from Ian Rappaport. All-Pro and Pro Bowl linebacker Bobby Wagner. Stop here. That's a key part. When you have to reference how many All-Pros or that the fact they were an All-Pro.
Of course.
Doesn't have to be this year in the case of Bobby Wagner. Doesn't have to be.
Yeah, it's like the people before this past season talking about Lamar as an MVP. Well, that happened in 2019. I guess you're always an MVP, but it happened years ago.
He is expected to test the market, and it's certainly viewed as unlikely that he returns to the Seahawks. Sources say, coming off a career-high 183 tackles, Wagner joins a talented off-ball linebacker group in free agency.
Yeah.
Slipping in the how many tackles you have is very funny.
Yes, because we all know tackles don't mean as much as you think.
Ask Jalen Petrie.
Yeah, if you're making tackles 8 yards down the field, who cares? It's so great. You made a tackle, giving up an 8-yard gain. But it makes it sound, that initial tweet, like he was coming off a Pro Bowl or All-Pro year. That was how many years we had? Now I'm just going to look up how many years ago he was a Pro Bowl. The Pro Bowl doesn't make a.
I think he got a reputation one pretty recently.
Yeah,
where he wasn't that good, and he still made it.
Yeah, the Pro Bowl doesn't matter as much. Well, we see what it is now. The Pro Bowl matters very little. Yeah, the Pro Bowl matters very little. But when's the last time Bobby Wagner was an All-Pro? I guess you can't put an former All-Pro. Last time he was an All-Pro, second team All-Pro. He made. We better take a step back, Sean. He's been a second team All-Pro the last 3 seasons.
Whoa, on 2 different teams.
Yes,
including the Rams, who let him go halfway through one season.
Now I'm not sure if. The All-Pro is probably a bit of a reputational award too, but Bobby Wagner can say, "I've been a second team All-Pro the last 3 years." So what do you got to say about me now?
Maybe Rappaport throw in second team All-Pro instead of.
Look, now we're picking at the tweet pretty hard. Like he was legitimately an All-Pro this past season, so I can't front. Okay. I think that one kind of clears the bar.
Okay, next one, also from Ian Rappaport. The Raiders and center Andre James have a 3-year deal for him to remain in Las Vegas. Sources tell me, and Tom Pelissero, James gets $24 million over 3 years with $16 million guaranteed in a contract done by, and then he lists 3 different agents, tags each one of them.
The naming of agents is a relatively new thing, probably in the last 3 years or so, where agents are now included in tweets. All 3 of them, huh? At least it tells you where the information is coming from. I'll appreciate that, but I'm there with you. That's a little much.
Contract done by GSE Football agents David Cantor, Ness. I don't know how to say this name, and then Ian Grudman. 3 different people got name checked for Andre James.
For Andre James of all people,
Andre James,
as if he was an actual All-Pro. It's a center that no one cares that much about. That's where we're at, and we're going to give credit to those 3 guys. Who was it again? Rappaport?
Yeah.
If Rappaport treated that like a too small fish and threw it back, like I don't even want to break that news. I think we all would have been fine.
You know what? Let me just have Pelissero keep that one.
Yeah,
I don't need to throw my name.
If you want to give that one to Pelissero, the problem for Rappaport is I think David Cantor is the agent for Xavier Howard, so he has to do the small stuff
the big one.
Just in case the big one comes his way.
All right, this next one, it's a 3-tweet bonanza by Ian Rappaport again. I promise they're not all going to be Ian Rappaport.
You appear to have a fetish.
No. We get to Adam Schefter next, but he tweeted, the Bucs are closing in on a deal with quarterback Baker Mayfield, helping Tampa Bay keep home for their starter. He gets a 3-year deal worth blah blah blah. The Bucs work to keep their core.
Baker Mayfield's not considered part of anyone's core.
He then quote tweets it, and he says, Mike Evans is back, Baker Mayfield is back, Antoine Winfield is back, either on the tag or on a new deal. The Bucs are running it back after last year's impressive season.
Tone it down, Rappaport.
Oh, don't worry. He has another quote tweet.
How many times is he got to reference how great the Bucs were last year?
The Bucs and Baker Mayfield have agreed on a deal that gives them a max value. So now it went from a 3-year deal with $100 million.
Yeah.
Now it's a max value of $115, and then period. A huge get for Tampa.
Yeah, the agent was like, one more. We need one more because it could get to 115. Of course, a lot of that's fake money. I mean, it could be achieved, but it's unlikely, and the guarantees are really all that matters. And I think his guarantees come in at around 50, which is good for Baker because he was kind of a vagabond and a good thing for him to find a spot he can be at. But Baker's always 1 4-game stretch from being benched and being moved on from.
An impressive season for Tampa Bay.
Yeah, and they won a wild card game against an Eagles team who
was actively quitting. Yeah.
Yes.
Congrats.
Yes, and even Eagles fans knew they were going to lose that game.
Yes. Next, we go to Adam Schefter. This one, another classic. 9-time Pro Bowler and former Super Bowl champion Russell Wilson plans to sign with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Wilson will sign a team-friendly 1-year deal in which the Broncos will wind up paying $38 million of his salary while Wilson wears black and yellow. What a way to say a guy signed a minimum contract.
True. Now, if you wanna talk about Russell Wilson doing it on purpose because he wants the Broncos to pay him all his money, that context I appreciate, but he hasn't been a Pro Bowler. Well, I say that. Bobby Wagner was a Pro Bowler, so let me actually look it up.
All these Seahawks have just been Pro Bowlers.
Yeah, reputationally based Pro Bowler.
He made the Pro Bowl last year, after last year.
If he did, we're going to have to really rethink our commentary. He made the Pro Bowl in 2021. So recently, but it's not in the last couple seasons. He's no longer a Pro Bowler. He doesn't play like a Pro Bowler. I feel like it's unnecessary.
Also in the Russell Wilson news, Josina Anderson says, and this is shameless for a different reason. It's not agent related. Josina Anderson writes, Mike Tomlin moving like the G in lasagna.
Ooh,
silence.
Josina's got some bangers when it comes to stuff like this. That's a force. You don't need to do it.
As stated below, Wilson had great experience on his visit the last few days. Giants were in there. Now he goes to the AFC.
A G in silence.
Anytime you can reference like a 14-year-old Little
But
Wayne
everyone
song.
knew he was in Pittsburgh. He took pictures at the airport, or was that Newark? We all knew he was going to Pittsburgh beforehand. It wasn't a surprise. Mike Tomlin wasn't moving in silence. In fact, your competitors were talking about his trip there. Gary wants to talk about Eric Armstead, who's still on the board, which some people believe the Texans may have an interest in because of the connection with D'Amico. What's up, Gary?
Hey, what's up, Dale? Congrats on your show.
Thank you.
So this was from Jordan Schultz, which, I mean, he's kind of a clown, but, he does real NFL work.
Yeah, he does.
But he said yesterday, Eric Armstead elects to become a free agent. And I'm like, what does that mean? Like, only for just, 5 minutes later, Eric Armstead is cut after he didn't agree to a pay cut. And I'm just like, that was the most ridiculous, misworded, misleading tweet. But I do notice more and more of this stuff with these agents and these NFL reporters. But electing to become a free agent just jumped off the page. Like, this is complete BS. Like, they were trying to cut your salary and you didn't agree and they cut you.
Yeah, it's what it is, Gary. You laid out exactly what it was. But I don't know if Jordan Schultz has an in with, and likely does, a lot of these guys do, with the agent of Eric Armstead. And he's a newsbreaker, at least he tries to be. Gary is funny and right. Jordan Schultz doesn't have the greatest reputation, but he does break news, so it can't be for his sake to say Eric Armstead and the 49ers don't agree on how much he's worth. The 49ers think he's worth less than he actually is, so they cut him. He can't do that, which is what happened. So he has to go. Eric Armstead, it was an active choice by him to go out there and test the free agency market.
It's also when guys do restructure their contract, it's like they freed up this much cap space to help the team.
Yeah.
When a guy doesn't free up when he's like, no, pay me my money. he doesn't take a team friendly deal. It doesn't get reported as
no.
He refused to take a pay cut. Like he refused to help the 49ers create cap space, so they released him.
Yeah, it never will be couched that way because the teams aren't going to give them news. The players and the agents will. So, look, I understand the game. I just think it's important to know the game and to realize all these people are playing a game which is very profitable for them, but it's all determined about what they can gain from an agent, and so they have to couch it a certain way, and that's why these things always become like longer tweets. They all need the 280 plus characters. They all need the verified account, not because they need to prove to everyone that they're actually Ian Rappaport. It's because of all the flowery language they have to throw in their tweet to appease the agencies. And we will continue to see that going forward because everyone cares to get the news first. And look, we're all part of it. We will reference when someone breaks news and say, Rappaport says this. When Woj has a bomb, it's this. It's a big story. The tweets themselves are stories, even beyond the actual player and where they're going. So just understand the game, everyone. The agents have these guys in their pockets. And the best part is Mike Florio, using these particular tweets to talk about how he's not in anyone's pocket. Except when he does have news, no one believes him because maybe he's not in anyone's pocket. So it's a vicious cycle. And we will continue to play the game because we all crave the news, and we'll see what happens next. We'll see the Texans. He mentioned Eric Armstead. The Texans may be in on Eric Armstead, and maybe Jordan Schultz breaks that news going forward.
Yeah, and we would have to wait like 10 extra minutes until Schefter or Rappaport
to believe it,
tweeted that
to confirm it before we believe it. Yeah, Gary, as I mentioned, Gary alluded to some of the stuff regarding Jordan Schultz. He breaks news, but no one's ever sure it's the real thing because he's had some misses before. I think one of his more prominent misses was he had confirmed Mike McDaniel had an interview with the Dolphins, and he hadn't even been in Miami yet. That he said he was on site having an interview, and it turned out he had not talked to the Dolphins yet, not on any real official basis. So that's the type of stuff you have to kind of sift through when you're looking for real news. I would say, despite our jokes, you probably should stick to the NFL Network and ESPN guys.
Yes.
Their level that they have to reach before they will tweet something, their standard's probably a little bit higher than others. But which one are you gonna fight? Which one do you don't think has a high standard?
I actually have a tweet pulled up.
Oh, okay, here we go.
Tom Pelissero of the NFL Network. He said, so this is the Raiders have signed Gardner Minshew to a 2-year, $25 million contract, strong money for the potential 2024 starting quarterback. He then quote tweeted himself saying, so 1 year after helping lead the Colts to the playoffs after an injury to rookie quarterback Anthony Richardson, Minshew gets a big raise to head to Las Vegas, who also has Aiden O'Connell, and still can draft a quarterback too. Now, hold on. So 1 year after helping lead the Colts to the playoffs. Del, who did the Colts play in the playoffs?
No one?
Nobody. They did not make the playoffs.
In fact, he lost the final game to the Texans. That would have put them in the playoffs. Oof, you can't even get that right.
You're still up too.
You're so willing to paint a picture that you can't even fact check the fact that a team didn't make the playoffs, and they lost the final game of the season.
Something so
to
verifiable.
Not make the playoffs. Jeez, come on, Pelissero. Well, maybe. Look, I'm glad you said. What? Wait a minute. Maybe they're not all people you can trust. Like that one's different. It just feels like that's not news breaking. That's him getting caught in a moment where I'm sure I can't even explain how he got it wrong. I was trying to say maybe the agent gave him a paragraph and he just took the agent at his word. We got some Derrick Henry news. He is signing with the Baltimore Ravens. 2 years, $16 million, worth up to $20 million, including $9 million guaranteed, according to Adam Schefter, which I guess we can trust. The King will now play in the Queen City. What? Why do you have to add that?
Wait, isn't the Queen City?
I think it's Baltimore.
I thought that was Charlotte.
You know what? Maybe you're right. Because don't they have uniforms that reference that?
Yeah.
Well, maybe it's another guy adding a little extra and getting it wrong. Either way, Derrick Henry is a Raven, but the Texans, if you missed it, traded for Joe Mixon. Have we seen what the compensation is yet for Joe Mixon?
Cincinnati is called the Queen City, apparently.
Oh, so it is in Baltimore. It is Cincinnati. I was wrong. He was wrong.
Oh, no, Charlotte's also called the Queen City.
So is Baltimore also? Maybe it's 3 cities called the Queen City.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. But either way, Derrick Henry out of the division, but playing for a contender. He will be a Baltimore Raven, but the Texans got their own back. who was in the AFC North, as Derrick Henry travels there.
One of the Queen Cities.
One of the multiple Queen Cities. Joe Mixon from the Queen City to, what are we calling ourselves here? What special name do we give this city?
H-Town. Born in the H.
That's not what I'm looking for,
H-Town
Sean.
made. That's what they have on the stadium.
That's true, but we're not the blank city here. We're just H-Town.
Space City.
Thank you for jogging everyone's memory. Of course, people are yelling at us, "Hey, you idiots! It's a space city." Thanks, Sean. For,
I just,
you
throw
threw
up the H, like Cal McNair.
And it jogged your memory. Yes, yeah. I need Joe Mixon from the Queen City to the Space City. That's what I need in a tweet going forward. We got one more segment to go here. We'll talk a little Astros. Framber Valdez was on the mound yesterday. Pitched pretty well. I'll give you some of the numbers and what Joe Espada said about him. And if any other news breaks between now and the end of the show, we'll get to that. And, of course, the Killer Bees and Gallant and George will take care of you the rest of the way. We got one more segment to go. We'll be back.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
After yesterday's mixed close where the Dow rallied but the S&P and NASDAQ pulled back, we have the exact opposite this morning going on with the Dow down a little bit, but the S&P and NASDAQ are rallying. NASDAQ getting help from Oracle, which delivered better than expected results after the close yesterday and is trading 13% higher in pre-market action this morning. Interest rates are steady as we wait on this morning's consumer price report, a key inflation gauge that will tell us whether or not the Fed will be inclined to lower interest rates sooner rather than later. It's expected CPI was up 0.4%. We have oil trading up back above $78 a barrel, up about a third of a dollar. Gold giving back some of its recent gains. As stated, the yield on the 10-year note steady at 4.1%. Overseas markets mixed in Asia with Japan and China down, but Hong Kong surging 3%, while we have Europe up across the board to start the day. So we're waiting on CPI. That's going to call the tune, at least here at home.
It's the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye and his intrepid, most outstanding, arguably the greatest producer of all time, the one and only Sean Mapes.
Welcome back. We figured some things out. Cincinnati and Baltimore, one of them is the Queen City. So is Charlotte. Baltimore is the Charm City. So I'm not sure what Adam Schefter is talking about when he references Derrick Henry being a Raven and heading to the Queen City. It's the Charm City. And our relative brain fart was embarrassing. Houston, Space City. So when Joe Mixon gets traded, and he is being traded. If Schefter had tweeted that, he would have hopefully said Space City, but he probably would have screwed that up too and said something else.
No, yeah. I'm trying to think of what other city he would have confused over.
I don't know. What's Louisiana called? And he probably would have used, or what's New Orleans called? He probably
the Crescent City.
He probably would have called us the Crescent City because that's apparently his thing.
He's going home to the Alamo and
Yeah.
in Houston, Texas.
Yeah, you don't have to add things. Just tell us the news, and the news is Derrick Henry out of the division and now a Baltimore Raven. He gets a 2-year deal from the Ravens. Fromber pitched yesterday. Pitched better than he did in his first outing. He had a bullpen session between live BP between the two, and Fromber's doesn't believe he's at 100%, but he says he's getting there. I'm getting to where I want to be, getting a 60, 70, 80, 90% getting there. I'm getting to where I want to be for the season. So hopefully, as the likely opening day starter, he's at 100% when the Yankees come to town. Joe Espada talked about it, said he was in the zone, good sinker, good breaking balls, threw some good changeups to righties. Thought he was really good. So a definite improvement from what we saw, if you did see it. I don't know how many people are watching spring training, but definitely better than the results we got from his first outing. Valdez had fewer distractions. He didn't have pitch comp going. He didn't wear it. And so that certainly helped him. It was more traditional, what he's used to, having the catcher, obviously with the manager involved as well. So maybe the pitch comp thing for Fromber is off the table. If we go by the first outing, maybe gets another one in before the season to see which is his better course of action. But good to see that Fromber bounced back. Why you would overreact to the first start, I'm not sure. But now that he had a good one, maybe you feel better about Fromber, who is another one beyond Javier, who needs to bounce back, and the health of Justin Verlander. So, like, your top 3 guys. Have some questions around them, different questions, but they still remain. But if those guys can be who they've been in the past, and we can expect them to be, should be a good top of the rotation. And we know about what the back half of that bullpen should be as well. So the Astros continue to get themselves ready. Verlander's progressing. Abreu's progressing. No setbacks regarding those injuries. And the Abreu I'm referencing is Jose, not Brian. Abreu still has some knee soreness. He did some running yesterday. He'll take ground balls today if that hasn't already happened. And he hasn't been available since March 9th. It's been a couple days ago. He got injured chasing a foul ball against the Cardinals on March 7th. So they say he tweaked his knee. They're being careful. And hopefully Abreu will be your opening day first baseman. Espada talked about this early in spring when he said, as long as Abreu is available, he expect him to be your first baseman. So that isn't in question. Just a question of whether he'll be healthy once the season rolls around. So small little nicks and bruises for the Astros, thankfully, beyond what we already know about some of their pitchers, like McCullers. Not a lot of major things going on to mess with the roster as opening day approaches. So that's kind of your update on the Astros going forward. And if anything happens by tomorrow, I'll certainly let you know. But it seems like the path is pretty simple. Get your nicked up guys healthy and get to opening day healthy. And then we'll start what hopefully is another productive and successful Astro year. Sean and I won't talk about it till like June or July. That's just what we've decided.
I mean, we'll talk about it, but
we're not going to completely ignore the season.
We're not going to live and die with what's happening.
No, I gotta be up to date. I gotta divide my energy. I can't be up to date on the Astros when I have to worry about what's happening at Texas training camp and mini camps and how Joe Mixon looks in a Texans uniform, the new uniforms. Whenever you know who they won't put in the new uniforms, Joe Mixon. You know who won't be part of the photo shoot? I can't imagine it'll be Joe Mixon, or maybe it's been so far in the past, nothing matters, and they'll throw him in one of their Houston blue or H-Town blue uniforms when those get unveiled. I don't foresee it. No. I think it'll be, we talked about this, Tunsil, Stroud, Tank, maybe Nico, if he signed a new deal already, and Will Anderson, and Stingley. You'll probably get like 4 or 5 of them, your young core, and we'll see if there's a special appearance by Cal and Hannah in the uniforms too.
Also, I have big news.
Oh!
Adam Schefter has edited his
I
tweet
bet he did.
about Derrick Henry to remove the last sentence. It's so funny because it's the last sentence. It has nothing to do with the report.
Completely unnecessary. He just added flourish. He added flourish for no reason and got it wrong.
And he didn't correct himself to say whatever Charm City.
He heard enough from people. Hey, dummy, that's not the Charm City. It's what do we find out again? No, it is the Charm City. It's not Queen. It's not the Queen City, as he said. It is Charm City. And he had to edit it as opposed to just switch it up because I'm sure people are like, hey, you're wrong on this. He learned from – he's not going to go the Paliseo route and just leave it up there.
Yeah, and I don't see anyone in the comments saying, hey, it's not the Queen City.
Maybe.
They're all going like Super Bowl coming and like boom and, the normal.
All the normal stuff.
The normal comments.
So maybe he figured it out himself. So that's the NFL tweet game. Derrick Henry to the Charm City, not the Queen City. All that means is he's a Raven. So the Texans will have to deal with him again. Maybe not in the division, but they will have to play the Ravens because they both won the division. So Derrick Henry not out of our lives completely. We'll see him at least once a year, and if they see each other in the playoffs, maybe twice. Hopefully that's the case because that means the Texans have had a pretty good year. That'll wrap it up for us today. Sean and Gallant and George will follow. I'm sure they'll have their thoughts on Joe Mixon among the other Texans acquisitions. And certainly the likes of the Killer Bees will discuss as well. Jeremy's already got his tweets up about it. If you missed the Brandon Taubman one, maybe he'll go forward on that on the show. I don't know how many people even know who Brandon Taubman is.
He ended the tweet with "If you know, you know," so he knows it's a deep cut.
It is a deep
for all
cut.
the real Stro heads out there,
or anyone who has anything to do with sports radio, because it was a big story for a couple minutes as the Astros were trying to win another World Series. They didn't win it. I'm going to blame Taubman for that one. We're done. I'll be back tomorrow. So will Sean, but he's got another shift to get through with Gallant and George. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
I came in today thinking that we were going to discuss why the Houston Texans have a running back problem, Paul. But then they surprised us. Not Derrick Henry, not Saquon Barkley, not DeAndre Swift. We got the report yesterday that Joe Mixon was getting cut. And then all of a sudden, about an hour ago, Paul, we got news that the Houston Texans have traded for Joe Mixon. We don't know the details yet. Feels like probably just a late round swap because he was getting cut. So the Texans just swooped in and made sure they could secure his services for at least this year. But Joe Mixon is a Houston Texan. And all of a sudden, the running back room, after losing Devin Singletary to the Giants, right now it feels pretty good to me, Paul. How do you feel?
I'm surprised by the move. My mom once told me I'm running out of options from a dating perspective. And it's clear that the Houston Texans were running out of options, seeing as we saw Derrick Henry now sign a deal with the Baltimore Ravens not too long ago. There aren't many running backs that are left available. And perhaps because they bid a little bit lower than what the Eagles did for Saquon Barkley, and maybe they were in on some of the other running backs available, this, I guess, became their only option. He is a good player. He's a versatile player. Is he still the same guy he used to be? I don't know. What strikes me with this move, though, is that in Joe Mixon, we're talking about a guy who's been a POS off the field. Multiple incidents. October 2014, where he punched a girl in the face. And then, of course, just last year, he allegedly pointed a gun at a woman in downtown Cincinnati, telling her, "You should be popped in the face. I should shoot you now. The police can't get me," allegedly. So I suppose for all those people out there who are constantly mad that the Houston Texans are always a roster of Boy Scouts, maybe you're doing a little fist pump, but an under-the-table fist pump because you don't want to be canceled for approving of the Texans bringing in a guy like this. I suppose it's a new era. Is it a new era because this is the guy the Texans wanted, or is it a new era because the Texans ran out of options? I tend to think it's the latter.
It's interesting because I do view this as a last resort in a lot of ways. They probably knew that they weren't going to be getting Derrick Henry, even though 2 years, $16 million to the Baltimore Ravens, and it can cap out at $20 million is pretty reasonable compared to what Saquon Barkley got. But at his age, and did you believe he had 2 more good years left in him? I'm not sure. Versus paying Joe Mixon $6 million. But to the point of this is a new era versus just your last option, I think it's more of a new era. That maybe the Texans of being a good old boy and having a clean record, maybe that's going away a little bit. And even if this wasn't their last option, maybe it's a sign of things to come going forward. Now, we saw last year, clearly they chose Will Anderson over Jalen Carter. We don't know if Jalen Carter was ever really in the mix for the Texans. There was reports that they were out on him, but then others would say they're still in. So it's a bit unclear about how they feel philosophically now about players with a past. Joe Mixon, I was surprised because of what you said, that based on the history of this organization, they don't normally do things like this. It's really not it's cliche, it's corny, but the Texans way is not usually this.
Not Texans worthy, I believe. Was
that's
the
right,
term
Texans worthy.
That we've seen from them before. I'm surprised by it. The running back room is better at the very least. So if you're looking at it from a football perspective, hey, they got a good player. But if you're looking at it from I want to like every single player on this team. I don't know if this is quite trading for Roberto Osuna, as some are bringing up on the Twitch, where it really felt like the Astros completely lost their innocence back in 2018.
They did.
But this is an incident that took place a long time ago, the 2014 incident. I suppose he's a young man. He can learn. He can change. I used to be of the belief, and I still am of the belief, that it's a privilege to play a sport professionally and earn millions of dollars. And that, yeah, you can get a second chance doing something else if you violently do something to somebody else. And it's something that happened in 2014. Okay, he had just turned 18. If you really want to look the other way, like the Bengals are so good at doing, that's what they do. They bring in guys at a discount because of checkered past.
Yeah.
A long list of guys like that. But, I mean, there was an incident within the last calendar year, and whether it's simply alleged or if it actually happened, the Texans seem to have looked the other way this time around.
Are you okay that they did that? Because I hear you about the idea of
I'm not
wanting
happy
to like,
about it.
You want to like the players on the team that you root for, that you talk about, and now you have a player that he brings that, he ruins that for you.
I'm not happy about it. Right. I look, this team was exceptionally likable, and I mean, fair or unfair, this is something that I will think about with Joe Mixon. And does that mean
fair?
Does that mean I'm damning him to hell or
No.
something like that? No, it doesn't mean that, but I don't know. Especially considering there's been a couple of things that, not just this, there was another weird incident where I don't know if he was involved in it, but it also took place over the last couple of months. And it seemed like the Bengals were tired of him if they were going to release him. It's not like at least to my knowledge, the Bengals running back situation is going to be better in a post-Joe Mixon world. Who was the guy that they went after in free agency? Zach Moss?
Yeah.
Is Zach Moss better than Joe Mixon? No. Zach Moss is a backup running back. So why were the Bengals willing to move on from Joe Mixon, who wasn't earning all that much money, is the other question I have. Like, they were going to cut him, and the Texans, because they don't want him, I guess, to get out on the open market and potentially sign a deal that's going to cost him a little bit more. He's just a cap hit of $6.1 million per Spotrac. I think that's why they did it. But, okay, 1 year rental for, a 6th, 7th round pick. The trade is not a problem to me. It's more, why did the Bengals want to trade him when he didn't cost them that much, and Zach Moss is clearly not on the same level as him?
I would assume that it's not really about Zach Moss, that even though he's there and he was a good player, he was the NFL leading rusher at one point last year.
After week 1, when was that?
It was a little bit later in the season before Jonathan Taylor got hurt. He had some good games.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that Taylor was hurt for such a long time.
Personally, I think it's more about what they saw at the end of the season with Chase Brown, the kid they drafted from Illinois. He was a 5th-round pick last year. He's a good football player. So I think that him and Zach Moss will be the tandem. It'll cost you probably $4.5 million. It would have cost the Bengals closer to $8.5 million to keep Mixon on their roster. So, it's a 50% pay cut, I would say, to go from 1 running back to 2 running backs in this situation. So that's where I get it from the Bengals perspective. From a football perspective, I get why the Texans did it. I like that the Texans did it. You brought in a running back who, while he's not elite, and your running back room is not complete also, that's part of this. Like, you can't just be done. You need 2 running backs, and you have a running back now in Mixon who is a little bit older. Like, you have to go into the draft or still in free agency and address this position because it's still a major flaw in your roster. It might be the biggest flaw on the offense besides left guard. So you have to find a way to address that position still. But from a football perspective, I get it. From the person perspective, I really am shocked. I just did not think that this was something that the McNair family would okay.
Especially post Deshaun Watson.
Yeah. Now, you're not the Browns. You're not a team with Deshaun Watson, now Jameis Winston, and Kareem Hunt all on the same team where, like, they just love scumbags. Like, they seem to just attract them nonstop. The Texans have one bad apple on their roster right now, it appears.
He is good at running back. He's a versatile player. His last game with the Bengals was the season finale against Cleveland, the Cleveland team that really wasn't trying that hard, and he had 111 yards in that game. So they got better at the position. It's just strange to me that they went this route, and it's also something I'm wondering about. Like, why would the Bengals give up on him, other than the Bengals are cheap?
Yeah.
And, okay, maybe it's that, but these are the questions I have about the deal. They did upgrade. And to your point, yeah, you probably got to draft somebody. Maybe there's somebody else available in free agency that they can bring in. But I would say for the most part, it's just a different move by Nick Caserio and by this organization. And I do not blame the people who push back on it because of the stuff that he's done off the field.
I don't either. If there are Texans fans, when Texans fans or when sports fans in general say, I'm not going to watch my team now because X player is on that team, I don't really believe
I'm
you.
skeptical of that too.
Yeah, I don't believe you. Astros fans said that about Roberto Osuna, and then they all watch the game. You might be unhappy every single time he's on the field or on the mound like he was with the Astros. Frankly, if you want to boo Joe Mixon every single time he touches the ball, it's your right. It's your ticket. You can boo him if you want.
But
you can be unhappy.
I mean, I think there's a lot of people who don't even know he did any of this.
No, they don't because
it's so long ago.
Yeah, and the one that happened last year was mostly allegedly.
It's alleged right now. Yes.
So there's not the vitriol with him, but it's still very unlike the Texans.
There's no video with Ray Rice and his
yes
eventual, I believe, wife. So
yeah.
Married after that. Wow, interesting.
Bold move by her. It's going to be interesting to see how this goes. Now, from the other part of this that is a positive, yeah, there's some kind of construction going. You heard that too, right, Paul?
Yeah, it's driving me crazy.
Okay,
I thought I was losing my mind.
I thought I was going crazy too for
There's
a second.
some sort of vibration that's going on in the studio. I was like, oh, someone bring something in their luggage today? What's going on here?
Have you ever seen that happen in an airport actually, or is that just a TikTok prank?
I've seen the viral videos of it, and I'm pretty sure that these are just OnlyFans influencers who are like, "Oh no, there's something vibrating in my luggage.
It's a toothbrush.
I'm so embarrassed." Yeah, it's a toothbrush.
I think it's just I don't think maybe one person did it accidentally once, but they're too ashamed to like actually film it. The fact that you're like filming it, it's like
it's it's in there.
Like, who films it when the TSA is like, we need to take a look at what's inside your bag? You're like, all right, hold on 1 second. All right, yeah, take a look, and pull up their phone. And, like, no, they know what's happening.
All right, 713-780-3776 is your way into the show. Twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5. On YouTube as well. Just search for ESPN Houston. You'll find our live stream there. How do you feel about the Joe Mixon signing or trading by the Houston Texans today? Are you okay with it? How do you think it improves the Texans this year, or was it enough? We're going to try to understand DEFCON levels. All the players that have left the Houston Texans. What is your DEFCON level concern? That's next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Oh, Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe Mixon has been acquired by the Houston Texans. Will be their lead running back this year. Finished top 10 in the NFL this last year in rushing. Was 27th the year before. So the last 2 years, kind of one really good, one not so good. 2021, he was third in the NFL. So he's pretty consistent. I saw this stat that someone just posted on Twitter. Of all the running backs in the NFL since the year 2000 that have had over 1,600 carries, Joe Mixon has fumbled the least amount of times. You want to guess?
He's fumbled twice.
Twice last year.
Okay.
He's fumbled 6 times in his career.
Wow.
It's pretty good.
6 too many, right, Paul?
In my opinion, that's too many. Yeah.
Now you know what that means? Week 1 fumble out the back of the end zone against the Chiefs.
Without it.
It's coming. That's 100% what's coming.
Deserve it if it happens. There's a couple of videos of Joe Mixon, including the infamous one that we touched on in the first segment. I forgot that there actually was a video of it. Watched it in the break. Holy crap. It's still jarring, even 10 years later. There's another moment, and maybe this is why he's better at not fumbling. Do you remember, I believe it was an Oklahoma-Ohio State game, where he's running down the sideline wide open for a touchdown, and he forgot to bring the ball into the end zone.
Oh, no. I don't remember that.
I remember it because I was thinking of reasons that he shouldn't be drafted.
Did he do the one of those where, like, the Deshaun Jackson where he just, like, dropped it as he was celebrating as he ran in the end zone?
Basically, yeah.
Oh,
and I hate that with a passion. So perhaps that was a lesson learned in that moment, and now he's slightly better than most running backs at not fumbling.
That's, like, the number one sin in football, I think, is to have a clear, easy touchdown and then to intentionally drop the ball before you cross the...
It's the number one sin in football, at least the number 2 sin committed by Joe Mixon.
Yep.
At least the number 2.
At least number 2.
At least number 2.
So
maybe number 3.
It was, Oklahoma and against Ohio State, and he returns the kick down the right sideline. He is gone, and he fumbles the ball very clearly at the 2-yard line, and the refs did not notice it. So this is just something that they completely missed. As you can see right here, Joe, I've got it on my computer. There he is. Just drops the ball very clearly at the 1-yard line, like puts it behind him. What an idiot. But, hey, it's a new day here in Houston. You know, Clay Walker. Like, Clay Walker's made mistakes, right? Like, drive me smooth, mother bleeper. Joe Mixon's made mistakes. Everyone's made mistakes. I'm sure there are at least a couple of people in their car thinking right now, like, Paul, have you never made a mistake in your life? Well, I've made mistakes, but I don't know. I haven't punched a woman in the face. Haven't done that. Don't intend to do that.
That's good. I like working with you, Paul.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, please don't do that.
That would have been a terrible time for an admission.
Yeah. It was the worst time ever.
I'm glad that you haven't, to my knowledge.
I have not.
Joe.
Nope.
Sean, to my knowledge, you haven't as well.
I have not.
So, hey, you know, we all take things one day at a time, but that's one of the funny things that you'll see if you're pushing back against the Texans doing this, changing their stripes a little bit. You will get multiple people, not a majority, but enough of a group of people will respond saying, like, well, he deserves a second chance. What, you've never screwed up? I was like, yes, I've never beaten the bleep out of a woman. I've never done it. So, again, something you're going to have to get by if you are a fan of the Houston Texans. And guess what? Most people, no matter how much pushback they give to this in the immediacy, if Joe Mixon has a game where he runs for 120 yards, runs for a touchdown, catches a touchdown pass,
no one will care.
Everyone will forget.
Yeah, they won't be worried about it. Frankly, I think most Texans fans right now are okay with it anyways because the way free agency went the last 26, 27 hours. Because they didn't sign any of these running backs. And it looked like, from my perspective, the number one panic button issue for Texans fans was that you didn't have a running back, that you lost Devin Singletary while going after Saquon Barkley.
And the market evaporated very quickly.
So that this is literally maybe your last guy that you could get besides hoping that Nick Chubb got cut, because the other guy we talked about in the past on the show was Alvin Kamara. Well, it's not like he has exactly a clean rap sheet either.
Nope.
So it was all hoping that Nick Chubb would get cut and that maybe he would be your guy or Derrick Henry would be your guy. And, Derrick Henry, the reporting never felt concrete that the Texans were really in on him. It'd be like, oh, like they're keeping an eye on it. But it was never that, we got reports that the Ravens had made an official offer to Derrick Henry. We got that from Derrick Henry's agent. There was never anything like that from the Texans. So this was the last move that they can make. And from a football perspective, I get it. But from the 2A1, it's crazy how stark of a difference the different owners of the Texans have been handling signing people with troubled past. Bob McNair would have never. Well, the Texans, this is really their first one. Like, Deshaun Watson doesn't count for this conversation, to be honest. His troubled past occurred after he got here. Unless there's some hidden Clemson story that we don't know about. People tried to pretend like maybe there were these red flags before the draft. There were no red flags with Deshaun Watson. This was the first decision that, Cal and Hannah had to make with a player of this caliber and with this history, and they chose to sign the player. So it is a different era.
Yep, and we'll see what it leads to. I do think yesterday was a good day for the Texans in free agency. I know
agree.
a lot of other people are like, well, they didn't get a running back I wanted. I like fantasy football, and I want them to get somebody that I know the name of. I know there was a lot of people like that, but they got two guys from the Tennessee Titans who were pretty good. As far as Danico Autry, 33-year-old guy who had 11 and a half sacks last season. 2 years, $20 million, 10 and a half guaranteed.
It's a pretty good deal.
That's a bargain. Will he be the same player this season that he was last year? I don't know. But they also got Azeez Al-Shaair. I know some people would have rather had Patrick Queen, but this is a guy who played with D'Amico Ryans in that defense in San Francisco, maybe overshadowed by Fred Warner, by Dre Greenlaw. And he played last year for the Titans, and he had a breakout season. And the Texans believe this is an upgrade over Blake Cashman. If you go to ESPN.com, the Texans defense is one of the big winners of free agency from those two moves, at least per one Bill Barnwell, who I don't always agree with, but I think those moves are better than people are going to give it credit for. But everyone wants the flashy toys because generally the collective IQ, football-wise, of the casual fan isn't very high. No offense, guys. It's not all about signing the big-name running backs or like some of the other people out there I saw today were like, why aren't they signing Darnell Mooney?
Oh, he's gone.
When they brought Noah Brown back, who's perfectly capable as your third wide receiver. You have Nico Collins, you have Tank Dell, you have Dalton Schultz.
Yeah.
And you got Joe Mixon now, too.
And you're pretty good there. And he's a good pass catching back too. So now Danico Autry, I like that signing a lot. It's an older player. And last year, 11 and a half sacks is a good flashy number. But if you look at the years before that, 8, 9, 7.5, then a 3.5 year, but then nine sacks again, going back to 2018. He's had over 7 sacks every year except for once since 2018 when he got traded to Indianapolis, or when he ended up in Indianapolis. That's a good career. That's a good player, on a fair contract. Now, Jonathan Grenard, I still would have liked him, but because they offsetted that with Danico Autry, I'm good with that move.
Yeah, I'm good with
okay
him letting
that.
Grenard walk. I feel like you replace him. And it's maybe a short-term replacement, and you're hoping that the Texans find some more guys in the draft.
Yeah.
But free agency is not done. We are barely a day into the tampering window, and I would just like the majority of Texans fans to calm down. And I'm sure that this Joe Mixon trade has some Houston Texans fans calming down.
Maybe.
Some people are mad about me bringing negative energy about Mixon when he was a kid. This is on our YouTube at ESPN Houston. Like, subscribe, join our live stream.
I mean, like, one of the texts we got was like, he's a kid when that happened. I mean, if you can go to war, you're not a kid. Like, you can't legally drink, but you can do everything else.
It's funny, the excuses that we sometimes make, like, oh, so someone who's 17 and 18, they turn 18, they can't be a bastard before they turn 18, right? And okay, he had turned 18. I'm sorry. Like, even if you were drinking, just go away, especially when it's on video.
I'm dying.
Why'd you come in studio, bud?
I'm not sick. I just have something like caught in my throat. I just need to get some water. I'll be fine. I'll do that during the break.
You said that last show too.
I know.
It's been a while.
You know
where
what's
you've
so
been
funny
not
is
sick.
I literally not coughing any time outside of 12 to 3. And I start talking, I start dying. It's ridiculous.
I know what it probably is. It's probably allergies.
It's always just
the
allergies.
pollen that is covering my car right now is disgusting.
I hate when I have a white car, so I don't see it as much.
That's racist.
But before I got a white car, I had a black car. And when I moved to Houston and like the first time I went outside and my car was yellow, it stunned me. I didn't know what I was walking into. I also didn't have allergies in Illinois.
Yeah, there's tons of stuff here.
Yeah, I know.
Why don't you take an allergy pill every day?
I took one this morning. It hasn't kicked in yet, apparently.
What kind of allergy pill are you taking?
Zyrtec.
No free ads.
Yeah, that's true. What about the
But
generic?
it's not working, but no free ads.
Yeah, exactly. Is it a free ad if
This
it's
is an
not working?
anti-endorsement.
It's an anti-endorsement in that moment. But coming up next,
The
how do
Twitch
you
thinks you're
feel?
swallowing your dip?
That's true. How do you feel about the Texans players that left? We'll do our DEF CON levels next year on ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So it seems like most Texans fans are okay with this.
Yeah, I think pretty much all of them are. They did upgrade the position.
Yeah.
I'm just acknowledging the elephant in the room.
but oh no, it's negative energy.
Well, like Eric the driver points out on the text line, if you're a bad person but a good player, people will forget.
That's the NFL.
It's the NFL.
It's the NBA.
It's the NFL to a T specifically.
Kobe was made to be a martyr when he passed away. We're going to forget what he did in Colorado? Allegedly?
You brought up Ray Rice. Ray Rice was averaging less than 2 yards a carry before that video came out. If Ray Rice was still a good running back, he probably still would have been in the NFL.
I will say this about Ray Rice. Ray Rice made a very concerted effort to try to win people back.
He did.
I don't think you could say the same about a lot of athletes who have been through a situation like that. Now, obviously, Ray Rice also lost his livelihood because largely that someone probably would have signed him to a very cheap deal to have him as at least a running back on the roster with what he was able to do in the NFL at some point. But, this is sports.
It's just part of it.
Joe Mixon was gonna play for another team, no matter what.
Well, because the main one happened before he got drafted.
Yeah.
So it's
and the
not
most
like
recent one is like, I don't even know what the hell happened.
Yeah.
He didn't get suspended or anything.
Right. Yeah, nothing happened.
Yeah.
Nothing happened. The NFL completely ignored it. They did not take any action on it. So at the same time, the NFL, who is often fair but often harsh on their players, and at least this moment, chose to do nothing. I don't know if that means we should feel any better about what happened or just more confused about what happened. But Joe Mixon's a Texan. We'll get your reaction at 713-780-3776. Lamont, what's going on, man?
Hey, man, I can do you guys one better. By the way, how's it going, fellas?
Yo.
Jim Brown.
Oh, yeah. Syracuse legend.
Jim Brown. What'd you say?
Syracuse legend, yeah.
Yeah. He threw women out of buildings and stuff, and now he's like, he did now, but
people look the other way.
He did a whole, but yeah, I absolutely like this signing, man. I absolutely like this signing because I like it, of course, for the football play, but I also like it. I'm talking about the things on the field, but I also like it because it's telling me that for 21, 22 years that I've been following this team, nowhere in hell that Bob McNabb would have done this at all. It's telling me that maybe things are kind of loosening up over there. Maybe things are kind of loosening up. But what I really love about this is all these sanctimonious people who was going at Okuna with the Astros. I don't know if you were still here, Paul, at the time.
I was, because I did go after them for that. I'm Mr. Sanctimonious right now.
Yeah, but I just want to see how they crab walking backpedal with all of this. That's all I have, fellas. I'm listening.
Thanks, Lamont.
I feel him on that. And look, I mean, there will be people that do that. There's going to be a lot of people that sign off on this that maybe hated the Osuna deal. I'm being consistent here. I don't like it from this perspective because I want to like all these guys. And I remember talking about Joe Mixon when I was doing the night show over at the Texans flagship with Brian Straw and being adamant about like this guy being allowed into the NFL after seeing what happened, because everyone thought this was a guy who was going to be drafted early on. And of course, it's the Cincinnati Bengals who are always looking to find somebody who falls in the draft because of things off the field, that they won't have to pay that much money after his rookie contract expires because of the thing that happened off the field. There was a long list of players like that, but it's interesting that Lamont calls in there. I remember just regularly, Joe, conversations that we would have about how the Houston Texans had too many Boy Scouts on the radio every single day since I have moved to this city. From 2011 on. It felt like it happened every single day. Oh, they got too many Boy Scouts. I just want to say this. Like, bringing in a guy who has a checkered past does not necessarily make them better. But at the same time, say you look the other way on specific players, a la the Kansas City Chiefs, there are more talented players that theoretically can be added to your roster.
Yeah, and that's where you just have to decide, like, as an ownership group, as an organization, where your line is. And at least in this moment, they've said that Joe Mixon doesn't cross that line, that they gave up some kind of asset for it. I know people on the text line are asking, we have not seen any trade details yet. The last report I saw was that it was still TBD. So they might not even have it themselves done at this very moment. But it shows you how much has changed within the organization, because you're right. The Boy Scout conversation, I've been in Houston. April 1st will be 9 years. It's been a conversation since the moment I moved here. Even when I was working on Yahoo Sports Radio and wasn't working locally, I would be down the hall from here, and that was always a conversation that AJ and Fred and those guys would have about too many Boy Scouts and why do they just ignore all of these players when most teams don't do that.
Yeah, and as voice of the fan, Sean Mapes, especially back in the days that you're talking about, I was one of those people that was like, it's not so much that you want bad dudes on the team. It is just like you're forcing yourself to play by a set of rules that the rest of the league is not playing by. Like you're self-imposing, basically. You're eliminating good players off your board just for a standard that only you have. And so it's a little bit of like, well, I mean, obviously, it's a little bit of everyone speeding. It's like the speed limit's 70, everyone's going 80, but you're still going 70.
Sometimes, though, Sean, there's good reason to do that because, say, you do take a flyer on somebody with a checkered past, I don't know, like the Patriots did with Aaron Hernandez, and next thing you know...
Well, Bill Belichick looked the other way, yeah.
He looked the other way, and hey, it worked on the field, but then after the fact, that was a PR disaster. How do you handle that? Because that is another side of this that the organization does have to deal with. But ultimately, I think most people, after they're angry for a little bit of time, they move on.
Yeah, once he puts on the uniform, no one's going to care.
Yeah, he scores
a touchdown, no one cares.
Yeah, all that stuff goes away, and it shouldn't be like that, but that's how sports works. It's always how it works.
Yeah, what for me, where like I became full on, like, not who cares, but like this is just what happens, is the last year specifically with Ime Udoka getting fired from the set. Like no way the Celtics can bring him back. And then come April, it's welcome to the city, Ime Udoka, your newest Houston Rocket head coach. And it was like, he's obviously the number one target. And then also that year was Chris Beard getting the police called to his house, and his wife having choke marks on her neck, and then her later recanting, saying that she didn't get choked. And then literally before the season ends, first it was you had to fire him, you had to get rid of him. They did. And then before the season ends, he has a new job where you're just like, what kind of standards are we doing where no one cares that you hire him as the second chance, but you have to get rid of him on the front end? So
that was confusing to me as a Celtics fan.
Yeah, it's a little bit of like a situation where it's like, man, they're going to need a running back, and it's going to be a local story. It's going to be a local story for maybe a week. But nationally, no one's going to care. No one's
talking about
No one brings it up when Joe Mixon comes up.
You're bringing it up because it's different for the Texans.
Yes.
To what Lamont said in the phone call and to what some other people have, of course, been talking about. And, hey, they did get better as a football team, and I suppose the shackles, for lack of a better term, are off. But at the same time, okay, let's hope that the weird incidents that he's been involved in the last year do not turn into something more than where they are. If this was just a 2014 incident, I would have a much easier time saying, well,
the recent stuff is bad.
I bet he learned from it, or not saying I bet, I hope he learned from it. Still wouldn't be thrilled with it, but again, they found themselves in this spot because the way the free agent running back market played out. And I do think there was an element here of, they're out of options. They had to make something happen.
Yeah, some desperation.
But if this is desperation, I mean, this is not really putting you in a bind. It's not a huge cap figure. And I'm imagining that the trade that they made to get him is going to involve a 6th or a 7th round pick. Maybe they get a draft pick in return. Like, you're not giving up much for a guy that the Bengals were about to release, who also was on the last year of his contract.
And the nice part, too, is that if he does become a terrible person and he does act up and do something that is not Texans worthy or just, being a good person, you're not giving up draft capital and contracts. So at least from that perspective, too, if you have to cut him
it's low
3 months
risk.
into the season, it's low risk, high reward at this point. Now, it's just it's just egg on your face at this point. If you're saying that you're okay with having someone with this history on your team. And I guess I kind of lean towards I'm okay with it. It's not...
Joe George, bad guy.
I don't love it. But
I'm gonna ride my high horse.
No, you should. You shouldn't change.
I'm a white knight.
What I compared it to is C.J. Stroud, the Tim Tebow for the Florida Gators. He's the shield that they interview him after the game. He's blessed. He wants to thank God, and then behind him are just a whole bunch of Joe Mixons.
Now, I cannot believe that Tim Tebow was on that team with people who were arrested constantly, stealing computers, murderers.
Clearly not being a good teammate. Why wasn't he turning them towards the Lord?
And then you got Urban Meyer. Urban Meyer's that coach. He might be, besides Aaron Hernandez, the scummiest of all the scum on that team.
Adultery, relax.
He's the biggest scumbag who didn't commit an actual crime.
Yeah, he's just weird. That grinding photo still of him is still the most bizarre thing of college football of the last 3 years.
That wasn't college football. It was the Jags coach.
Oh, that's right.
That was the NFL football.
You're right. It was. He didn't travel with the team because it was a bye week.
And you know where they left? Cincinnati. Bringing it all back to Joe Mixon.
Wasn't he at his bar?
Yeah.
Why does he have a bar in Cincinnati?
No, it's in Columbus.
Oh, gotcha.
Why isn't he actually going all in and dancing with the girl as opposed to weirdly sitting on the chair?
Playing it cool.
No.
No, that was weirder.
You go on the dance floor. You got to go on the dance floor.
Yeah.
Maybe people would have believed oh no, Urban Meyer's just got a real salsa level to him. Okay.
Hey, you know what? Maybe he was just taking a breather. He's an old man with a bad heart.
Yeah, he's got him at a bad time.
Yeah. Just he was tuckered out.
Okay, we will get to the DEF CON stuff later because Texans fans, until this Joe Mixon sign, even with it, they are complaining. They are upset. So Paul and I, we're here for you, Texans fans. We're going to help you, teach you how to deal with things you didn't get
we sound
but
so
wanted.
condescending right now.
Did you open a Christmas present and not like it? Did you want to go on a date and got rejected? We're here to help you. That's next.
First, let me tell you about my friends at Pendleton Whiskey. Maybe you're not happy with what the football team just did, bringing this guy in. Well, guess what? When you get home, at the end of a long day, you know what will be waiting for you? A smooth, refreshing glass of Pendleton whiskey. True Western tradition. This stuff is barrel-aged in American oak, cut with glacier-fed spring water from Oregon's Mount Hood, and it all combines together for an uncommonly smooth and rich taste with complex flavor. It's smooth and refreshing. And you know how I get it? One rock, 2 fingers of it. It's fantastic stuff. And you got to try it yourself, especially seeing as it's rodeo season right now. Unlock your inner cowboy. Satisfy your inner cowboy. Purchase a bottle of Pendleton whiskey at drizzly.com. You can also get it at your local liquor store. It's Pendleton Whiskey. It's true Western tradition.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So, Paul, how do you deal with not getting things that you want? Because Texans fans are struggling. Texans fans want Saquon Barkley, didn't get it. Texans fans want Jonathan Grenard, didn't get it. Texans fans want Mike Evans, didn't get it. How do you deal with not getting things you want?
This is gonna sound bad.
Okay.
I drink.
Okay.
I drink.
Well, how about when you weren't of drinking age? Cry, throw, hit things.
Hit things.
Walls.
Walls. Yes.
We should clarify.
Smash walls. Smash tables. And the key to a successful striking of an inanimate object is that you slam down on your fist so it hits the bottom. So that way you aren't busting any knuckles. I'm not going to act like that's something that I had as a thought going through my head.
Have you ever busted a knuckle?
No, I have not.
I have.
You have? Punching something?
Yeah.
Punching a wall? Did you go full Kyle?
No, I was
bam! Drywall done.
No, I was just messing around.
Just messing around.
And punched it was a like a standing boxing thing.
Oh. And it busted your knuckle?
But it was cement filled, and I didn't know that.
Wait, why was it filled with cement? Was someone pulling a prank on you?
I was at a buddy's house and just didn't know it. And was just like having a good time.
What a hardo! So wait, he's got a boxing thing that's filled with cement.
It's apparently just decoration. I didn't know that.
So you punched a cement wall.
I mean, it was pretty cushioned, and I didn't like punch it hard. But yeah, I think I busted a knuckle. It was not a fun experience.
Is the knuckle better now?
So
when did this happen?
Like 5 or 6 years ago.
No, I mean, so you weren't even in college. This is like fairly recent.
Yeah. We were just like hanging out and just like I was just like bored, little drinks, and then hit it, and I was like, that hurt. He's like, yeah, it's cement. And I was like, you idiot. You idiot.
I gotta say, like, the more I think about it, am I the one that you want to get advice from when it comes to handling not getting things that you want?
That's a good question. Sean, you know the answer better to that. Is this who we should be asking for advice?
Probably not.
Got a lot of experience.
That's this could be one of
in the words of his own mother, running out of options, much like the Texans before today with running back free agents.
They were.
Hopefully you settle for someone with better character than the Texans settled for. But yeah, I think overall, Paul, because all the punching, all the freakouts, well, they didn't all end once he, grew up a little bit, but he's gotten better as he's aged.
Yeah. And, this could be one of those moments, Paul, where it's do as I say, not as I do.
Do as I say, not as I do.
Yeah.
Like, you know the right answers, Paul.
Yeah.
You don't always execute, but you know the right answer.
You know in your mind what's the right answer.
That actually is true. I do generally know the right answers, but then when my reptile brain activates, the next thing I know, you get fired in Seattle. And the next thing you know, when the person asks if you have anything to say, instead of biting your tongue, you go on a tangent about how it makes zero sense that this person, and this person aren't getting canned when you know their salaries. And then when you ask, wait, what's the real answer? And they don't give it. And then you tell them to go bleep themselves. That's not what you should do, which I did.
That's not good.
Yeah, I apologized 5 days later, but I mean, it's too little too late.
So normally, if
you're not going back to Seattle.
Yeah.
No.
If you're giving say you're giving, you're talking to a group of young aspiring sports radio people. How would you say that you should have handled that? What's the right answer there?
I should have given him a firm handshake and said,
Sir.
"Thank you for taking a chance on me. If you hear of anything, please let me know about it. I will be asking for a recommendation from you for my next job."
I laughed when I got fired. I giggled. I thought it was a funny joke because they told me I was shocked that I got fired.
Yeah.
I just spent a week in 4 days in San Antonio calling the Final Four. And then all of a sudden, 3 days later, I got back, and they're like, "You're gone." And I was like, "What are you talking about?"
Damn.
Like I honestly thought it was a prank because it was April 1st.
Oh.
So
what a terrible day to fire someone.
I thought it was a dumb joke. I was like, this is really stupid. Like, you don't need the HR person here for this. But it was real. It was a real firing.
Oh, that sucks.
How about well, you have proposals on here. There's no good way to deal with a proposal rejection. I did not get rejected.
Break up right away.
Yeah,
I did not get
away.
rejected.
I've thought about that. You get because you see it, when people turn down wedding proposals, and you're like, you play it out in your head of like, what's the next step? And I think it is like, okay,
You got to run. No, you're done.
we're done.
I've seen the stories of people like they try to stay together for what?
Yeah.
For what? She just said no to you. And it's always the people who now, if you are a male or female and you get proposed to at a baseball game, you should say no.
Why?
I'm anti-sports stadium proposal.
What if baseball is what brought them together?
Nah, that's fine.
See, now you're backing down.
No, that's okay.
Stand firm in the pocket on
Like
this
no,
stuff.
but like if you have to like, she has to really love baseball.
What if she kind of loves baseball?
Then it's not good enough.
But
Because
you
then
might
you're
not-
doing
yeah,
because then you're doing it for you.
If she kind of likes baseball, know what she really likes? Nice dinners or a vacation.
Yeah.
A trip to Hawaii. That she probably likes that more than baseball.
Yeah.
If you do get shot down, though, you can't keep simping. And as someone who sometimes simps a little longer than he should with people where it's like a one-sided relationship. Like I generally end up chasing in the relationships that I'm in.
But that's okay. We're talking like
No. But if you propose and the person says no, like, you have
that's
to
not
walk
okay.
away.
Yeah.
It's over. It is over. That will be in the back of your mind forever. I've never done this. I don't really plan on proposing to anyone.
Oh.
What?
Paul's single forever. Yeah. Or just not married.
That was a big revelation you just dropped on us.
I mean, it just seems like they all end in divorce. So what's the point?
Yikes.
Sorry, Joe.
Well, it's 50-50.
It's expensive. I'll tell you that.
That's what I mean.
I'm still paying off my wedding. It's been 4 years.
Wow, that sounds great.
It's been 4 years.
Paul, sign me up.
Yeah, wow.
No, I see now rejection. I couldn't reject anything my wife wanted. Every time we made a budget for something and she tried to go past it, I would just say, okay.
You need that Nick Casario in you.
Yeah.
You need to have an idea of what the market price is and not budge.
No,
Didn't do that.
That's a Jaguars move.
How much is the ring you want? Oh, that's like $4,000 over what we said. Go for it.
4,000, damn.
How much is the venue?
Can't
Way
just-
more. Oh well.
Can't just get him a ring pop?
That's what I said.
It's the thought that counts.
That's not. I wish it was.
What if you got them an Aggie ring?
No.
That's the most romantic thing there is.
No, she's a coug. I can't get her an Aggie ring.
You can't get her an Aggie
No,
ring?
Oh,
she's
you
a
married a
cougar.
cougar? Nice.
Yeah, I did.
Hell yeah, dude.
No, she's a little young to be a cougar. I proposed at her graduation party. Her college graduation. party.
Okay, college graduation. Good.
Okay. I don't feel like I needed to clarify that, but now
No,
I'm
the
glad I
fact you
did.
clarify it made it funnier.
Anything else, Paul? Anything else we should be giving
As
people
far as
advice on?
Well, listen, because we're trying to help people out because they're disappointed with the lack of action by the Houston Texans in free agency.
Stay off Twitter.
Yeah, that's a great advice just as a whole.
Yeah.
Always. Never go on that absolute hellscape of an app.
Yeah, really, like, if you don't have to, don't. We kind of have to. So this is talk about do it as I say, not as I do.
Would you have Twitter if you didn't have this job?
No.
Probably not.
I don't think I would either.
I don't think I would have anything.
I would have
Truly.
Instagram and post pictures of my kid. Like, that's pretty much it.
I'm not even sure I would do Instagram. I really want to just go completely off the grid.
Yeah, I realized that all my, like, if you win the lottery fantasies involve me just, like, basically disappearing and, like, living a quiet life.
You know, the nice thing about Instagram and Facebook, though, is that if you post pictures of, like, what's going on in your life, specifically like, with people like me with kids, it means you don't have to talk to most of your family. Because they just see what's on Facebook and Instagram, and they're
we gotta get kids, Paul. That's what we need to do.
All right, our
That's the
Astros
easy solution.
I mean, it's not hard. Our Astros countdown is next. Before we get to our Astros countdown, Patrick Queen has officially signed a new deal with a new team. He will be a Pittsburgh Steeler, so he stays in the AFC North. DJ Bieniemy reported earlier the Texans were in on Patrick Queen, but they did not want to go above a certain price tag. Patrick Queen, 3 years, $41 million to the Pittsburgh Steelers. But our Astros opening day countdown, that's next year on ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, hour 2 of the show. 2128, I proposed to my first wife at Minute Maid Park, but it was during the Friday night fireworks.
Note first wife.
Yep. I wasn't going to say that. I was going to let you say that. But also, it wasn't during the game, so I feel like that's different. During the fireworks?
Yeah, it sounds a little bit different.
Joe, you gotta hit these people. You're telling them that they can't propose at a baseball game.
But that's not at a baseball game. It's at a baseball stadium.
It's after a baseball
game. It's if you got like a tour of Minute Maid Park.
After a baseball game, he's probably hammered.
That's a good point.
He got a couple of El Tiempo margaritas that could have been spent on a better engagement ring, and here he is. Dropping on one knee, probably sweating out the booze.
Kind of tipping over as he's getting down on one knee.
He's looking at these crappy fireworks at a baseball arena. He's like, I just see beauty in your eyes. You're the firework that makes me blow up with love.
I wonder if the Astros won that game.
It's a good question.
That would have been funny if they lost.
Lose
like
to the Twins.
The many home losses they had last
year. Can you propose, if you're going to propose at a baseball game, does the team have to be winning? Like, can you propose when your team's down 10-0 in the third?
It would make the
you go to the game ops people and you're like, you know what, cut it.
Like, let's wait till like next game. Like, they're like Frommer's getting smoked. Like, he's not pitching well today.
I mean, it would lighten the mood up, but probably for the people around you if the person says no.
Ooh, I have a baseball question for you before we get to our countdown, because we're still learning about each other.
Yeah.
Do you like the wave?
No. But it's more, not because I'm angry at the idea of the wave. It's more, I just don't want to stand up and join in on it, because I see it go around the stadium, and then in my brain I think, okay, well, I'm going to have to stand up when it comes back if I want to be, a conformist.
I just don't. I hate it now because of how much people hate it. Like, going on Twitter during an Astros game when they're losing and the wave has started is a annoying experience because all the complaining. I'm just kind of over it.
No, I like it because it gets people upset.
Because it triggers people?
Yeah. Get over it.
Yeah.
Stand up and get over it.
Sean's
and then
more
sit back down and then get back up later.
Sean, much more of a Savannah Banana fan than a Houston Astros fan.
I could see that. Did you go to the game?
No.
We'll talk about that in the next
He did.
segment.
He doesn't want anyone to know.
All right. Our Astros opening day countdown is right now. Speaking of Framber Valdez, he was much better yesterday because he wasn't calling his own pitches. They yanked it from him already. After one spring training start, Joe Espada convinced them that it was a joint decision, in quotes.
Do you think it was a joint decision?
Hell no.
I'm not going to lie. I'm very happy about this. I'm happy that they're taking this away from him. That just spelled disaster right away. Yeah, I have a new catcher. I'm going to overcomplicate things. Someone notorious for taking his time to get the ball to home plate by also adding in using technology to call my pitch before each pitch. I wonder how that works. Does the catcher have the ability to veto what the pitcher is calling as well? And with the pitch clock, it just feels like pitch com is something that would lead to lots of balls.
Yeah,
that would be called without a pitch even being thrown.
Yeah, I think this is the right move. I know it was one spring training start, but they probably would have also saw other moments that they probably realized this was a bad idea. Personally, what I really like the most about it, Paul, is that I just like that Joe Espada this quickly is already saying, we're not doing this. Just immediately he's being like, I'm getting involved. This is not going to work.
I like that too. I like that too. Honestly, the only thing that would have been better, this is an A, it would have been an A+ if Espada said right away after hearing that quote by Fromber, like, what? No.
Like, no, dude.
Stop.
So MLB.com put out their, or MLB's Twitter account, I guess MLB.com, put out their top positional rankings. They're going through them. They have Jose Altuve still as the number one second baseman in all of baseball. So my question today for us is, how long of this contract for Jose Altuve do you think he will be the best second baseman in all of baseball?
I think we're always going to be biased on that front. And when you put his postseason performance on top of what he does on an annual basis, and just the sheer volume of homers and big hits that he has had, I think that's always going to give him the tiebreaker. So really, unless there is some hotshot second baseman on another team that is blowing everybody away at the plate, in the field, like, I don't see it happening in the foreseeable future.
I don't really either, because like what you said, it's not exactly it's not shortstop, right? Shortstop, when you put out a top 10 list, there's going to be arguments for guys 11 through 15 that they could be in the top 5. It is one of the deepest positions in all of baseball. But second base is not really that. You look at this list, it's Jose Altuve 1, Marcus Semien 2, Luis Arias 3, Ozzie Albies 4, Xander Bogaerts 5. Those are your top 5 guys. Well, 3 of those guys are very old. Like, they're not young players. Luis Arias, I don't believe, is that young of a player either. So it's not like you have that next hot shot guy on the way, like you said. So it wouldn't shock me if Jose Altuve is still viewed as the best second baseman in all of baseball for at least the next 3 years.
I hate that Marcus Semien's number 2.
It's deserved, though.
Yeah, I still hate it.
Yeah.
It's weird this past year with the Astros-Rangers rivalry picking up a bit. Marcus Semien, I think for anyone who was neutral, like when he had his back and forth with the Astros, I think everyone that follows baseball correctly was probably on Semien's side there.
Yeah.
And yet, F that guy. that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at.
And one thing, talking about the ages of these guys, Marcus Semien, 33 years old, Jose Altuve, 33 years old, both born in 1990.
Yeah.
So to say speak what you're saying, like there's no like young. It's probably a guy who, honestly, like looking at the rest of the names on this list, because you did the top 5. I don't know. Maybe Ozzie Albies has a great year. Maybe I don't know, Gleyber Torres. Do we really think him?
No.
It's probably someone who's either not on this list or still a prospect.
Yeah, Matt McClain could be a guy, but like I just don't like Nico Horner's never going to be the best second baseman in all of baseball. He's a really good player for the Cubs, but like he's never going to be that top end guy. He's good at stealing bases. He's very good defensively. It is funny looking at this list and seeing Marcus Semien, Xander Bogaerts, Nico Horner, Gleyber Torres, all guys that came up as shortstops in baseball, and now they're second baseman. And Jose Altuve is like really one of the only pure second basemen on this list. But he should be the best guy at second base for at least the next 3 years. His bats, is he past his prime?
No, Jeremy.
He's not.
Wasn't that a Jeremy Branham question last year?
Well, last year I thought the question was kind of fair.
You did.
Yeah.
How dare you?
Not that but not to the point where it was going to ever be a concern about Jose Altuve, but just he couldn't be what he did last year. I wasn't sure was possible.
You probably thought Jesus was washed at age 33 too.
Yeah.
They killed him and he came back from the dead.
Did he make it to 33? How old was
he made it to
He
33.
was 33. That's where he died.
Did not make it to 34.
Didn't make it to 30.
I wasn't sure, to be honest.
33 was his best year. And
comeback
his career was cut short, but he did come back for 40 days.
Yeah. So
right around the corner.
It's true. It is. It's right there. He's the best second baseman in baseball. It's not going anywhere.
honestly, yeah, he's the top of the list for 24. When they do this list next year, he's probably going to be the top of the list for the 25.
It'll be him or Semien.
Yeah, and then you know what? Honestly,
I hate that Semien's competing with
honestly, we do just need to go to the shortstop list and be like, who's gonna age out of being a shortstop and get moved to second base?
Yeah.
And like, who can still hit the ball well?
Yeah, that seems to be how it works.
You know who's not on this list?
Who?
And it was before they moved him to shortstop? Mookie Betts. What a bizarre.
Oh yeah.
But
Paul, you hear about that?
Impressive thing where Mookie Betts is not gonna be the Dodgers shortstop because Lux has the yips.
Yeah, and so it was going to be Lux as the shortstop. Mookie was going to play second base, and then Lux has been so bad in the field this spring training that they're just going to flip him.
Yeah,
and have Mookie play shortstop.
He played shortstop in high school or something.
Probably.
Mookie Betts.
A lot of those.
I think
guys
he played it coming up. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's going to play. He was right field.
But that's been
second
like
base,
10 years.
And now he's shortstop. Most guys like this list is proving, go from shortstop to second base, not the other way around.
Do you know what I really want? Like, I just want the Dodgers to have another really good season, and then in the playoffs, you have an outfielder playing shortstop, and he just absolutely biffs the game. Like, wouldn't that be an amazing way, like another way for the Dodgers to blow it? Like, instead of Kershaw this time around, now it's just the outfielder that they have playing shortstop because the shortstop is now playing second base because he has the yip.
Yeah, it's a new take because Mookie Betts also went 1 for 16 in the ALDS or NLDS against the Diamondbacks. So yes, this would be a new and inventive way of like him having 4 errors or something.
It would be nice. I hate the Dodgers. I wish Mookie Betts was not on the Dodgers.
Who do you hate more, Dodgers or Yankees? Yankees.
Probably the Yankees.
Yankees.
Yeah. But it's not just the play. It's not the team. Part of that's the fans. The New York fans make everything worse.
I haven't interacted with a insufferable Dodgers fan, and that's probably for the best because I think I would have died. 2 years ago, I went to a Dodgers game. I forget who they were playing, and I wore an Astros shirt, and I wanted to see if someone would say something. Luckily, I had friends with me.
Is that when you? Is that the? Oh, no, you went to an Astros. Was it an Astros game?
No, it wasn't an Astros game.
Is that
no.
the Pirates game?
No. That was the game where we sat in a section of Cali Pirate gang members who were just throwing up the gang signs.
It's like my favorite ball story you've ever told.
The poor security guard in that section, because that stadium was very empty, so the gang was very noticeable. I wonder what the broadcast was saying. Oh wow, these Pirate fans all happen to be cue balls. Oh, why do they all have peas tattooed onto the top of their heads? No, this was the last.
Pittsburgh fans always travel.
They always travel, right? No, this was 2 years ago. I went, and I could have gotten away with it too because we were in a suite with a bunch of Rams practice squad players.
Okay.
And so since I was wearing this Houston Astros shirt, like I don't think anyone was going to do anything about it because I was with a bunch of very large human beings. But I was also in a suite too, not walking around.
I'm so curious. How did you end up in a suite with a bunch of Rams practice squad players?
Rich friends.
Okay, good to know. Paul has rich friends.
Yep.
He has friends in high places. Does not relate to the Garth Brooks song.
Yeah, it's King of Twitch that I wore my Astros gear all the time when I lived in LA in 2021. Not one issue. I think the Dodger stuff is more. I think that a lot of that stuff's overrated, unless you're a Giants fan. They seem to really hate each other.
Yeah, because that's like city beef.
Yeah,
that's it's bigger than baseball.
Yeah, it's bigger than baseball.
San Diego, LA is actually low key.
Yeah, that gets fighty.
Yeah, hotter than you'd think. Because San Diego, you assume everyone's just chill and relaxed. No.
And all they have now is the Padres.
That's it.
That's all they got.
They put on for their city.
And who knows? Maybe they'll lose the Padres one day too. It wouldn't shock me, to be honest. In case you missed it, all the things we missed this weekend that we haven't touched on yet. We got Alpi updates, Jose Abreu updates. What on that and plus and more next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
All right, so Mondays are usually a pretty busy show. Obviously, yesterday with the tampering period opening up, so there's always a bunch of stuff that we missed. So the first thing we missed, in so many ways, apparently the Savannah Bananas were in town.
Yes, they were. Is that something that interests you?
It does. It is now. If they could sell out Minute Maid like they did, I'm intrigued. It's like you gone to NASA since you moved down here?
Yeah, I was very disappointed.
Same. I went one time, and then I was like, I don't really ever need to go again. It was a one-time trip.
What was your favorite part? The Angry Birds kids playpen?
I don't think that was there the first time I went.
Okay. The first time I went there, I was like, okay, I don't want to be here anymore. As soon as I saw that at first.
Yeah, like we went for like the space lights for Christmas. That was cool. But like going actually inside it is not all it's meant to be. But I am intrigued by it now. I would like to go the next time they come if they do this.
What is it about it that intrigues you?
It's just so different. I guess it's like the Harlem Globetrotters in a way. Like I've seen the Globetrotters once. But then they made me do the worst thing I've ever done in my life.
What was that?
When I was working here from 2015 to 2018, I got suckered, me and one other guy, into helping the Globetrotters make a shot from the top of NRG, and they put a basketball hoop down on the sidewalk. So me and two other guys were the ball retrievers, and we would have to go to the top of the roof of NRG. A, I hate heights. B, when you get to a certain level, there's only stairs. There's no more elevator. And it took way too long, and I was in better shape then, but that was not, I hate stairs.
So
stairs suck.
You would just keep retrieving balls?
Like 10 at a time.
How did you carry them up? Were they in a bag?
Yeah, they do a bag. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not in it.
Yeah, that sounds awful, man.
Yeah, so I did. So I saw them that weekend, and I was like, yep, now I'm done. Never need to do it again. And that's how I kind of feel about this. See the Savannah Bananas once, probably don't need to do it again.
This does seem like see them once. Maybe we see it with a kid, because I feel like the kids will like it. It's like the Globetrotters. The only time I saw the Globetrotters when I was a kid.
They did have Roger Clemens.
Mm-hmm.
They did have Roy Oswald.
That was cool.
They did have Josh Woo Reddick.
I think he just is always with them.
Yeah, I think he's played with them before. I think he's like a banana now.
I'll admit, I bet in person, if I went, that I would find myself liking it more than I would think. But for the most part, if I'm going to a baseball game, I am less likely to pay attention to the actual baseball game than I am if I'm watching it at home. And here's what I mean by that. I actually enjoy going to baseball games, but I am 100% one of those people that unless it's a playoff game, I am 100% going to be distracted by the social dynamic of being at an Astros game
than the actual game.
Correct. Unless I'm sitting in the press box and working and being quiet. And I just feel like that's an unnatural place for anyone to watch sports.
Yeah, it is. But yeah, so far the reaction, Day One Donna, exactly. It's like the Harlem Globetrotters of baseball. Des tweeted us, said it was fun. I'll go next time if they do this at Minute Maid again.
Because I imagine it's not just a base. It's like there is a show element of it. So it's like it is a show that you're doing.
Yeah.
It's more of a show than baseball.
Now, does the pink team, whoever they are, do they always lose?
They're
like
the Globetrotters, or excuse me, the Washington Generals.
Yeah, or is it more competitive than that?
Good question.
I'll look up the all-time season.
What's the record against the pink team?
I mean, Oswald and Clemens were throwing some darts. It looked like.
Should have gotten Tracy McGrady out there again.
That would have been funny. I love that photo.
Tracy McGrady's Sugarland Skeeters era was something. I remember one time when I was over at the Texans flagship, instead of covering a Texans preseason game against the Saints, where I sarcastically tweeted, "Whoa, J.J. Watt's not even playing in this preseason game, bust." And randomly 2 years later, that tweet popped up and I got like ratioed for it.
Oh, no.
Because I couldn't understand sarcasm. But I'm at this game, and it was because Roger Clemens was pitching in it. And I just remembered thinking to myself, like, why am I here? And then at one moment in the game, like everyone had a red Solo cup in the little cup holder in front of them. And at one moment in time, I guess Toby Keith was there. R.I.P. And they pulled out the cups, and then they sang, "Red Solo Cup, I fill you up. Let's have a party." And I was just like, why am I here? Why am I here?
That was the moment when you realized that you
I was like, this is a terrible Saturday experience for me. But maybe I'm just a hater when it comes to that. If I went to this Savannah Bananas game with friends, I'm sure that I would have had a good time. I think the big problem was I had no idea it was here.
I totally missed it too.
And maybe that's my own fault. Like maybe I need to be following the account, but clearly enough people knew about it where they sold out the actual. I mean, what? Minute Maid Park was full.
That's impressive. And I think there's been some tweets going around from baseball that some people think that this is going to be, now that they accomplished this, that the Savannah Bananas might literally go to like every stadium.
What, a barnstorm during the offseason? Yeah, I think it's a great idea.
They did do a tour last year. They just didn't come to Houston, I guess.
Yeah. And like 2 years ago, they played in Sugar Land, I think it was. Yeah. So a much smaller stadium. But I give them credit. It's a cool thing. It's different. And selling out Minute Maids is no joke. I mean, I was reading a little bit while they were just some stories from it that this guy, the owner of the team, was just like losing money. And then he turned it into this, and now it's a cash cow, and it's a really cool business. So it's definitely a maybe down the road kind of thing. One sports, in case you missed it, Alpie's okay.
Huzzah!
It's not great. Probably won't play the rest of the season, but it's not the severe tear or anything that we thought maybe it could have been. So that's good.
What if he has a Willis Reed moment for the season finale?
Meh.
To what? To come in and get us the 34th win of the season?
Okay.
to clinch their 34th win?
That would be my Willis Reed moment if he does that.
Because they would hit the over?
I have 33.5 up. I have the over.
So we need this to happen.
So I do need 34 wins.
Right. How do we get Alpie to come back a little more quickly?
He has to train 19 hours a day like Russell Wilson. Their season finales in Crypto.com Arena against the Clippers.
They haven't changed the name of that yet?
No. Somehow that one.
I thought all the crypto places got canceled. I know
no, just FTX, I think.
And that was with the Heat, right?
Yeah.
No, because some of the crypto's doing great right now.
Are you a crypto guy?
I'm not a crypto guy, but a lot of people have been extra chirpy about their crypto, which they were very quiet about for what seemed like a year and a half or so, especially in the midst of the FTX stuff. But yeah, Bitcoin, big up for Bitcoin.
Diamond hands.
Man, yeah. I tried for 10 minutes to get into crypto, and I was like, you know what? I don't really buy it, so I'm out.
Yeah, for people,
makes my brain hurt.
For people like us, we had to have bought some Bitcoin back in like 2000 or whenever it first started, and just had it on a thumb drive and not actually thought about it.
Yeah.
There's a story from like 2011 where a guy traded in like 1,000 Bitcoin to buy a Domino's pizza.
Oh, I've seen that. He was so hungry. He said,
"Now that's like $800,000
yeah.
or something."
No. That's one of the worst. That's the worst trade of all time. That's the worse than trading for Mike Fires.
Yeah, it is.
Leap Forward happened this weekend. Did you know that was happening?
I hate it.
I had no idea. Missed it.
I noticed it because I stayed up late.
Yeah.
And I was like, wait a second. I thought it was 1 o'clock. Why is it 3? What the hell? And I feel like I'm still recovering from that lost hour. Why can't we do this like during the middle of the day during the week? Why does it have to be on a Saturday night?
So
I don't have to get this.
What Paul's really saying is he wants it to happen.
I lost an hour of weekend.
He wants it to happen at like 2 o'clock.
On a Monday.
No, Friday at 2 o'clock. So it just jumps to 3 o'clock and we're done.
Yes. No, I mean, but why did we decide it's on the weekend in the middle of the night?
It's probably because like scheduling stuff. It would be during business hours. It would wreak havoc.
Ooh, business hours. You know what would be great?
This is for the farmers.
One less business hour.
Yeah.
For everybody.
Yeah. But can we just
take that up with the business?
But why do we have to change it now? Just stay this way. It's always like we don't need to go backwards again. Just leave it this way forever. I think daylight savings time or whichever one it is stupid.
Well, I like when we get the extra hour.
It's too dark to her.
I like falling back because you get the extra hour.
Because it's always during October, which is generally the most fun month of the year. So you get an extra hour to party.
Yeah, that's the whole thing, Paul. You're not losing an hour.
I am losing an hour.
No, you'll get it back in October.
But I'm losing the hour this past weekend.
Yeah, but you'll get it back.
You'll get it back.
But I want it. I just want to get the hour. I don't want to lose the hour.
If Paul ran the world, we would just constantly go.
Yeah. And like in a couple of years down the road, it would be darkness during the day and daylight during when it should be dark. Yeah, what's wrong with that? Just think about it down the road. We'll procrastinate and fix it eventually.
I'm sure the farmers would love that.
Yeah, I feel like that's the opposite of what we're trying to accomplish here.
It's all for the farmers.
Yeah, it is. I couldn't imagine living in a place like Alaska, just based off what you're saying, where it's always dark or always light,
when
all
it's
day long.
22 hours of light.
Yeah, that would suck.
It is pretty cool though, being in Seattle during that time of year because the sun goes down at 9:30 p.m. It's cool. I gotta say, it was pretty cool. I liked it.
Did you had to buy blackout curtains? I'm assuming. You probably don't go to bed before 9:30.
Yeah, what are you talking about right now?
I'm an idiot.
That was I have a toddler brain.
Yeah, actually that's why. Like 4 years ago, I'd be like, yeah, no sun or keep the sun up all the time. Now I'm like, if it's light outside, he's not going to sleep.
Well, it's not even sunlight so much as it is just like daylight, right? Because it's still not sunny.
True.
It's still like pretty overcast, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Right,
yeah.
Paul? The only person who's living in Seattle?
Mm-hmm. This time of year, it's ceasing to be overcast and like misty every single day, but you got like about a month and a half left. It's like
Okay,
it's slowing
that's so
down.
much time.
The mist is slowing down a little bit.
Alfred Sengun will be back in time for it to stop being overcast. in Seattle.
Pretty much, yeah.
Is Seattle a pretty awful place to live?
I'll say this about it. It had its moments. The big problem was right after I moved there, the pandemic hit, and they lost their mind. Like they still haven't come all the way back in terms of just resuming being normal people. And as someone who regularly would travel to Florida and Texas during that and see how normal it was here and how really things were not all that different between the two areas, one super locked down, the other two not locked down at all, as far as like the actual transmissions rates, I thought to myself, well, maybe they're doing it better, but no, they were militant about following the rules. And sorry, I don't follow no rules.
I did not enjoy that. So I got married 3 months before the pandemic started.
Well, at least you got it done before.
Yeah, we got lucky.
I had friends who had to reschedule it twice.
Yep. It was brutal. All right, our 10-minute drill. What's going on in the NFL that we haven't touched on? That's next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe Mixon earlier was traded to the Houston Texans. Reports were yesterday he was getting cut, but the Texans did not want to have the opportunity to compete against other teams to sign him, so they just traded for him. We still have not seen anything about
compensation
yet.
I would assume it's like 6th for 7th with Mixon or vice versa. I doubt it's going to be substantial what they're getting, but probably 6th round pick makes sense.
Yeah, if anything, and it might even be Mixon and a 7th for a 6th a lot of times. So this is a good deal, at least in terms of that. You get a veteran running back, 1-year contract, $6 million, cheapest contract of all the running backs that have been signed or acquired this offseason. So at least from that perspective, it is good. There are other questions to be had about if you're okay with someone of Joe Mixon's past being on the Texans, but everyone has their own takes on that, Paul.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that side of it, and I think the idea that the Houston Texans needed to get away from having Boy Scouts was very overstated, as if it meant that they would be better. But okay, you're not limiting who you bring aboard the roster. You can't really do that when there aren't any running backs left. So I think the Texans kind of found themselves in this situation because they ran out of options.
Yeah, so other news in the NFL today, Derrick Henry signed a 2-year deal with the Baltimore Ravens. Now former Raven Patrick Queen, who was connected to the Texans at one point, has signed a deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think both these are pretty good moves. I mean for Pittsburgh, having Patrick Queen, like one of the best inside linebackers in the NFL, on that defense just adds even more. I did see Russell Wilson just tweeted Queen with a bunch of E's. So Russell Wilson's excited.
Steelers country, let's weld.
Now he has 2 queens in his life. Patrick and his wife.
Ciara.
Good point.
Hell yeah.
I'm sure he'll drop that at some point.
I bet you he will. If he hasn't already, we just missed it. Honestly.
I kind of want him to do that because now that he's in Pittsburgh, which is such like a blue collar town.
You think they're gonna like him?
No. If he doesn't do well, I think they will despise him more than the previous stops. I think Denver and Seattle, there's a little more of a air of hippie, relentless over positivity in both of those places.
Yeah.
I think the people of Pittsburgh will be pissed off if he sucks. But if he does well, they'll love him too. So
yeah, I mean,
that's how it works.
Will he be the reason why Mike Tomlin goes under 500 for the first time in his career, Russell Wilson?
Honestly, I feel like this is a reason that Mike Tomlin will once again stay over 500.
Unreal. The fact that he's never gone below 500 and people still want him to get fired all the time blows my mind.
I used to think that they underachieved because they did have Ben Roethlisberger, Antonio Brown, Le'Veon Bell, and they never made anything happen with that. They kept on running into the Patriots, and the Patriots would beat them the exact same way every single time they played against one another. But now the last couple of years where he's been making this thing work with just absolute scrubs at quarterback, you got to tip your hat.
Yeah, I mean, it's both things can be true for sure. And then we saw one big trade today. Not just the Texans trade was a good trade, but the big trade today was that the Giants have traded for Brian Burns. They gave up a 2024 second and a 2025 fifth to the Carolina Panthers, and then made Brian Burns the second highest paid defensive end in NFL history.
$150 million, 87.75 guaranteed. I was stunned seeing that one. I heard a lot of complaining about Brian Burns in Carolina, at least on the internet in the past year. He did have 8 sacks last year. 2 years ago, he had 12 and a half. Over his 5 years in the NFL, he has 46 sacks. That's, I guess, the 13th most. But that is a lot of money. Now, I suppose when you're trading a second and a fifth round pick to pay a guy that kind of money, you don't feel that bad about it. And then when you add the pass rushers that the Giants have on the roster, like you got to feel pretty good. It's pretty good. 3 guys off the top of my head. I'm forgetting the other 2, but I know that the Giants have a pretty good pass rush now. But the problem is they need a quarterback, and they probably need some receivers for that quarterback.
Yeah, well, they did sign Drew Lock today. So
there you go.
Hell yeah.
Problem solved.
Because Tyrod Taylor is now Aaron Rodgers' backup, so maybe Zach Wilson will be there or be available to the people as well. But yeah, the thing about the Brian Burns contract, though, that is the most alarming is just how terrible the Carolina Panthers organization is. Like, once upon a time, they had an offer on the table for 2 first-round picks for Christian McCaffrey. They turned it down. Last year, it's reported that the Rams offered last year's second, this year's first, and next year's first for Brian Burns. They turned it down, and now they traded him for a second and a fifth.
Yep.
They traded Christian McCaffrey, DJ Moore, Brian Burns, and they've pretty much got Bryce Young.
Oof, man, that's
that's
really
all they've got.
3 26-year-old studs.
Like that's a great core of players.
And for the Rams, it's like sometimes that's the deal you don't make. That is the good deal.
What's funny about this is, before we saw Bryce Young play a snap in the NFL, a lot of people might have actually suggested, for someone like Bryce Young, you would trade McCaffrey, Burns, and Moore. And now here we are.
I mean, they traded Moore for him, which I don't know. I think that's worked out well for the Bears more than the Panthers, mostly because they also have the first pick again this year. But that's the thing,
You
too.
think? It has.
Yeah, no,
Joe, it has.
They traded the first overall
It's
pick
crazy.
for the first overall pick the next year. Yeah. And a better quarterback.
Though if I could go back in time, I would rather them just keep the first overall pick and take C.J. Stroud and not have DJ Moore.
But they wouldn't have
turn
done
back
that.
time.
They would have drafted Bryce Young.
Yeah, thank God they did. Thank God they traded the pick. There's been so much going on in the NFL. Of all the running back deals, Barkley to the Eagles, Henry to the Ravens, Swift to the Bears, Paul to the Titans, Jacob to the Packers, which, by the way, is 4 one-year deals, basically. There's opt-outs after every single year. Aaron Jones, who we mentioned yesterday, when he got cut, is going to the Vikings. Which deal do you like the most? For me, I would say it's probably Josh Jacobs to the Packers.
That deal is essentially a 1-year contract.
Yeah.
That's the deal that the cap hit for this season is $5 million as well.
It's a good deal.
And they can get out theoretically after any of the 3 years. I'm wondering if there's some sort of incentives that if Josh Jacobs meets them, that the deal sort of like what we know with Justin Verlander this year for the Astros, if it means that he has the option, because you would think that he would have some sort of control here. Otherwise, this is just a 1-year deal that, again, kind of screws over a running back. But that's the deal of all these ones that I like the most, because it does seem very team friendly. The rest, it's all $8 million a year. Derrick Henry, DeAndre Swift, Tony Pollard, Aaron Jones. It's 1 year and $7 million.
That one surprised me. I thought he would get more than that.
I did too, because this was a guy who had a 4-year, $48 million deal with the Packers before.
Would you have rather had Aaron Jones or Joe Mixon, the football player?
Jones. I think Jones and Mixon are fairly comparable. I think they're both well-rounded guys. Mixon's probably better, but I don't think it's a significant margin.
No, Joe Mixon's probably better in the pass game than versus Aaron Jones, but Aaron Jones is still a very good football player.
Versatile running back, right? Whatever the case, look, the Texans did get better at running back. That's that off-the-field stuff, though. You can't just forget about it.
No, you can't.
And the Texans used to be completely likable, and now a little less.
Yeah, they're a little bit less. The biggest name out there on the market at this point is Danielle Hunter. And that's a guy that a lot of Texans fans are bringing up again. I really
wait it out.
Don't think it happens. Just the way that they're going about this. Look, they chose not to sign Patrick Queen over $7 million. That's pretty much what the difference was between him and Shear. Is that Shire? Is that how you say
Al
it?
Shire, yeah.
Al Shire. That it was a 3-year, $34 million for Al Shire, and 3 years, $41 million for Patrick Queen. So it shows, DJ Bieniemy put out this tweet earlier about how Nick Caserio is sticking to his market, and he's not moving past that. And if you go past that, then he's out, and that's why they didn't get Saquon, and that's why they didn't get Patrick Queen, and that's probably why they won't get Danielle Hunter either.
Well, I don't think we know that. Just wait it out. This is not even 48 hours into the tampering window.
Yeah.
Just sit back and wait. There will be bargain options after all the impatient, desperate sugar daddy teams throw the money at the spring breakers. There will be people that are waiting around that, because there's not a lot of demand for their services, that the Texans and other teams will be able to offer a contract that fits within what Nick Caserio is willing to offer.
Do you think they're done at wide receiver by bringing back Noah Brown?
I don't think they need anything more. I know a lot of people will disagree on that front, but I think with Noah Brown as your number 3 wide receiver, that's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
He was very good for them last year when needed. And if you have all 3 of your receivers all season long next season, which maybe isn't a foregone conclusion, you feel pretty good about what you have.
Yeah, you have Mechie, you have Robert Woods still on your roster. You'll probably draft someone now later in the draft, I would imagine. But Darnell Mooney signed a 3-year, $39 million deal with the Atlanta Falcons today. That was someone that I was keeping an eye on for the Texans. That's way more than I thought he was going to get. I did not think he was a $10 million a year wide receiver. And we were putting him in that conversation with like Curtis Samuel and those guys. So the Texans might be like way out on the wide receiver market. And that's what it's looking like. I just can't imagine paying a guy like that $13 million. So we'll see what happens. But the best part, maybe the best part, of free agency that's happened so far was a good old Twitter beef between Tiki Barber and Saquon Barkley. We'll hit on that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. See me on TV this morning? Did you see what I said about our beloved Cougs? Well, guess what? You can bet on our beloved Cougs at MyBookie.ag to win the whole damn thing. Promo code BET975. Whether you're betting on them to win the Big 12 tournament or the whole March Madness, you can do that at mybookie.ag. You sign up with promo code BET975. You're going to get an awesome deposit bonus and bonus cash right away to play with. And once you get that extra cheddar, you can bet not just on sports, college basketball, the NBA. You can also bet in their live online casino. All you got to do is go to the website. They got blackjack. They got poker. They got everything you want. It's mybookie.ag, whether it's a casino to play cards and other games or just gambling on sports. At mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. You can bet anything, anytime, anywhere. It's mybookie.ag, promo code BET975.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Reports are in. The Houston Texans gave up a conditional 7th-round pick for Joe Mixon. What those conditions are, I don't know.
That's not bad at all. I'm sure it has to do with playing time, games played. If he ends up getting hurt, not playing,
yeah,
they don't have to give up anything.
And who knows? It could even go more than that. Right now, one of the interesting moves of the offseason right now, one of the big names out there is Calvin Ridley. Reports are that he has an offer on the table from the New England Patriots, but he's still talking to Jacksonville about wanting to be a Jaguar next year. The problem is if they re-sign him, they have to send Atlanta a 2nd-round pick. So if I was Jacksonville, I would not be re-signing Calvin Ridley.
Why not, though? He's their best receiver.
You just pay Gabe Davis. You have Christian Kirk.
But he's better than both of those guys.
Is he?
Yeah.
Or was he?
I think last year he showed that he is the top receiver in that group.
He still has some juice. And it's kind of like the Watson part of the conversation of he was out of football for quite a long time. Calvin Ridley was. So will he be back in full form this year? I would hope so because I love Calvin Ridley. He was awesome in Atlanta. That's honestly someone I'd like to if he's out there and affordable.
The Jaguars are dumbasses. Like that they have not brought him back just seems on brand. But we're gonna go with Gabe Davis.
Yeah. What's wrong with Gabe Davis?
Nothing. He's just not a number 1 wide receiver. Ridley has the potential to be that. Christian Kirk isn't a number 1 wide receiver either. Even though Kirk's been more productive than you would have thought he would be in Jacksonville when they gave him that contract. He is ridiculously overpaid. And I think that is probably what the Jaguars are looking at and thinking to themselves like, oh, damn, because the Trevor Lawrence extension is also on the horizon. Are we going to be able to afford both of these wide receivers when we're going to have to overpay for Trevor Lawrence in the not too distant future?
I think that's what it is. It's that they're paying Christian Kirk. They went out and signed Christian Kirk as a free agent. They went out and signed Gabe Davis as a free agent. They basically signed Calvin. I mean, they traded for him, but I think he made like $12 million last year. So there's just a certain point where it's like, how much are they paying all these wide receivers, and none of them are like awesome?
Yeah.
And then you're gonna have to pay Trevor Lawrence. Like, someone's gonna have to go.
Do you guys believe in Trevor Lawrence at all? I know he's not the quarterback that, like, the prince that was promised by so many as this generational prospect. First of all, I hate that word, generational. It's because when's the last time it worked out in football? I guess Andrew Luck.
Right. That's probably the last time.
Like, that's the last time we've had like a number 1 pick.
Yeah, because like they're saying that stuff about Caleb right now, and I'm like, I think he's pretty good, but generational to me is always a stretch.
I never was into Lawrence in college. I thought that he had a lot of athletic traits, but I always felt he would airmail random passes. I think he's not very accurate, at least as much as you would like in certain spots. And, I mean, he is a fumbling machine. That was not as much of a problem at Clemson as it was. He is good, but you want better than good. You need better than good. I feel the way he turns the football over, that there are some similarities between he and Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
And I think that Lawrence is immune from a lot of the criticism that Prescott gets because Lawrence is playing for a joke franchise.
Yeah, if he didn't play in Jacksonville, the criticism for Trevor Lawrence would be much higher.
If he was on the Cowboys, he would be getting crucified for some of the mistakes that he has made. Like that first, I know he had that comeback against the Chargers, and people still talk about that one, but no, I'm just out on Lawrence as far as being a top 5 QB someday. I think we've seen enough.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, like, he's a top half quarterback for sure, but anything past that, once you pay that guy, you're probably going to regret it. At least some seasons. Maybe not every season, but some seasons you'll be having buyer's remorse.
You'll feel better than you did with the quarterbacks before.
Yeah.
You know, like Blaine Gabbert and Bortles.
He is specifically the level of, like, good quarterback to where, like, you don't need to replace – you don't go into every offseason being like, God, we need to figure out quarterback. Like, he's better than that. But especially in the AFC, I think they would feel better if he was in the NFC. Or if they were just in the NFC.
Is he a top 3 quarterback in the NFC? Like Dak Prescott, Kirk Cousins, Trevor Lawrence are probably your 3 best quarterbacks. Jalen Hurts. Those are your top 4 quarterbacks in the NFC.
At the very least, I'd hear the conversation.
Like, and the NFC is so Brock Purdy. Yeah.
Purdy's got to be up there.
Yeah, the balance of scales of how good the quarterback plays in the NFC
Yeah, he's
versus
like the
NFC
10th
is
best one in the
wild.
AFC.
It's wild. All right, so yesterday, we'll start here with WFAN's own Tiki Barber, former New York Giant. He was not very happy that Saquon Barkley was going to the Philadelphia Eagles.
And Saquon has already taken to Twitter himself to say thank you to everyone who's shown me love and support over the past 6 years. Forever grateful. Excited for the next chapter. Blue heart emoji. Peace.
Okay,
Right.
blue heart emoji. I'm looking at a
He's dead to us now.
Yeah, say it.
He's dead to us.
Because he won't say it.
You're dead to us, Saquon. Good luck. You're dead to me.
Woo.
Now,
Dead to me.
When you hear that versus when you read that, there's a massive difference.
Why?
Did you get the impression the way that Tiki Barber said that Saquon Barkley is dead to him in a way where he has wronged him and there are never, ever, ever going to be further conversations between the two? I felt like that was said tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah, it's.
I'm not the biggest Tiki Barber fan. Barber has a checkered past with the New York Giants as it is, but I don't think what he said there is as controversial as it has become because of what I'm sure you're about to talk about, Joe, the response by Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, so that got picked up by the aggregators. Complex Sports put it out, and they just quoted, "You're dead to us, Saquon. Good luck. You're dead to me." You're right. That reads a lot worse than it sounds.
Exactly.
It does. It reads a lot
Imagine
worse.
how many ways you could say that. You're dead to me, Saquon. Dead. You know, he could have said that. Sorry, I almost spilled over.
No, that's why I was holding it. How many other ways can you say it? That's one.
Yeah, and completely
That's just
natural
how far
way to
Paul
say it
can
on a
go.
radio show too.
You're dead to me. You can say it like that. Like every single way that you could hear that. What's your imagination going to do first?
You're
going
going
to
to hear the worst.
Right.
And so then Saquon Barkley went on Twitter and he responded at Tiki Barber, LOL, yup. You are the prime example of loyalty to a team. I got the deal I wanted, secured more game, which wasn't even given to me before. So if fans are going to hate me for that, so be it. But I never turned my back on my teammates and always had theirs, which is obviously a fair shot at Tiki Barber because Tiki Barber quit on his team.
He did.
So
it's a great comeback by Saquon.
And it's a totally justified one, too.
And the funny thing is, again, I really think Tiki was saying this tongue-in-cheek, little pandering to New York Giants fans who are listening.
Well, because he pointed out the blue heart emoji,
Yeah.
and that's where he took issue with it, which is a very funny part. Like he's based on the sound, he didn't take issue with, and I'm sure he did in part of the segment. He did have issue of really division rival, really you going to Philadelphia, but in the quote it was, what was that, blue heart emoji? Get out of here. He's dead to me. That's how he said it.
Yeah, I think it's too. Whoever Tiki's co-host was, if it's just that guy saying you're dead to me, it's not a big of a story.
Exactly. It's only a big deal because Tiki said it.
It's Tiki Barber. He is probably.
If Tierney said it.
Yeah, is that who it is?
I
Tierney.
think
Yeah, you're right. Tierney and
A
Tiki.
BT. I don't even think he was in on that day.
Yeah, I don't think that was. That
I know too much about New York
I'm
sports
gonna
radio.
go ageism here. That sounded like a much older voice. But if it wasn't Tiki, this is not a big story. But I do love it though. Give me some juice on Texan or just on NFL free agency.
Does Houston have anyone like Tiki Barber, where the fans of the team that he was on are all just kind of bleep this guy, but he still has juice in the city? Because Tiki has he gets to host a radio show on the Fan. It's not like New York has completely turned their back on him, but everyone anytime you disagree with Tiki Barber, you can just say, "Well, quit on the team." Yeah,
probably
Eli and Coughlin.
Probably the closest I would say is Harden. Because
that's a good one.
Majority of fans are still kind of out, but he has 13.
Yeah,
he's still celebrated by a lot.
And I'm sure when he retires, he'll still do stuff here.
Yeah, his jersey's still in the rafters at a strip club. James is still beloved.
But he's
in
also,
the rafters of Toyota.
He's not someone that you would expect to have strong opinions.
Yeah, he's not going to be a media guy.
Media. I would say no. I mean, you have Seth.
It's really just that.
He's really, and he's on.
I guess part of it is because the Texans are so young that they don't actually have like former Texans in local media. Like there are some, but there's not like the Giants. Not like these other teams where there's guys that played in the 90s and the 80s that are on the radio.
The only other one is Chester Pitts occasionally.
Yeah.
But he's so positive that you would never expect to hear a negative thing about anybody.
But that's
ND super positive.
That's the normal role for these former players. You never have the former player great on the team that is like, bleep that guy.
Yeah, I don't think there's really any like this might be a really one of one kind of situation.
Yeah.
Like, I just because I don't like you wouldn't typically
Boston,
hire
it would be
that
Kurt
person.
Schilling. Like Kurt Schilling, great player for the Red Sox, and F that guy.
Yeah.
Lots of people because of the things that he has said in his post-playing career.
Yeah, I think the only time like I've ever seen stories about former players being mad at Seth was the Albert Hainsworth thing when he called his wife ugly or whatever that happened there. You don't know that story? Were you gone when that happened? I know Lamont wrote about it on his blog one time.
I think you're confusing names. I know what you're talking about, but that's,
it was
different.
Ted.
Yeah.
It
It
was
was
Ted.
it was Ted Johnson and Vince Wilfork's wife.
Sorry, Seth. My bad.
That was a character assessment.
My God,
I
Joe.
really like Seth, so I apologize, Seth. I don't want to love
Apology
you.
not accepted. You're dead to him.
Dead.
Fair. I'm okay with it. I'm not going to retort that like Saquon Barkley did. All right. How do you feel about Texans free agency? We're like 27 hours in to the legal tampering period. Are you okay with it? We'll finally bring in those DEFCON levels. That's next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So Bill Barnwell called the Texans defense a winner in free agency.
Hell yeah.
Now that was before the Texans traded for Joe Mixon. As we said, looks like a conditional 7th round pick is what the deal will be for, which I guess that means next year's 7th round pick, so they won't lose any draft capital this year, which that's fine. I'm all good with that side of the trade. But so Bill Barnwell calls the Texans defense a winner. Paul, I don't think that losing Grenard was the end of the world since they replaced him with Autry.
11 and a half sacks to replace Jonathan Grenard's 12 and a half sacks.
Yeah.
And instead of paying him a $76 million contract over 4 years, you were giving him a deal that's 2 years for $20 million. This is what you're supposed to do in free agency.
Yeah.
And not a lot of people have been talking about the Autry move, perhaps because you don't know as much about him. He is a guy that has been pretty consistent over the course of his career. It's a good move.
It is a good move.
It's just not a splash that everyone wants. But, 11 and a half sacks worth of production when 12 and a half walked out the door. It should be a splash. That's a good move. You save money.
So yesterday before they signed Danico Autry and Azeez Al-Shaair, so literally right after our show ended is when those two moves happened. I did leave the show yesterday feeling that, at least at that moment in time, the Texans were a much worse football team than they were when the season ended. Just on paper, everyone that had left, Cashman was gone, Grenard was gone, Singletary was gone at that point. Like, they were all the good stuff that you had that was hidden free agency, you were not going to retain. Now, quickly, Danico Autry is a good replacement. Azeez Al-Shaair is a good replacement. Maybe an upgrade over Blake Cashman.
The Texans believe he is an upgrade based off of the reporting that we've seen from our friend DJ Bieneme.
The biggest hurdles in terms of players you lost and you're replacing them would most likely be at cornerback because they signed Jeffrey Okudah, because they brought in Mike Ford and Lonnie Johnson. That signals, even though most of us got two of those three at least are special teamers. But with Desmond King coming back, I do get the vibes of this is it for the cornerback room, potentially until the draft.
Yeah, and look, if they find a corner at 23, great. I feel like there's still a chance that something happens because we still have a little less than 24 hours until NFL free agency officially kicks off. We're still in the tampering window. I think with the corner position, there will be some corners cut, and that you could potentially find somebody on a 1-year prove-it kind of deal. Who that person is at this moment in time, though, I do not know. All I know is that all the options that will be available for the Texans are not currently available at this moment in time.
No, and there are other guys that are out there. Danielle Hunter, Aaron Wilson actually just tweeted 2 minutes ago there's mutual interest between the Texans and Vikings Pro Bowl free agent defensive end Danielle Hunter.
People will be happy about that.
Imminent? Will they be? Because I think that's what's upset Texans fans the most in this free agency period is that because they are this shiny new object in the NFL, that they were the betting favorites during the playoffs to be where A.J. Brown would land if he was traded. And then the same thing happened with Stephon Diggs. And then Barkley and all these guys, all these big names are being connected to the Texans. And that's why Texans fans are upset, is because they're not getting any of them. So I don't know if this is a good thing for Texans fans. This feels like giving yourself heart palpitations.
Well, sometimes heart palpitations are nice, right? Coffee does that. Other things do that.
That's a lot of coffee if you're getting... Do you get heart palpitations every time you drink coffee?
Usually only with espressos.
Okay, that's fair.
Give me a double espresso or a triple espresso, and I actually might feel uncomfortable. It's the one moment in time where I have too much energy.
What do you drink with your triple espresso? Like, do you put anything in it?
Crack.
Or you just on ice?
PCP. Yeah, just, the usual.
I had my first internship in college at 670 was at 670 The Score, and I had to go get my boss.
That's in Chicago, right?
Yeah, in Chicago. I had to get my boss, Mitch Rosen, every morning 5 shots of espresso on ice from Starbucks. That's how he started his day every single day.
How old
was wild.
How old was he?
He was old then.
Was it just black?
Yes. Every day, 5 shots at 6 in the morning. Because he would get there when the morning show would start.
Would he sip it, or did he just down it?
I think it depended on the day.
Was it one after another?
No, it was in one cup.
Oh.
So they would put just 6 espresso shots on ice in one like grande Starbucks cup. And that's how he started his day every single day. It was wild.
If you nurse that over the course of a show, I could understand how that works.
He's the program director. So he's just like starting his day like, whoop, let's get going.
Listen,
wild.
I respect Mick Rosen for that.
Yeah, the amount of Bears football and Bulls
Yeah,
basketball
he's like,
he
my
has
life
to watch.
sucks. I got to deal with these idiots, these
Right.
dumb interns.
The White Sox suck.
No
the
offense to my
Cubs suck.
interns.
I mean, my God.
I couldn't imagine drinking that much.
The Blackhawks aren't good now?
They were good at the time.
Okay, at least you had that.
So the guys you brought back Noah Brown, Khalil Davis, Desmond King, Eric Murray. this offseason's been good. You don't have the big name, but every player that's walked out the door, you have brought in a suitable replacement so far. At linebacker, at pass rusher, you lost your punter. Cameron Johnson left, but you brought in Tommy Townsend, who was an all-pro punter.
Right. But everyone had to panic yesterday because everyone's so effing impatient.
They were very impatient yesterday. And I understand why, Paul.
I understand impatience as well, but when has anyone made a good decision while impatient?
That's probably a good point.
Probably, or it is.
Well, I can't
I feel like you got a pushback in you.
Nick Caserio trading up for Will Anderson.
I'm here because I'm impatient. I was frustrated with my job, and I reached out to people to leave. And
okay.
Brendan told me he was going to Chicago, and within 2 weeks I was gone.
But I would imagine that was more frustration than impatience.
I was waiting for a game to end to get on the air. And they played like 5 overtimes, and I was just like, I'm done with this place. So maybe a frustration / impatience. You're probably right, though. Most, probably 90% of decisions that are made when you're impatient are bad decisions.
Usually, and as someone who has like the quickest of quick fuses over very trivial, stupid stuff that sometimes leads to me punching inanimate objects, as I shared earlier in the program, like sometimes I just need to take a deep breath and actually put together a plan, which usually involves a little bit of patience. And look, you can't be too patient in life, right? Like, you never know when you're going to croak. You never know.
It's true.
But impatience generally leads to rash decisions, and every single year in NFL free agency, you're going to see mistakes get made because either general managers or people above the general managers on an organization totem pole want something big to happen.
Yeah, and that's what people want. I saw this funny tweet today from a national football writer, and it's just that I can't imagine what NFL teams would look like if we let just fans who have this fantasy football culture be the GM for a day and give them a checkbook. How bad the NFL and how bad these teams would fall apart and how quickly.
It would be more fun.
It would be. Oh, for sure. Saquon Barkley would be a Texan. T. Higgins would be a Texan.
That's how the Green Bay Packers should have to run themselves. They should since the fans own the team, it's like they should actually just get to make whatever decision they want.
I love that. That's the biggest ripoff in sports.
The People's Republic of Green Bay.
Yeah.
How they don't actually have a say.
It's so stupid.
How like post-communist organizations, like, oh, well, we have a say. There's democracy. But no, it's just the guy at the top's the one running
Like, once upon a time, pardon my take, the Barstool Sports Podcast sold, like, stock in their goldfish. That is the same amount of cachet as that piece of paper that pardon my take sold for a goldfish of being a Packers owner.
Yeah, you don't get to make decisions there, but if you did, wouldn't it be fun? I mean,
like a board meet, like a big Zoom call.
Well, just
who wants to sign Josh Jacobs?
Oh
Say
my God.
aye.
It has to be like Congress, or it's like 2/3 majority.
That's the one thing I like.
Okay, that would be fun. Can we do that?
What?
Can we, when the NHL moves to Houston, can we try to get them to be like an all-in, everyone gets a vote kind of thing?
On a sport that no one knows an effing thing about?
Exactly.
I want a guy who fights. I want him on the first line.
It'd be 9 guys that are all goons, and then Wayne Gretzky, because he's the only hockey player anyone in Houston can name.
It'd be great.
Give me the fattest goalie. I just want someone who's just going to fill up the whole net.
Yeah, and a 600-pound goalie.
Yeah, it'd be great. Goldberg did a great job in the Mighty Ducks.
Just give me someone from my 600-pound life for the net. It would be fun just imagining an impatient, like, armchair general manager like wasting the entire salary cap on 3 wide receivers, and then you're like, hey, Mike Evans, you're going to have to play corner for us. You're going to have to play pass rusher for us too. You're going to be playing every down of every game. We're paying you a lot. You're a wide receiver. We don't use you on every single play, but now we are. And now you get to be a real team player.
I would love that. Let's try something different.
Yeah, because what happens when you actually go over the cap? Like, every year...
A smart person figures out how to get
every
under.
year. So what if there's no smart person in the room? And you're like, yep, we're just over the cap, so we only have 45 players instead of 53.
Yeah, like what happens? I think you could sign guys to the vet minimum and go over at that point.
You could sign me.
Yeah, Paul Gallant starting quarterback.
I'd play for free.
Yeah, Jalen Petrie and Paul Gallant.
Well, they'll cover your medical.
I need it.
That's why you can't play for free.
I would need it. That's a good point. Thanks, Sean.
Well,
You're looking out for me.
Could you? Yeah,
healthcare.
That sounds pretty good. I think that's a fair trade, Paul. I believe in you. All I know is that now that I'm doing a show with you, once I'm in shape, I can't wait to play flag football with you. I'm gonna find my way.
You once said
into that game.
You once said you could tackle me, and I'm insulted.
We got to do it sometime. We got to go out to the SaberCats field
and just do an Oklahoma drill.
Yeah. Yes, I'd love it. Wait, I don't know who else.
ESPN 97.5 Oklahoma drill.
I think that would be a great video.
I think it would too.
Who else would do it with us? Sean's in.
Yes, I would do it.
You were in no matter what.
Yeah.
Because off the top of my head, I'm like, okay, who could do this with us? The three of us. Jeremy could probably do it. I think Joel's knees are good enough to where he'd be okay.
We could just have the interns do it. Would
I'm
that
not-
be considered
I
bullying?
think we run into trouble there.
Nope.
We would?
Not it. I'm not doing that.
Well, how much do they care about being here?
That's true.
Right? See, that's how you flip it on them.
Yeah, that's how you have a toxic culture.
Well, you just make sure that they don't report it to HR and HR&P.
Yeah,
our proud sponsors.
I'm less proud of this segment.
As long as John and Lance won't do it, Dell 50-50.
The issue I have, because you have a low center of gravity, I think it would be hard for me to tackle you.
It depends. It just depends on
You
the
think
day.
you're going down with an arm tackle?
I think I have a clothesline you.
I might. I might. Yeah. Yeah. I like. Can I wear a mouth guard at least? So
I would want to wear a mouth guard.
I don't want
too.
to lose my teeth on accident.
I had us in full football pads,
Love it.
in a full like we're actually at football practice.
This would be so much fun. Can we get the other stations involved? There's a couple people I'd like to hit.
Ooh, name them.
No.
Oh,
no,
come
no.
on. Come on. I would love to drill Landry Locker. Just absolutely blast him over the middle of the field going out for a pass. I like Landry too, but I want to crush him. Just crush him over the middle of the field. I know that the Texans flagship, I would kick their ass in football. All of them.
I would love to do like a flag football game versus them.
Yeah, the radio
Give me the
longest
ball.
yard.
Yeah.
give me the ball. Yeah, because they won't even play because they're soft cowards. They won't even go into the media game. Where were they? Where were they? When I scored the game-winning touchdown in the media game, they weren't there. Soft. Bunch of flabbies over there. They're all on some got some deal for like some sort of weight loss. All of them. I don't need that. Natural baby.
What a transition. You know why? Because I need that. I need weight loss. And I can't wait to tell you guys about my new friends at O Athletic. It is a top sports performance facility here in Houston, 767 North Shepherd. Sign up today. And when you sign up, they have so much available to you. You have a full training facility, 100 classes per week. No matter what style of workout you want, they've got it for you. MMA, boxing. They have the full octagon at the gym. Yoga, weightlifting, agility. They have all of it for you at O Athletic. They have personal training as well. I had my first personal training session yesterday. My guy, Sam, he kicked my ass. There's really no other way to say it. He absolutely ruined my day, but in a very positive way. It was an awesome experience, and I'm super excited to be working with O Athletic. We are working on getting me healthy in 2024. So if you, like me, took your time, waited till March to start trying to lose weight in 2024, or just want to get back in the gym, O Athletic is the place for you at 767 North Shepherd. And when you sign up, let them know that Joe sent you by.
You're listening to Gallant and George and some great music presented by RC Ranch.
The official beef jerky of the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo.
Drake's going to be at the rodeo tonight. Is that what I saw?
I believe it's Bun B night.
But he's bringing Drake?
That's the rumor.
The rumor?
That's the rumor. Because Bun B always brings out a bunch of people.
How would you feel if you purchased tickets to just see Drake, with all these rumors he didn't show up? Would you be upset?
Oh yeah.
Or is it your fault?
Yeah, it's your fault.
Yeah, because you don't know for sure. You're only guaranteed to see Bun B.
Yeah.
Anything else is bonus.
Also, disrespectful to Bun B. You should be buying a ticket to see Bun B.
Absolutely.
You should be disappointed
I love
seeing
Bun
Bun
B.
B.
Just because Drake all of a sudden says and has purchased property in Houston does not mean that he, unlike our native son, 50 Cent, can cross over to becoming a Houstonian.
He really is all in on Houston, and I love it.
Yeah.
Because 50 Cent has his was it vodka company? I think it is that he's doing with the Rockets and the Astros. He's doing that at other stadiums, but I don't see him going to those places like he's here.
No, he still sits courtside at Rockets games.
Yeah,
when they're 34 and whatever the or 26 and whatever the record.
Did he ever give a reason for just deciding to go full Houston? Did he have some sort of falling out with New York City during COVID or something like that? Because I remember him wearing Yankees hats as long as I can think back to him and his first, I guess, appearance on the musical scene. And I'm musically challenged, so maybe he had another phase. Maybe he went full Drake, where Drake's jumping on bandwagon after bandwagon more than I am.
Okay, so there's an article about the 5 reasons that he moved to Houston.
Okay.
50 Cent moved to Houston.
State income tax.
Lower taxes is the first one.
Hell yeah.
And I'm not going to read it. I'm just reading the bolded reasons.
Okay.
He wants to get closer to the local hip-hop scene.
Okay.
His cognac.
Oh, it's cognac. Okay.
Yes. And then 3 words. Megan Thee Stallion.
No, we don't know if that one's real, though.
No.
That might be fake news, Sean, that you just are spreading over the radio right now.
What?
It's in the blog.
Yeah, this is in the blog.
That's from journalism.
What am I supposed to do?
Yeah, you're supposed to read what other people write and not think about it.
Yeah.
That's what happens sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So Nick Caserio, DJ Bieniemy put out this tweet earlier that Nick Caserio is just sticking to his prices. That they have, they offered Patrick Queen $10 million per year, according to what DJ was hearing, but Patrick Queen's people wanted more than that, so they weren't interested. They were going after Saquon Barkley, but they did not have any interest in matching the Eagles' bid, and that's when they switched their focus to Joe Mixon. This is where the frustration that the Texans fans have had over the last 24 hours, Paul, is to me unwarranted, because this is being a smart general manager. You may not like the fact that you didn't get the big splash, but I would much rather have Nick Caserio be acting like this than be reckless. Because he's not penny pinching. He's not doing what Jim Crane has been accused of. He's pretty much doing exactly what Jim Crane has done, is that he's spending money to fill his roster with good players, but he's not spending money with players that are way overpaid and eventually will be bad.
Right. And look, some of those players will actually work out in their new homes, but you just got to remember that they don't always work out that way. Even though they've been proven players at the NFL level, sometimes you go to another spot and you're just not as good. Is that because you're not a scheme fit? Is it because you got paid and you're less hungry? There's a variety of different reasons as to why that does happen fairly often when one player signs a big contract to play with another team. Maybe you have bad quarterback. Maybe you have bad coaching. There's always factors as to why it won't work out. So I think the fiscally responsible way, one that will be described as cheap by some, or a commitment to mediocrity by others. I think, the same way as you, Joe, that this is how you're supposed to operate this time of year. There's still plenty of time. More players will be cut. We still got to see what's going on with the LA Chargers. There's at least 4 players who could potentially be cut coming soon. Joey Bosa, Khalil Mack, Keenan Allen. There's a lot of players on that team specifically, among others, that are not likely to stay with that team long term. I'm sure that the Chargers are calling people trying to see if they can pull off a trade so they get something in return for them. But yeah, you keep waiting because a couple of days into free agency, there are going to be things that just show up out of nowhere that maybe you didn't see coming, or maybe you did see coming and you knew that if you were patient, you would be able to get those guys, especially if you don't spend all of your available cap space on specific players right away.
So what do you want to see where we're at now? 24 hours into free agency. What do you want to see the Texans do next? Is there a certain player you have in mind that you still want them to go after?
Right now, I want to see who else is officially cut. Still waiting on Eric Armstead.
Yeah.
Still waiting on Nick Chubb. Still waiting on Alvin Kamara. Still waiting on several players that would be at the very least worth picking up the phone and making a phone call about.
Yeah, Eric Armstead's the one that people have talked about the most. I don't know. That still feels like a for sure thing that he is going to get cut at some point. So it's waiting that out. But to your point, there are always players getting cut. Jimmy Garoppolo just got reported he's getting cut by the Raiders tomorrow. So which is not shocking. Obviously, he won't be a Texan, but like he will be getting cut tomorrow. So there are still plenty of players, and there's always fallout from all this stuff. I mean, we've heard the rumors about Justin Jefferson. Does he really want Sam Darnold to be his quarterback?
1 year, $10 million. That is borderline starter money, or I am going to give you a chance to start money.
He's going to start until J.J. McCarthy takes over.
You think they're going to draft McCarthy?
I think, McCarthy, if he doesn't go top 3, because it does.
There's a chance the Giants take McCarthy, too.
100%. Who takes the third or fourth quarterback is fascinating. It's the most interesting part of this draft.
And it's probably the fourth that would be McCarthy.
Some people think it's May. May's slipping in a lot of people's mind. I was listening to Daniel Jeremiah's podcast, and they're saying he's a Jordan Love type prospect, where he might have to sit for a year or two before you're really wanting to play him.
Sit behind Jacoby Brissett.
If I was
gross,
if I was Drake May, I'd be like, "Can you call me a Patrick Mahomes type prospect
yeah.
where I have to sit for 1 year?"
Yeah,
Can we spin zone this?
Yeah, it's not the quarterback I want to be compared to.
No.
Is Jordan Love.
No, especially when there's a better example, like just a few notches higher.
Also, Jordan Love sat for 4 years or whatever it was.
Still better than all those Bears quarterbacks.
Fact, 100%.
He only sat for 3.
Caleb Williams will be better though.
Sure,
I hope.
He'll learn behind Justin Fields.
Gross.
Because they can't trade him for
What else do you guys got? Yeah, he has no trade value. Shocker.
Could he be what the Texans need at wide receiver?
Justin Fields?
713-780-3777.
They are friends. So Justin could be
Ohio State connections.
Justin could be CJ's backup instead of Case Keenum.
Wildcat quarterback?
Wildcat quarterback. Honestly, sure.
Him, Joe,
why not?
Joe Mixon.
The Bears,
why not?
The Bears trade a third-round pick. I'd consider taking Justin Fields over Davis
to
Mills.
help swallow the contract.
Yeah,
with
I'd
1
think
year
about
that's
it.
left on his contract.
Yes. Texans give up a 7th. They have 3 of them this year for Justin Fields and a 3rd.
Conditional.
Deal. Like it.
Yeah. Who else could you throw in the mix? I don't know who's good on the Bears because they're so bad.
What, DJ Moore? No, you can't have him.
Yeah, DJ Moore too.
Can't have him. You could have Khalil Herbert. That is actually someone the Texans could be looking at.
Yeah.
Because the Bears now have this really weird running back room. So that's another guy that I expect to get cut at some point. Frankly, if they're going to move on from someone, if I'm a Texans fan, I really would hope the Bears would move on from Roschon Johnson because I liked him a lot at UT. I can't imagine they'd move on after 1 year, but we'll see.
They're going to
Do you have any more shots at the Bears you guys want to take?
Disparage a Texas legend.
Before we go to break? You got them all in today?
Yeah, I think we're good.
Yeah,
right?
we're good for today.
Darnell
we got
Mooney.
our fill.
Yeah, gonna miss Darnell
You're so
Mooney.
beaten down by this.
I know I am.
You got to fight violently back.
I can't right now.
You got to
I have nothing to fight for.
I'm gonna have to learn so much about the Cubs this year just to
I
get some
know.
shots in during the summer.
What is there to fight for? They're the worst. They're probably the worst organization in the NFL.
Yeah, but they have the Super Bowl shuffle.
Yeah,
cool.
We are the Bears.
Brian
Shuffle the
Urlacher.
crew.
And his fake hair.
Yeah, he has hair again.
7 extra.
You could have hair again too. Oh, it's gone now.
Yeah, he got rid of it again.
Oh.
All those posters came down.
What happened? Was it a toupee?
I think it was.
Oh.
They said it was not, but I think it was a toupee. They sold a lot of people on products that apparently didn't work. All right, Paul,
that is a smart way to.
It is. It really is. It's a billboard. How would anyone ever know? All right, Paul put out this tweet yesterday about spending a bunch of money when you're quarterbacks on a rookie deal? Is it a cliche, narrative, or a fact? That's next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
All right, Paul, you put out this tweet yesterday asking the question about, or just talking about, striking while the iron is hot, spending a bunch of money when you have a quarterback on a rookie deal. How are the replies? How was the ratio, or how did it go for you?
Well, I just stopped looking. Look, last night I did a live stream recapping what was going on in Houston Texans free agency. And there were a lot of people who were talking about the idea that you need to strike while you have a quarterback on a rookie contract. And it's one of those things that sounds smart when you say it, right? But it's also kind of a cliche, and I'm not sure how accurate that cliche is. Because if you take a look at the Super Bowl champions since the rookie wage scale was instituted at the end of the 2010-2011 season, for the 2011-2012 season, and only 3 of the 14 Super Bowl winning quarterbacks were on their rookie deal. Joe Flacco in 2013 had a great defense on the other side of the field. Russell Wilson in 2014, great defense the other side of the field. And Patrick Mahomes right before he got paid in 2020 over the San Francisco 49ers. If you want to get cute, you could say, oh, it was actually 4 because Carson Wentz was on the Philadelphia Eagles in 2018.
Sure.
He was.
That's fair.
That season, he would have been the MVP had he not gotten injured. Him getting injured paved the way for Tom Brady to win it. But if you want to make the case, okay, maybe it was 4. There have been quarterbacks who made the Super Bowl while on a rookie deal, and they lost. Kaepernick in 13, Wilson in 15, Jared Goff in 19, Burrow, Hurts, Purdy, the last 3 Super Bowls. But ultimately, this idea that you need to strike while the iron is hot with a quarterback on a rookie deal has run into a wall. That wall has been the fact that both Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes have a combined 10 appearances in the last 13 Super Bowls.
That's where the conversation's complicated. I don't think it's straightforward because
I agree.
You're right. It is, and when you look at it on paper, I think it makes more sense to say you have to go all in around a rookie quarterback and a rookie contract to get to a Super Bowl. But Mahomes and Brady just have so many of these appearances, it convolutes it. So I would look at it from the other side then. The only quarterback to win a Super Bowl that has signed one of these massive, massive contracts is Patrick Mahomes. He signed his 10-year, $500 million contract. Joe Burrow has not won a Super Bowl. Justin Herbert has not won a Super Bowl. I guess Stafford, yeah.
I don't remember what the deal was with
big.
the Rams, but I mean, I'm assuming that
that's
whatever deal he was on was a pretty substantial one.
I mean, him and Brady both were making a ton of money. Brady was making a good amount of change in Tampa Bay, so it's not like he was a cheap contract. And then you have other guys like Jimmy Garoppolo who've gone to Super Bowls who were under good contracts, but not super expensive. Really, I just don't think there's any perfect formula. Your odds are best, I still think, if you have a rookie quarterback.
Oh, it certainly helps, no doubt about it. But I think a lot of people have made it out to be this concrete fact that's indisputable.
Mm-hmm.
And I think because a lot of people have said it over the years that they just take it and run with it. And okay, maybe you make the counter argument that Tom Brady was always leaving a little bit of money on the table, but that was always, I think, a little bit exaggerated. He probably left about $60 million on the table over 15 years. So that's $4 million a year. Okay, then maybe that's like one special teams caliber player or something like that, or middle of the roster kind of player, middle class of the roster kind of player. So you can make that case if you want. But I feel this idea that there is a specific formula to winning a Super Bowl, and this is the way that you have to do it, I don't 100% believe that. I have tried to find a free agency haul that has worked for a team that was not the Broncos of the early to mid 2010s. Signing Peyton Manning, signing DeMarcus Ware, signing TJ Ward, was it Julius Thomas? Did they get him away from the Jaguars? I forget. What I know is they spent a lot of money over a couple of seasons, and okay, they won a Super Bowl with it.
Yeah, it worked for them.
It did work.
Probably, I guess Brady, you would say, in Tampa. Brought in Gronk, Leonard Fournette. But they didn't spend that much.
They already had a lot on the roster as it was, right?
They added cheap veteran players more than big ticket items.
They just had a good roster already, and Brady was the finishing touch. So, again, it's not like free agent quarterbacks just pop out of nowhere, especially quarterbacks that have the pedigree that Tom Brady's had. So it does throw a wrench in a lot of it. And yeah, there have been quarterbacks who made a Super Bowl on their rookie deals, but is it because they made it on their rookie deals, or is it because those teams that they were on did a really good job of drafting?
Mm-hmm. At this point, it seems very clear to me how to get to a Super Bowl. You have to have a top 5 quarterback in the NFL, or you have to have the best roster in the NFL.
I think it's as simple as you have to have.
Because that's who goes.
You have to have the best. You need the best quarterback. Yeah, and I mean, the AFC representative over the last 4 years, it's been one of the top 2 quarterbacks in the game. It's been Mahomes 3 times, and it's been Burrow once. Those are the top 2.
When's the last time a quarterback wasn't in the top 3 in the AFC to go to Super Bowl for the AFC? Maybe 2016 Denver.
Flacco.
with
Manning was bad that season.
Washed up Manning, and then before that, Flacco.
Yeah.
And
but
then
Flacco had a monster season in the playoffs to the point where we were like, wait, is he top 10? Sort of the same thing that we did with Jalen Hurts going into this past season.
Probably before that, to have a top 3 quarterback in the AFC to not go to Super Bowl, not name that one man in year, Flacco, I would bet, just looking at Super Bowl winners, is young Ben Roethlisberger.
I was gonna say, I think you have to go back.
And that Super Bowl has an asterisk because the refs blew that game. This is one of the worst called football games of all time.
And think about it, we're going back now like over 15 years, almost 20 years.
We're
to
going
that first
past
one.
We're going past the rookie wage scale days. We're going back to the time where some of these quarterbacks. I mean, Roethlisberger was a first-round pick.
Yeah.
I don't know what he got paid, but I imagine he still got paid a pretty good amount on his rookie deal.
Yeah, because he was like the 3rd quarterback taken in that draft.
Yeah.
So he still made a pretty penny.
I forget where he was drafted. I don't want to say it was in the teens, but I forget off the top of my head.
Yeah, it is not easy to win a Super Bowl. It is not easy to get to a Super Bowl. And the Texans' path to a Super Bowl right now has never been hard. It's never been harder because, unfortunately for the Texans, they lived in the Brady era and the Mahomes era, and really, unfortunately for the NFL, this is
no, it was fortunate. All right,
like this is way worse than Jordan to LeBron. Because even in the Kobe era in the NBA, there was still
Kobe
some
and Shaq era,
in some like intrigue of who was going to win.
Tim Duncan era.
Yeah, it was a Tim Duncan era.
No, but you're right.
That.
You're right.
Why? You said the Kobe era.
Yeah, people like Kobe in this city more than they like Tim Duncan,
which is insane. I'm sorry. I get the Tim Duncan Spurs against the Rockets stuff, but I don't get liking Kobe. I don't.
Spurs
Mamba mentality. What the hell does that mean? Shoot 40 times a game and then mail it in the last couple of years. Take all the cap space away from your team so that you can just chuck up 40 shots a game because you believe you deserve to be rewarded as a star. His lack of competing the last couple of years of his career where he made it literally impossible for the Lakers to actually compete for a championship is directly in contradiction with the Mamba mentality. But no one wants to talk about that because he's dead.
Wow,
People didn't want to talk about it when he was alive either.
I didn't know, Paul, you had this much hate for Kobe Bryant in your heart.
It's not hate. It's just facts. I mean,
it sounds like hate. Sean, is it hate?
No, it's just like, again, that's what the conversation was around Kobe in 2014.
You're
when it
right.
happened.
Like,
he's been deified for reasons that I don't get. Like
he was deified when he was alive.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah,
because he did a great PR tour after his career ended.
His career was a great impersonation of Michael Jordan. Like it really was. No one was closer to being like Michael Jordan, including LeBron. From the perspective of he tried to be Michael Jordan.
Yeah, I was talking to my brother about that, where he brought up Kobe for like greatest players of all time. I was like, it's hard, or as the greatest player, I'm like, it's hard when your thing is that you impersonate Michael Jordan and you're not as good as Michael Jordan. Like it's very hard to make that case.
Yeah, like those videos where they're side by side doing the exact same moves is crazy.
Or just like him talking.
Yeah,
like he changed
so
his
similar.
voice to sound like Michael Jordan's.
So how we got there was we were talking about and how the NBA had at least a gap between Jordan and when LeBron started winning. Whereas this one, it literally got handed from Brady to Mahomes, and it's going to be challenging. Like. Drew Brees, he won 1 Super Bowl. Peyton Manning won 2 Super Bowls during the Brady era. Roethlisberger got a couple. It's not going to be easy, and the Chiefs are not slowing down in any way, and that's where, to kind of tie it all together, I like the Texans' free agency approach. I like that they're not overspending right now, and they're spending wisely. So if there's a big move next year or the year after, they're going to have time to spend money. They don't have to spend it all in the last 24 hours.
There's too many teams to overtake in the AFC by signing 1 or 2 players.
Mm-hmm.
There's just a lot of better teams right now. It is going to take them time, and they have to hit on the picks, and it might not happen. But a couple of splash moves by the Texans for this coming season and the next couple of years, that's not leapfrogging the Chiefs. That's not surpassing the Ravens. That is not going past the Bengals, I would say, right now. I think with the Bills, maybe. Dolphins, maybe. But those teams are on the decline. And why not just sit back and let those teams fall apart and overtake them naturally?
And I've said this too. Sorry, Sean. You go first?
You go.
If CJ is who we think he's going to be, he's going to take the Texans there for a Super Bowl.
I agree.
Sean?
It's also a situation where you look at the best players on this team, or at least the key members of this team, they're all in their first or second year. And so once you have to start paying these guys, and eventually, like, you just can't pay them all, and you're going to have to let guys walk. The Bengals are going to have to trade T. Higgins or let him walk next year because they're not going to pay him, Burrow, and Chase all what they want. So there is going to come a time where the Texans are going to have, like, a all-in kind of year. It's just not going to be C.J. Stroud's second year in the NFL, that it's going to be the all-in year. Like, there's going to be a year where they do have to change their mindset, and they will have to start thinking more short-term.
Yeah.
Not this year.
Yeah. I can't wait. Those years will be fun. And you never, T. Higgins will be a free agent next year. If you want to get back in that game because you got franchise tagged, you could then. There's plenty of moves to be made. They just don't have to happen today. Be happy, Texans fans. You have a capable organization.
The short memory is what's bothering me. It's not the frustration. It's the anger months after an incredible first season where they went further than just about anyone expected. Except for some people.
Interesting.
I predicted them to go 2-7.
All right. You know what happened
But you
yesterday?
had them losing in the wild card, right?
That's true, I did.
You know what happened yesterday?
Probably. I don't even remember.
Paul Gallant went on a date. We deserve an update. The people want to know. They've been texting into the show, at least one person, asking if we would get a date update today. We'll have that in garbage time next year on ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Joe Mixon is a Houston Texan for a conditional 7th-round pick. And Paul Gallant is a dating man. How'd your date go last night?
B-.
Okay. Did you end up telling her that we talked about it on the radio?
I did not.
Okay. I think that was the right decision.
It did not come up naturally. Yeah, I think we need to have a few more to potentially get there.
Yeah, you don't need to be telling people that.
So, I like this girl a lot. It's been a while since we previously dated, so we reconnected. Hadn't seen her in a couple of weeks. It's been a rather eventful last couple of weeks for me. Same for her, because she's on a bunch of rodeo committees.
Oh, yeah.
She's about to go to an out-of-town wedding this week. We went to Buffalo Bayou Park.
Okay.
Both of us, because we've had a lot to drink the last couple of days, said we're just going to walk and we're going to talk.
Okay.
She brought her dog, cute old senior dog. It's like beagle looking. I want to say it's like 13, 14 years old or something like that. Yeah, and it went well. We left in separate cars.
Okay.
No smooch at the end.
Okay.
But we are still talking. The last time we went on a date, we there was a little smoochy smooch.
Okay.
But that's it.
I was literally just about to ask you, like, are those details you typically share, or do you always just say nothing happened?
What's funny is I'll say nothing happened with my friends, but when I'm here, I'm actually
a little more honest.
At my most honest.
Insane that we get the more honest version.
Yeah.
I love that.
That the city of Houston gets the more honest version.
Because
what else do you want to know?
You people matter more than Paul's friends.
Well, listen,
you listeners matter.
No, I just pride myself on being extremely honest. So
that's everything. It sounds like it went well. Will there be a date number 2?
We will see. I don't know. There's an air of I'm not sure that seemed to be different from the last time that we hung out.
Okay.
So, but the last time we hung out, I also was not really expecting anything. I thought that we were just hanging out as friends, and we just happened to both like drinking, and
Okay.
End of the night, drop her off. We kissed. That's it.
All right.
So we'll see. We'll see. That's all I got.
Sean, do you have takes on this or anything?
No, not really. I'm happy. You know.
You're happy. Paul's
She brought the fur baby.
Do you tell us these things, Sean?
Yeah, I brought snacks for the dog.
Nice.
Dog liked the snacks.
That's good.
Had to bust the snacks out a couple of times because she was trying to murder some squirrels.
Oh, yeah. That's the tough part about dogs.
But they're easy to distract if you got the snacks.
Sean, do you tell us dating stories?
No, I give out so little.
Honestly, I legitimately have no idea.
No,
None.
I'm just not interested in.
Okay.
I mean, it might be.
Yeah, I was just curious. All right, it's time for garbage time.
Have you ever been scammed, Joe George? Have you ever been scammed by somebody that told you a sob story?
No.
Okay, that's good to know. I have been, but people in Houston, be on the watch for a woman with small kids who claims she's fleeing an abusive husband, all as part of an elaborate scam. Several people have posted on Facebook and Reddit warning others to be aware of 2 women who know how to tug at hearts to get other people's money. They bring kids into it, they bring a dog into it, and they talk about being a domestic violence victim. And they're taking $100, $200, $300 at a time from generous and kind people across Houston. So be on the lookout for that.
Are they asking for like cash?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that's tough. You gotta watch out for that.
Done that before. 22. There was a person in my apartment complex after I was in between shifts of doing Rockets post game for a Lakers game. So I got home at 1:30 and going back to do morning updates. So I was going back to work at 5. I literally had 2 hours to take a nap. And this one person is just waiting out there, and he told me that he was a Katrina refugee whose wife just had a miscarriage, and his car was in the shop. So not only did I give him some of my cash, I drove him to where I thought his car was, and it was based off of me watching The Wire, 100% a crack house.
Oh, no.
It had to have been. Well, you learned the lesson, and that was my charity for life. Now I don't give out charity anymore.
Yeah, I think
burned.
I think I might have got scammed one time. One time this guy was like waving me down while I was driving, and because my back right tire on my old car was wobbling, so like something was missing, and he was a mechanic, and he fixed it for me because he was a mechanic and he magically had the part in his car. And he made me pay him like way too much money to fix it. But I was literally freaking out because I watched my tire. Like he took a video of it, and it was like my whole car was going to fall apart. And I'm pretty confident after it happened.
Did he slash your tire?
I think he took the part out of the car.
Yeah, he 100% was extorting
and then
you.
followed me with the part.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is what he did.
Okay, so yes, I've been scammed.
There's no question.
Yep.
I think he did that. That is what he did.
Yeah, so I've been scammed.
We've all been scammed. We all learned. Just remember, guys. Back to your head.
0145. The wobbly tire scam is real. It's all over Houston subreddit.
Damn. I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Okay, so just get to your closest wherever. Don't stop.
Do people ever offer to sell back catalytic converters?
Probably.
Yeah. You have to be able to buy them.
Yeah.
If your catalytic converter gets stolen, you're just effed, right? Like, you have to get a new car.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
I'm not sure how that works.
Actually,
I don't know if you can replace it.
I'm not sure.
Wrapping up garbage time, shout out to the Fort Worth Zoo. I don't know if anyone saw the viral video of a silverback gorilla that was in an enclosure with a zookeeper who was caught and couldn't get out. The gorilla was acting a little extra.
Oh, that was in Fort Worth?
That was in Fort Worth. Now, luckily, they did not have to kill this gorilla, but unfortunately, the very next day, an orangutan was recorded smoking a cigarette. So Fort Worth Zoo seems like a fun old time.
Wow. Fast and loose.
The monkeys doing whatever they want there.
Like, do they just is this a more common occurrence, you think? Like they just like
orangutan smoking
Yeah,
cigarettes?
it just has like a pack. And they just like once a
You
day.
can definitely teach it to smoke.
Here's a quote. Will an orangutan smoke? Yeah, they will. Should we be introducing that? No. Thanks, zookeeper.
But someone clearly introduced it.
But it's also a little bit of hypocrisy. I know the orangutan can get lung cancer.
Why can't he smoke? Why can't he smoke?
He's already in a zoo.
Exactly.
You could also ask, is being in a zoo a good thing for an orangutan?
Yeah, what's worse, being in a zoo or smoking a cigarette for the orangutan?
Take the edge off a little bit.
Yeah. He's got a lot of people
People
staring
look
at
at
him.
you all day. Yeah, that's a good point.
Just let him have it. But is there a video in this article about the orangutan smoking the cigarette?
I'm sure there is.
I need to see that. All right, that's going to do it for us. We'll have more free agency news with the Texans, I'm sure, tomorrow to discuss.
Talk about chimpanzees doing PCP tomorrow.
The Killer Bees with Joel Blank, Jeremy Brandon, and Brian McDonald. That's next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye.
Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank, I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass, and it is a Taco Tuesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. This is usually where I say that I invented Taco Tuesday, but today there's big news for the Houston Texans. They have traded, not signed, they have traded for Joe Mixon. Conditional 7th-round pick, according to reports. Joe Mixon has 1 year left on his deal. Looks like a cap number of $6.1 million. That stuff is always very vague. He's carrying like an 8.5 number, but the Bengals have to take some of the dead cap. So it's 6.1, but then it's like incentive laden. I think it's a maximum of 6.1. Whatever. Houston Texans trade for Joe Mixon. The first thing I think you have to ask yourself whenever you trade for Joe Mixon, because there's a lot of things that are in play here. You have to talk about the value that it brings on the football field. Texans desperate, about where they're at in the running back situation. But you do have to bring up the baggage when you talk about Joe Mixon. Whether you still put a lot of value into what Joe Mixon did 10 years ago when he punched a lady in the face at an Oklahoma restaurant. She said some bad things, and she made physical contact first, or you don't care about it. Maybe you care, maybe you don't. You can't ignore it. You can't sweep it under the rug. A lot of people want to because it's like, hey, this is a difficult conversation. We don't avoid difficult conversations. When you see that the Texans have added Joe Mixon, what are things that come into your mind?
Well, the first thing was you and I had talked about him. So at least we weren't completely naive to the situation, and we've had a discussion or two. I think I was more on board with him as the football player than you, but you're right. The next thing you do with your progressions going down the list as you hear this is, well, there's a guy with a checkered past. There's a guy. The first thing I thought about was, well, there's a new sheriff in town now. If you didn't think so before, Cal's daddy would never have made this move. He just wouldn't, because Robert McNair just was not about bringing in anybody that he thought was a bad apple or had ever been one. But that they went out and they got a running back that has the potential and has had a resume to where he might be a really good fit for them. But you start thinking about, did they think it all through? Did they take all this into consideration and go, this is something that's also going to be a bullet point that people are going to bring up? I think that it is so far back in his past that if you are of the belief that everybody deserves a second chance, that there's a path to saying, okay, I'm okay with it because it happened a long time ago. But let's not forget, after that, he had issues with guns, with a kid in his yard, and other things, to where this wasn't just an isolated one-time off-the-field event. This dude is not going to be a Boy Scout he's not a Boy Scout overall in his past, so you don't know what he's going to be for you.
Just had a funny image of Joe Mixon doing a bunch of knots and stuff with ropes.
Eagle Scouts are tough.
2014 is when he punched the woman.
Yeah,
the woman apparently said the N-word. She slapped him before he clocked her and knocked her out, and then he immediately stormed out of the establishment. You mentioned the 2 incidents last year. Now, it's important to note that he was not charged on. Well, he was charged, but he wasn't found guilty on either one of these. You had the one where he was charged for aggravated menacing, this was the alleged waving the gun at the woman and saying, you deserve, you have your face blasted off. Now, Joe Mixon was found not guilty in that. So I don't even know if it's fair to really bring that up. I think it's fair to bring up the fact that he got tried for this. He was charged for this, but he was found not guilty. So I don't know if you can hold that against Joe Mixon. Now, there's smoke, there's fire, the old adage. He was charged for aggravated menacing, where he was alleged to brandish a gun at a woman's face. He was found not guilty in that. Those are the facts. Those are the facts. Everything else is speculation. The one that you're referring to about where there was a teenager shot in his backyard, the story on that was there was kids in the neighborhood playing Nerf wars where they were shooting each other with Nerf guns. It was kind of dark. They couldn't see. Joe Mixon's side of the story was that he's been receiving death threats. It startled, it scared them. It jarred them. They were worried. That's their side of the story. Joe Mixon's sister's boyfriend, they started to fire shots at the kids. One of the teens got hit in the foot. Joe Mixon was on video holding a gun but not firing a gun. So he wasn't one of the people that were firing the gun here. Now, Joe Mixon's sister was arrested, and Joe Mixon's sister's boyfriend was arrested as well. They also tried to hide the pistol in the car and tried to get away, but the police stopped them. They were seen picking up gun cases, bullet casings and things like that too. So those are the 2 incidents you're referring to. Important to note that he was not found guilty.
Charged.
Either one. He was charged in the first one, was not charged in the second one. But he didn't have any criminal, time because of those two. The most heinous thing that he did, obviously, was the 2014 where he punched a woman. Some people think he was justified to do it because the woman called him the N-word and slapped him. Personally, to me, you walk away from the situation.
Exactly.
You don't lay your hands on a woman.
But that's but that's where I would say these incidents still happened, right? As a professional, knowing that you are in a position where some people are coming after you, but you're in a position where you have to kind of mind your P's and Q's more, know how to handle your business. And whether it's a kid or not, or the woman situation, like you said, is the worst, but there's multiple instances where you have to try and take the high road every single time because you're gonna pay the price whether you get convicted or not.
Yeah. I mean, you get involved in those situations.
And that's your reputation.
And when there's smoke, there's fire. Now, I do think it is important to talk about the fact, though. Like, he didn't have to serve time for either one, was not guilty in one. The other one, he was never even pressed charges for, the shooting at his house. The most egregious thing was the 2014 incident when he was still in school, before he was in the NFL, where he punched a girl. King of Twitch says there's video evidence. We all know there's video evidence. We've all seen the Joe Mixon puncher. Now, the N-word, spit in the face. The woman pushed him first. Here's where I'm at with, because this has been a dialogue on Twitter and it's been a conversation and all of this. I think that we have trouble separating player from the person in many different ways. And some of in part of who the person is makes that person a favorite of yours. Maybe who that person is makes somebody not a favorite of yours. I was not a huge fan of James Harden. I'm not a huge fan of people that are out in the middle of the night and, they're going to the strip clubs and they're putting that stuff in front of team. I'm not a huge fan of that. Give me a Jose Altuve, who's always charitable. He's always kind. He's always doing whatever's in the best interest of the team. I think the same thing with C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud, what is he doing in the middle of the night? He's probably sleeping because he knows he needs a good night's rest for the next day's practice because he's a leader of the football team. So, C.J. Stroud, like him as the person, makes him a fan favorite. Jose Altuve, like him as a person, makes him a fan favorite. Anybody still like Deshaun Watson? No, because what they do as people influences your fandom for that player. But a lot of times we get so caught up in who they are as a player and who they are as a person that it impacts our judgment on the other thing. Joe Mixon as a football player is a good player. And we'll argue how much he can help this football team going forward, how much he has left in the tank. There is a player conversation that is going to be had about Joe Mixon today. But people get so enamored on who Joe Mixon is as a player that they ignore completely who he is as a person, and they want to sweep that under the rug. It's the same thing the other way. Some people don't like Joe Mixon, and they get so enamored who he is as a person that they want to sweep the fact that he's a really good football player under the rug. And, we're taught in this business, don't have, soft opinions, don't be on the fence, don't be on the middle. I think this is a spot where you can be on the middle. You can like this as a football move for the Houston Texans, certainly makes them better, adds a good running back in the room, and not like him as a person. I think it's okay to sit on the middle. Like the player, don't like the person, like what it means for the Houston Texans, and try to get through next season where maybe you're not Joe Mixon, like Brandon Taubman did in the clubhouse. Yeah, I'm so happy we got Roberto Osuna. Maybe we don't do that about Joe Mixon, but maybe we celebrate the team's success.
Yeah, there are two lines that are going to intersect at some point. There is his off-the-field manner, demeanor, and behavior. There is his on-the-field performance. And as much as people would like to separate the two, they're going to intersect at a certain point. And like I said, once you create your reputation for yourself, no matter how much time has passed, it's still going to follow you around. And it's going to come up whenever you have a situation like this where he's changing. I'm sure the people in Cincinnati were easily able to forget that or at least push it under the rug because they had spent so many years with him and just saw him as an above-average football player for their football team. As he goes to a new situation, it's coming up again. And now, whether he likes it or not, there will be times where he's going to have to defend it or speak about it or be asked about it. But at the same time, everything is all together. That means when those lines intersect, it is all about the player, the person, the fit. When you look at this situation, it's a 1-year deal. There's 1 year left on it. You're not on the hook for longer than that. You're going to figure out if he's a fit. I think there was a little panic in the room to say we still don't have a running back. All these running backs are off the board. That's where the big push came from, and we need a guy. And so they got a guy that has a resume, and he's also got a past. So now you have to figure out where do you sit on the fence on one side or the other, Or are you going to let it play out and see how he acts and how he carries himself now that he's a Texan?
I think it's okay to be on the fence here because, like, I asked a question on Twitter, Farming Engagement. That's what I do. And asking you the question right now, too. 713-780-ESPN. How do you feel about the Joe Mixon trade? Like, he's a part of the Houston Texans now because he does have a checkered past. We just went through the 3 incidents that he's well known for. The 2014 one, by far the most egregious. Film of that, people say, well, self-defense. Well, he got spit in the face. Well, he got called the N-word. Okay, does that justify him punching the woman? I mean, that's up for you to decide. That's up for you. That's the decision that you have to make. Now, I think it's okay, though, to be on the fence of, hey, you know, like this, like I have kids. I wouldn't want my kids hanging out with Joe Mixon. Do I want the Joe Mixon talent of what he does at the running back position on the Houston Texans? Yeah, I don't mind that. I think he helps them win football games in 2024.
Well, I think the biggest thing when you say that is, yes, it's okay to sit on the fence and say, I'm going to wait to pass judgment because you know what he's done in college. You know what he did as a football player and as a person in Cincinnati. So it's okay to say, I want to see the fit. I want to see how he acts, how he carries himself, and then how he performs, because all of that's going to matter to how people are going to form and make their opinions known on having him on the Houston Texans. If he's a good soldier and he comes into the locker room and he says, those days are behind me, and he also is capable of being your starting running back and he's getting yards and doing things, I think a lot of people will think, my hands are clean of this, it's all forgotten, let's go forward. If he's not performing on the field, there's going to be questions, and there are immediately going to be red flags about why'd you make this move anyway? And if he has any kind of issues off the field, it's going to be, this is not what the old Texans used to do. What are you doing? So you have to be prepared for all of it. But I think it's fair as Texans fans to say, I'm excited about who he could be as a football player, and I'm going to wait and see on the rest.
Bill Lazor was on the Bengals staff in 2017 and 18 as the offense coordinator. He was the quarterback's coach there in 2016. So he had 3 years with Joe Mixon in the locker room. I'm sure they went to Bill Lazor, hey, like, do you sign off on this? So the fact that Bill Lazor is in that offensive room and is on that coaching staff, I would like to think they asked Bill Lazor, hey, is this something that you would back up, or at least if we make this trade, can we trust Joe Mixon? I would like to think that they did that, but if you, like, the last time that in Houston sports that there's been I guess you would call it an assault, was Roberto Osuna. Was Roberto Osuna, and the Astros traded Ken Giles for Roberto Osuna. You had all the fallout from that. Roberto Osuna was a good reliever for the Houston Astros. You had the clubhouse incident, with Brandon Taubman and Allison Footer. Like, people don't want to talk about that, but it's the fact of the situation. Jeff Luhnow, if you go back and you read, like, Winning Fixes Everything by Evan Dreilich, or however you pronounce his last name, he talks about how it was so split in the room on trading for Osuna. And, like, Jeff Luhnow would go to people and be like, hey, should we trade for Roberto Osuna? And a lot of people are like, no, absolutely not. And Jeff Luhnow would just flat out ignore him. So I don't know Nick Caserio's stance here. Maybe he didn't want to ask Bill Lazor. Maybe he's like, hey, we don't have a running back. I'm not going to ask Bill Lazor what he thinks. We desperately need a running back. We don't know that. We have no idea.
But if you remember, the other thing that Luhnow came out with a quote that said was, we did our due diligence. So you would think that if you're doing your due diligence, whether you like it or not, you're going to ask and try to get both sides of the equation. People that have had experiences with him to get a feedback, to understand, hey, maybe I don't care what anybody else thinks. This is the guy I think makes my baseball team better. But be at least prepared yourself to realize some of this stuff's going to rear its head, or could rear its head regardless, because I'm making this decision.
A lot of times, though, your due diligence, you're going to find what you want to find. And if you really want the player, you're not going to find what you don't want to find. So, like, due diligence can just be your normal cliche that you say to the media to make it seem like you did your due diligence. Jeff, like, if you, again, go read that book, Winning Fixes Everything, Jeff Luhnow asked everybody in the front office, what you think? The people that told him no, he just kind of ignored them and didn't listen to them, and just flat out just didn't, ignored what their opinion and their expertise. And there's people that look back at that, hey, we shouldn't have done that. So, he did his due diligence, but he ignored what he didn't want to hear.
Sure, but at the same time, even if I'm hell-bent on, I'm doing this, I don't care what anybody else thinks, I'm doing this, I want to be prepared for what might be coming my way because I'm doing this. So I would think that he would at least, whether he wanted to hear it or not, whether he listened or not when people were against it, I would think that, especially in a situation like this with Caserio, that he talked to at least enough people that he knows that had contact with him to figure out what he might be signing up for. Because we've seen this happen across sports. We've seen it happen locally. We've seen it with the KPJ situation, with things that have happened that have kind of let you know this is something that you're going to have to be prepared for, and then lo and behold, it happened, right? So I think that whether you're going to listen to and agree with or disagree with anybody, it's still in your best interest to get everybody's opinion.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe he didn't do that, though. We have no clue. 713-780-ESPN. Are you comfortable with Joe Mixon as a Houston Texan? 713-780-3776, the HRP listener line. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Blankers is at Pac-Man Joel on Twitter. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We'll get to the football aspect of this too. Like, what does Joe Mixon mean for the Houston Texans on the field? A little older in age for the running back position. How much does he have left in the tank? We'll get to all of it. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You know what month it is? It's March. March is the best time for basketball, at least in my opinion. March is the time where if you don't have a goal in your driveway, you wish you had a goal in your driveway. So act now. Get a goal in your driveway. And if you're going to get a goal in your driveway, do it with Pro Dunk Hoops. They make the highest quality basketball goals you'll find, unlike anything you'll find in the big box stores. Those are cheap. They're not very good. Get the goals from Pro Dunk. Tempered glass backboard gives you that true, authentic, sincere feel. Stainless steel hardware. It's rust proof. You have to do that in Houston. Breakaway rim because it's height adjustable. You can lower it down to 5 feet, raise it all the way up to 10 feet. And it's got that breakaway rim to keep you safe whenever you're throwing down those jams. Also, with their new goal 4, you can raise and lower goals with a drill. That's right. Lightning adjust feature anywhere from 5 to 10 feet in a matter of 10 seconds. It's easy. It's fun to do. It's idiot proof for guys like me. Also, their accessories are next level. It gets dark a little bit later now, but LED light kits for night play. You work, kids are in school, only time to play is at 8 o'clock. Well, get these LED light kits so you can play at 8 o'clock. Backstop nets, pull pad lettering, lots more, and you can order everything, including installation, online. You don't have to install, which is always a little bit scary. Let the pros from Pro Dunk do all of the installation for you. They'll install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight, perfectly level. You don't do a thing. You stay inside, watch basketball, while the pros from Pro Dunk install your Pro Dunk hoop. Call 281-351-9822 and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
How do you feel about Mixon being a Houston Texan? 713-780-ESPN. There's been a history of domestic violence in this city. Roberto Osuna traded for Ken Giles. And look, has Roberto Osuna pitched in Major League Baseball since he left the Houston Astros?
No, sir.
You were the only team willing to pitch. The Astros were the only team willing to employ him in Major League Baseball. Now, Mixon's been in the league for 10 years. Like, he's been employed. I think that's what makes this much easier for the Houston Texans to take on. Like, Mixon's been in the league for a decade, and, you know, he had some incidents last year, nothing criminally wrong, and is still around. This isn't like you're not the first team taking a flyer on Joe Mixon. I think it helps him out a little bit there. Julio Lugo had a domestic assault, and the Astros cut him the next day.
Yep.
Like, they're okay. Like,
I was in the parking lot after a game at
was
the
in the
Dome.
parking lot. I think they have video evidence, right?
They sure
and
did.
that's why I made it so easy to be like, okay, well, we don't need to wait for the legal system to play out. We see you on our cameras punching your significant other. I can't remember if it was his wife or his girlfriend. I think it was his wife.
I think it's the mother of his child, regardless.
Baby mama. Bill O'Brien was onto something there. So how do you feel with Mixon on the Texans? 1264. Obviously, Mixon is a good running back, but no, it doesn't make me feel comfortable. Makes you feel icky. The first thing I did was go back and watch that video. I know he was a kid, but still, my goodness. Video ain't good.
It is.
I watched the video today, too, and like all the people saying, well, self-defense. Okay, like he's not in danger of his life. Like, he got slapped by a woman. He's a massive man that plays in the NFL. I understand that she said something that triggered him. Got to walk out. You got to walk. Go in the parking lot, yell, leave the situation. 10 years ago, I totally understand. Like, to be very clear, I'm okay with Joe Mixon being on the Texans. But I'm also going to have the difficult conversation that people were wanting to sweep under the rug. I posted that on Twitter today, and people were like, oh, you're clickbaiting, engagement farming. No, let's have a real conversation about something that's a difficult conversation to have. Let's not ignore what happened. And fair or not, and I think it is fair, this is something that's going to be Joe Mixon's story forever. Whenever you do like things like this, it's forever going to be linked to your name. You could do everything right for the next 10 years and overcome this and be a great man. Great. Fantastic. That's awesome. More power to you. Because I do believe in second chances. But it's not going away. You can't tell the story of Ray Lewis without talking about that at night in Atlanta, Georgia. You can't tell the story of Ray Rice without him clocking his baby mom, I think it was his wife, in the elevator. You can't tell the story of Mike Vick without talking about the dogs. You can't tell the story of Deshaun Watson without talking about his perverted behavior. O.J. Simpson's on a much grander scale because now you're talking about murder, but that's something that's never going to escape him. You are never going to overcome the actions that you make that are on this
Kobe Bryant
level. No, yeah, like Kobe probably escaped that better than most people.
No question.
But it's still part of his story.
And that was a big deal. That's why I was saying in the first segment, you create your own reputation and your own history. And a lot of those things, no matter how much like social media, you can scrub your history. You can't scrub the history, especially those incidents that were made public, that were spoken about, that were talked about, that were printed about, that you're going to have the rest of your life. You can get another contract. You can get a lot of people like Kobe. Remember, right away, initially, there was the big trial. There was the loss of the Nike contract. There was all this stuff that he lost. In a couple of years, he had it all back and more. And then he continued to get it. But at the end of the day, when people talk about Kobe Bryant, a lot of people are going to point to, no matter how great he was as a player, that was there too.
Tiger Woods, like Tiger Woods,
that's a good one.
I mean, the cheating on the wife, that's something he's like, this is part of your story. And again, you can make every right decision for the last, like I think Ray Lewis is a good example of this. Like Ray Lewis is somebody who people hold in high regard, great man, like God-fearing, all of that stuff. Great. Like he fixed it. He overcame that, night that cost a couple of people their lives. And how much was his involvement there? He wasn't found guilty. I've been listening to a podcast there, too. I don't think that he could have been an accessory.
Ray?
Yeah, but he wasn't the one who actually did the...
He actually didn't do the actual murder.
Yeah,
but it was his limousine, and they were his friends and things like that.
Now, I have heard that in Georgia, too, it's like a little bit... like if you're there though, like they throw the book at you more than other states. Yeah.
Okay.
It's like if you're an accessory, you committed it. It's how bad that they try you there. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Derek, you're in the hive with the bees. What's going on, Derek?
Yes, and I just want to mix it up a little. And you can't tell the story of ex-Major League Trevor Bauer. You can't tell that story without his history either. I know you guys named a lot of people, But I wanted to make sure, Trevor Bauer is one of them, also from MLB. But we didn't mention his name. We mentioned what we wanted. But
Yeah,
what
we
I
mentioned
wanted
football
to say
players,
is that
Derek, and then we mentioned the
even in
golfer because my
movies-
mind
hold on,
went
I know,
there.
Got you. And you guys control the mic, so the narrative can be swayed. But let me tell you,
The narrative. Hold on, Derek.
you
Derek,
Derek, you're not going to go forward with
this
that.
isn't.
No,
This
let
isn't.
me
the-
finish.
No.
Derek, we'll let you speak, but you're not going to
okay,
come in
that's what
here
I'm
and
saying. You
dominate the
control the mic.
conversation like you're
You
trying to
control
do.
the
Derek,
mic.
we'll have a conversation.
Stop and listen, Derek.
This is our show. It's not
no,
your
I'm gonna
show,
listen to you
Derek.
guys. I couldn't even finish.
No,
I
we're going to
couldn't
let
finish. I'm gonna
you.
listen to you.
We're going to let you finish.
Can't make an accusation, Derek, like that,
But
and then let.
what narrative
Okay,
are you speaking
you guys
about?
made an accusation about Ray Lewis and didn't know the whole story.
That's not
Just
true.
as
We
it
didn't
was
make an
just-
accusation. He
you
got
guys
tried for
together and
murder.
said- No. We tried to found guilty, but if you go back and listen to what you guys were saying, you said, I don't know if it was him.
We said it
We just
wasn't.
putting out
No,
spin on
Derek,
it.
we cleared the air and said it wasn't
Okay,
him
I
that
got
actually
you.
did the deed.
Okay.
All right, what you got, Derek? What you
my
got? What
apologies.
you got?
Let me finish my scenario. All right, what I was saying is that typically most times, if you well, it's television, they say art imitates life, or in real life. I mean, let's be honest. And on television or real life, and I'm not condoning it, and I have a daughter, and yes, I'm African American. Typically, we don't see on television or real life where the actors, rich, poor people are in the grocery stores or whatever, or wherever. We don't see black women slapping a white man. We may see a white woman slap a white man and he walks away. But what I'm saying, I'm just typically, I'm almost finished. We never ever see that, or hardly ever see it, whether in the movies or not. What we do see, and I'm not condoning, listen, we can do one, like you say, without the other. And if we're just giving our opinions, and if you come to dispute my opinion, it's like you still your decision is already made, and nobody can tell you will go, because these are just opinions. So, but back to what I was saying is that just art imitates life. So we always see the white woman. You cannot call an African-American man an N-word, spit on him, or whatever. I don't care if it's a man, woman, dog, or whatever. I don't care what the optics say. And I'm not saying what I would have done. And I'm not condoning anything. Again, when you brought up Kobe Bryant or the other people that were convicted, I don't know if Joe Mixon was convicted either. But we bring it up. Let's just be honest. I've never seen, or they don't even show it in acting, black women slapping a white man or whatever. So what I'm saying is that if it happened and they got video of it, you cannot spit on an African-American man or nobody, but more so if you spit on the white man or slap him, most of the time it was his wife or girlfriend, you see them in the movies, they turn their head. But you cannot spit or call a black man an N-word.
I agree with that, Derek.
Don't know the outcome.
I agree
of
with
it.
that, Derek. But what do you?
I don't know the outcome of it.
That's the question.
I don't know if he was
because I
right
agree
or
with
not.
you. Like the woman deserves a lot
I'm
of
just-
criticism too.
so
There's no
we're-
doubt about
we're
it.
wanting to talk
Derek, you
about
had
the
your
ugly
chance. We
side
can
of
go
it.
back and forth. Just let him speak once.
I'm curious what you would do.
Okay, I
I'm
didn't
curious.
hear, my bad.
I'm
Yes,
curious
go
what
ahead,
you
yeah.
would do, Derek, because I agree with you 100%. Like the art, reflecting reality. I agree with that. Like I think that's a great point, and I agree with you on the woman that was on the receiving end of the Joe Mixon punch. Like you can't call somebody the N-word and be spit on somebody. She should be criticized as well. What would you have done in that situation if you were in the shoes of Joe Mixon?
Thank you. Asked me. And again, I said a lot of times, and let me tell you, a neighbor of mine, because I just said, if you heard me earlier, I don't know what I would have done. And then
It's okay to
not
hit her?
know.
Is it okay to hit her?
No. Let me finish. It's okay to not know at that time,
Sure.
but it's also okay to not agree with what he did. So
I agree.
now,
I agree with
listen,
that.
I need you to hear both. Because a lot of people calling in are not going to agree with both because they're not opinionated. They're personal with it. When you're opinionated, you're saying I see both sides and leave it at that. I don't know what I would have done in that situation, but in society, you're not getting slapped or called the N-word because you're not black. And so that in itself carries a lot of weight, right or wrong. People hear me out. I'm not condoning anything. I'm just saying we've seen at the Reliance Stadium, we've seen in news where black guys have restrained themselves on Sports Center or whatever. This guy was in the NFL or whatever, and this guy was at a basketball game. This white lady turning and assaulting him. It was on TikTok and all. And then he got invited to a luxury suite because he restrained himself. You just don't see black women in white men's face. That's bottom line. And that's all I'm saying. So we can't sugarcoat that part of it. We see it on the news all the time.
All right, Derek, appreciate the call. I think you bring up a lot of good points. Like, I would argue your decision's already made a little bit there. I agree that the woman that was 10 years ago that was on the receiving end of Joe Mixon's right hook should not have done those things.
She was wrong.
100%.
There's no doubt about it. There can be more than one fault.
And Derek's also 100% right about the way that things can be portrayed. I don't disagree with that at all. And then Derek also mentions that he didn't know what he would do in that situation, which I think is fair. Like, he was livid, he was mad, he lost control of his emotions. I get all of that. But your actions have consequences, and he said he didn't know about the Joe Mixon if he got charged or whatever. He was charged with a misdemeanor. He put in an offered plea, which maintained his innocence. I don't know how he could be innocent here. But anyways, he was sentenced to 100 hours of community service, mandatory behavior counseling, whatever. You got to be able to remove yourself from that situation before it gets to that point. And I understand they had a lot of reasons to be angry, a lot of reasons to be triggered, because what that lady did was not okay, wasn't okay. But two wrongs don't make a right. You can't respond with her being ugly with the right hook across the face.
I can't answer for and attest for the reasons why there's not video of black women doing these things to white men. I'm taking race out of this. And the only thing what we were doing in naming the athletes, and we did make it clear that Ray Lewis was not the guy that actually committed the crime of murder. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, I'm just letting you know that when these things happen, there could be more than one at fault. But at the end of the day, it's something that you have to discuss. And from the standpoint of Derek not knowing what he would do, I'm just going to let you know I've been there. I've had this happen to me. And I can tell you from personal experience, it takes every bit of self-control that you have, but you have to have it. It doesn't matter if you're a football player or an athlete or just an everyday Joe like me. But the bottom line is that you have to be able to have the self-control to understand that you don't hit a woman. It's that simple.
713-780-ESPN. You cool with Joe Mixon on the Texans? What does he mean for the Texans on the football field? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. It's time, basketball bettors. It's March Mania. Brad, I'm here to tell you about BetUS.com. I endorse one sportsbook and casino, and that's BetUS.com. They've been driving to the basket for over 30 years, over 3 decades. Can you believe that? This year, BetUS has an epic three-pointer, a 125% sign-up bonus on your first 3 deposits. That's right, the industry's craziest 125% sign-up bonus on your first 3 deposits. Plus, 10% gambler's insurance. You get a little insurance for that. That's nice. And there's even more. BetUS accepts crypto and is offering a massive 200% crypto sign-up bonus. You got gambler's insurance, crypto. You don't see that anywhere. March Mania basketball can get even more exciting with their live in-game betting. It's also a blast to check out their casino after the game. Maybe a little blackjack afterwards. How about that? Where you could get a 250% casino bonus. Get started by visiting BetUS.com. That's BetUS.com, or just give them a call. 1-800-MY-BETUS, 1-800-MY-BETUS, to learn all about their bonuses and special offers. BetUS, where the game begins.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
He's Blank on Branham. Someone on Twitter, lost who it was, Timmy. He posted the Josh Hader stuff whenever he had those tweets that were inappropriate. That's part of his story. That's part of Josh Hader's story. Like, that's not going anywhere from him. Like, we kind of ignore it because we want him to pitch well for the Astros. Kind of like the same thing with Joe Mixon. It shouldn't be. Like, it should be brought up. It should be talked about. Sure. I don't think you should shy away from uncomfortable conversations. You know, Derek had some points people agree with, some people might not agree with. Okay? Why shy away from an uncomfortable conversation? These are the conversations you need to have with players who have things in their past, whether it's Josh Hader, whether it's Joe Mixon, whether it's Trevor Bauer. And the question is, are you okay with that on your football team? Just Jay on Twitter, he says, as the local Bengals fan, I will say Joe Mixon will make the Houston fans proud. Give him a chance past the past. A great show, guys. I think that's where Bill Lazor's opinion matters here because he spent 3 years with Joe Mixon. Like, is he standing on the table? Hey, yeah, we don't have to worry about Joe Mixon. We're good. Timmy says we forgave Mike Tyson. We think Mike Tyson – well, I'm not going to speak for everybody. I think Mike Tyson's entertaining. I think Mike Tyson's a despicable human being. I think he's a terrible human being. So I wouldn't say forgive. We forgave Mike Tyson. You might have. I don't forget the things that he has done in his past. I think he's despicable. Now, he's entertaining, but he's despicable.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I go back to something my mom said when I was a kid, and she said, we forgive, but we never forget. And I think that's what some people do, some people don't. But some people don't forgive, don't forget. But some people also get a skewed side of the equation when they realize that the said person in question has athletic ability, and because they play a sport that you're a big fan of, and if they suddenly play for your team, that all could be forgotten as long as they continue to play well. And that's not fair, that's not right, and that's not the way it should be, but that is what we have seen in a lot of the cases that we brought up. And there are plenty more, but we were just rattling off some of the most high profile that had happened previously. We're not trying to make this about race. It wasn't a race discussion. It's a domestic violence decision.
Yeah.
Or discussion.
9655. The least shocking thing I have heard is that Joel has been slapped in the face by a woman before.
I don't know why that's funny.
He didn't say funny. He says it's not shocking.
Well, you're chuckling at it, but I'm like, look, if I'm going to keep it real, I'll let you know I've been in this situation. And if you have, as you've grown up and understand and have values and morals, you understand how to handle the situation. And it doesn't matter how much is in your bank account.
Yeah, I agree with that. Eric the Driver, if you're a good person but a good player, people will forget. I wouldn't say forget. And that's my biggest thing with this. Like, I'm okay with the Texans trading for Joe Mixon. I think it's a huge help with their current state of the running back room. I think it helps that he has spent 10 years in Cincinnati. I think it helps that there hasn't been, an aggravated assault since then. Now, he's had a couple of incidents the last 2 years, but nothing he was found guilty for or spent time on. So, like, I'm pro trading for Joe Mixon. What I am anti and what I'm against is being like, oh, yeah, his past is totally fine and you shouldn't bring it up. Nuh-uh, absolutely not.
It's all on the table. It all has to be on the table.
Absolutely. 713-780-3776, 9198. The woman called him a bad word, spat on him. Sometimes street justice happens. Go Texans. Like, I read that, and I think that you probably are somebody who hit women. Like, if you're saying, because now you're justifying it. And if you're justifying hitting a woman, I think that you are capable of hitting a woman.
Yeah, if that's your vernacular, how you do, and that's the message that you're sending, that there's not a lot of reason to believe or doubt that you wouldn't. And that's not the right message to send either. Because really what it comes down to is just the self-control of being able to to walk away from the situation and understand you either do or you don't. You either think about doing it or you don't. But the bottom line is you shouldn't do it. No man should hit a woman.
Lamont's bringing up the fact that he was a kid. He was a teen right before he came out of the NFL. I think it is a fair point because, we do – okay, I need to choose my words wisely here. I was going to say we do young and dumb things, but that's something that's more significant than a young and dumb thing. He was probably, 21, 22? Like, he was an adult
man. Still in college, but he was probably between the ages of, like, 20.
1996.
And it happened in 2014.
So, depending on what part of the year he's either 17 or 18.
Okay.
So, this was before he'd actually played in college?
That I don't know. I think he was at Oklahoma, or at least enrolled in Oklahoma at the time. I don't know if he played a game.
See, I thought
yet.
it happened after,
But he was
closer
born.
to
He
the
was
end.
born in July of '96, and this incident
I want to say it happened
in
this happened
2014.
The incident was definitely 2014. He played in the NFL first in 2017.
So this incident was October 2014. So he's 18 years
It
old.
happened before he played his. Well, I think he was enrolled.
At
No,
Oklahoma?
his freshman year was 2015. He might have been a redshirt freshman. He might not have played his redshirt freshman year.
Okay.
That's pretty dang young.
It is.
That's pretty
But
dang
doesn't
young.
excuse it.
It doesn't excuse it, but does it make you more forgivable?
Well, but that's why when we started the discussion, it's like you paint the situation out to say, hey, look, if this happened so long ago and everybody deserves a second chance, are you willing to give the man a second chance? Or in this case, how much of a man at this point was he? And I think that we all make mistakes at different ages. So that's why I think your point was fair to say, if you're on the fence on this one,
sure,
I get it, because you want to see for yourself how much maturity that you've gained through your years on the planet.
Now, I think we're past second chance, though, because this happened 10 years ago, and he's played in the NFL for 10 years. So I don't think that he's already gotten a second chance, and I think that he's made the most of his second chance. Like, he had the incidents last
I was
year.
going to say, the incidents mean maybe,
but he wasn't charged. He wasn't found guilty for anything. Like, there's a lot of people that think that the little road rage incident where he brandished a gun was a completely made up story. And I went back and listened to some old news reports and actually testimony from that court. There's a lot of people think that he's getting blackballed in that case by the woman who's trying to create something that wasn't there. Yeah. So I have to if we're I have to at least present that as something that's a plausible option. So I don't think we should look at that case at all. He got found not guilty. I have to respect the judge there, or the court there, because it's actually a jury case. So I have to respect that. The incident that happened at his house, he didn't fire any shots, and he legally is a gun. He's a legal gun owner. Yeah. So he didn't illegally have guns. So the two incidents last year, I'm willing to not even bring up. I think it's fair to not bring them up. Now, I mean, his sister did shoot somebody in his own yard, but he wasn't firing the gun. He's legally allowed to carry guns. And then the other thing he was found not guilty for, and there's a lot of thought that perhaps the woman in the case was trying to, not necessarily blackmail him, but extort him in a way. So I don't think you can look at those two cases.
No, but at the same time, with a lot of these things, you say the truth lies somewhere in the middle. I think that's why when you look at the Bauer case, there was enough with the cell phone videos and the discussions about what they did and what they went through that you can draw conclusions about Trevor Bauer as a person, whether he was convicted of a crime or not. And a lot of people, and when you get kind of read into that and read the stories and hear some of that, including his own testimonial and then other people that backed it up, that he might have gotten set up too. But at the same time, there was still behavior. We looked at the Deshaun case for how long of a time here in Houston, and whether we knew all the details or not, you could pretty much draw the conclusion whether he committed a crime or not. He's a pervert.
King of Twitch, these excuses make me sick. Hope you excuse makers don't have daughters. I get that too. That's somebody's daughter. I get that.
I got two of them, and that's why I'm very passionate about making sure that I protect them, but also the fact that's why, going back to my personal experience, I also was raised and taught and understood at a very young age what to do, what not to do as it relates to that specific situation, and never put your hands on a woman.
5993, my viewpoint is I have a full trust in D'Amico Ryans to fully coach this person as a football player and a human being.
The first part, yes.
I think the world of D'Amico Ryan, so I agree with that. And again, I'm okay with trading for Joe Mixon. I'm going to have an uncomfortable conversation about trading for Joe Mixon, and it probably will always come up in some form or fashion. Now, there's going to be a point sometime on the show where it's going to be strictly football when it comes to Joe Mixon. While I'm okay trading for Joe Mixon, zero tolerance policy. Zero tolerance. If I hear smoke or something comes up, sorry, Joe.
Yeah, and you're not on the hook for anything more than this season, and there's probably outs. But at the same time, I'm not okay with that from the standpoint of D'Amico doesn't go home with him every night. D'Amico can't be responsible for what he does when he's not in the facility and not with the team. So that's where you have to put the onus on the individual to be able to understand what to do, what not to do, and how to carry themselves. And at a certain point, because I've had friends in this situation too, where they were supposed to be responsible for grown men that are professional athletes when they left the facility and they went off to do whatever that they wanted to do in their free time. That's not fair, and that's not anybody else's job but the individual, because that's what you're supposed to be as an adult.
713-780-ESPN. Are you okay with the Texans bringing in Joe Mixon? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
He's Blank, I'm Branham. 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. This texter saying daughters should be raised to not spit, assault, and call out racial slurs. I agree with you. Does that give somebody the right to then punch you in the face?
No.
If you're a woman, does that give you the right of somebody punching you in the face? I don't think it does.
That's what everybody's missing in all of this. The biggest thing is to have the self-restraint to be able to say, no matter what a woman says to me and how wrong she is, there's a way that you can prove that what she's, and you can point to the fact that she is not carrying herself and acting the way she's supposed to act. But in no way, shape, or form does that justify, because of her actions, that you should put your hands on a female.
Yeah, this text is weird to me, 3726. I think there's a huge difference between domestic violence, which would be assaulting your significant other or a loved one in the home, and just clocking some random disrespectful woman that assaults you. Both assault. They're both hitting a woman.
That sounds like you're okay with hitting women.
Yeah.
I can't take that any other way than you're okay with hitting women.
It's like, okay, it's not a loved one. It's some random person, so I'm allowed to do that. Or the other way.
Look, to football aside, days like today always bring out the worst amongst not just sports fans, but just anyone who has an opinion on the internet or calling into a radio show, not to call out Derek. Not saying he was this guy. But it seems like everyone wants to rush to give the examples where this is okay or why an excuse can be made in the situation. Point blank, there is no situation where you can ever hit a woman, period, in a sentence. That's it. And I don't even care if he's 18. At 18, I knew I couldn't hit a woman. I'm assuming Joel and Jeremy, you were the same way. We could survey most of our listeners and the people who work here. They also knew by 17 or 18 that wasn't okay. It does not matter to me that he was 17 or 18.
I have a 10-year-old son. If he laid his hands,
he's 10.
He knows. He knows.
Right.
If he laid his hands on a girl, you know what would happen? I can't say what would happen.
But that's the thing. Like everybody that's saying, because I have daughters, my daughters would never in a million years, and Lamont brought it up too. She said, Joel, for your sake, I hope no female family member of yours ever called a black man the N-word. No, they had never have. And from little on and from out of the womb, we were raised correctly, and we were taught what is right, what is wrong, and how to act. And that's the thing, whether you're going to be a professional athlete or not. And I don't know Joe Mixon's background and who raised him and how he was raised and everything like that. And everybody obviously is different. But at the same time, as it regards to people saying, well, one, I know my daughters damn well better not, and I don't think that there's a chance that they ever would do anything like that because of how they were raised. And obviously, I would have a massive issue if they did.
Yeah. I can only imagine what you would do if one of your daughters.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Saeed, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up?
Hey, guys. I enjoyed listening to your show. So for me, no, as a Texans fan, I don't have a problem with us getting Mixon. I think, obviously he did what he did, but it's been about 10 years. He's, I think, shown a record with the Bengals and other stuff. Since then, I think, he'll bring some talent, some experience. I do want to say one thing. This is based on a couple callers ago. I don't think anything you guys said was meant to be from a racial angle. I mean, I'm not African American, but I think one thing that may have pushed him into that is, and again, it probably wasn't intentional. Most of the examples you guys gave, whether it was golf or basketball or, Michael Vick, they tended to be all black athletes. And I think it's fine because those are prominent, famous people. But you could just as easily look at really egregious behavior from Big Ben Roethlisberger, multiple incidents. Brett Favre is currently under investigation for stealing COVID money. I mean, there was stuff for Peyton Manning back when he was at the University of Tennessee. There's no cameras, but there were female students who said, an incident happened in the locker room. So I agree with you that maybe these athletes will never, ever, ever be able to get away from it no matter what they do in their life. But the same should apply to Big Ben and Favre and Manning and all of them, too. And, again, I don't think anything racial is meant. I listen to you guys all the time. I don't think y'all meant anything like that. But short of it, yeah, I think Mixon deserves a second chance. It's been 10 years. I think the slap was horrible, but again, it's been 10 years. I think he's a good value to the team. And I'm going to hang up and listen. Thanks, guys.
Josh Brown, kicker for the Giants. There you go. Admits to physical, emotional abuse of wife per police documents, never kicked again in the NFL. Now, he was older whenever it happened. Ben Roethlisberger, another example of that. Now, we didn't pay attention as much to Ben Roethlisberger because he never played in Houston. We do Houston Sports Radio. The Brett Favre stealing COVID money, I think it's a little different. I think it's apples to oranges. It's not physical abuse of a woman. And I also think Joe Mixon has taken advantage of his second chance. He had a second Oklahoma gave him the opportunity to play football after that happened. Didn't have any more instances like that. We bring up the incidents he had last year. Neither one of those were, aggravated assault. Was not guilty in one that he was charged for. Wasn't charged for another one. So I think that he has done a good job with his second chance. He's still in the league. Cincinnati kept him around for 10 years. The Houston Texans have traded for him today. So to me, his second chance actually was given to him by Oklahoma. If you want to say that Cincinnati gave him his second chance, you can say that Cincinnati gave him his second chance. But he has done what has been asked of him to stay in the NFL. The Texans employ Bill Lazor, who is with Joe Mixon for 3 years. I have to assume, can't tell you that they did, but I have to assume that Nick Caserio got the opinion of Bill Lazor, hey, can Joe Mixon be trusted in our locker room? And I have to assume that Bill Lazor said yes if the Texans made this trade. Like the texter said, I have full confidence in DeMeco Ryans. I think DeMeco Ryans is the salt of the earth. I think he's a great coach. I think he's a great man. I think he's a fantastic leader, and I think it's why a lot of these free agents and even guys that left, I would love to play for DeMeco Ryans. So I have trust that DeMeco Ryans is going to do what's right for the Houston Texans as well. And I'm okay with the Texans trading for Joe Mixon, but we're going to have the conversation. And if it's me, it's going to be a zero tolerance policy with Joe Mixon while he's here in Houston, probably for only the 1 year, because he's got 1 year left on his deal, 27 years old. I have a hard time believing he's going to be here for more than a season.
Yeah, look, I think that you understand the situation. You understand that you're not talking about multiple years and tens of thousands of dollars. I mean, millions of dollars. But at the same time, it is fair to say, it's one thing to say, hey, we're bringing him in. It's another thing to say that I'm going to allow him to do anything that will mess up the reputation of our franchise, our head coach, our entire ownership, everybody, and have a stain on this organization for as much as they have turned it around recently, but overall for any organization. if you're going to take this kind of risk. If you're going to take this kind of risk, one, you have to your point, and to the due diligence conversation, if you're willing to take this risk, it's not just about you as being the decision maker. This is about the fact that you are making a decision for a city, for an organization, and that you better be damn sure you do your due diligence. Now, whether you listen to what the other people say or not, that's something that's on you. But at the same time, once you make the commitment, you have to understand what you're risking, what could happen, and then you already should be facilitating in your mind what you have to do and what you're going to do if something does. And in this case, he's got to go because that's when it truly becomes on you. If you are tolerant of it and you permit it to happen and you try to turn the other cheek to it, chances are it could happen again. But at the same time, that's where it comes solely on you, not the organization, not the city, not the teammates, anything else. That is on you because you brought him here.
What does it mean on the football field? Mixon, 27 and a half years old. He'll turn 28 in July, so he'll be 28 years old at the start of next football season. What has he got left? And from a football point of view, how do we feel about this trade? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. We're in the month of March. It means that it's basketball season. The madness is about to begin. Lots of tournaments going on right now, as a matter of fact. And this is probably the month more than any other that you're going to want to shoot some hoops. And if you don't have a hoop in your driveway, well, you should, and you should get one from Pro Dunk. Highest quality basketball goals you'll ever find. Tempered glass backboard gives you that true, authentic feel. Stainless steel hardware, rust proof. It's height adjustable. You can lower it all the way down to 5, throw down some jams, raise it up to 10, work on your shot. They do have a breakaway rim too, which is perfect for dunking, perfect for hanging on that rim. It keeps you safe because you're lowering it down. I don't think you can dunk on that 10-foot goal. But also they have the new basketball goal they have there, Thor. You can raise and lower the goals with a drill. It's easy. It's fun to do. Lightning adjust feature allows you to raise it anywhere from 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Their accessories are next level too. LED light kits for night play, backstop nets, pole pad lettering, and lots more. And you can order everything, including professional installation online. Yes, that's right. The pros from Pro Dunk will professionally install your goal, the perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't do a thing. Let the pros at Pro Dunk do all of the work for you. Give them a call at 281-351-9822, 281-351-9822, and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
He's Blank on Branham with the Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5, 713-780-3776. All right. What does this mean for the Houston Texans on the football field? Strictly football, what does this trade do for you? Do you like it? 7th rounder for Joe Mixon. You pick up the final year of his deal, 6.1 cap hit maximum with like the incentives that he has. What do you think of this trade?
I think it's really good for them. From a football perspective, you and I had differing opinions to some degree on Joe Mixon, but it came up a week or so back, and I thought he could still be a good fit here. Now, I had my reservations about could he continue to be an every down back. We had been talking about like combinations of 2 running backs that could help this team and make them better. I think from a football perspective, going from having only 1 running back in the room to adding a guy that has a football resume like his, that has had success in a system with a really good quarterback like he had in Joe Burrow, and the fact that he comes to you with experience and I still think something left in the tank. And he's got a lot to prove also because in the final year of his deal, he's playing for another deal with someone, whether it's you or someone else. I think that from a football perspective, this was a really good move for them.
I've been kind of anti Joe Mixon's name from a football performance when you brought him up in the past. Mm-hmm. I've come around on it though. Looking up some of the stuff that he still brings to the table and getting some opinions from like Cincinnati and things like that. And also where the state of the running back position was for the Houston Texans after yesterday. The only running back the Houston Texans currently had on this roster before trading for Joe Mixon was Dameon Pierce. And that was a sad state, especially with how Dameon Pierce looked in this scheme last year. He looked lost. He looked deer in the headlights. He looked like he could never run in this scheme at all. Looked like a round peg, square hole, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So where the running back market was, it never really looked like you were in on Derrick Henry. And we found out later after the trade they got $20 million 2 years, like $10.5 million guaranteed. I think that was too high for Nick Caserio. I don't think that second year, although it might be a fake second year, I don't think it was really within reason. Plus, I think Derrick Henry just wanted to play with Baltimore.
I think that's probably true.
It's been the rumors since the combine that Henry and Baltimore are going to be this marriage. So I don't think that Derrick Henry was ever in play. They swung for Saquon Barkley, $33 million, a little north of that for 3 years. Couldn't get that done. The Philadelphia Eagles outbid you. You don't want to go into the NFL draft without a running back. Aaron Jones signed earlier in the day. Never even heard reports that the Texans wanted Aaron Jones. We heard last night that Aaron Jones was like flirting with Minnesota, and that seemed to get done pretty quickly. So where the Texans were, with just Dameon Pierce on the roster, where the running back state to the free agencies were, because everybody had signed basically, you have some like second, third, fourth-tier running backs still out there. I like this trade quite a bit, and I like what Nick Caserio did too. Oh, Joe Mixon's like he's going to be released. Before we let Joe Mixon get released and enter the open market, let's trade him a second or 7th round pick. We have 3 of those. It's even a conditional 7th round pick. Who cares about 7th round picks? You can just sign an undrafted free agent if you really need to fill that void. I think it was a shrewd move by Nick Caserio from a football point of view. You add a starting running back day one who's capable of being your RB1. You do it for a 7th round draft pick. Who cares about that? I'm not losing sleep over a 7th round draft pick at all for a running back 1 that you have. The cap number on him, if he hits all his incentives, are $6.1 million. That's very, very cheap. You don't want the long-term risk of a 28-year-old running back. Well, he's only got 1 year left on the deal. And then you start to look at what like Mixon's good at. I was reading up on him earlier today. They say he's really good at running between the guards. Okay, up the middle. That's fantastic. Texans were awful at that last year. And then I saw another thing from like ESPN, Next Gen Stats or whatever. He's one of the best running backs catching the football out of the backfield. Yep. And that's been the one area where I think the Houston Texans could take this offense to another level. Watching games last year, C.J. Stroud a lot of times would ignore the running back out of the backfield. There'd be like 5 yards, 7 yards, 10 yards of nobody around him. You give me a running back who can catch the ball well, can run after the catch like Joe Mixon can. I like this move from a football perspective. It checks every box for me.
Yeah, from a football perspective, he gives you more than Singletary was able to give you. Singletary was smaller. Singletary was more of a scat back. He liked to get outside. He liked to scamper and cut. Mixon's a guy that can do it between the tackles. He's been an every down back. And the biggest thing that made the difference to me was how good he is at catching the football and then running with it after he gets it, because that's the kind of guy that CJ needs as a safety valve, and that Bobby Slowick can really do some things with in an offense if he wants to expand it to capitalize on the talent that he has. From a football perspective, this made all too much sense for me. And then, like you mentioned, the savvy Nick Caserio move of saying if he gets cut, now he's essentially a free agent. Most teams, when they're talking to him, his agent's going to say, need a multi-year deal, need this many millions of dollars, and need a lot more commitment from you as a team. Because of that 7th round pick that you didn't need, the fact is you're getting all of that off the table so you can find out what you still have as a running back.
And I think that, they would have to waive him first, right? So you have to go through the waiver wire. I think it's still that way during NFL free agency. I don't know for sure.
I would assume Aaron Jones had to do the same thing, right?
Yeah, but no one was picking up that contract. So
No.
I'm pretty sure you still have to go through the waiver period even during NFL free agency.
Even in offseason?
I think so. I could be wrong on that. I'm not 100% confident on that. If somebody has information on that, 713-780-3776. I think that you still have to go through the waiver period because they put their contract out there. If somebody picks it up, blah, 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 blah. So if there is that, well, now you have the danger of a team who has better waiver claiming him before you do, because it's not a terrible contract. It was like $8 million for 1 year. The Bengals had to take a cap hit by trading him, $2.5 million. That's why he's $6.1 for you. So there's the danger of that. But even if that doesn't exist, that goes back to your point. Why not just make the trade for a conditional 7th? You have 3 of those anyways, and it's a stupid 7th round pick to lock in your number 1 running back, and now you don't have to go into the free agency pool where other teams might want him. So I thought that was shrewd by Caserio. I'm cool with Joe Mixon being the starting running back of this team for a year. I've seen some people say, should you extend Joe Mixon? Why? Why would you extend Joe Mixon? He's 28 years old. Let's see what he has for a year. And then if he goes nuts, then let's talk about an extension. I have zero interest to extend him right now, but I like him in this scheme. 1 season. Let's see where it goes. I think that the Texans still might sign another free agent. Not a good one, but maybe like an Alexander Madison. I know Lance has mentioned him, familiar with the scheme. I'm not bullish about him, but he's fine as a running back too. I have heard that Joe Mixon's not great in pass protection. Okay, well, let's bring in a 3rd down running back who's good at pass protection. And I also think that I still think they're going to sign a running back. I don't think it's going to be a great one, but they're going to sign another veteran running back. And I also think they're going to draft a running back. And I think they're going to go into next offseason with the 4 running back room, because you usually carry 4 running backs, of Mixon, another veteran free agent, not a great one, a rookie running back, and Dameon Pierce. So I don't think they're done with the running back spot.
I'd agree with that. I think that this is just the start, but this is a start that they had to get to. This is a guy that they had to kind of make sure that they got in the fold because of the fact that you had no one in the room. And we've said this about multiple positions. You don't want to go into the draft not having signed anybody or have anybody penciled in as a starter at any given position, because now teams know what you're looking for. You have to make sure that they're on the board. You might have to do some things drastically or at least somewhat to create a loss of assets to move up to make sure you don't get left holding the bag without someone of quality at a position as important as the number 1 running back on this squad. I agree with you. I think they're going to draft another running back. I also think it's not out of the equation to not just get another veteran running back, but I think that they could find someone with NFL experience that started before that could provide maybe some of the things that Mixon can't. And to your point, they have Beck on this team. They have guys that can block when they need to on 3rd down. I'm not going to worry about Joe Mixon. That's way down the list in terms of his. Yes, he has to pick up blitzes.
Yeah, but Beck's not going to be a 3rd down back for you and block. Like, he's not going to be the lone back in the backfield. He's going to be an I formation.
No,
like
but
that.
I'm saying if there's an edge rusher and you want to double down on him, or if he has, he's got to be able to pick up a blitz. Yes, but I think that there's also other ways that you can skin a cat and make sure that you're protecting your quarterback.
Yeah.
I was just going to chime in and let you know that apparently the waiver system does run from the day after the Super Bowl through the end of the regular season. So yes, waivers would have been in place.
Yeah. So so there's 2 areas where you could have been screwed by not making the trade for Mixon. You could have been got in the waiver wire, which 50-50, maybe there's 70-30 that he doesn't get claimed.
Well, you're lower in the waiver order because of where you finished.
Right.
So but
maybe he goes through waivers unclaimed. Maybe it's only a 30% chance he gets claimed, but the 30% chance is reason enough to make the trade. And then secondly, you're right. Once he's free, what if Joe Mixon just has an affinity for living in L.A.? Okay, well, you prevent him from even talking to LA because you made the trade for him. So I thought that was a wise move for Caserio. And the Bengals, they weren't going to get much for him. Like, they let it know that they were gonna move on. So you could get him for a seventh. It's that famous. You're seeing that more and more now in the NFL, where like these teams will leak, hey, we're going to release this guy, and then 24 hours they release the guy. Why are they doing that? Because they're trying to get a Nick Caserio to give them a 7th round pick before they release him, so they get something for nothing. Lamont says, which team got better at running back, Cincy or Houston? That's a tough question to answer because Cincinnati's running back room is pretty good. Like, I like Chase Brown, rookie last year. I think he can be a factor there. So it's kind of a weird way to ask the question.
They signed Moss.
They
right?
signed Moss to kind of share the load with Brown. I'd rather have Mixon than Moss.
I would too.
So I'll answer that. I'd rather have Mixon than Moss, but
now
I like Chase Brown.
Yeah, the second part of that
the
is
question because obviously we all view Cincinnati as one of the top favorites to actually come out of the AFC and make the Super Bowl. Don't you have to ask yourself if Joe Mixon still has it, and I would argue that case, and maybe that'll come up before 30. But if Joe Mixon still has it and Cincinnati views himself as a Super Bowl contender and he's only got 1 year deal, it's not some anchor around their neck, why would they make the move to release Joe Mixon?
the same reason why the Packers cut Aaron Jones in place of Josh Jacobs, because if they think that they can get younger and better and or they might need the money in another way.
You view Zach Moss as better than
No,
Joe
I'm
Mixon?
saying the running back room, if Brown could be better as well, or the combination of the two and the salaries that they're making, puts you in a different situation because every dollar makes sense to them right now because they're penny pinching. We know they're penny pinching anyway, but they're penny pinching trying to replace guys.
Cincinnati had a decent amount of salary cap room. They weren't under the gun.
Okay, but they still have to replace guys like the Texans do and add starters, and money might be a factor as well. So
I think they like Chase Brown.
And I think it could be a combination, but I think that from a running back room perspective, what it comes down to me is the Texans, all they have right now, other than Joe Mixon, is Pierce, and with Brown being the other running back in Cincinnati, that the Browns are a better team running the football right now than the Texans, but the dust hasn't settled. We're not done yet.
I just don't see how, unless you think Chase Brown is just this amazing, unfound gem that's going to take over the running back room. But if you think Joe Mixon is still better than Zach Moss, then I don't see why you would let Joe Mixon go if you're a Super Bowl contender. To me, it raises, obviously there's lots of red flags with Joe Mixon, but it raises another red flag to me that a Super Bowl contender looked at Joe Mixon with 1 year left on his contract and said, nah, we're good. We're going to go with some unproven guys.
I hear what you're saying, but I think that you also have a guy that has been there, done that has been the mainstay for them as a running back, no matter who else was on the roster. And if you're saying that you're going to let this young player come in and take carries from him, maybe he has an issue with it too. I don't know. I don't know all the internal details, but it seems like he still believes he should be the number one. And if they were going to try and do it a different way, or they just want to move in a different direction, they chose to do what they did. Maybe do it for less salary. I mean, that's the business.
713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line, 713-780-3777. 8437, is this an upgrade from Singletary or not? Let's answer that on the other side. 713-780-3776. From a football perspective, how much do you like Joe Mixon as the fit as the RB1 for the Houston Texans? Not to say that they're done there, but I think it's fair to say that Joe Mixon is going to be the starting running back for the Houston Texans. How do you feel about that as an upgrade over Singletary? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word from a good friend, Doc Linville, because Doc Linville is a game changer. If you're losing your hair, you've got pattern baldness, you're thinning, you don't think there's anything you can do about it, you're not interested or intrigued at all by the cover-up jobs like the sprays and the creams and the foams, and you're just hopelessly thinking that all you're going to have to do is shave your head. You don't. All you got to do is go to 975hair.com. As a listener to us, if you want to go see him, you get a consultation with him and his staff. It's absolutely free. It costs everybody else off the street $150 to meet with them. You don't have to pay a cent. No commitment, no signing on the dotted line. Just go in, ask questions, get answers, find out about the procedure, see if it might be right for you. It was right for me. He's the one that requested that we meet. He told me about how I could get my hairline back. And then when he explained that 95 to 99% of all the follicles that he moves are going to stay and grow and be with you for the long haul because they come from the sides and the back of your head where genetically you're never going to lose your hair, I was like, that makes sense. That's interesting. It's very intriguing. Tell me more. By the time I got all the details, I was ready to sign up. And boy, am I glad I did. I got my hairline back. I have the hair. The follicles after 6 to 9 months are stronger, longer, and there with the long haul with the long haul. But you can see them immediately. And the process to me was painless. Check it out and see if it might be right for you too. Tell them I sent you by because I couldn't be happier with Doc and his staff. Go to 975hair.com.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
He's Blank, I'm Branham. We are the Bees, 713-780-ESPN. Totally agree with the Bengals not keeping Mixon. Seems strange to move on from him given the cap implications. Maybe they were just turning the chapter and looking for a larger load for Chase Brown. That's where I'm at. I think that they liked what they saw from Chase Brown. They were rumored to be releasing Joe Mixon last year. Like, I think that they've been trying
Some of that was off the field related, though, last year.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they had what's the kid from Oklahoma? The other kid from Oklahoma that they had, P. Ryan?
Yeah, they got rid of him last year.
Yeah, I know. And he didn't play there last year. He had already moved on. But
Denver.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, I think we're going to my point to you, Brian, is I think that we can't understand, because like from a Packers fan perspective, I can't understand why they moved on from Aaron Jones.
Because Josh Jacobs is better.
I see, and I've had conversations after you and I had that discussion yesterday, and I disagreed with you. I talked to people back home, and I was asking friends of mine, and they said it's up for discussion, and a lot of people sided with Aaron Jones because of the fact that what he did in the playoffs, because he is an unbelievably good pass catcher that you could put out in space and line up almost in a wide receiver slot, and he can do a lot of things well, and he had plenty left in the tank. What it comes down to is a lot of it is money, and contractually, it was in his contract that the team had the right to restructure. If he didn't like it, he could ask for a release or a trade, and that's what he did.
Should we pull this? Who's better, Josh Jacobs?
If you want, I don't care.
I'm curious.
The thing I keep coming back on is the Bengals didn't need to do it. Like, they weren't in the Bills situation or the Saints have gone through in recent years. They weren't up against it to where they had to find, $7-8 million worth of salary to shed to be able to get under the salary cap or to make a move. They had plenty of salary cap room. So maybe Chase Brown is the guy. Maybe he is the running back of the future. But it's a league where you need multiple backs. Backs get injured every year. Joe Mixon's had injuries in the past. So I don't see a reason other than maybe you see the cliff is coming in his career and he'll be 28 when the season starts. I don't see a reason other than the cliff is coming or we're tired of his off-the-field shenanigans that you would release Joe Mixon when you're a Super Bowl contending team that had plenty of cap room.
Well, I mentioned the other scenario. is they want to give the reins to Chase Brown, and they don't think that Joe Mixon would take the understudy role, whereas Zach Moss will.
I said the same thing, that he might have an issue with giving up the running back one and the carries
I'm
to a
interested
younger
to see
player.
how many carries Chase Brown had last year, and I'm going to look this up here in a second. But to be even able to give the team that impression that they are ready to hand over the workload against somebody that you guys believe is obviously a proven running back.
He had 44 carries.
Yeah, exactly.
He had 14 catches.
You can like a guy, but you're going to base a decision on
58.
releasing Joe Mixon off of 44 carries?
I mean, a lot of teams, though, will go with a rookie over a veteran, like without
Sure,
seeing
a
NFL.
rookie that was,
Or if they see
highly
something,
touted rookie.
if they see something in
Chase Brown.
but if they see something in practice or the progression of a guy over the first year, and they say, hey, this is a guy that I think we can move on from Joe, we can save some money in the process, and this guy's fully capable of kind of carrying the torch. It's a business decision.
I think your point is valid and a sound one.
I don't like
I think
calling
you're
a business
dismissing.
decision when there was no reason to save money.
I'm with you on that. I think this is more about the hierarchy and who they want, what they want their running back depth chart to look like. And I get that, Mixon was their bell cow last year. Chase Brown didn't have a lot of carries, and certainly the finances shouldn't have been in play here because their finances are in pretty good spot and they have a bunch of salary cap space. This to me is more about, okay, what do we want our running back room to look like? We think Chase Brown's more dynamic. We think he's a better fit. Now, I think it's fair to say, well, why are the Bengals choosing Chase Brown over Joe Mixon? And if the Bengals are choosing Chase Brown over Joe Mixon, how much does Joe Mixon have left in the tank? I think it's a fair question.
That's one of my many concerns on this move.
What else? What are your other concerns?
Well, we spent the first hour in the main concern.
Sure.
I would never have made this move for what we talked about in the first hour alone, period, end of sentence.
On the field, do you think he's an upgrade over Devin Singletary?
No, absolutely,
to me, it
not.
doesn't matter what the Bengals
You
room looks
don't?
like.
No,
It matters what
I
your
don't.
room looks like. Is Joe Mixon better than Devin Singletary?
I don't. I mean, look, Devin Singletary's been in. Look, this is one stat. This is one metric. You can think it means nothing. You can think it means everything. It's open for interpretation and discussion. But Devin Singletary's been in the league for 5 seasons. Joe Mixon has never once had a better yards per carry than Devin Singletary.
Yeah, a lot of that's offensive line.
I get it. It's not like Joe Mixon.
Like, I care more about yards after contact. I care more about yards after expected yards gained. Like, a lot of times the yards per carry is an offensive line stat.
Plus, situation matters. A lot of times, Devin Singletary, especially in Buffalo, was being used in passing situations, and if it was a long first down to get, a lot of times it's a dump down, it's a handoff late, it's a draw play where the line opens up and you can get chunk yards that are good for him, but not good to get the first down. He was never there every down bell cow to really judge the way Mixon was, like true yards per carry.
It just, I mean, you look at Joe Mixon's year by year, and again, you're right. You could put some of this on the Cincinnati offensive line, but he hasn't had a good yards per carry since like 2018. He's not an efficient back, and now going into his age 28 season, I don't see any reason for that to improve, especially since one of the things we've talked about this offseason is one of the ways you can improve the offensive line is to address the left guard problem, and they still haven't addressed it. So if we still believe the interior offensive line is an issue for the Texans, they haven't done anything to do it or fix it. And Joe Mixon has shown not to be an efficient runner unless he's got, I guess, an all-pro offensive line, which he didn't have in Cincinnati.
Yeah. I was Blankers and I have argued about how much does Joe Mixon have left in the tank. Blankers likes Mixon more than I do. I think I like Mixon more than you do.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's kind of where we're at.
That's fair.
I do think that Mixon's an upgrade over Singletary. I don't think Mixon has a lot left in the tank. I would be give him an extension. There's no reason to do that. I mean,
Not now. What if this year, though, he
goes
balls
nuts
out?
he's going to be 28 this year.
Doesn't mean, well,
He'd
and
be going
he
to
probably
next
would have
season
other
at
offers.
29.
But if you get him on another short-term deal at a reasonable price because he shows out.
No, you're talking
about the 30-year-old threshold is just too much.
Not only that, but if Joe Mixon balls out, that means Nick Caserio in the last 2 years has found bargain running backs on a $3.5 million deal and a 6.1 cap hit for nothing. So I believe in just Nick Caserio going out and finding, yeah. I'm not going to re-sign a 28-year-old.
As long as the depth in your running back room is capable.
Running back.
Right. But I mean, as long as the depth in your running back room is capable of if suddenly he does that and he misses.
Mm-hmm. Like now you're looking at a different plan on how you get that running back. Like I'm looking at Joe Mixon as a mercenary this year.
But it also goes
He's my mercenary Mixon.
It goes to our point of, and you can call him mercenary or a bridge or whatever because we talk about it with coaches and players, but it goes to this what we've been talking about, how the importance of depth over this roster matters too. Because it's essentially one of these times if we keep living and dying by him finding that home run that pans out, You might find fool's gold one time, but then you damn well better have a capable young guys and other guys to fill in the void.
Well, I want them to draft running back. Like I don't want Mixon to be the only option. I want them to sign like J.K. Dobbins sounds pretty interesting to me. Coming off of an injury, a guy who used to be really talented. I think you can get him for
injuries.
So what?
Important injuries.
So what? He's your RB2. Like you can give me that. Like I want boomer bust for my RB2.
But the fact is that the major injuries he's had kind of scare you in the fact that he just might be injury prone, because it's great that you get him at a bargain price and he's your RB2, but how long is he going to be your RB2 before he's on the IL for the rest of the year?
But I think you're failing to understand like which players we're talking about here. Like J.K. Dobbins, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Alexander Madison.
But I'd rather take one of the guys that doesn't have the history that Dobbins has with leg injuries.
See, I'd rather go boom and go with the upside. And I want to draft one. I want to draft the fourth-round running back.
I'm agreeing with you that I thought in the 4th or 5th round they need to go get another running back, a young running back that hopefully they can groom to be in a more important role on this team as we go forward. But I think we're both in the same camp. Go get a veteran. But to me, it's kind of like in any other situation. If you're comparing 2 or 3 running backs, I'm going to lean the way of the guy, one or two of the guys that don't have the medical history of a guy like him.
Fair enough. I'll go ceiling on that. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. James, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up, James?
Hello.
Hey, James, what's going on?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
yep, go ahead.
You, James.
Just want to say I'm a lifelong Bengals fan, and you could imagine that the Bengals fans have been analyzing the moves at running back, and a couple of stats you are going to want to look up. I think that there's a scheme issue here. So number one, Mixon has a horrible yak, yard after contact. Basically, he gets touched once and falls down. Secondly, he is one of the worst in the league at pass pro, and so what the Bengals want from their running backs is to be weapons on 3rd down, and Mixon just basically wasn't that because he couldn't pick up a blocker. Couldn't pick up a blitzer. So those are a couple of things to look at, and if you're looking for just a bell cow, somebody to be in there 1st and 2nd down, yeah, he has lots in the tank. He'll get you yardage, but he's not a 3rd down back, and that's what the Bengals are looking for is 2 guys that basically can be out on the field in all 3 downs, and I'll hang up and listen.
Appreciate the insight, James. That was, good perspective to have as a Bengals fan that can give us, the realities of the situation. Look, I think that's what they were looking for, though. What he described at the end of the call is exactly what they want. A bell cow, a guy that's going to get the ball to be your running back 1. They're not opposed to finding, and I think they'd like to find running back 2 that can take the load off. They did it a year ago. And they had every intention, the way they started the season with Pierce, that it was going to be Pierce and Singletary. And we saw that the majority of the carries early on were going Pierce's way. I don't think there's a doubt, and you guys can tell me if I'm wrong in terms of your opinions, but I would say that there's no doubt in my mind that they're looking for 2 running backs that are going to share the load, but the majority is going to be Mixon.
Yeah, that kind of validates the things that I had heard about Mixon as well, that he's not great in pass protection, which he's not good in pass protection. I don't think you're playing on 3rd downs, which stinks because I think he's good with the ball after catch. But if he's not on the field on 3rd downs, that's tough. Which sounds to me like they need a 3rd down running back to complete the room. Platoon with Joe Mixon, give me a good 3rd down running back who can catch the ball out of the backfield. Who is that guy? Antonio Gibson? Jared McKinnon free? I think Jared McKinnon is free.
I think he is, and I looked it up while the listener was finishing up there. Devin Singletary last year did average more yards after contact than Joe Mixon on a per touch basis.
That's not good.
No, it's not.
It's not good. How are they yards after the catch receiving the ball?
That I'd have to look up.
Joe Mixon has a better Pro Football Focus grade. Do you care about that?
I don't. No. I'm just there's really nothing that I could be swayed on. I'm fully out on this deal. I get that there's no risk. Like, it doesn't hurt the Texans at all, other than possibly the embarrassment of something were to happen here off the field. But on the field, 7th round pick, it absolutely costs us nothing. I'm very out on Joe Mixon.
I mean, you just cut him if that's the case.
Yeah, it is.
We're going to cut you if he does that. 713-780-3776. Let's go back out to the HRMP listener line. Kenny, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up, Kenny? Oh. Kenny, you there?
Kenny. Yes.
Go ahead, man. You're on.
Can y'all guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so, just wanted to chime in on a guy that we have on the Texans that's on the practice squad that should be elevated to the roster. His name is J.J. Taylor. The guy actually came from Arizona. Previously was just with the Patriots, and the Patriots didn't use them as they should have. But when the guy stepped on the field, he made plays when he could. This guy is very explosive. I don't know. I'm thinking that the Houston Texans should take a look at the guy that they have on the squad and just give this guy a chance. He's very explosive. He's great at breaking tackles. The thing is that he's a shorter guy. He's the shortest guy on the field at all times, but he makes the biggest plays. You guys can go and check out his clips.
Hey, Kenny.
Also,
Kenny, how long have you known him?
Yeah, how are y'all related?
How long have you known him?
How long have I known him?
Yeah.
This guy is actually my cousin.
There you go. There you go.
That's why I'm thinking about it.
I knew it. I'm rooting for him. All right, I'm rooting for him.
Yeah.
Like, I think he's a perfect guy to probably have practice squad and hide him on the practice squad. If you have injuries, then he can take that spot. I'm rooting for J.J. Taylor, Kenny. I'm going to keep my eye on him just because you caught it and told us to keep our eye on him. I pulled up his numbers here. You're right. He is kind of small. 5'6", 185.
Yeah.
But so is Darren Sproles. Darren Sproles is kind of small. Maybe he can be that third down
really
running back
good
that we're
for a
talking
long
about.
time.
All right, Kenny. Thanks for the heads up, man.
Super explosive.
I like super explosive running backs.
Explosive.
All right, I got my eye on him. I'm gonna put I'm gonna put a little star next to his name. Let me know that I need to be rooting for J.J. Taylor. There you go. Maybe he's gonna be the next Arian Foster type. Now he did spend time with the Patriots. He was there for 3 years.
Maybe Nick knows a little bit more than most.
I mean, he's on the roster.
Yeah.
I think he's a reserves player. So, chance to win a job at camp, maybe practice squad him. Maybe win a job outright. That'd be awesome. Yeah, J.J. Taylor. My bad. I guess Antonio Gibson signed with the Patriots. I did not know that. All these moves totally went under the radar. I had no idea that Antonio Gibson signed with the Patriots. Okay, so give me another third down running back. Jared McKinnon. Give me Jared McKinnon. 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. Cash it or trash it. What are you cashing or trashing with the Killer Bees? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You know that I'm already cashing some Gentle Ben. I've been telling you for years that Gentle Ben is the absolute best. It starts with the finest ingredients, classic, time-honored distilling methods. Gentle Ben uses a revolutionary technology that eliminates impurities for the cleanest, smoothest spirits you'll ever taste. You'll love what's not in Gentle Ben, including VOCs, volatile organic compounds. The Gentle Ben purification process takes these out, which can lead to coughing when you're drinking the other brands. Not with Gentle Ben, though. No VOCs in Gentle Ben. Notice it's VOCs, not VOC. You get all the flavor with none of the burn, whether it's the vodka, gin, straight bourbon whiskey, or the cast strength bourbon. Next time you head to dinner, go to your favorite bar, well, ask for Gentle Ben. Look for Gentle Ben at the liquor store, whichever one you go to, whatever's on the way home. If you're looking for plans, head to the Gentle Ben tasting room. If you're going to a Rockets game or a concert in the Toyota Center, stop by Ben's Bar, pick up pop. If you're going to Minute Maid soon, well, there's Gentle Ben there as well at the Gentle Ben Bar. Or you can just head straight online to the website, gentleben.com, read more about their incredible story, the legacy of Gentle Ben. And you can also order straight from the website. That's right. The vodka, the gin, the bourbon, the whiskey. Add any of it to your cart. They'll deliver it straight to your doorstep. Gentle Ben, all the flavor, none of the burn. Let them know that Brown & Bourbon sent you. Cash him or trash him with the bees. 713-780-ESPN. What do you want us to cash? What do you want us to trash? 713-780-3776. What you got, Blinkers?
Joe Mixon will have more rushing yards at the end of the year than any running back in the free agent class this year, with the exception of Saquon Barkley, and that's it.
What? What kind of governors are you throwing on this?
Fine. Joe Mixon will have more rushing yards than any free agent running back in this year's free agency class.
Yeah, trash.
Trash.
I would be happy if he's top 3.
But you said no governors. I was going to say other than Josh Jacobs and Saquon Barkley and Derrick Henry.
That's not an accomplishment at that point, though.
Why isn't it?
I'm gonna go
because what does that even mean? If he's,
I don't like either one of you right now. So then, fine, just leave it the way it was. Then he'll have more rushing yards.
I'll trash it still.
Then okay, good.
Yeah, I'll still trash it. The governor didn't really change anything for me because I think Henry will have more yards.
He's gonna get hurt.
That's a good point. The Baltimore Ravens running back position is a curse.
Yeah.
So okay, fair enough. I'll have Josh Jacobs ahead of him.
I hope you're right.
I think Aaron Jones will be ahead of him. Who am I missing here?
Pollard.
Pollard in Tennessee. I like Spears. I won't go Pollard.
Eckler.
Spears more of a receiving back though so far.
Yeah, but I wonder if he's going to eat up into him a little bit, eat into some of his carries. That might be a close one to follow. How about Singletary with the Giants?
I would take Singletary.
What about Singletary with the
their
Giants?
offensive line has been garbage.
And then how about Swift?
With the Bears?
Yeah.
Why not?
He's going to be sharing carries, isn't he?
Depends on how much you like Mixon.
I think Mixon's going to get a lot of carries.
I got some Roshan Johnson stocks.
I think Mixon he's like the Bregman situation, but he's on to prove it. I think he's going to be fine.
Yeah, he's proven, but he's kind of old. I'm cool with Mixon being on this team, but like the Mixon's going to found the fountain of youth and be like this stud running back. I don't know. I don't think he finishes top 3.
I don't think he's going to be one of the best running backs in the league, but I think of all the guys that are out there Saquon's got to prove he can be healthy.
No, but you're talking about running backs this class, though.
Right.
So
free agency.
Yeah, I don't think he'll finish top 3.
Okay.
I don't think he'll finish top 3.
You know where I stand on this.
Trash. You should shut your mouth then.
He hates Joe Mixon.
I told you I'm out on this trade.
Jordan Spieth was DQ'd. I've been sitting on this one. I've been doing other stuff instead. Jordan Spieth got DQ'd about 2 weeks ago, tournament 2 weeks ago. He got DQ'd for signing the wrong scorecard.
Mm-hmm.
There is not a worse rule in all of sports. Some people say golf isn't a sport. But there isn't a worse rule in sports than a golfer, signing a wrong scorecard getting DQ'd. You have trackers on every hole. You have people watching every hole that are keeping score for a variety of different media outlets, including the PGA. You have cameras that are tracking every single one of their shots. This is like asking NFL teams, oh, yeah, you got to keep your own score. We're not going to keep the score up here on the scoreboard. We're not going to keep it on any of these media outlets. And then if you finish the game and you tell us the wrong score, you're disqualified. You're kicked out of the game. You lose, and you can't play the following week either. Maybe not. Maybe that's a little bit of a reach.
Was that the rule for Spieth too? He couldn't play the following week
either?
No,
that's why I said that part's a reach. But you have to keep track of your score, basketball, football, baseball. You turn in the wrong score, even if you're losing, you get disqualified. This is the stupidest rule in all sports. Some people don't think it's a sport, and it needs to change. So this is the stupidest rule in all of sports. Cash it or trash it.
There's plenty of stupid rules in sports,
so
but
many.
I'm going to cash it. Wait your turn, sir. I'm going to cash it because of the fact that for all the things you mentioned and so many different ways that other people are documenting it, when you go into the scorer's tent, it is the official scorer and someone in the scoring tent that hole by hole go over the card with you and are supposed to say, if you say a certain number, hey, wait a minute, on hole number 7, we had this, and then you talk with your playing partner, it's discussed before you sign the card. So they're supposed to actually help you to avoid this situation, but I'm cashing it because it's a stupid rule.
I will slightly nitpick you and trash this only because the dumbest rule in sports is having them be responsible for their own scorecards anyway. We have the technology just to have other people track their scores. There should be no reason for them that you have to do it on their own. But again, I agree with you on the second part of it. If they are tracking their own scores, there's no reason to DQ. The scores still happen.
Why not just fix
it? It's
it?
not like we can't fact check it.
Yeah. Hey, Jordan, you turned this in the wrong way. We're gonna correct this just so you know.
Yeah,
okay, done. Done. Instead, you're getting rid of one of the most popular golfers on the tour. Like, that's good for the game of golf. That's good for viewership. That's good for the fans that are coming out. That's why Live is destroying your sport.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
Ridiculous.
On the flip side, I don't mind it if people watching saw a guy do something and they question it. That's up to the tournament to decide. But in terms of keeping your own score, everybody's keeping your own score hole to hole, and even the graphics are showing you what your score is.
They have the big scoreboard.
Yeah,
it's obviously people are
ridiculous.
Keeping track of it. There's no reason for the score to be dependent on what the player turns in.
It's antiquated for the player to even be keeping their own score.
I agree. That's the worst
and then
part
to
to me.
disqualify them over it, it's absurd. All right, Brian, what are you cashing or trashing?
Well, this might surprise you, but it's Joe Mixon related. I don't think Joe Mixon finishes this season as the Texans' number one running back, as the starting running back of the Houston Texans. I was digging more into the efficiency numbers when the caller last segment brought it up. It was even worse than I realized, beyond all the off-the-field stuff. So we mentioned his yards after contact. Last season, Joe Mixon, yards after contact, ranked 46th out of 48 eligible runners. He carries per broken tackle. He was 40th out of 48. He had fewer broken tackles last season than Dameon Pierce. Dameon Pierce had more broken tackles than Joe Mixon last season. And to the conversation, well, maybe, we don't care about yards per carry because he's got a bad offensive line. He's actually third in the league with yards before contact.
You know where I stand on this.
It was all based upon the offensive line opening things up for him.
You know where I stand on this. I believe in Joe Mixon. I believe Joe Mixon will be the number one running back for the Texans this upcoming season. So I will trash it.
Trash. Brian's just a ray of sunshine today.
I don't like Joe Mixon.
I hope that he doesn't. I hope that he doesn't. And I'm going to cash this, actually. I want Joe Mixon to be the RB1 for about 6 to 8 games. Solid. 6 to 8 games. And I want the rookie running back that they draft in the 4th round to be their Chase Brown. I want the Bengals are moving on for Joe Mixon for a variety of reasons. We argued about it earlier. Who knows what's actually true? But Chase Brown, I think, is going to be their top guy. I know they brought in Zach Moss to kind of share the load, but I think Chase Brown's going to be their top guy. I want the Texans to draft a guy in the 4th round that becomes their Chase Brown. That their guy that they picked is the one that's forcing Joe Mixon, not that he's going to be off the team, just that he fades away into RB2 status and he becomes the starter. Another way to do that is, you're running back 2, like Devin Singletary up, unseated Dameon Pierce last year. Any chance it's Dameon Pierce?
I would be surprised by that. I think a good scenario would be, and it obviously depended upon where this player falls, but obviously Jonathan Brooks out of Texas is not going to be really ready to go or be 100% by the start of the season. But like you said, Jeremy, maybe halfway through the year, he's starting to feel like himself again. And then Jonathan Brooks, who a lot of people had as the number one running back prospect before his ACL injury, maybe he then by halfway into the season, sometime late October, early November, works himself into the RB1.
I'm shocked you brought up a Longhorn. I mean, look, I'm with Jeremy's thought process being whether he plays good or bad, Joe Mixon's only here for 1 year. Because if he plays good, someone's going to give him way more money than the Texans are going to be willing to give him. And because of his age, they're not going to give it to him anyway. So you would hope that there's someone waiting in the wings that's capable of taking this thing forward, at least being one of your 2 running backs.
I think it's best case scenario. 0102 trash. People talking or lack of talking about Henry is crazy.
Is it
trashing that?
Trash that people are talking about Henry or not talking about Henry?
Listener.
I think he's saying that we're sleeping on Henry. Like people are sleeping on Derrick Henry. I think it's very broad.
Yeah, I'm not understanding the
Let's go with that.
completely.
I think that I'm interpreting it as best as I can, but it was very awkward text. But people are sleeping on Derrick Henry. Let's go with that because I think that's what he's saying.
I don't think so. I think Derrick Henry has a lot of miles on those tires. I think that Derrick Henry is in the best possible situation for anyone to prove any critic of him wrong because he's going to have the best running scheme and the best offensive line he probably could be behind going into next year. I don't think he's going to finish the season. I don't think he's going to finish the season as running back 1 for Baltimore. If he does, more power to him because he's been an unbelievable force in this league. I just think he all that force has taken its toll on him.
Who's going to be their RB1 over Henry?
I mean, yeah, Gus Edwards is gone.
Doesn't matter. They find guys that can end up being their running back 1.
Touchdowns.
I'm gonna. Yeah, I mean,
even if he's not having a great efficient year, I think he can lead the league in touchdowns.
Yeah, he's going to fall into the end zone.
Exactly.
Get a lot of points. I'm going to cash this. I think people are underrating how much Derrick Henry has left in the tank. I'll cash that. 5044 J.J. Taylor, the Tank Dell of running backs, our guy, show favorite, J.J. Taylor.
There you go. From now on, we know who he is.
You cashing or trashing it? He's the Tank Dell of running backs.
Trash it.
I'm cashing this. I'm all in. I'm all in on J.J. Taylor. He's my guy. I've always been a fan of J.J. Taylor. Since the moment he stepped into the NFL, I've had my eye on him. All 5'6" of J.J. Taylor, but all 5'6" of electricity that is known as J.J.
So
Taylor.
is he going to block on short yardage plays?
No, he's going to be scoring touchdowns and catching balls out of the backfield. J.J. Taylor is electric
He's got electric
for the
stuff?
Texans on third down in critical spots.
Love
this guy.
In regular season games?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. I'm all in on J.J. Taylor.
I'll
Cashing
trash it.
I could tell.
What about you, Brian?
It.
Sure.
Yeah, he's our
Why
guy.
not?
Love J.J. Taylor.
I love the story of a 5'6" running back taking off. You can't
That
see
was
him behind
discovered by
blockers.
the Killer Bees because his cousin called into the show. Are the Texans done at wide receiver? I think they might be. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
I thought that was a cash it or trash it. All right, before we get to that, let's get to this, and that is MyBookie is here for you if you want to put money down on games like NBA and college games every single night normally, and you want to actually make a game more interesting watching it wherever you're watching it, or the fact that you know that everything from golf to UFC, to hockey, to all the different sports with baseball gearing up and getting ready to go that you like to bet on or you'd like to get interested in betting on, you go to mybookie.ag. Why? Well, because they've been in business for over a decade. That means they're going to take care of you and they're going to make sure your money stays where you put it. The other thing is that when you put your money into your account, they take care of you because you listen to us. Use my promo code BET975. Use it whenever you go on the site, but specifically when you're either setting up your account for the first time or reloading your account with more money, because when you use that code and do the reload or put money in your account, they're going to double it from $50 up to $1,000. That means you put 100 in, you got 200 in your account. More money in your account, more games you can bet on, and realistically, more chances you can win. And even when there's not games going on, if you want to gamble, you could do it at MyBookie because they have live dealers standing by with casino games like poker and blackjack too. It's fantastic. Remember our promo code whenever you can. Use it. Bet975 and do what I always tell you to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. With the only place I tell you to do it, it's mybookie.ag. Promo code Bet975.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
7428, Jordan DQ is like doing your tax return wrong and being punished for something when they already know what you owe. It's a great call. What a good comparison. I just turned in my taxes.
Oh, I need to get going on mine.
I got a guy.
I got a guy, and I need to get all my stuff to that guy sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I'm always scared that I'm giving it to him too late.
Yeah.
And he always gets a little lippy with me, too, my little CPA. He always gets a little lippy. He's like, yeah, I give it to him, and it's like, yeah, my backlog is 4 weeks. Cool, man.
Do you want the job or not?
That's cool. Like, I'm willing to wait 4 weeks. Like, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not doing them. I'm willing to wait 4 weeks. And then he always gives it to me in 2 weeks. So it's like, okay, all right. 9392 says Keaton Mitchell, and 7165 says Keaton Mitchell. They're going to be the leading running backs in Baltimore.
He got hurt at the end of the year too, though.
Yeah, he's probably
he was
best
averaging
case
like
scenario.
8 yards a carry, and then on that was a national TV game.
What was his injury?
I think it was an ACL.
ACL.
So he's probably out
And
until like week 8.
He's a tiny running back, so you wouldn't expect him to actually carry the workload.
Yeah, ACL in week 15. Like,
yeah, he's not going to be back till midway.
Yeah, they'd be lucky to come back midway.
No, technically he might be practicing before midway, but guys coming off those ACL surgery, we've seen it. Even when they come back, less than a full year, they're not really themselves until that full year is
And
gone
a
by.
second-year player, you still have him under contract for this year and then 2 more. You just signed Derrick Henry. Like, they're not going to be rushing Keaton Mitchell back.
Why would you rush him back when you have Derrick Henry?
And they're going to be a playoff team we expect. Like, they're going to they're going to do whatever they can to get him right by the end of the year. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. The Texans, I think, are done at receiver. We'll get to that in a second. But first, let's go out to the HRP listener line for Big C. Clarence, you're in the hive with the Bees. What's up?
What's going on, gentlemen? How y'all doing?
What's up, man?
That's good. Joel, I think you're underrating Derrick Henry. I think he's still got just enough in the tank for 2 years. I think with Baltimore's run scheme and how they're going to use him, I don't think he's going to be a featured back. He might be a nice little short yardage back. He's going to have to step into that role, but I could see Baltimore being that a la 2019 offense where they were ranked number 2 and they went 14-2. And I think he still have enough to do that. Just be short yardage, goal line situations. But he's not going to be the Derrick Henry that we remember. But being that way, I can see him having just enough for them.
So you think I'm right, but you're hoping you are.
I think he thinks he's right.
He doesn't know.
I think he thinks I'm right.
We'll be watching it closely now, Clarence.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite storylines going into next year. Thank you, Big C, for kind of vouching for me without vouching for me. I also think it's a perfect offense for him. Like, he's going to have
there's no doubt about that.
Opportunities that he wouldn't have elsewhere because of how dynamic that offense is and because of how dynamic Lamar Jackson is.
Yeah, there's no doubt that if there's any place that you want to, no matter where you are in your career, that you want, if you're a running back and you want to have success. I mean, we talked about the fact they played musical chairs at running back with injury all season long in Baltimore, and every guy that toted the rock found a way to get yards and make the running game an integral part of whatever they did offensively and whatever Lamar was able to do. So it's ideal for him. We'll see if he finishes the season.
Yeah. All right, so here's where I'm at with the Texans receivers. They brought back Noah Brown. $5 million on a year deal. I'm surprised by this.
Me too.
They have Robert Woods under contract. They can get out of it for the $5 million. Like, maybe that's some symmetry that, maybe it's too perfect that, maybe we should look at that. Oh, they brought back Noah Brown at 5. The cap savings on Robert Woods would be 5. Is that kind of tit for tat? It could be to Brian's point too, or maybe you wait and see. I think they're done with free agent receivers. I think that they're out on receivers in free agency. I think bringing back Noah Brown eliminates the idea that the Houston Texans would bring back a running back or a receiver. Or sign a receiver. I think the only way that they'll add another receiver is in the draft. And then they'll bring that receiver to camp. You'll have 7 receivers, not counting the reserve future guys. And then you're going to have a battle, and you have an injury. Well, then you have the luxury of having, like, Robert Woods around. But if you don't have an injury, and those are your 6, Nico, Tank, Robert Woods, Noah Brown, Xavier Hutchinson, John Mechie, and then the rookie receiver, if they all make it through camp healthy, then you're cutting Robert Woods. I think that's all that's left for the Houston Texans to do the receiver position.
I personally think if there's any receiver that's still going to go or that they would replace, it's Robert Woods. You and I have talked about this as recently as
yesterday. But do you think they're going to sign a receiver?
I think that it doesn't matter if they sign one or they draft one. There might be one that will make sure that Robert Woods isn't on this roster next year. And if you save the $5 million in the process, so be it. I think that Robert Woods, his best footballs were very, very far behind him. I think no matter what, he surprised me in what he was able to do a year ago. That's great. But I would have already cut him if they're waiting to see if they can either find a deal when some of the dust settles and see that there's still a couple of veterans out there that are fully capable that maybe have slipped through the cracks that they can pick up on a good deal. Great. If they draft a receiver, fantastic. But I think one way or another, I think Robert Woods could still be the odd man out.
I just don't see him signing another free agent receiver. I think they could draft a rookie receiver, and then that's the way Woods is out. Because like Brian was saying yesterday, you can go into camp with these guys, right? Because you don't need the savings immediately. So you can go into camp into these guys, make sure they get out there healthy. Because if they're not healthy, okay, well, cool. Like let's say Mechie, sprains his ankle and is out for 4 weeks, and you're placing him on IR for those first 4 weeks. Well, okay, cool. You have the other 6 receivers here, so you can go to camp with those 7 guys. I don't think that you're signing Noah Brown, keeping Robert Woods up like for the entire offseason, and signing an additional free agent receiver. I don't think there's any chance they sign a free agent receiver.
The percentages really lead itself to believe that you're absolutely right on that. But I think that, again, Nick is so savvy that if he finds out that some guy, one of the veterans out there, is ripe for the picking, they'll go get him. I'm not sure that anybody should feel safe after the top 3 because they committed to Noah Brown. I think after the top 3, Mechie's kind of up in the air, Hutchinson's up in the air. Though I think that they're gonna lead themselves to believe Hutchinson's still got enough potential. They'll keep him around. And then for me, Woods is a guy that he's good for now, but if there's better that comes along, whether you draft him or you still find a guy on the scrap heap that's been cut somewhere or hasn't been signed, and you believe it makes your room better, I think that they can still do that.
Yeah.
I think Woods is on this team until they no longer need Woods on this team. And right now, the roster space says, okay, you're on here, but the second they don't need him, he's gone. And I think what we've seen from the Texans, and this is league-wide, this is not only a Texans thing, but where you've seen teams be very, very active on running backs. Texans included, obviously, with the trade and being willing to pay Mixon $6, $7, $8 million. And then you haven't seen teams very active in the wide receiver market, Texans included in that as well, is kind of a reflection of what they think about the draft class coming up. They're active on running backs. They're willing to pay more than they have for running backs in previous seasons because they're looking at the running back draft class and going, yeah, there's not really anybody I want to take it to the 3rd or 4th round, whereas this wide receiver class in the draft is probably the most loaded it's been in I don't know how many years, but we had Matt Miller on talking about how there's 8, 9 guys that could go into the early 2nd round. So teams are looking at this and thinking, why am I spending a wide receiver when the draft is loaded with great prospects? But the reverse of that is doesn't have a lot of great running back prospects, and so they're willing to spend a free agency in those running backs.
I think the main takeaway here for me, though, is they're done on free agent receivers.
Yeah, and I think that's because they're looking at the draft classes like, why would we spend on a free agent when we can address the need that we have in the draft for much cheaper?
But I also think that the addition of Noah Brown means that they're not pot committed to receiver in the draft. If one is there that they like, I don't think they would go this in the first round.
Committed. You just mean early?
No, I mean period.
They're drafting a wide receiver in the draft. But are you saying
they don't need to? They don't need to. They have 6 guys right now that are capable.
Yeah, to me, that's a loose definition of capable.
Look, I'm in favor of drafting a receiver. Like, don't get it twisted. I've been in favor of drafting a receiver the entire time. But with the addition of Noah Brown, it tells me a couple of things. The first thing it tells me, they're not signing another free agent wide receiver.
I agree with that part.
Because they wouldn't have 6 guys under contract ahead of the draft that they were going to sign another free agent wide receiver. I think that part's a guarantee. The second thing it tells me in terms of the draft is that they are not going into the draft saying that we must draft a receiver, that it's a necessity that we draft a receiver. Now, if there's one that they love in the 2nd round or 3rd round, cool, we'll do that, and then we're probably going to cut Robert Woods if we make it through camp healthy. That's the only way I see them adding a receiver between now and camp, which I think is fine. Like, that's cool. Like, I want them to draft a receiver. And then Robert Woods would be the cap casualty, but you don't have to do it until, like, you're making your final roster cuts because you want to make sure that they're all healthy. But free agent receiver, out the window. They're going into the draft without being pot committed to receiver. If they love one, best player available, draft one, cool. But they're not going to they're not going to enter the draft and say, we're not leaving this draft without a receiver.
I'd be really surprised if they draft 0 wide receivers.
I would
draft.
too, but
I
it's not a necessity.
Yeah, I would even push back on that though. I can't see the Texans looking at what happened at their wide receiver room, and obviously part of that is injury with Tank Dell. But I can't see them looking at their wide receivers at the end of the year and wanting to run it back. I mean, they got to a point where one injury put them in a position where they had a bunch of receivers on the field not named Nico Collins that they couldn't trust.
All of their actions so far have indicated they do want to run it back, though.
I know.
Because they have not cut Robert Woods. I understand that they don't have to yet. They could have, but they don't have to, so it's not really a tell on that one way or another yet. But then they signed Noah Brown. They re-signed Noah Brown. That is telling you, let's run it back. It also tells you we want continuity on offense because they brought back Dalton Schultz, continuity on offense. They didn't bring back the running backs. They hated their running backs, it seems like. And then they re-signed Noah Brown. Continuity on offense.
Right. I think
Slow it too.
I don't think they hated Motor. They just realized he was going to price himself out of what they thought he was worth.
I think that they kind of like I think they put all their eggs in the Saquon basket, thought they were going to get Saquon, and then it was too late
When
to
they doubled back,
to
he already had
Singletary.
a deal already
Yeah, I
done.
think so.
But I'm not going to completely close the door on getting another free agent wide receiver simply because, like I said, I think there's a chance that someone falls through the cracks that Caserio and or D'Amico and Slow really like.
I don't think you would have signed Brown, though.
The Brown thing to me was very surprising when they did it, but it doesn't preclude you from still doing something to go get another veteran receiver. You can still cut Woods and still. I don't think the $5 million you spent on Noah Brown is a deal breaker that says if there's someone out there that they feel like they can get that can make them better.
Yeah, I feel like they wouldn't have signed Brown in that instance, though. But
Maybe they're not expecting to, but you know the way they like to uncover stones. If some guy ends up sitting there going, wow, there's a lot of teams that are passing or that have solidified their wide receiver room. There's a dude that's better than Robert Woods. I'm going to go get him.
The Brown thing is where the hang-up's at for me.
I get it.
That's where the hang-up where I'm at. Now, in terms of drafting a guy, I think it's BPA. If they love a receiver, then they're going to draft the receiver and then make a decision whenever they have to cut it down to 53. Because you're not going to keep more than 6 receivers. You're going to have 6 receivers. They currently have 6 receivers under contract. Nico, Tank, Woods, Brown, Hutchinson, Mechie. I agree with you guys that Robert Woods would be the guy that's cut if you draft a rookie receiver. I don't think you're adding a free agent receiver. But I also don't think it would come until the 53-man roster has to be set and you get through training camp because you might have an injury. Like, what if Noah Brown goes down with a broken leg? Okay, well, cool. You have Robert Woods as your wide receiver insurance.
Yeah, there's no reason to make the move on Robert Woods to me until you're sometime in training camp. And Robert Woods, I mean, I think we had this conversation yesterday about it being kind of a cold-hearted Daryl Morey move if you were to keep him all the way through. But I mean, other teams are going to have injuries at wide receiver. So if you made it to, let's say, mid-August, you cut Robert Woods, he's going to have an opportunity, assuming that that teams think that he has anything left, to catch on with another team because there's going to be another team in the league that has an injury.
See, I think that plenty of GMs are like Daryl Morey. They'll sit and wait. Look what happened with Mixon. They sat and waited until the running back market was basically dried up, and then they traded him instead of letting him go. So Daryl Morey might be the biggest savage of all of them, but I think, is it fair to say that you guys are with me? I don't think in the first or second round they draft wide receiver.
I think they could the second if it's BPA. Like if somebody they love Ladd falls to the number 2 in the second.
I could see second.
I think first round they're still going defense.
I agree with that.
I agree.
I think they're defense oriented. I mean, the 6 receivers you currently have under contract are the 6 you had last year. With Nico, Tank, Woods, Brown, Hutchinson, and
running it back. The widers, I can't see looking at the wide receiver group as a whole. Obviously, at the top, we're very, very satisfied. But as a whole, I'm thinking that's good enough. I just don't see. I can't see Caserio and D'Amico, for smart as I think they are, looking at that room and thinking that's good enough.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. Where do the Texans add to that wide receiver room? And also proof that spending big in free agency doesn't always equal winning. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
He's Blank, I'm Branham. 7322. I still think they could go receiver in the draft. I think they could still go receiver in the draft, too. This is more, I don't think that they're going to sign another wide receiver free agent. I think Noah Brown's it. And I don't think that they're going to go into the draft saying, we must draft a receiver. If one's there that you love, cool, do it. And Casario's had great success drafting receivers in the third round. Nico Collins, Tank Dell, both third rounders. So that's where I want the Texans to draft the receiver. And I agree that Woods would be the most likely cut. But in that instance, you're waiting until training camp to see if you can get out of it. This guy says, I still think they could receive in the draft. Mechie could be a camp cut. Anywhere you see Mechie not making the 53?
Yeah.
I can't see it.
I think it's definitely possible.
Why?
I think
what
it's a
is he-
play.
I thought
what
he
is he
came
showing on the field?
I thought he played pretty good in the second half of
Yeah,
last
but
year.
again, if you can upgrade
What,
it,
he had,
it's
what, he
better.
had like 15 catches?
Sure, but that was more than Hutchinson. And I think he played better than Hutchinson.
I think both
And
of them
Hutchinson-
are.
But that's why I
Mechie was the
said that. I
second
said
in
both
think
Mechie and
both of them are on the
Hutchinson
table.
are possible casualties depending on how they come in and play at camp.
Mechie would be my third out of those guys. I would have Woods first, but
Right.
they probably value veterans, and like they look at Robert Woods as a leader, which we don't value as much. Mound visits. Second, you would to me it's Xavier Hutchinson, 6th rounder, and then John Mechie, who was a former second. And I thought Mechie looked better last
Better is
4 or
one
5
thing,
games
right?
last year. And
But-
I want to see what he looks like next year.
But because of expectations and where he is, and because I think that they feel like they were patient, making sure he was healthy as a human being first, and then seeing where he was, that now we're at a point where they're just going to strictly make judgments based on football. And if in camp he looks like what we saw even at the end of last year, I think that if there's someone out there that's better, or maybe they draft a guy that looks good, I think he could be a casualty just as much as Hutchinson or Robert Woods.
How would you rank him?
Woods is definitely number one. Total agreement
and then
on that.
2 or 3.
I think Hutchinson is probably. No, I think Mechie's 2 and Hutchinson's 3 because I think they like Hutchinson's size. They like the fact that he's got speed and quickness. I think his hands are in question a little bit, but I think that they liked what they saw of him too. And if they feel like that they can develop him further, I think I would put Mechie as ahead of Hutchinson.
I can't see them quitting John Mechie. I just can't.
To me, the only reason why Mechie would be uncuttable is because you've invested a 2nd round pick on him and you're hanging on because you want to look right on it.
Talent too.
Yeah, but
His upside.
he didn't show the talent last
Who
year.
do you
He
think
had
has more
16
upside,
he had
Mechie or Hutchinson?
Mechie.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, I'm just saying both. I think both are on
At
the
this
table
point
to
right
be
now,
cut.
you do?
I think so.
I mean, yeah, well, Hutchinson didn't show anything. Neither one of them showed anything last year, but at least Mechie comes in with some pedigree from college, and he has a 2nd round investment. So I think it makes him safer on this roster, but I don't think either one of them are ultimately safe, depending on what the Texans do over the rest of free agency and the draft.
Well, maybe so.
I think
Mechie
you have your top
safer
4.
than
Nico,
Hutchinson.
Tank, Robert Woods, probably, Noah Brown, and then a rookie. That's 5.
Are you putting Woods at 3?
No, I don't think he was ranking him in order.
Not necessarily in
Okay.
order. But you could already have your 5 and then have Mechie and Hutchinson down to playing for the last roster spot as the 6th wide receiver.
Now, would you keep Woods over either one of those guys?
It would depend on what they showed me in camp.
Yeah.
I'd be open to keeping Woods over it because it's not like he's costing you a whole lot. But Woods roster or spot on the roster is certainly not locked in cement either.
You'd have 7 guys. I mean, you're keeping the rookie that you drafted,
keeping
the
the
second or
rookie.
third rounder. So it'd be Woods, Hutch, Mechie fighting for 2 jobs.
Yeah, I would agree.
Unless there's an injury,
Right.
and then you can keep them all. 713-780-ESPN. What about T. Higgins? We talked about this yesterday. I don't think any of us were interested in T. Higgins.
No, why are you going to give up draft
It's
capital?
our double whammy philosophy. You just
similar
shouldn't
wide
do it, and you don't know if he's guaranteed to be a true one when you get him, and then you pay him like one. I'm out.
Yeah. So there's that. 713-780-ESPN. So a lot of people were freaking out yesterday for the Texans not jumping out and signing a lot of these big name free agent, these top dollar free agents. So I wanted to do a little bit of a case study here and look at the past top 5, 7-ish free agent signings in the last few years in free agency and see if it translates to winning. You want to go total dollars, guaranteed dollars, average annual value? What parameter do you want to use
I
here?
would say guaranteed. That's the only thing that matters.
All right, total guaranteed money. Last year, the top guaranteed money signing in the NFL, according to Spotrac, don't ask them, they won't answer you, $100 million for Derek Carr. That translate to winning?
No.
All right. Jawan Taylor was the second highest total guarantee, $60 million. Played right tackle. I mean, that translated to winning. They won a Super Bowl. Did Jawan Taylor play up to that contract, though?
No.
There was a lot of disappointment with Jawan Taylor
both
last year.
tackles.
Now, they did win the Super Bowl, so
But
you have to
both
mention
tackles are on the block.
The
Or one, I think Brown became a free agent.
The next highest guy was Mac McGlinchey. What team does Mike McGlinchey play for?
McGlinchey.
Real quick.
I should know this.
Was that not what I said?
You said Mac the first time.
Mac, whatever. You screwed up Schlereth the other day. I didn't say anything.
I didn't.
Yeah, you did. You said Schlereth.
Yeah.
Okay.
No one threw you under
Easy,
the bus.
Bucky. I'm just.
Well, I am short, so that would actually track.
Fit.
Yeah,
that would
track.
That would fit.
Mike McGlinchey made $50 million guaranteed, total guarantee on his signing. He played for Denver. Like, who cares? We don't even know who Mike McGlinchey is. I called him Mac McGlinchey. We don't know who he is. Tremaine Edmonds signed with the Bears, total guarantee of $50 million.
Nope.
I mean, he's a decent player, good
but
player.
Not for that much.
It didn't really translate to winning. Jimmy Garoppolo, $45 million guaranteed. They're about to cut the bum.
Nope, yeah.
They're about to cut the bum. Javon Hargrave, San Francisco. They won games. That was a good signing. $40 million guaranteed. Jesse Bates to Atlanta, left from Cincinnati.
He did.
Solid player. Didn't really translate
But probably
to
the
anything.
return on investment wasn't worth what they paid for him.
So, of those, how many did I just mention there? 1, 2,
6.
4, 6. I mentioned 7. Like 1 or 2 really translate to actual great return on investment. Let's pull up 2022 real quick. Top guaranteed contracts in free agency in 22. You're going to love this name at the top of this list. Von Miller. Von Miller.
no.
They're cursing Von Miller's name in Buffalo because of all the cap cuts
But
they're
yet
having
they
to
didn't
make.
get rid of
because
him. He restructured and stayed.
Well, I think it would have cost him too much to get rid of
Oh.
him because of the way the contract was. He was the top one. Terran Armstead in Miami got 43.3. That's a good player. That's a good player. I don't
player on
mind
a
that
bad
one at all.
defense because of injuries.
Yeah, I don't mind that deal at all. J.C. Jackson, $40 million guaranteed. That they already got rid of him. They already got rid of him. So, all these people, well, you got to spend money. Look at all the money in the last 2 years. Christian Kirk was number 4, which that was ridiculed at the time. I actually think Kirk has played to that contract. I actually think he's been pretty good.
He played pretty well until he got hurt.
Yeah, I agree. I don't dislike the Kirk contract, especially with a rookie quarterback. Marcus Williams to Baltimore, $37 million total guarantee. Good player,
Yeah,
and they
good
won
player.
games there. Okay, next on this list, Chandler Jones at $32 million. This was 2 years ago.
Arizona?
This was 2 off seasons ago. It was with Vegas. He left Arizona to go to Vegas, and then he fell off the earth. He became a psycho.
And he had a bunch of stuff off the.
Yeah.
I was gonna say off the field. It wasn't even about his playing ability.
The guy after that, Allen Robinson. $30.7 million
he fell off the
guaranteed.
planet too.
So these are
With
the
the
guys
Rams.
who are signing for these top guaranteed dollars. And everybody, well, you got to be spending. Do you?
I would push back, I would push back in a way that actually makes your point. So it's weird to call it a pushback. So I'm pushing back because obviously in the NFL, when you got 22 starters, it's hard to link one free agent signing to winning because you have so many more starters than you do in the other sports. But that's also a reason not to go crazy because you need the money to have 22 starters.
Yeah, see, I'm more
pushing
balanced
back
like
in
that.
a way that I think makes your point.
We'll go to 2021. This will be the third, this 3-year window here. Total guaranteed $55 million. Trent Williams, which they kept their own, but he did enter free agency. That's good. I mean, that's a good.
He's
sign.
a great player.
He's a great player. Maybe the best left tackle in the NFL.
Maybe, yep.
I can't knock that. Well, how do you say this guy's name? The guard from Kansas City, Joe Tooney.
Tooney.
Tooney, $48 million guaranteed. Okay. All right. I mean, he was a good player.
Unbelievably, though,
Good player.
how many guys they're ready to move on from an offensive line that they spent all that money on.
Third was Kenny Galladay. He was the name you mentioned.
That's the one, the Giants.
That's what
Big time
sparked
bust.
Huge bust.
That's what sparked me wanting to look at this. Kenny Galladay got $40 million guaranteed. Bud Dupree to Tennessee, he got $35 million guaranteed.
That didn't work out either.
No, not at all. Matt Judon left Baltimore to go to New England, $32 million. Good player,
played fine.
bad team though. Jonnu Smith was after that at $31.2.
Oh, to Atlanta? Yeah, that it.
I actually went to New England.
Oh, that's before he went to Atlanta, right? Yeah, no, that didn't work out because that was the same season they also signed Hunter Henry when the Patriots jumped out with a ton of money, like right at the start of free agency. They spent it on 2 tight ends. Yeah, that didn't work out for them.
Carl Lawson, $30 million guarantee. That worked out okay for them. But they're moving on this year. Shaq Griffin, $29 million guaranteed to go to Jacksonville. Not a good pickup.
Nope.
And then the last one here, Corey Davis, $27 million. to go
the
to
wide
Tennessee. He
receiver.
retired before his contract expired.
Yeah, that didn't work.
Like, you look at the top free agent dollars given the last 3 years. Very, very few dubs there. Very few victories there.
That's what I was talking about earlier when we were talking about all this, that a lot of the times that the fans that are clamoring, that are pissed off that they haven't done more, are not realizing that the teams that really make the biggest of the big splashes when free agency opens are the teams that are looking for the cachet and the sexiness of a big name that's done a lot in their past, but they don't really translate to helping them in their future or taking them over the hump to get to the next level or the ultimate level. And that's why I, for one, was not upset at all of how day one went for Nick Caserio and the Texans.
You don't build through free agency. 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Let's take a look at what the Houston Texans have acquired so far in free agency and what it tells you about each player and what it means to the Houston Texans. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. First, I want to tell you about Human Resources and Payroll. You know them by HR&P. It's Cougar, owned by Mike Holly. Go Cougs. Used to protect a Heisman Trophy winner. Now he wants to protect you and your business. Business owners, let HR&P help you. They can help you in a variety of different ways. HR compliance. If you need a little help with that, they got you covered. Benefits administration, they got you covered. Payroll, they got your back. Onboarding, well, they have you there too. HR&P can help in any or all of these facets. There's no boxes with HR&P. You're not reading off a menu. It doesn't matter how small a job, doesn't matter how big a job, how much help you need. HR&P completely customizes a plan for what you and your business needs. You have a problem, you have an issue, you want to take a little bit off your plate, HR&P will find a way to help. They do it in a way that's unique. Technology meets service. They have the best technology. You'll love that, but you will also love their service. Guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll always be talking to someone who knows you and your business needs. Give them a call right now, 281-880-6525, and let HR&P customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
You're listening to the Killer Bees and some great music presented by RC Ranch.
The official beef jerky of the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo.
Houston's own Bun B performing tonight at the rodeo. Be nice to see Bun B in concert. I saw Bun B perform a song live not that long ago.
Oh, he
Whoa,
was that.
what did he do there, that Bun B?
Something I had to bleep out.
Oh.
You can Google the words.
Interesting way to bleep it out.
A little I've never heard of that.
What was that?
It was Brian trying to be chopped and screwed straight out of Houston's what it was.
Born and raised,
Brian's chopping, he's mixing it up back there. That's why we call Brian Talent. He's the only producer. Look at that.
There it is.
Look at the talent go. Look at talent go. All right, what do these moves for the Texans tell you about where they're at these certain positions? We've talked about Joe Mixon all day. Joe Mixon now the second running back on the team. Okay, you want him to be your starting running back, like at least for a period of time. Maybe you sign another free agent that helps him out, a platoon type of deal. Maybe draft a rookie that you hope can beat him out at some point. But Joe Mixon, at least for the first half of the year, is your RB1, assuming health.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think, look, from the standpoint of being able to put this guy on the roster this late in what happened in free agency with all the running backs flying off the market, I think they could have done a lot worse. I'm excited to see what he has left in the tank. It's not a huge commitment in terms of the final year of his deal and the $6 million if he earns it. So I'm excited about the move. It was something that I didn't see coming. I was watching Aaron Jones closely. Obviously, I thought he'd be the perfect fit here. But if you're not thinking about more than a year, you got a guy that has a resume that says he's playing for another contract. He could be very good.
Yeah, that's where you're at with that. The next guy on the list that we're going to discuss, what do you think it means with the Lonnie Johnson news?
This one's really perplexing to me. I just don't understand it. I guess it's depth, but he was kind of a tool when he was here, and he underperformed. And I understand that he's even saying, hey, second time around, I'm going to be better. I learned. We'll see. I just don't understand this one. I think there were other players out there that had better skill sets and more success that you could have gone after. So this one, to me, I'm curious about.
To me, it's just depth, and it's also a guy who can help you out in special teams. And something I've noticed, too, especially with the defense, is they like versatile guys. Lonnie John's like a $2.5 million 1-year deal. Yeah, he can play a little bit of nickel. He can play corner. He can play safety. Plus, he can play special teams. And a lot of what the Texans have done this offseason shows you how much they value special teams. Like, they've picked up a lot of special teams guys. They spent on Kaimi Fairbairn, paid him top 5 money. They brought back the legend John Weeks, put him in the Ring of Honor. Delshon Phillips, another second, he's a special teams guy. They did let Cam Johnston go, but they brought back the Super Bowl winning punter,
the mullet,
Tommy Townsend, that hangs out with Taylor Swift after they win big games. So, they value special teams.
They do.
Danico Autry. What is the plan with Danico Autry?
I like this. I think Autry has been completely under the radar, and he could be a guy at half the price that could go a long way to replacing John Grenard. I think that, hearing people that have had to scheme against and know the abilities of Autry have spoken highly about him every time he takes the field. He's a difference maker. He's a disruptor. He's a guy that can get to the quarterback. I love this move. I think that this one quietly was one of the best moves that they made.
It's interesting what they plan on doing with him. I think he's a defensive end. I've still seen people clamor for Danielle Hunter. Cody Davis mentioned earlier that the Texans are talking with Chase Young. What's the plan if you're bringing in Autry and another defensive end?
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because Aaron Wilson said that the Texans are one of the teams that are in discussions with Danielle Hunter.
Autry he's been very versatile. He's known for being versatile, and he's played a little bit inside. He's played in a bunch of 3-4 defenses where he's been the end of a 3-4, which can be in the middle. So he's played all over. Again, this is the versatility I'm talking about. I think that you can move him inside. I think you can play him outside. I don't think he's an every down defensive tackle, whereas I think he can be an every down defensive end and then move him inside on pass rushing situations. That's why I'm a little bit hesitant on believing the rumors on the edge. Not that I don't believe the reporters. It's more, if you signed Danico Autry, and I think he's more of a defensive end than a defensive tackle. Versatile, can do both, but I think more DN than DT. What are you doing bringing in another high-priced defensive end? I don't see it.
So this is what I would say to that, because I'm on the same page as you. I would say if you're in discussions at all with another defensive end, then you should be in discussions with Armstead, because Armstead is a D'Amico guy. And if you put Al-Shaair and Armstead in the middle of a D'Amico defense,
yeah,
and they know him and he knows them, then there's no reason to believe that this defense shouldn't be ready to take another step in the right direction. I would hope that they're looking at Armstead, and they would be more willing to give the money to an interior defensive lineman if they're looking at any free agent defensive players at all.
Armstead kind of is in the same
Aside from
mold
a
as
corner or
Autry,
safety.
where he can do both. Now, he's been more of a defensive tackle in the last couple of years than Autry, but even Armstead has played end in a 3-4, and he's also been somebody who's played defensive end.
I think he could be
which
really
is
good
versatile
here.
again. Now, yeah, I do too. I'm in favor of Eric Armstead, but I think him and Autry are pretty similar. So I don't know if I believe the defensive end stuff. I went and listened to Nick Caserio yesterday. He always does those pregame, not really pregame. It's week of. He does like on a Wednesday or Thursday with Texans radio, and he talks about the other team's personnel. And I went and I listened to Week 15 and Week 17 when they played the Titans. He didn't really say anything too much about Autry or Alshire in Week 15, but he did in Week 17 after they played him 2 weeks ago. Here's what Caserio said about those two guys.
And then defensively, a player was a huge factor in the game was Danico Autry, and Danico has done this for a number of years now. You're talking about a guy, here's a good example of a player that wasn't drafted, so here we are 10, 11 years later. He's still having a pretty significant impact during the course of the game. So we had problems with him during the course of the game. Aziz made a lot of tackles. We kind of talked about him at linebacker there going into the game.
So there's that. I think that he fell in love with Danico Autry in Week 15. I think I'm going to go back and watch that Week 15 game. But he didn't say anything about Danico Autry ahead of Week 15. And then in Week 17, the first player he mentioned was Danico Autry. Wow.
Breaking news: Texans have signed Danielle Hunter.
What in the world?
Wow. How much?
This is no details yet, but this is from Rap. Oh, actually, they are terms out. One tweet down, so it's a 2-year, $40 million contract with 48 fully guaranteed.
Okay.
20 per, and you get a kid. It's a homecoming, right? He's from here. Went to high school here.
Yeah, he did.
That's
yeah. All right,
but that guaranteed number again, all but $1 million of his contract is guaranteed.
$49 million, 2-year deal, 48 guaranteed. Danielle Hunter is a Houston Texan. What does it mean for the Texans? We'll break it all down next. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776.
Guys, let me tell you about the latest and really, in my mind, greatest indoor golf simulator facility that I have found. It's X Golf in Katy. You can look them up online. X Golf in Katy is right there at 99 and I-10. And I'm telling you, if you go once, you're going to go multiple times. It's a great sports bar, first and foremost. Great food, great beverage, lots of TVs, clean, comfortable environment. It's a lot of fun. But when you couple it with 8 of the greatest golf simulators in the city, you are going to love it if you're a golfer even more, because you and your friends can go and play around on 50 of the greatest golf courses around the world, or you can use it like a driving range, and you can tune up your game. You can work on your chipping. You can work on your putting. Literally the best putters on a simulator that I have tried. And the fact is, you can do it while also watching sports, eating and drinking, and having fun. It's fantastic. Whether the weather's bad and you're not going to be able to get your tee time in, or you just want to do it on off hours, like when it's dark outside and you don't want to go to an outdoor range, you can go indoors, you can tune up your game, even use your particular golf ball and put that in the simulator, and then also watch sports, have food, drinks, and fun. It's unbelievable. I can't speak highly enough about them, and I recommend that you check them out, because if you go once, you're going to go multiple times. Check them out today. It's X Golf in Katy.
I'm Frank Miller.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Danielle Hunter is coming home. Morton Ranch High School grad is a Houston Texan. $49 million 2-year deal with $48 million guaranteed. Why not just give him the extra $1 million? But it is forming. I mean, I'm going to have to go do some deep diving on the defensive lines around the NFL, but this defensive line is elite.
Well,
Will Anderson was unbelievable. Danielle Hunter is signed. Malik Collins is already here, and I thought you were signing Danico Autry to be a defensive end. I think you're moving him inside. So
Yep.
you look across the four, you got Anderson, Collins, Autry, and Danielle Hunter. Unbelievable.
I think Autry's definitely inside. I mean, the Texans have, under D'Amico, have played that wide nine. So if they're not expecting their defensive tackle to take up two gaps, then Autry, I think, certainly could play inside.
And you got some depth because you signed Fadakasi from Jacksonville, so he's a big run stopper. You got depth in the defensive line. This means that Rankins is out, and what you added, you think about the best defensive lines in football a year ago. I think San Francisco would be at the top of the list. Cap casualties all over for them as they're letting guys go left and right, and they're not going to be the same defensive line. Same thing with the Chargers. They had on paper what looked like a very destructive defensive line. They're having to get rid of guys and maybe having to get rid of more. This does exactly what D'Amico said he wanted when we got done with the end of the end of the season.
You look at Danielle Hunter last couple of years and the problems that he created for opposing offenses. He had 16.5 sacks last year. I know he's 29. He's going to be 30 this year. It's a 2-year deal, which Caserio operates in 2-year increments, not windows.
Thank you.
Even though he knew what windows were the last 2 or 3 years. The Texans upgraded to defensive end. They upgraded.
Sure
from,
did.
And it's
Oh, yeah.
Hunter's better than Grenard.
Yeah,
and
you
Grenard
just traded
went for
Grenard
$19
for Hunter
million,
and
and
won.
Hunter went for 23.
You won the trade.
Yeah, certainly on a 2-year
24.
on a 2-year increment, you won the trade. I mean, we'll see what happens with.
But also
Jonathan
over the
Grenard.
career statistics too. We talked about Grenard with injuries. We talked about the ups and the downs. This guy's been pretty damn dominant for the last couple
just
of years.
on you're right, and beyond the contract, Hunter is a better player right now than Jonathan Grenard. I don't think that could be argued. I mean, Grenard's done it 1 year. Hunter's done it for multiple seasons, and I think you're right, Jeremy. I mean, we'd have to look up, and dive in and look at all the defensive lines across the league. But I'm a gut feeling right now it's the top 3 defensive line.
What I want for my defense is I want them to wreck the opposing offense. Like especially the quarterback. Like you have to make a quarterback's life difficult to win in the NFL because I think these quarterbacks now in the NFL are really, really good. And if you give them a lot of time, they're going to pick you apart. If you can't chase them down, you're going to get the Lamar Jacksons, the Justin Fields, the Josh Allens that are going to be able to run all over you. I think that whenever you sign the Aziz Al-Shire, he's somebody who's incredibly fast, can get downhill, can get to the quarterback. You look at the defensive line, just like the size they brought in. Danielle Hunter, throw the sacks aside for a moment. You shouldn't be doing that. Danielle Hunter's 6'5", 263 pounds. It's going to be on the edge. Grenard's a little bit smaller than that, shorter than that. Doesn't eat the space like that. And if you're eating space, it means you're stopping the run a little bit better. Danico Autry, I think he's going to play defensive tackle now. A little bit slimmer for defensive tackle, but he's 6'5", 285. Long. Get the interior pressure. I think interior pressure is really important to have for a defense to get to the quarterback. But think about going up against the Houston Texans defensive line now. You're going to have Danielle Hunter on this side where he had 16.5 sacks last year, 10.5 sacks the year prior to that. You look at his last 5 seasons in which he's had 62 sacks. That's the guy on that end. You look at the opposite side, there's Will Anderson, one of the youngest, best defensive ends in all of football, who had a really good rookie season. And then you look in the middle, and you have a really solid defensive tackle in Malik Collins. And then you have another guy in Danico Autry that can get to the quarterback from the interior defensive line. This is exactly what D'Amico Ryans has wanted forever.
No doubt about it. And then, like I said, and you add Fadakasi as some depth. You have some depth now. You've got the big kid from Notre Dame coming back. Heinisch, if you need even more depth. But you have the ability to put the beef in there to stop the run. You have the ability to do what you say. And now your secondary, no matter who you have and who's your second corner and what you do at safety, your secondary's job got a whole lot easier because your front seven's going to wreak havoc. And to your point, Jeremy, put a whole lot of extra pressure on a quarterback, which means there's less time to get the ball off, less time for receivers to get open, better for your entire back of your defense.
This is a sexy defense right now. It really is.
It's hard for, like, my needle doesn't get moved a whole lot. Like, I'm usually pretty
Hold on. This
pretty
doesn't move
even
your needle?
killed. No, I was about to. I'm setting it up.
Okay.
I'm saying, unless it was the Case Keenum signing.
Oh boy.
I am having fantasies about this defensive line. Like this moves my needle to a 10. I think that this puts the Houston Texans, and like I don't want to make these grand proclamations on March 12th, but how is this defense not a top 10 defense minimum next year?
Gotta be.
It's D'Amico's put his blueprint on the Houston Texans. I mean, look at what they did in San Francisco to make that defensive front great. I mean, they invested heavily in the defensive front, and they got really fast linebackers, and then D'Amico coached them up. That's exactly what he's done here in this offseason and last offseason with the drafting of Will Anderson. It's hard not to look at what happened in San Francisco and not see that the Texans could be exactly where the Niners have been.
This is
over
exactly
the
what
last 5
D'Amico
years.
has dreamed of coming here. Give me the same kind of weapons. Because we knew when he wanted to run defensively, he really couldn't do with the personnel he had to start the season. He's got the roster now.
He's got the guys he wants.
Absolutely. He's got the tools in his shed to go absolutely reconstruct his San Francisco defense.
Josh from Seabrook, we got Donnell Hunter. Cool. Now let's get Eric Armstead and give the quarterbacks and the rest of the AFC South to worry about. I think they're out of the Eric Armstead business.
I think they're out of the big-time money now.
I think they're done on defensive line.
Yeah.
But you're not going to be able to give extra attention to Donnell Hunter. You're not going to be able to give extra attention to Will Anderson. And you have the respect of a Danico Autry, who had 11.5 sacks last year. He was moving inside and out, but it's a guy who's going to be able to give you interior pressure. Like, good luck blocking that. And then you're going to be able to stop the run much better than that as well. I mean, just look at the starters now. We just went through the front four with Hunter, Anderson, your bookends, Collins, and Autry up the middle. You have Al Shire, who you signed from Tennessee, who had over like 150 combined tackles last year. You have Christian Harris, who came on at the end of last season, was playing at a very, very high level. I don't know if you're going to play a whole lot of 4-3, if you're going to play a whole lot of nickel. I don't think the guy they signed yesterday they're really looking at to be a starter. Maybe he does. I don't know. Maybe you can upgrade there a little bit. I don't know. You brought back Denzel Ward. He's going to be your nickel corner potentially. Maybe Lonnie Johnson gets into the mix there. Maybe they have another pickup or two where they can compete for that. You have Derek Stingley, who was really good last year. You signed Okudah, who is kind of a project. He is super talented, very high draft pick, hasn't lived up to that potential. He tore his Achilles a couple of years ago. And then, you have Petrie and Ward as your safeties right now. I'd like to upgrade that Ward safety position. But just on paper, and I know you don't play it on paper, that's a top 10 defense in the NFL.
Yeah, I would go even higher than that, and I definitely think it focuses your priorities in the draft. I mean, when we get back to doing mock draft seasons, I think we're going to be looking at corner, and that maybe was like when free agency started yesterday, we were talking about, man, look at the depth of this corner room. There's a lot of Stingley and then the guys that you want as your fourth or fifth corner. I think that was maybe a sign of things to come, because it almost doesn't matter to a degree when your defensive line is that great. But certainly I would expect the Texans to spend a first or second round pick on a corner. And if that happens, you're adding a first round talent corner to this mix.
Yeah, I forgot about pick 23 for a moment.
Yeah, pick 23 definitely. As much as
top 10 feels on the low end.
I mean, the thing is everybody's throwing other names out there. Armstead, Chase Young, they're done. They're done spending on the defensive line.
Especially, they wouldn't be.
But for as much as I said I want them to use that first round pick on defense, now I want them to use that first round pick on a corner. Because if they go get a first round corner to add to what they've done in free agency with defense, this is essentially the plan when we were talking about laying it out.
That's what I was thinking.
Use all your free agency money on your defense, and then go use all the majority of your draft picks on your offense. What's wrong with this plan right now?
Well,
for everybody that was losing their mind yesterday,
Yeah.
What are you feeling right now?
Yeah, it makes you look a little silly.
Yeah.
Makes
That's
you
why
look
we
a
kept
little
saying
silly.
just
Sounds like
relax.
we have a lot of-
Let it play out.
A lot of material for Bad Take Boulevard on Thursday,
Oh, for
potentially.
sure. The overreactions we saw Monday, March 11th, day one of the legal tampering period.
From the start of the show.
You have a little bit of mud, a little egg on your face, no doubt. But it also goes to, like, one of the philosophies I thought would be smart by Caserio is because you're expected to be a playoff team, maybe now a Super Bowl contender, you want to go into the draft with starting capable players at each position. I think that they've done that.
No doubt.
Like running back with Mixon, left guard. Like, I think that Kenyon Green and Jared Patterson are good enough to fight for that spot. I wouldn't hate left guard at 23 either, by the way.
Right.
But now you have 2 defensive ends, you're good there. 2 defensive tackles, you're good there. You signed a linebacker with Harris. You have 2 there that you like. Maybe you can bring in one more. Maybe Henry To'o takes the step up. I don't want him to be a projected starter.
He's fine as depth, though.
But even Okuda, like he's a capable starter. Jimmy Ward, I wish that they would kind of move in a different direction there. I think he is a capable starter. So the Texans have positioned themselves in free agency after just 2 days, by the way. They've already positioned themselves where they can chill at 23 and let whoever falls to them fall to them and take the best player
Now you're
available.
BPA, yep.
Because you have a capable starting lineup, very good, more than capable. So you're like, even like, I do agree that corner can be the one thing that helps you the most. But say there's not a corner there that you love and you love Brian Thomas and he's there at 23 because you filled holes in free agency. Cool. Take BPA, take Brian Thomas, and you have your trio of receivers that you're talking
whether
about.
it's corner, receiver, or guard. Those are the 3 positions
Those are the top 3
that are
priorities
going
for
to be sitting there, and someone's probably going to slide a little in the first round,
to
where someone could fall right into your lap and fill one of those positions unexpectedly and make you even better.
Did the I mean, now more than ever you're BPA. You don't have to take Chop Robinson if he's there. If you love somebody else more, you take them. 9361, did the Texans overpay for Hunter? Now they got a defensive end. Where does the main focus go with the first round? We just addressed that. Do you think they overpaid for Hunter here?
I get 25 per year, or basically 25 a year, because the max is 51. 25 per year is something that I think we've talked about feeling like an overpay for most of the defensive end market. But if it's a 2-year deal, I'm not going to really get worked up on the AAV.
I'm with
Cut
you on
Robert
that.
Woods to get $5 million back.
There you go.
I'm saying. You had to spend the money. It's kind of like where the Rockets were this past offseason. You have to spend the money. Did you want to sit on $50 million? No, you wanted to spend the money. So they spent the money, and they did it on a short-term deal.
Caserio said you don't have to spend it all in 1 year. You can spread it out over a 2-year window or 2-year period. And it looks like he's going to spend it all in 1 year.
All this money they've spent over the last few days that we're talking about with Danico Entre and Hunter and Shahir, all those guys are off the books when C.J. Stroud has his next contract.
Yeah.
So you're operating within a window where you can. Sorry. You're working within an increment where you can afford to spend more than maybe you normally would.
No, I didn't notice. I was tuning you out. 6927. 2 days in a row, Branham has said, bring back Denzel Ward. My bad. I meant Desmond King. You're right. That's on me. Cooper
you could also say Jimmy Ward.
Yeah, I think I confused them. That's what happened. Because I was looking at corner.
I listened to you.
I was looking at nickel and safety. Clowney 1-year deal would be crazy.
We're done. We're done with. I think they're done spending on free agents on the defensive line.
I think they're going to sign one more defensive end. I just don't think he's going to be good.
Yeah,
I think it's going to be a jack. Not even that. I think it could be like a Jerry Hughes. Like it's going to be a guy who can fill a roster. Because right now you have 3 defensive ends. You're going to carry 4, maybe 5, and you have Anderson, Hunter, and Dylan Horton, who's coming off of Hodgkin's lymphoma. So you're going to sign depth pieces, but they're not going to sign a splashy name. You could, sure. But I also think that they're going to sign a guy on a $2.5 million 1-year deal, which again, it could be like Jerry Hughes. It could be Jerry Hughes' back to be the mentor.
Jerry Hughes wasn't bad last year, so he can come back.
You're still going to sign defensive ends,
and he's local,
but it's going to be low cost.
He'll take a lesser figure to be a part of this, not knowing that he's not going to have the taxing role, but that he could still help. Jerry Hughes would be fine coming back.
So he said, bring back Charlie Ward. There's another Ward for you. 0974, what about safety? Are we going to rely on Jimmy Ward making it through the season? I hope not. I think there's a lot of really good safeties out on the market. I think you can upgrade there. I don't even think you need to cut Jimmy Ward. I think you can make Jimmy Ward your third safety, have some really good depth there. So you could go free agent safety that you sign, because I think the position's oversaturated. Just sign the bargain deal. You have Petrie that would be starting alongside him. You have Jimmy Ward, the veteran third guy in a pinch, and then you signed Eric Murray because he's a special teams ace, and there are your 4 safeties. So I still think you could sign a safety. I kind of want him to, because I don't want Jimmy Ward to be starting.
No, I'm with you. And if there's somehow, some way that he can stay healthy all year and kind of resurrect everything that went wrong last year, he's a D'Amico guy, so he can be used in a lot of different ways to fit right into this defense. But if not as a depth piece so that there's not as much on him so that he can stay healthier, so be it. He's a veteran, he's smart, and he knows D'Amico's system.
Honey Glaze Branham says this U of H homer meant Greg Ward Jr. Yeah, he's always on my mind. He's awesome. 9666 Jackson.
Still in the league?
He was bouncing around last year with Philly. He's been with Philly a lot.
That was his main team.
He's been like cut 53 practice squad. He's been like this vicious cycle, but he's done good and he's still be in the league. 9666 Jackson Powers in the first sounds really good. I agree. I think Jackson Powers would be your Linderbaum and be your starting center for a decade, and you would never bat an eye.
That would be unbelievable. And then would you
love
move
that.
Juice to guard?
I would.
Yeah.
I think Juice's best position is center, so it kind of like puts a little caveat into taking Jackson Powers.
But if Juice could be better than Green, if
Powers.
Kenyon Green isn't very good, then at least you've upgraded the position for next year.
You'd put yourself in a spot where you have three guys competing for one spot at that point. So
I
feel a lot better when you're taking the best of three as compared to being forced into one guy.
Brandon T, for all the casual fans that were complaining about free agency yesterday, that don't understand how to build a real roster instead of making sexy splashes. Well, this is a sexy splash. Trust in Caserio. Would you rather than building a fantasy football team, or would you prefer a top-notch GM build your roster like a Fortune 500 company? Trust Caserio. I'm not doubting Caserio. I don't like what he said about Windows, but I like Caserio right now.
We basically told you that. Just wait till the dust settles before you lose your mind.
All right, let's get to our car wreck of the day. What are you nominating for the car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, a word for Vanderford Heating, air conditioning, and plumbing. They are the best in the business because they are absolutely fantastic, and they take care of you with guarantees across the board. You know that the air conditioning season is coming. You know that those dog days are right around the corner, and you know that you have to be prepared. In order to be prepared, you need a local company that is going to be there and versatile for you. That's why you need Vanderford Air, because Vanderford Air, for all your HVAC needs and all your plumbing needs, are going to be there for you every step of the way. 24-hour guaranteed return to get to you when you call them and say you need them. That's absolutely fantastic. Most companies, they're going to make you wait a couple of days. You know, in the 100-degree heat, that is not something that you want to do. But the fact that they also are able to give you a 100% money-back guarantee that guarantees you will get the best value at the lowest cost to you, that also guarantees that there is no risk, that you have the guarantee that they will back up everything they do, whether it's a repair or a total replacement of a part or your HVAC system or anything to do with your plumbing. You have the comfort assurance guarantee that the temperature is going to be right, the quality workmanship guarantee that it's going to work well, the performance guarantee that it operates just like the factory said it was, and the 100% satisfaction guarantee or your money back that you are pleased with what they did, what they had to do, the parts they had to use, and what they put in for you. That's why you go to them, because these other companies are going to hem and haw, try to keep your money, and you don't know if they're coming back or they're going to back up anything. Everything's in writing with Vanderford Air, and with all their plumbing and HVAC repair work and their replacements, they are going to back it 100%. That's what you want, especially in Houston, Texas. Call them today, 281-557-COOL. Easy to remember, and they're going to take care of it. 281-557-COOL, or visit them at vanderfordair.com.
Danielle Hunter's a Houston Texan. No car wreck there. Car wreck for the rest of the league. Today is the day that will live in infamy for the rest of the NFL. Blankers, what are you nominating for the car wreck of the day?
The whole Tiki Barber, Saquon Barkley mess has been entertaining, but a complete car wreck. Because the minute that Saquon signed with the Eagles, Tiki Barber, kind of tongue-in-cheek if you listen to the audio and don't just read the tweets, but basically said, "You're dead to me, you're dead to us," in terms of Saquon. And Saquon didn't like it and clapped back. And then I found it even funnier because someone dug up when Tiki Barber abruptly retired. The quote was, "I should be able to choose when I want to leave and if I want to stay. Some people, particularly radio personalities who will remain nameless, criticize me for having a vision or a dream. Hilarious. Do as I say, not as I do." And then as a radio personality, he did what he did.
There's a lot there. A lot to unpack. I think I saw Tiki Barber on a Housewives of New York. My wife was watching the other. I was like, "Is that Tiki Barber?" He's on Bravo.
Didn't he?
Which
wasn't
wife
he
is with
married?
at this
I don't
point?
remember.
Wasn't he married and then
He was married.
found
and
a
then
girlfriend and then ended up leaving his wife to marry her?
Yeah, I think it's her.
Well, he
Okay.
left.
I
He
think
left,
she's the real
he left
housewife.
a pregnant wife to
That's what I-
get
yeah.
with someone that he met, I believe, on Good Morning America.
Yeah, I
or
think she's
something
now
like
the
that.
real housewife.
Yes, now she's his wife.
I think I saw that like last year. Okay, I'm going to nominate the Ravens for letting Queen leave them to go to the Pittsburgh Steelers, go into a division rival. Oof. Not great.
There's a lot of things to watch. Like Aaron Jones leaves Green Bay to go to Minnesota, where all good ex-Packers go to die.
Yeah.
And now Queen leaves Baltimore to go to Pittsburgh. That's going to be interesting when they play.
I like Derrick Henry. I would have rather had Patrick Queen than Derrick Henry. I would have made that
Because
business
we've
decision.
said the fact that the Ravens are capable of putting just about anybody at running back and they get yards.
Yeah. What are you nominating, Brian?
Quickly, I will nominate the overreactions from yesterday about
Good
the
one.
Texans
That is a good
offseason.
one.
I'll go with that one.
Somebody said Paul for car wreck of the day. I'm not familiar with what Paul did to deserve that.
I'm not either.
Brian, are you familiar?
I didn't see it, no.
Is there a chance he didn't know some more football players?
0754. Who did you not know?
Oh, there's a lot of guys.
0754. Car wreck of the day is Joe George because he is a bad word.
Jeez.
I don't know
Alex
what
is
Joe
now
did.
texting?
I don't think Alex would go that far. And then 3338, car wreck of the day, Brian. I'm mixing up all the wards. Texans just signed Montgomery Ward, he said. All right, who's winning?
It's easy. The overreactions of yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my vote.
That's a good
It
call.
literally
Because
was
we
my
even
vote.
warned you not to do it. You did it anyway.
Congratulations to the overreactors of yesterday for winning our car wreck of the day. It's going to do it for us. Thanks to Brian for doing all the hard work. He's blank. I am Branham. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Coming up later, Hall of Fame, Booker T, Brad Gilmore at 7 o'clock. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.